Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 397 to Chapter 459. The Devers continued slowly. During this time, the soldiers, labor, and supplies will definitely be in chaos and lack of organization. Dionysius will not dare to take the huge risk of landing elsewhere, so he can only land at his ally, Lockport. Then, when the Ministry of Military Affairs receives the news of Syracuse's attack, they can send our 4th and 5th legions to Carunia to join the reinforcements of the other allies. They can make use of the narrow terrain of Carunia and the Ramato River to the south of Trine to build a strong camp to defend against the enemy's attack and buy time for me to defeat the Simonians. Then, I will lead the main force back to fight the final battle with Syracuse. To facilitate the unified command of the 4th and 5th legions, I will let Sir Felicius be the commander of the 4th and 5th legions and be responsible for the battle in the south. The Devers chose Felicius because he was more experienced and had always been in charge of military affairs. He could make the stubborn Dracos and the jumpy Aptines listen to him. However, he was not a strong character and might sometimes be swayed by the opinions of his subordinates. However, there was no other way. There were more capable generals in the army, such as the commanders of the 4th and 5th legions. However, they were either as experienced as Dracos and Aptines, such as Capys and Antonius, or they were less experienced, such as Helos. If they were suddenly given the position, the two commanders might not be convinced, and it would affect the battle. The elders seriously considered the Devers' plan of defend first and then counterattack. Most of them felt that it was feasible. After all, they were very confident in the Devers' military command ability. They believed that as long as he was in command of the decisive battle with Syracuse, the chances of victory would be very high. At the same time, they also approved of the candidate proposed by the Devers to temporarily be in charge of the military affairs in the south. This was because Felicius had always been kind to people in the Senate, and everyone had a good impression of him. The elders of the legions did not have any objections. Felicius was still capable. Then who will take over the position of the governor of Xianxia? Or is it Felicius? Cornelis asked, because at this time, Felicius was still the chief executive of Xianxia. There was a precedent of holding the posts of chief executive and military officer at the same time. Helos had once held the posts of chief executive of Asprustum and commander of Legio IV after the Second Crotone War. It was the same for Bagul of the Grumentum. However, the Devers said, the battle with Syracuse will determine the survival of the alliance. It is the most important matter, and we must do our best. Xianxia's chief executive can only be replaced by someone else. The Devers' gaze swept across the people in the Senate. Most of the non-legion elders showed a look of desire, especially the elders of Bruttii. In fact, it was understandable. There were many cities in the territory of the Dionia alliance, but there were 3 that were the most important: Thurii, which was the center of the Dionia alliance, Grumentum, the largest city in the Leucaria region, and also the hub of the northern part of the alliance, and Xianxia, the central city of the Bruttii region. Although the rank of the chief executive of each city was the same, the chief executive of these 3 cities was invisibly superior, and it was also a kind of honor. Of course, the Devers understood what the elders were thinking, so he patiently explained, considering that once the war with Syracuse starts, the Bruttii region and the Croton Plains will soon become the frontline areas of Dionia closest to the battlefield. The chief executive of these areas will need to cooperate with the military operations of the army to meet their combat needs, such as settling the wounded, providing new soldiers, transferring food supplies, and so on. Therefore, we need an elder with both administrative experience and understanding of the operation of the army, temporarily. The Devers emphasized the word temporarily, not wanting to disappoint some of the elders. As the chief executive of Xianxia, my suggestion is for Helos to temporarily take on this position. No one objected to the Devers' suggestion. Helos's outstanding performance as chief executive of Asplustum was obvious to everyone. Only Peteru, Catarch, and the others were disappointed. After Polixus and the others were put on trial, the number of elders who objected to the Devers' suggestion decreased, so it was approved. At this time, Helos, who had just been appointed, asked, Sir Administrator, if I go to Xianxia, who will take over my current position? Sir Hieronymus, I hope that you can temporarily take on the position of military supplies. The affairs of the army were decided by the Devers, no one else could interfere, and the Devers had already thought of a candidate. After all, the war was about to start, so military training naturally had to stop. Okay, Hieronymus replied softly. Although he did not express his feelings passionately, the Devers were very relieved. He knew Hieronymus well. Unlike Dracos who only wanted to command the battle, Hieronymus was a man of few words, but he was serious and reliable in his work. As long as he was given respect and space to display his talents, he would be able to do a good job quietly. But considering that this was a war, the pressure on the logistics of the military supplies would be huge. The Devers still wanted to find him a helper. Mercies, you have to help Hieronymus more often. Mercies immediately complained, I can't even handle the things I'm in charge of, the finance of so many cities. Facing the speechless gaze of the Devers, his voice gradually became softer, then he shrugged helplessly and said, all right, I'll try my best. The Devers then asked, Sir Hieronymus, it doesn't make sense for Turin to have a war. How many reserve soldiers are there in total? About 22,000, Hieronymus said without hesitation, as he was very dedicated to his job. The Devers nodded, then looked at the crowd and said loudly, Sirs, I suggest that we establish 2 reserve legions in Turin. Once the war breaks out, we can use these 2 legions to protect our city and deal with unexpected situations at the same time. I have no objections, Cunegurata said. I agree, Cornelis agreed as well. Even these 2 doyens, who were usually the most opposed to war, had agreed, let alone the other doyens. The key was that after the Devers left with the 1st and 2nd legions, Turin, which had no military strength, had made them feel unsafe. With 2 new legions, they felt much more at ease. Sir Consul, the number of soldiers in the new legions is sufficient, but they don't have the new legion's weapons and equipment. They might not even have the old equipment. You must know that most of these reserve soldiers are prospective citizens and registered freedmen. I'm afraid they don't have that much money to buy them, Hieronymus reminded. The Devers thought for a moment and said, You and Mercies, gather Dios, the Legion's weapon shop, and a few other weapon merchants, as well as the manager of Kristoya's bank, to discuss a feasible solution to the problem of the new Legion's weapons and equipment. Try to unify them as much as possible. I understand, Hieronymus replied straightforwardly. Merseth wailed, We have to spend money again. Money again. At this moment, Cunegurata said, If the war with Syracuse breaks out, it will be a costly war. Gold and silver will be needed in all aspects. Therefore, I suggest that the Senate can represent the soldiers and come to an agreement with the weapon merchants. The soldiers will temporarily owe the weapons to the weapon merchants on credit, and after the war is over, the money will be returned with interest. I believe that the credibility of the Senate of Dionia is still worth the money. Sir Cunegurata, your suggestion is too good. Mercies immediately became happy and said, As citizens of Dionia, these weapon merchants should make such a contribution to Dionia. I don't care how you solve the problem of the new legion's weapons and equipment, but you must not force them. Otherwise, Tritodemus will talk to you, Devers reminded. Sir Consul is right. The citizen's property is protected by the Alliance's laws. No one can infringe on it. Tritodemus warned. Mercy's chubby face was full of smiles as he said, Don't worry, Your Honor. As a senator and a noble among the citizens of Dionia, how could I make such a mistake? Devers ignored him. He walked to the center of the hall and stood still. He looked around at the crowd and encouraged them with a passionate voice, My lords, the reason why the Alliance of Dionia could become so powerful and prosperous in just a few years is because of your hard work and contributions. Now, we are facing the biggest challenge since the establishment of the Alliance. Syracuse, the Greek city-state that has been dominating the western Mediterranean Sea for hundreds of years, is like a mountain in front of us, Dionia. Not only does it want to stop us from advancing, it wants to crush us. Senators of Dionia, the elites of the citizens, the leaders of the people, are we willing to submit to this mountain and be crushed by it? Or are we going to face it together bravely and overcome all difficulties? After we overcome it, Dionia will be on a flat road. Defeat Syracuse, and Dionia will no longer have a powerful enemy in the western Mediterranean Sea. Even if all the citizens of Dionia have to live frugally, we will defeat Syracuse. Under the protection of Hades, no matter how great the difficulties are, we can overcome them. No matter how powerful the enemy is, we will eventually defeat them. Under the leadership of Devers, the senators expressed their desire to fight to the death against Syracuse. Inside the city, Poimet was extremely anxious. However, he did not dare to send troops out of the city to stop them, because the city of Potentia was already surrounded. The number of Samnian troops far exceeded the information he had received beforehand. Some tribes in the southern part of the Potendian territory thought that the Samnian people were still far away from them, so they were careless and did not evacuate in time. As a result, they were either annihilated or captured by the Samnian people, or they desperately retreated further south into the territory of Grimentum in fear. The panic brought about by these fleeing tribes of Potentia naturally spread to the tribes in the north of the Grimentum territory. Just as they began to clamor to evacuate to the south, Alexis, who had already received the news from the scouts, felt that the situation was urgent. She resolutely decided that she could no longer wait for the Senate's order. She immediately led more than 8,000 soldiers who had already returned to the barracks and marched north. In the recent reform of the legions, not only did the Devers equip each legion with a 100-man scout team, but they also considered that in the battle in Italy, the light infantry's arms would already be numb after completing long-range attacks. They also had to assist the heavy infantry in attacking the enemy's flanks and pursuing them. Their physical exhaustion was no less than that of the heavy infantry, but their combat efficiency would be reduced. Therefore, after a discussion with the generals, they added a light armor battalion to each legion. They wore leather helmets, cowhide breastplates, triangular leather shields, leather tights, and leather sandals. Their combat weapons were 2-meter-long double-edged iron swords. They specifically selected young citizens who were good at running and climbing to join the battalion to assist the heavy infantry in combat. At the same time, the Devers also reformed the original light infantry battalion. Because the excellent stone throwers of Dionia mainly came from Rhodes, the other Balearic islands that produced stone throwers were under the control of Carthage. The scarcity of soldiers made it difficult for the legions to recruit more stone throwers. Therefore, except for the 1st and 2nd legions, which still had stone throwers, the other light infantry battalions were half archers and half javelin throwers. In addition, the number of excellent Thracian light shield bearers could no longer keep up with the speed of expansion of the Legion of Dionysia. Therefore, starting from Legio IV, the light shield bearers were no longer part of the light infantry. Its function was mainly carried out by the javelin wielders and light armored soldiers, thus simplifying and unifying the Legion of Dionysia. In addition to the engineering camp, armament camp, cavalry squad, medical camp, and other auxiliary organizations, the Legion of Dionysia now had a total of nearly 8,700 people. It could be said to be a fully functional legion. As Alexis headed north, she also sent people to inform Bagul to prepare the defenses of the northern Grimentum. Lucania municipality was mainly mountainous, and Potentia was the highest in the area, with an average elevation of more than 500 meters. Fortunately, most of the soldiers of Legio III were Lucanians. They had lived here since young and had long adapted to the environment. The Legio III marched in 3 columns through the lowlands and valleys between the mountains, like a long dragon winding its way through the mountains, stretching for 5 to 6 miles from the front to the back. At this moment, on a small hill, Gurney, the son of Hilpini's leader, Villani, was closely watching the movements below. "Leader, look!" A soldier beside him suddenly shouted. "Idiot, keep your voice down." Gurney kicked him and scolded, "Don't scare the enemy away." There was a dot of golden light in the distance that was hidden by the trees. After a while, this dot of golden light turned into a large flag. On top of the flag was a brass statue of Hades holding a double-pronged fork. It was unusually dazzling under the sunlight. The person holding the flag was a tall man in military attire. He was also wearing a complete animal fur, so he looked particularly burly. In fact, it was the fur of a large hound. Hounds were loyal and brave. The loyal hound of Hades was the 3-headed dog, Cerberus. Besides, with the modern mentality of Devers, they would not allow their men to hunt animals for decoration purposes. "Humph, it looks good." A Samoyed soldier pretended to be disdainful and whispered, "I just don't know if it can fight." Gurney did not speak. He focused his attention on the Dionysian army that was slowly approaching him. He knew very well that this time, the reason why his father had contacted the Pentine and Catini tribes to attack Potentia was not only because of the strong support and encouragement from Syracuse, but also because of the oppression from the sudden rise of a powerful neighbor in the south. At this moment, he wanted to open his eyes wide and see clearly what kind of strange and powerful enemy he was about to face. Behind the bearer of the flag was a flag bearer. The tall black flag was embroidered with the golden letters Dionia Legio III, fluttering in the wind in midair. Originally, it was red. That was because the Devers were influenced by Rome. However, as he became more and more integrated into this era, and the faith of Hades had penetrated deep into the hearts of the people of Dionia, he took into account that Hades was the lord of darkness and worshipped the color of black, so he changed the color of the military flag. Behind the flag-bearer of the legion was the flag-bearer of the 1st Battalion, who was holding a statue of death that was one size smaller than the statue of Pluto. Then came the drummers and buglers of the legion. Gurney rubbed his tired eyes. The army of Dionia looked majestic, but there were too many fancy things. He cursed in his heart. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia who appeared next made his eyes widen. The black bronze helmet was not like the Corinth-style helmet worn by the Greek soldiers in Campania, which covered the entire head with only 2 eye holes. Instead, it was like an upside-down bowl, with the whole face exposed. There was a cheek guard blocking the side of the face. The style was very similar to the helmet of the Samnese soldiers, except that there were no decorative feathers or colorful ponytails on the crown. Black linen breastplate, black greaves, a spear in the right hand, and a shield in the left, the shield. Gurney was shocked to find that the shields held by the soldiers of Dionia were very similar to the shields of the Samnese soldiers. The shields were half the height of a person, rectangular, with a protruding center and concave sides. The surface of the shields was curved. The only difference was that the shields of the soldiers of Dionia were painted black instead of red. Isn't Dionia a city-state of the Greeks? Why don't they use the traditional round copper shields and Corinth helmets of the Greeks? Why do they look so similar to the Samnese? The shocked Gurney certainly did not know that in recent years, the Archon and Devers of Dionia had finally completed the upgrade of the Legion's weapons and equipment, abandoning the cumbersome Collins helmets and round shields in favor of new helmets and long arc-shaped shields. Of course, such large shields were not made of copper. They were made of wood with a layer of cowhide on the outside, which reduced the weight of the soldiers by at least 10 pounds and enhanced their mobility. At the same time, it also brought about some new tactical changes. Except for the red, white, and purple helmets worn by the soldiers of the Dionysian army, which should be the officers and generals of the team, the rest of the soldiers were all black, making the whole army look like a black serpent from hell, filled with the aura of death and coldness. Gurney unconsciously took 2 deep breaths, put on the helmet with a row of colorful ponytails, pulled down the cheek guard, and ordered in a low voice, "Inform Abrini on the opposite hill to get ready. When the enemy's vanguard passes, we will launch an attack and teach these deceiving enemies a lesson." "Yes, Chief." The rider waved the red flag painted with a wolf's head on the top of the hill. The soldiers of Dionia at the foot of the hill could not see it, and the Samnese on the opposite hill also waved their flag in response. The Samnese warriors held their breath, holding javelins and stones, and crouched on the hill, waiting for the Dionia to pass through the foot of the hill. But at this moment, the Dionia stopped advancing, and a general on horseback rushed to the front of the team, seemingly saying something to the soldiers. After a while, the team began to move forward again, but just after a few steps, they stopped again, and the general said something to the soldiers again. 3 times in a row, they walked and stopped. The Dionia almost walked into the ambush, but they dilly-dallied in this short distance and wasted too much time. Gurney felt that his patience was about to run out. He rubbed his numb body with his hands, secretly cursing the Dionia for being so slow. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the top of the hill. "The enemy is coming! The enemy is coming!" The soldiers shouted loudly. "What's going on?" Gurney didn't care about the ambush at this moment, and hurriedly asked the people around him. "Chief, the Dionia. The Dionia are coming from the back of the hill, and they want to surround us." The guard who ran to check the situation hurriedly reported. In fact, there was no need for him to say more. Gurney had already overlooked the flashing black shadows in the forest on the hillside behind them. "We were tricked. The cunning Dionia already knew that we were ambushing here, and deliberately attracted my attention in front, but they wanted to surround and annihilate us." Such a thought flashed through Gurney's mind, but he did not panic, and immediately ordered, "Blow the horn." Since the Dionia dared to come up the hill, then let them have a taste of the power of the Samanese. The low and long sound of the horn reached the foot of the hill, and Alexis, the commander of Legio III, who was riding at the front of the team, immediately looked up. "It seems that the Samanese have discovered our detour," Lazaru, the commander of the 1st Brigade, said in fluent Greek. Ever since he was humiliated in the Isthmian tournament, he had spent a lot of time practicing his Greek, and his Greek had improved significantly. "I'm sure of it." Karagoru confidently pointed at the mountain in front of him. "These Simonians chased after the tribes of Potentia and came here. I don't know where they got the news, but they actually wanted to ambush us here. They didn't know that my men had already seen their every move. Karagoru, your team has made a great contribution today. I'll remember it." Alexis patted the horse that was a little restless. "Although our army has never trained in Potentia, I believe that you all have not forgotten the terrain here, right, Lazaru? You brought us to the southern mountains of Potentia several times in civilian clothes." "How could I forget? Our military law has strict rules that all officers of the Legion must memorize the terrain of the area in their heads." Lysum pointed at his own head. "Sir Devers is a great man." Alexis sighed. It was precisely this military law that the Devers had formulated that was strictly enforced by the officers and soldiers, so that the army could be prepared in times of war. He then remembered the advice of the Devers when he was appointed as the commander of Legio III. He said seriously, "Now is the time to test you. At the same time, let us see how powerful the Simonians are." Gurney saw the flags waving in the opposite mountain. Obviously, the enemy was attacking Abrini's team at the same time. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to worry about his good friend. He led his more than 1,000 soldiers down the mountain. Other than the colorful crown on his helmet, his equipment was no different from the other soldiers. He wore a golden copper helmet, a loose red short-sleeved robe that only reached his knees, and a leather belt tied around his waist. He held a spear in his right hand and 4 or 5 javelins in his left. Other than that, there was nothing else. Because he had considered beforehand that they were going to ambush the Dionysian army, Gurney brought only lightly armed soldiers. They saw the steep hillside as flat ground, shuttling between rocks and trees. They were as agile as monkeys, stepping on thorns and gravel barefoot without feeling any pain. Soon, they approached the Dionysian army who were climbing up. Compared to the speed at which the Samani went down the mountain, the speed at which the Dionysians went up the mountain was slower. They were a mix of light infantry, light armor soldiers, and heavy infantry. They pulled out a loose arc-shaped battle line and tried to surround this side of the forest so that the Samani could not escape. However, they did not expect the Samani to come so quickly. As the temporary commander of this mixed army, Legio III 2nd Brigade, Xianxia, didn't panic at all. If it was a few years ago, when Lucania municipality hadn't merged with the Dionysia alliance, Xianxia would definitely lead his tribe's warriors to fight. But now, he was already a qualified commander of the Legion of Dionysia. "Archers, ready. Heavy infantry, protect them." As Xianxia gave the order, the heavy infantry of the Legion had already leaned against the trees and rocks, erecting long arc-shaped shields to protect themselves and the archers. The light armor soldiers and javelin throwers retreated even further. Unless the Simonians broke through the heavy infantry's line of defense, it would be difficult for them to attack them. Under the protection of the long shields, the archers calmly drew their bows and aimed at the Samanian people who were rushing towards them. The Samanian people's formation was even more loose. Coupled with the lush trees that covered the mountains and plains, the effect of a team's shooting would be minimal. Therefore, a more accurate one-on-one shot was needed. Although the Simonians were 100 meters away from the heavy infantry, the javelins they threw while running had strong kinetic energy. In an instant, the javelins flew in front of the heavy infantry. Bang! 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 More than half of the javelins hit the long shields accurately. The heavy infantry looked at the sharp tips of the javelins and could not help but feel a little frightened. They were heavy javelins, the arrows of the Dionia archers also shot out. Without any protection, the Simonians quickly crawled under the rocks or hid behind the tree trunks to avoid the arrows. For a moment, spears and arrows were flying in the forest. The Dionysian soldiers had a stronger defense, and the archers had a more stable platform to shoot arrows from. The samurai relied on their agile movements and the powerful penetrative power of their javelins to resist the Dionysian soldiers. Even though they had no defense and their casualties were gradually increasing, it did not weaken their fighting spirit. Relying on the cover of the trees, Gurney and his subordinates had already approached within 40 meters of the Dionysians. When he saw that the javelins he had thrown with all his might had caused the shields of the Dionysian heavy infantry to shake a few times and the soldiers to almost fall, he weighed the last javelin in his hand and thought to himself, just a little closer, I can definitely kill one more, he thought confidently and suddenly got out of the tree where he was hiding. He nimbly circled around the snake-shaped route and continued to rush down. The entire Simonians' line of skirmishers was about 30 meters away from the enemy. Gurney leaned against a big tree and dodged the enemy's arrows like the other soldiers. When the archers took out their arrows, he emerged again and was ready to throw the javelin in his hand at the heavy infantry in front of him. At this time, he saw a shocking scene. The heavy infantry of Dionysia suddenly threw away the long shields in their hands and made a throwing motion. Not good, javelins. Gurney's eyes suddenly widened. The heavy infantry on the opposite side actually threw javelins. Thousands of javelins mixed with arrows flew out, catching the Samoyed soldiers off guard. Many Samoyed soldiers who did not have time to hide were immediately pierced by the javelins, and screams could be heard everywhere. Gurney did not have time to make a judgment. When the heavy infantry of Dionysia threw the javelins throwers 10 meters behind them also rushed up and threw the javelins in their hands again. The light armored soldiers followed closely behind them. While the Simonians were dodging the javelins, they crossed the line of defense of the heavy infantry and quickly approached the enemy. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Gurney knew that he could no longer show off at this moment. The strange tactical combination of the Dionysia soldiers had disrupted their attack rhythm. If they continued to delay, they might not be able to leave. Gurney quickly retreated while gesturing. The bugler who had been following behind him immediately blew the horn. However, the speed of the light-armored soldiers of Delnia was not slow either. As Lucanians, they were also good at climbing mountains. Moreover, they were also wearing light armor and had rested for a while. Therefore, when the Simonians hesitated for a moment, they were caught up by the light-armored soldiers, not to mention the injured soldiers. On the hillside filled with trees and rocks, it was a battle of spears against leather shields and short swords. It was not an easy task for the samurai warriors to widen the distance between them and unleash the power of their long weapons. Once the Dionic light armor soldiers got close to them, the samurai warriors would be in danger. On the mountain ridge, one was running while the other was chasing. It was common to see one-on-one fights with spears and swords. When Gurney crossed the mountain ridge and escaped from the pursuit of the Dionysia soldiers, he found that there were only about 500 people following him. He had lost almost half of his soldiers. By the time he met up with Abrini's troops, his good brother had already been hit by a javelin and was on the verge of death. Out of the 1,000 soldiers he led, only about 300 were left. Originally, he wanted to ambush the Dionysian army, but he did not expect to be ambushed by the Dionysia soldiers. Furious and depressed, Gurney led his defeated soldiers and quickly retreated to the north without any rest. These are the Simonians? Alexis looked at the corpses on the ground carefully. She even touched the thick calluses on the soles of their bare feet. They're very hard, like they're wearing a pair of shoes. Shima, you just fought with the Simonians. Tell me how it feels to fight them. Shima thought for a moment and said, Commander, the Simonians are very brave. They're all light infantry, but they dared to rush less than 30 meters away from us and throw javelins. Their formation is very loose, and there's a lot of time between them. This reduces the accuracy of our light infantry's long-range attacks. This tactic is very similar to our light infantry's tactics. Also, look, Shima grabbed a Simonian javelin and passed it to Alexis. Alexis weighed the javelin in her hand, then brought the tip of the javelin closer to her eyes for a closer look. Her expression became serious. It's a javelin with a heavier spearhead. It's about the same weight as our javelins. Is that why nearly 100 of your men were injured? Kelsima nodded and said seriously, their javelin-throwing skills aren't any worse than Epthenis's light shield-bearers. As long as their shields are hit head-on, they can often pierce through them, That's how our brothers were injured. Alexis lowered her head and looked at the shields that were pierced by a few javelins. She said, I heard from the soldiers that the Simonians run very fast in the forest. You couldn't catch up with them no matter how hard you tried. That's why they escaped. Shima retorted, unconvinced. The Simonians run very fast, but we Lucanians are also good at climbing the forest. If we weren't wearing heavier armor, we would have caught up with them long ago. I heard from the people of Potentia that although the Simonians also have heavy infantry who wear breastplates, most of them are light infantry who throw javelins. Alexis looked at the rolling mountains in front of her and felt a little worried. Order the army to speed up and set up camp in the valley upstream of Bacento, which is the closest to us. Less than a mile north of Potentia city, in a former Potentia village, Gurney stood in front of the leader of the Hilpini tribe, Villani, with his head lowered. His question made Gurney raise his head, and the other leaders in the wooden house also became interested. Dionia. At this moment, when Gurney heard this name, hatred rose in his heart. He tried to recall the scene at that time. Their soldiers are mostly heavy infantry, but their heavy infantry is different from the Greek heavy infantry we have seen before. Their helmets are very similar to ours, and they are not holding round copper shields, but long shields similar to ours. Ah? The Samonese leaders were surprised. What we have to pay special attention to is that their heavy infantry is also like our heavy infantry, they can throw javelins. Gurney recalled the painful scene. However, the leaders were in an uproar. When did the Greeks start to learn our tactics? The people of Dionia have never come into contact with us, how could they learn our tactics? While the leaders were discussing, Vironi asked with concern, then, does the heavy infantry of Dionia have the same equipment as our heavy infantry? It's not the same. Their chest armor is tighter, covering their arms, chest, back, crotch, and thighs. They also have shin armor on their calves. That means we will be at a disadvantage in a face-to-face javelin throw, Lucine, the leader of the Kappas, said worriedly. We will be fine with long shields. No matter how thick the armor is, it will be injured by a javelin throw. On the contrary, the heavy infantry of Dionia is too heavily armed, and it is not good for moving in the mountains. Leskok, the leader of Beneventum, did not care too much about this. Leader Leskok is right. Quinduk, who was responsible for leading the Catini warriors to participate in the battle, said confidently, we have fought with the Greeks of Campania many times. Their heavy infantry is cumbersome in the mountains, and it is difficult for them to walk, so they can't catch up with us at all. Instead, they are not agile enough to avoid the javelins we throw from behind them, and we will not easily fight with the Greeks on the plains. Leader Quinduk is talking about our decades of experience in dealing with the Greek heavy infantry. The mountains are the world of the Samonese. Since the people of Dionia dare to come in, we will make it impossible for them to go out. Lucine said loudly to encourage. That's right. Kill the people of Dionia. Let them know the power of the Samoni. Many leaders echoed. But Dionia doesn't only have heavy infantry. Gurney had to remind the overconfident leaders, they also have archers, javelin throwers without armor or shields, and light infantry with small shields and short swords. They move very fast in the mountains. I think they might be Lucanians. And what should attract our attention is that the heavy infantry, archers, javelin throwers, and light infantry in the Dionysian army, they cooperate very well with each other. Obviously, they have been trained for a long time. They are obviously different from the citizen soldiers of the Greek city-states in Campania. After Gurney finished speaking, the leaders fell into deep thought. At this moment, Delan said in a low voice, the Dionia have arrived at Potentia in such a short time, so this troop must not be the main force of Turii. There must not be too many of them. Since they have the guts to come, we will let them have a taste of the power of the Samoyed warriors. His words lifted the spirits of the leaders. Quinduk, you will lead 7,000 Catini warriors to guard the camp. The other leaders will lead all your warriors and attack the attacking Dionia with me. Great leader, you mean all the Hilpini warriors? Leskok asked in surprise. Yes, 25,000 Hilpini warriors. Delan said clearly. Isn't that too many? I think it's too little. If Torek hadn't brought his 18,000 Pentine warriors to attack Poseidonia, I would have asked his Pentine army to come with us. The land said with a face full of pride, this time, I will eat this Dionia army that dares to enter Potentia alone. What if the Lucanians in Potentia suddenly come out? Lucani asked with a little worry. I was worried that they would not dare to come out. Quinduk looked at Delan and said with a smile. Delan nodded and said, there are no more than 10,000 warriors in Potentia. If they dare to come out. Quinduk, don't be in a hurry to defeat them. Instead, keep them busy. I will lead the army back as soon as possible and attack from the front and back with you to annihilate them. Understood. Quinduk's eyes flashed with a cold light. Felicius, you're finally back. Devers came out of the living room happily and held Felicius' hands. He said with a smile, I heard that you did a good job in Xianxia. The leaders of the Brudi tribe and the herdsmen line up in front of your official residence every day, wanting to see you. Haha, after being the governor for more than a year, you can't bear to let go of it, can you? Sir, don't make fun of me. Next time, no matter how much you try to persuade me, I will not go to the Brudi region to be the governor. Felicius smiled bitterly and shook his head. The people there do not believe in judges at all. No matter how big the dispute is, they come to me, the governor. If it were not for the full assistance of Hesidus, the former leader of the Xylan tribe, I don't think I could have stayed in Xianxia for more than 3 months. But you have been in Xianxia for more than a year, and the Senate Public Administration Committee has investigated you several times. They all think that you have done a good job in Xianxia. I believe that it will be very easy for you to be the governor of other cities. Devers smiled and praised him. Come, let's go in and talk. Both parties sat down and the slaves served the syrup. Felicius was not in the mood to drink it. He immediately said to Devers, Sir, this time you proposed me to be the commander of the southern part of Dionia, commanding the 4th and 5th legions. But to be the commander-in-chief of the entire Southern Alliance coalition army, I think it will be too difficult. Will big cities like Crotone and Ligium be willing to listen to my command? After listening, Devers advised him seriously, Felicius, this task is indeed a little troublesome. But even if it is troublesome, you have to do your best and do it well. You have to know that although the agreement of the Southern Alliance states that all cities, big or small, are to be treated equally. But all the cities understand that in reality, Dionia is the leader of this alliance. If we are not the commander-in-chief of this alliance, if we are not responsible for the organization and command, which city would dare to be the leader? So don't worry, boldly manage and command the alliance. Also, I have written letters to the councils of the cities like Crotone and Ligium, asking for their active cooperation. The messengers have already been sent. At the same time, the Senate has also arranged for Sir Ansitanos to be your diplomatic liaison officer, responsible for coordinating with the various cities. That's great. Felicius' expression relaxed a lot, but he continued, Sir, you asked us to set up defenses in Conconia and Trine, but now that Syracuse has not declared war, will Conconia and Trine allow us to set up camps on their land in advance? Once Syracuse declares war, their army will quickly land at Locri, but our alliance comes from various cities, and it will take a lot of time just to gather them together, not to mention the fact that we have to rush to Conconia and Trine to set up camps. What if Syracuse's army breaks through Conconia before the camps are built? That is indeed a problem. After the war starts, there will be many unexpected factors, and no one can make accurate predictions. Devers tapped his fingers on the armrest and pondered for a long time. Finally, he said, do your best to follow the original plan. If things don't work out, do your best to preserve our strength. Don't fight blindly. But there is a bottom line that you must keep in mind. Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said firmly, defend Canopetia and Esprustum, and help Crotone defend Ciudad Crotone. As long as this line of defense is not lost, we can keep the enemy outside our territory, accumulate our strength, and wait for a counterattack. All right, sir. I will defend the territory in the south and wait for your return. Felicius promised, but he asked, what if Syracuse's fleet bypasses Crotone and lands behind us? Felicius' overcautious attitude disappointed Devers. He said impatiently, it's not that easy to land tens of thousands of soldiers on our land. Don't we have 2 new legions? Also, this is not something you should be concerned about. It's Sexlian's business. Sexlian, once the war between Dionia and Syracuse breaks out, what preparations does your navy have? Devers asked with a serious expression. But Cyclian rubbed his nose. Since you are about to take away the first legion that has been training with us for months, I will need to retrain the soldiers of the new legion. However, this won't take too much time, and I believe that I will soon be able to lead this brand new fleet south to seek out the Syracuse Navy for a decisive battle. I believe that the Syracuse Navy will definitely be shocked. Cyclian appeared to be in high spirits, clearly filled with confidence towards the new strategy. The Devers lightly shook their heads and their hearts, reminding him earnestly, Cyclian, even if you win against the Syracuse Navy in some part of the Ionian Sea, it is inevitable that our ships will be damaged. The soldiers who have fallen into the water need to be rescued, the damaged ships need to be repaired, and the captured ships need to be towed back. You have so many things to take care of, but you must know that Syracuse has more than one fleet. What if? The Devers emphasized, while you are busy, enemy reinforcements appear? The Devers saw that Cyclian was in a hurry to explain, so they reached out to stop him. Even if enemy reinforcements don't appear, it won't be easy for you to take care of the aftermath. Furthermore, we only have one fleet, and I hope that it will only grow stronger and not weaker. That is why I suggest that you arrange for the first naval battle to be. After listening to the Devers' detailed plan, Cyclian was completely convinced. I understand, my lord. I will carry out your plan. However, there is something I need your help with right now, or else it will affect the Navy's preparations for war. What is it? With the arrival of the warships from the other alliances, our dry docks won't be enough. This was a problem. The Devers thought for a moment before saying, I will have Lord Cunigarata speed up the construction of more dry docks on both sides of the Crete River from Turii City to the estuary. We will establish a naval base to satisfy your needs. The Legio III of Dionia arrived at the Pigno Valley. The Pigno River was a tributary of the Bacento River, the largest river that flowed through Potentia. Although it was only a small river, it was enough to meet the water needs of an entire legion. Furthermore, the soil in the valley was soft, lush with water plants, and steep and unclimbable mountains on both sides. It was a good place to set up camp. Therefore, Alexis chose to build a camp in the open part of the valley. All the soldiers unloaded their gear and started to dig the trench. The leader of the reconnaissance team, Krigaru, rushed over and reported, Commander, we found the Samani coming from 5 miles to the north. There are about 20,000 of them. More than 20,000 people. Alexis was shocked. The Samani had come so quickly, and in such a large number, it was beyond his expectations. From this, he could feel the ferocity of the Samani, and their desire for revenge was very strong. Alexis looked regretfully at the unfinished trench in front of him. If he had 2 or 3 more hours, the Legio III would be able to build a rough camp, and then they would have the strength to fight against the Samani. Retreat. He decisively gave the order. What? The herald thought he had heard wrong. Retreat now. Alexis shouted again. After the bugle sounded, Ritoru arrived a moment later. Commander, why are we retreating when we just arrived at the camp? Could it be that Xiao Bing misheard the order? Ritoru asked in a questioning tone. He didn't. Over 20,000 Samani warriors are charging at us. We can't go head-to-head with the Samani who outnumber us twice as many when we haven't set up camp and our brothers are extremely exhausted. We can only retreat first and look for an opportunity later. Alexis explained a little more to show respect to the leader of the 1st Brigade. Retreating before the battle? This is too bad for morale. The soldiers and the people of Dionia will think we are cowards. We won't be able to hold our heads up high in front of the soldiers of the other legions. Ritoru retorted. Besides, I think that even if it's only 9,000 against 20,000, our legion can still resist the enemy's attack and defeat them. The Devers once said that the Samani are fierce. Even if we can defeat them, we will cripple the Legio III. Do you think we still want to participate in future battles? More importantly, this will affect the Devers' plan. Alexis held back his anger and explained a little more. I believe that repelling the enemy's attack and building a camp here is what Lord Daphis wants. Ritoru retorted without backing down. Carry out the order. Alexis decided not to argue with him. The military law of Dionia emphasized military discipline, during wartime, subordinates had to obey their superiors. Ritoru stared at Alexis angrily, but in the end, he chose to obey. This meant that Ritoru had surpassed the level of a tribal warrior and was now a qualified Daionia general. He reluctantly saluted. When he turned around, he deliberately said in a loud voice, "If Lord Hieronymus is still the commander of the legion, he will never retreat." Alexis pretended not to hear his angry words. Now he had to think about how to retreat safely. The city of Potentia was situated on the upper reaches of the Bacento River. The land there was relatively flat, but the terrain was higher and could be considered a small plateau. The city was built on a large, but relatively gentle, hillside. Potentia had spent decades building a large city out of stone. Now, Puamet and the tribal leaders were anxiously observing the movements of the Samanai outside the city every day. "Great leader, look! The Samanai army is heading south." Shahadat pointed at the dust-filled, noisy place outside the city and said loudly. Puamet's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted excitedly, "Tribesmen, Daonia's reinforcements must have arrived." This sentence excited the leaders and warriors. The powerful Daionia had come to their rescue. This good news relieved them of the worries they had for the past few days. "Should we send reinforcements?" one of the leaders asked excitedly. "No." Puamet refused without hesitation. He said cautiously, "The only thing we can do now is to defend this city with all our might and wait for Daonia's reinforcements to arrive." When the Samanai arrived at the Pinio River Valley, all they saw was an unfinished, circular trench that was several miles long. The Daionia are as cowardly as rabbits. They actually ran away. Leskuk panted heavily, and stabbed the spear in his hand into the ground with a look of regret. "Father, most of the Daionia soldiers are heavy infantry. They shouldn't have run far. We should use this opportunity to chase after them and defeat them." Journey, who was eager for revenge, said urgently to Hilpini. Of course, Belani wasn't willing to come here for nothing. He immediately ordered his troops to continue the pursuit. The rash Samanai were quickly ambushed by Legion III's light infantry. After paying the price of a few hundred casualties, they still couldn't capture the Lucarian light infantry, who were better equipped and better at climbing mountains. As angry as Belani was, he had no choice but to be cautious. As such, Legion III was finally able to shake off the Samanai's pursuit. At dusk, they entered a military camp on the border between the Grimentum and Potentia. After setting off from the Grimentum yesterday, they only showed their faces in the Grimentum for a short while. Today, they were forced to return to the Grimentum. Alexis and the soldiers of the 3rd Legion were also a little depressed. Poseidonia, a coastal city not far north of Elia, not the city of Poseidon on the Aegean Sea, was a colonial city built by the Sabaris people. It was once a Greek city-state in Italy famous for its roses and 3 temples to the goddesses, 2 temples to Hera and 1 to Athens. However, after the Lucanians moved south 100 years ago, this Greek city-state fell after years of continuous attacks by the Lucanians. It eventually became one of the towns of the tribes of Potentia. In the past few decades, Poseidonia had not been invaded by anyone. In the south, Elia could not even protect itself, so it did not have the strength to attack others. In the north, the Samanai preferred the mountains. They would rather invade the stronger and more heavily defended city of Potentia than come to the coast. Therefore, when the Lucanians of Poseidonia learned that the Samanai were going to attack Potentia, they did not show much concern for the safety of the city. They only took precautions and put more energy into discussing the problem of how many soldiers to send to reinforce Potentia. However, today, the sentries on the city tower rang the alarm bell. When the leaders and soldiers climbed up the city walls, they were shocked. There were so many Samanai outside the city that they could not see the end of them. They did not know how many people there were. The leader of the Pentine, Torek, stood at the front of the formation and looked at the small city in front of him. He saw and heard the panic and screams of the Lucanians on the city walls, but he did not care too much. Instead, he turned around and said to his subordinates, "What are the crossbows sent by the Syracuse called?" "Leader, they are called ballistae," a leader beside him reminded him. "I know, you don't need to say more." Torek stared and said, "Bring the crossbows, the ballistae up. Let us see how powerful these things are." 6 ballistae were placed in front of the formation, but the ones operating them were the Syracuse people. Amidst the cheers of the Samurai warriors, Tolek's face was full of excitement. He knew that the Samunai's weakness in sieging cities had been made up for by this terrifying thing, and he was now fully confident in taking down Poseidonia. Not only would they have a better port, it would also be easier for the people of Syracuse to transport more food to them. At the same time, his poor tribesmen would be able to plunder without restraint and reap more benefits. In the evening, a family dinner was being held in the consul's mansion in Turiai. The Devers' two wives, adopted daughter Cynthia, adopted son Adoris, and son Cloto Katax attended, as well as housekeeping supervisor Asuna, slave supervisor Ribazat, and intelligence supervisor Aristiris. Tonight's main meal was beef and mutton, so everyone had a wooden table, copper pot, and iron stove in front of them. Except for Cloto Katax. He was still young, and Christos was worried about him eating meat alone. Christos was 9 months pregnant, so it was not convenient for her to move around. She did not have the energy to take care of him. Little Crow's other mother, Agnes, was pregnant for more than 2 months, and was at the peak of her pregnancy. She could not even look at beef and mutton, and could only eat vegetables such as fruits, mushrooms, and seaweed. Of course, she could not take care of him. Thus, Little Crow and Asuna sat together. At this moment, the Devers who sat at the head of the table looked at everyone and said seriously, "Tomorrow, I will be leaving Turiai for Potentia, so I will not be able to take care of the family. Christos and Agnes are both pregnant, so Asuna, Ribazat, and Aristiris will need you three to take good care of the family. I would like to thank you in advance." As he spoke, he raised his glass of wine. While he spoke, Crystal, Stoya, and Agnes looked at their husband with concern, unable to conceal the worry on their beautiful faces. Asuna and Ribazat hurriedly stood up. The Devers hurriedly waved their hands. "Sit down. Sit down. You are already citizens of Dionia, and we are a family. Don't make yourselves like strangers. Learn from Aristiris." Aristiris forced a smile on his cold face. The reason he did not stand up was that he was not used to the humility of Asuna and the others as a former citizen of Katanai. He picked up his cup and replied seriously, "Don't worry, my lord. I'll have my men keep a close watch on all of Turin. If there's anything out of the ordinary, I'll do as you said and look for Kappas and Cunigarata immediately to eliminate the threat." "All right. The safety of this family depends on you." Devers raised his glass, downed it in one gulp, and refilled it. Asuna immediately said, "Master, I'll take good care of the female slaves in the courtyard and take good care of the 2 madams. I'll also invite Lord Helps to come and check on them regularly, and we have the protection of the 2 gods, Hades and Hera." Asuna looked at Christos and Agnes, and said with a smile, "When you return, my lord, the 2 madams and the children will be very healthy." "Good. Asuna, if everything is safe and sound, I'll reward you well when I return. I'll find you a husband that you're satisfied with, how about that?" The Devers happily teased. Asuna immediately protested, "My lord, you're a dignified consul of Dionia, it's not fair to make fun of me." "My lord, you're busy every day, so you probably don't know yet. Asuna already has someone she likes," Christos said softly from the side. "Oh, is that so?" The Devers became interested and hurriedly asked, "Who is it? Can you tell me?" Asuna blushed and glanced at Aristiris, who was at the next table. She lowered her head in silence. The Devers' heart skipped a beat, and he didn't ask again. "Come, Asuna, thank you for taking care of the 2 madams and the children. Cheers." Asuna drank it without hesitation. The Devers looked at Aristiris, who seemed to know nothing about this, and said to her, "I'll give you a suggestion. Go ask Agnes more often. With Hera's protection, do you have to be afraid that your wishes won't come true?" Asuna was greatly moved when she heard this. Unexpectedly, Agnes reminded her bluntly, love between 2 people is under the jurisdiction of the goddess of love, Aphrodite. Hera is only responsible for marriage and family. Love without marriage is a lie. The Devers said half jokingly and half seriously, "In Dionia, Hera is also responsible for love before marriage. Madam, you don't have to worry about Asuna's matters. This is my responsibility." Christoya smiled and freed Asuna from the awkwardness. She then said to Ribazat seriously, "Ribazat, I'll leave the affairs of the outer court to you. Don't let miscellaneous matters disturb me during this time." madam, don't worry, I'll take care of it. This is my duty. Ribazot respectfully finished the wine in his glass. At this moment, Cynthia said, Father, I'll take care of mother and my brothers. The Devers heard this and had a face full of joy. Good. Good. Our daughter has grown up and can help the family now. Come, I'll give you a toast too. Daddy, Daddy, I want to drink this too. I want to take care of mother too. Little Crow also began to shout. Good. 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 The Devers shook his slightly drunk head, overjoyed. Late at night, in Kristoya's bedroom, Kristoya's lazy voice sounded, I think you should go accompany Agnes. She needs you more right now, don't talk, rest well. The Devers used his left hand that was around her snow-white neck to pat her shoulder lightly and said gently. Kristoya turned slightly and burrowed her head into the Devers' chest again. She sniffed his scent and murmured, Tell me, if I give birth to a daughter, I'll call her Eunice, okay? Eunice. The Devers muttered the name softly. Eunice means joyful victory, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Good name. What if it's a son? Then we'll call him Apox, which means courage, Kristoya said softly without hesitation. It was obvious that she had already thought about it. Devers Apox, Devers Krotokatax. All right, that's the name. The Devers readily agreed. But even after a long time, Kristoya did not respond. The Devers looked down. It turned out that his wife had fallen asleep. Pregnant women were very sleepy at this time. The Devers gently straightened her sleeping posture and kissed her smooth and beautiful face affectionately. He then put on Bolton and walked to the outer room where Asuna was guarding. Kristoya is already asleep. Where's the child? Little Crow is asleep too. Take care of them. I'll go check on Agnes. As soon as he entered his second wife's bedroom, he heard Agnes's gentle and hopeful voice. Devers, is that you? Why aren't you sleeping? This isn't good for the child. The Devers softly scolded her and lovingly picked her up from the bedside. He wanted to put her on the bed, but Agnes wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered worriedly, I'm a little worried. The Devers hugged her delicate body and lay down on the bed with her. What are you worried about? There's nothing to worry about. With the protection of Hades, your husband, I have never lost on the battlefield. I promise you, I'll be back soon. The Devers' confident promise made Agnes's worries dissipate a little. She hugged her husband tightly and asked softly after a long time, Are my parents in danger? The Devers was stunned. In fact, if a war broke out between Dionia and Syracuse, Ligwam would be in the most danger. It was cut off by Rockley and its allies and far from the center of southern Italy, making it the most vulnerable to enemy attacks. But at this moment, the Devers could not tell the truth. He said in a low voice, Our southern Italian coalition will not let Syracuse threaten Ligwam so easily. But for safety's sake, you should advise your family to hide in Turiai for the time being. Turiai had Adelaide Cruz's shipyard, so it would be easier to contact them. Yes. Agnes replied softly. The next day, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions, who had been mobilized for war since early in the morning, took an oath at the Victory Square in Turiai. Then, nearly 20,000 soldiers and the supply camp set out majestically towards the west. The people of Turiai and Amendola came to see them off. In their eyes, this was the first time the 1st and 2nd Legions were fighting in a distant and unfamiliar region. The furthest the army had gone before was Corunna, but it was a Greek city-state with frequent trade links. They could reach it in a day by boat. This time, they were fighting in an unfamiliar mountainous region where the natives ran rampant. Naturally, they were more worried about their loved ones. Thus, the people sent them off again and again, unwilling to leave for a long time. At the end of the expedition, the Devers were bidding farewell to the elders, Lord Cunigurata, Lord Cornelis. Lords, I'll leave the politics of Dionia to you. The Devers solemnly saluted the elders who were sending them off. Lord, if there's anything, we'll send someone to discuss it with you. Cunigurata promised. When soon? Come back soon. Cornelis said expectantly. The Devers nodded and turned to Vespa. Don't worry, the Semini won't be able to charge into our Lucanian territory. Lord Consul, please pay more attention to the Lucanians in Potentia. Hemont requested. I'll do my best. the Devers replied. He looked at Hieronymus and Capys, and the two of them saluted him. The matters of the army had been arranged beforehand, so there was no need for him to say anything more. The Devers mounted his horse and held down the restless war horse. He said confidently, "My lords, wait for the news of my victory." After he finished speaking, he turned his horse around and squeezed his legs hard. The restless warhorse carried him and galloped away, following the long line of people all the way to the north. Along the way, they were accompanied by the spontaneous cheers and expectations of the people. "Lord Divers, please bring them back safely. May the Hades bless you with an easy victory." There were two routes from Thurii to Potentia. One was to cross the wooden bridge over the Krati River, head west to Abyssinia, then to Xianxia, then turn north to Vigo City, then to Laos, take a boat to Picassus, and finally reach Potentia. Alternatively, they could travel by land from Laos, pass through Nudum, Grumentum, and finally reach Potentia. The second route was to head west from Thurii, trekking through the Tuyu Avenue to Nudum, then head north to Potentia. Due to the completion of the Tuyu Avenue, it would only take 3 days for a large group of troops to travel from Thurii to Nudum. For the Devers who understood the importance of speed in war, of course, they chose the latter route. On the second day after they entered the western mountains, the Devers received an urgent battle report from Grumentum. The Simonians had taken down the city of Poseidonia. The Devers fell into deep thought. He quickly found Antonius and Amyntas, the two commanders, to discuss the matter. In the end, they changed their initial plan and sent a messenger back to inform the Grumentum and Picassus to make preparations immediately. 3 days later, the Devers led the troops to Dara River Fortress, where he unexpectedly met Henipolis. "Herny, why are you here?" the Devers asked, slightly surprised. "I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that you were going to lead an army to Potentia, so I came to greet you." Henipolis smiled happily as he greeted him. Devers looked at Henipolis, who was about the same age as him. He couldn't help but feel touched, but he still cautiously asked, "How is the situation in Lars City right now?" "Very stable," Henipolis blurted out. Seeing the Devers' doubtful expression, he added, "It's really much better. Ever since Mr. Ansitanos advised me, I've been discussing things with Uncle and the rest. Uncle is also willing to implement some of the laws that I promulgated." "That's good." Devers nodded and said no more. After all, Henipolis was already the head of a state, and he didn't want to interfere with Laos' internal affairs. He looked at Henipolis and said, "But you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. I just heard the news that the Samni have taken over Poseidonia." "I heard that too." Henipolis was a little confused. "How will this affect Laos?" Devers said straightforwardly, "I plan to lead the army from Laos port to Picassus. I calculated that a passenger ship can carry 50 people. To transport this army, we need at least 400 ships, and this doesn't include the cavalry and the supply camp." "Herny, do you think Laos can provide so many ships?" Devers looked at Henipolis with concern. "Of course," Henipolis said cheerfully. "Laos can use merchant ships to transport the army for you, but I have a small request." At this point, Henipolis smiled proudly. "What request?" Devers didn't have time to joke with him and asked directly. As a member of Dionia's alliance, Laos should send an army to battle with Dionia according to the treaty. "I hope that I will lead Laos's army to go to Potentia with you." Henipolis looked at Devers with anticipation. After the novelty of being the first consul, he was tired of dealing with so many affairs and facing so many obstacles. He wanted to go out and relax. The arrival of Devers provided him with a good opportunity. "Sure." Devers pondered for a while before agreeing to it. As an ally of Dionia, Laos was obligated to send troops. With Henipolis leading the army, it would also increase the prestige of this young man who had just become a consul. Just as the Devers changed their marching route and turned towards Laos, the port of Syracuse was already filled with thousands of ships, and there were still thousands of ships outside the port. Almost all the passenger ships and merchant ships of Sicily under Syracuse's control were concentrated on the waters of Syracuse, completely turning the port, the naturally formed circular bay outside the port of Syracuse, into a land paved with ship planks. At the port and in the city, there were more than 100,000 people bustling about for the army's expedition across the sea, such a grand and spectacular scene left Phoebus, who came from Sparta, dumbfounded. Dionysius glanced at him and pointed at the sea of people gathered at the port, waiting to board the ships, and said with a sigh, "A few decades ago, Athens sent more than 40,000 troops to Sicily in an attempt to conquer Syracuse. At that time, although the people of Syracuse did not surrender, we were panicking all day long, thinking that the disaster of Syracuse was coming. If today," Dionysius swung his fist forward with force, and his voice was filled with pride and heroism, "if the people of Athens dare to come again, I only need to send half of the army to make sure they never return." Phoebus still said bluntly, "Dionysius, other things aside, isn't it because of the existence of your enemy, Dionia, that you sent such a huge army?" Dionysius's mouth twitched a few times, then he laughed and said, "I'm afraid the people of Dionia are now having a headache about how to defeat the Simonians. Phoebus, the reason why I sent a powerful army of nearly 80,000 people is mainly to deal with the southern Italian coalition. Although each of these Greek city-states is not very strong, it's still a little troublesome when they come together. Besides, after we defeat those city-states, we must station some troops in the cities to make them obey us, don't you think so?" Listening to Dionysius's complacent laughter, Phoebus felt that it was very harsh to his ears. The last time he came to Syracuse, Dionysius was not so arrogant, and he was still respectful to him as the messenger of Sparta. But now, Sparta was deeply involved in the war, and Syracuse's strength was growing rapidly. Sparta's need for Syracuse was far greater than Syracuse's need for Sparta. Time has changed. Phoebus thought of this, forcibly suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, and said no more. Of course, Dionysius also stopped provoking the young and arrogant general of Sparta. After all, he still needed him in the battle against Dionia. There was a cold silence between the two, and they both looked at the port under the watchtower. After a while, Leptines, the commander of the navy, boarded the watchtower built at the west end of Ortygia Island. He said respectfully to the helpless Dionysius, "Brother, the soldiers have boarded the ships. They are waiting for you to give the order, and then lead them to Greece." "Got it." Dionysius nodded, then said to Phoebus, "We should go down too, don't let the army wait too long." After saying that, he turned around and went down the tower, and Phoebus followed him. A magnificent chariot with 4 horses was already waiting under the tower. Dionysius directly stepped onto the chariot, with no intention of inviting Phoebus to ride with him. A guard next to them brought the war horse, and Phoebus and Leptines got on it one after another. "Let's go," Dionysius said. The 100 cavalrymen in front of them galloped back the way they came. The driver shook the reins, and the horses neighed as they began to pull the chariot. The 100 cavalrymen at the back also followed the chariot, and Dionysius was tightly surrounded in the center. The whole team passed through the tall city wall that separated Ortygia Island from Syracuse, and drove through the city center. There were already many people waiting on both sides of the street. When the cavalrymen passed, they cheered, and Dionysius kept waving in response from the chariot. This made Phoebus, who was riding behind him, confused. Didn't the people of Syracuse hate Dionysius's dictatorship? Why did it seem like Dionysius was loved by the people? In fact, the people of Syracuse had mixed feelings about Dionysius. On one hand, they hated Dionysius's oppressive rule and excessive taxation. On the other hand, they also enjoyed the security, strength, glory, and pride that Dionysius brought to Syracuse. If they could conquer Greece, there would definitely be a large amount of wealth and land flowing back to Syracuse, which was what the people longed for. At this moment, Dionysius, who was standing on the chariot, was enjoying the feeling of waving to the people. Due to the fear of assassination and riots, he had not held a public gathering for 7 or 8 years. He even thought, "I heard that Dionia has a triumphal victory celebration, which can bestow great glory to the returning generals. This time, after conquering Greece, when I return, I will definitely hold a triumphal ceremony of my own in Syracuse City." The team entered the port, and the ministers were already waiting in front of the dock. "Lord Dionysius. Lord General. General Quan." Everyone saluted. Dionysius, who was dressed in golden armor, walked out of the chariot and waved goodbye to everyone. Finally, he walked up to Philistos and held his hands tightly. "Philly, after I leave, I entrust Syracuse to you. From the looks of it, Carthage won't do anything, but don't let your guard down." Also, Gela, Leontini, Camalina, Agrigento. Once these affiliated city-states discover any signs of rebellion, get Macias to send troops to wipe them out immediately. Dionysius instructed in a low voice. Understood, sir. Philistos nodded with a focused expression. Dionysius stared at him for a moment, then stepped forward and gave him a strong hug. I'll leave everything here to you, my friend. Philistos was about to reply when he heard Dionysius whisper in his ear coldly, this is a critical period. Once you discover any abnormalities in the city, immediately arrest and behead those traitors who want to disrupt this great expedition, understand? Dionysius's cold words made Philistos' heart skip a beat. At this moment, Dionysius happened to see Herolas, who was not far behind Philistos, talking to someone else. He added in a low voice, also, don't trust Herolas too much. Don't let him participate in any city-state affairs while I'm not around. Understood, sir. Philistos was stunned for a moment, then immediately responded. Dionysius, Phoebidas, and the rest boarded a three-tiered warship. Dionysius waved at the people on the dock smugly. Everyone, you will soon hear the news of my victory. Next year, I will bring Syracuse a great Greece whose wealth and land area are no less than that of Sicily. After saying this, he put on a purple cloak and took a golden helmet decorated with colorful feathers from his attendant. After putting it on, he looked even more heroic and extraordinary. Set off. Amidst the cheers of his officials, he gave the order. On this day, almost all merchant ships sailing in the Strait of Messina witnessed this unprecedented spectacular sight. Thousands of warships, merchant ships, and passenger ships sailed north. The length of the fleet stretched from the southeast corner of Sicily to the tip of the Apennine Peninsula, almost cutting off the eastern sea route of the Strait of Messina. Every ship's sail was painted with an eye-catching three-legged pattern, so no ships dared to cross the seemingly endless fleet, lest they be treated as intruders and sunk. Many experienced shipowners immediately sensed that something big was about to happen. They all turned around or took a detour, hurrying back to their cities to deliver the shocking news. Henipolis's messenger quickly returned to Laos and conveyed the order, Dionia's army will pass through the port of Laos to go to Picassus. Arabuma of the Devers' sudden change of route was really nervous. He immediately agreed and did his best to supervise this matter. Therefore, by the time Dionia's army arrived at Dallas, the few hundred merchant ships that had been temporarily requisitioned and the Dallas army that accompanied them to the battle were basically ready. Lord Devers, welcome to Laos. Arabuma led the important officials of Laos to welcome him at the city gate. The Devers sat on his horse and saw Arabuma leading a group of people to salute him. He could not help but have an illusion that Arabuma was the master of the city, and the little guy beside him. He glanced at Henipolis and suppressed this strange thought. He then jumped off his horse, took off his helmet, and handed it to the guard beside him. Lord Arabuma, thank you for your help to Dionia. He returned Arabuma's salute seriously. This is Laos's responsibility as an ally. The man in his 40s replied respectfully with his head lowered. Henipolis shouted from his horse, Uncle, I want to follow Lord Devers to Potentia this time. Arabuma lifted his head and looked at him with a complicated expression. I have no objections to this, but you have to discuss this with your mother. All right, I'll tell her now. Henipolis immediately rode his horse into the city. At this moment, the Devers said, Henipolis is still a child, he lacks experience in politics. He has caused a lot of turmoil in Laos recently. Thanks to you, Laos has been able to maintain its stability. Henny is only a few years older than you, but look at him. Arabuma blurted out impulsively when he heard this. When the Devers looked at him in surprise, he realized that his tone was a little harsh, so he quickly changed his words and complained, Sigh, Henny has been a stubborn child since he was young. But managing a city-state wasn't something you could do as you pleased. All the officials have been holding a grudge against him recently. He's still young. He needs more time to slowly familiarize himself with the affairs of the city. That's why it's very important that you help him as an uncle. Of course, I'll also guide him during this expedition. On the surface, the Devers seemed to be comforting Arabuma, but his words revealed his support and protection for Henipolis. Arabuma, of course, could understand the meaning behind his words. He felt a little disappointed, and at the same time, the thought that had been suppressed in his heart slowly loosened. Sir Devers, I heard that tens of thousands of Samurai have invaded Potentia this time. Will it be difficult to repel them? Arabuma suddenly asked. The Devers glanced at him and said, as long as the alliance is in trouble, no matter how difficult it is, Dionia will do its best to help. Moreover, for Dionia, defeating the Samurai is only a matter of time. Yes, yes. Arabuma smiled and said, Sir Devers, you're a general who has won every battle. The Devers smiled and turned to see that the troops were ready. He asked, can we enter the city now? Of course. 600 cargo ships are already waiting at the port, Arbutus said hurriedly. Lord Divers, you've had a hard time on this march. I've held a banquet at home to celebrate your arrival. Please have a meal before you leave. There's still plenty of time. Sir Arabuma, thank you for your invitation. However, the war is urgent now. I'll attend your banquet after I return victorious. By then, you'll have to prepare a more sumptuous meal. Not only will I be attending, but a few other commanders will also be attending. The Devers rejected politely as if he was joking. Then I'll be waiting for you to return victorious. Arabuma said with a smile. In fact, he did not mean to treat them to a banquet. He was just feeling inexplicably nervous standing in front of the Devers, so he said it casually. The bugle began to sound, and the war drums were beating rhythmically. The Dionysian army began to enter the city. At the front was a standard-bearer in bright armor, holding a large flag. In the center of the flag was a double fork with black hair entwined around it, surrounded by colorful gems. This was the flag that represented the city alliance of Dionia. Then came the cavalry. Since the Bruttii region was incorporated into the Dionia alliance, the number of Dionia cavalry had greatly increased. The establishment of the cavalry had increased to 2,000, and they were officially promoted from a cavalry brigade to a legion. Although the mountains of Potentia were not suitable for cavalry battles, and although it was said that the Samurai cavalry did not have many, the Devers still brought 1,000 cavalrymen. They were led by the commander of the cavalry legion, Leds. The cavalry at the front raised the Pegasus flag, and the following cavalrymen lined up in 3 rows. All of them wore black leather helmets and black leather armor. They held spears in their right hands and black leather shields in their left hands. They entered the city in a neat formation. Then came the First Legion. Although the Dionia army had entered the city of Laos during the conquest of the Bruttii region, a few years later, the people of Laos were shocked when they saw the soldiers of the legion in uniform. The whole army was almost black, and even the shields that the Greeks loved to display their freedom were painted with a double cross pattern. They were uniform, neat, and orderly. Coupled with their huge numbers and high morale, the Dionysian army marched on the main road of Laos in a procession-like manner. Be it the nobles, officials, civilians, or slaves of Laos, all of them were dumbfounded and terrified, including Arabuma who accompanied the Devers. He quickly excused himself with the excuse that he had to make arrangements for Henipolis's expedition. He then hid on the roof of his mansion and watched the Dionia army marching towards the port with a complicated expression on his face. Throughout the long period of time, he kept thinking about one question: the Dionysian army is so powerful, can Syracuse really defeat it? He finally heaved a sigh of relief when the Dionysian army finally left the city. The news of the invasion of Syracuse first reached Hegemon. Not only did it cause panic among the people in the city, but the council in the city hall was also in a mess. Lord Antilochus, what should we do? The Syracuse army is coming. According to the ship owners who reported the news, the Syracuse fleet has covered the entire sea. Oh, that's terrifying. I estimate that there are more than 100,000 soldiers being transported. Lord Antilochus, you must immediately request for reinforcements from the Aeolian Alliance and the Southern Alliance. Otherwise, when the Syracuse army enters Greece, Hegemon will be finished. At this moment, a guard hurriedly came in to report, "My lords, urgent report from the port lighthouse. A fleet has sailed out of Messina. There are about 80 warships heading towards our port. It's over. Our port is going to be sealed, Hegemon is finished. Antilochus, you must immediately let Dionia send a fleet to chase away the people of Messina. Immediately send a messenger to negotiate with Dionysius. Dionysius's enemy is Dionia, not us. As long as we offer him gold and silver, he'll accept Hegemon." Enough, All of you, be quiet. Attilitus roared, shocking everyone. The people of Syracuse are still at sea, and you're already panicking like this. If you wait for them to disembark, won't you have to surrender immediately? Look at you, you're not even comparable to an ordinary militia. Dionysius has long wanted to occupy Lygum so that he can monopolize the Strait of Messina and obtain a huge amount of wealth. He won't agree to our negotiation. Whoever dares to betray the interests of the city-state, I'll let the guards feed him to the fishes. Attilitus scolded angrily. Not only did he scare the people who wanted to negotiate to lower their heads, but the others were also ashamed. Then, he looked at the only man in the city hall who wasn't shouting or panicking. He asked with a serious expression, Phaedon, facing this terrible situation, do you have any suggestions? Phaedon was known as the citizen of Lygum who was the least like a Lygum. He was tough, serious, and decisive. When he was first elected as a general, he didn't listen to anyone's advice and intercession. He strictly investigated the tax evasion at the port and offended a large number of merchants in Lygum. Lygum was originally a city-state with a developed trade. Many members of the council made up of rich people made things difficult for him. Since then, Phaedon was never elected as a general or a council again. Until last year, when the army of Syracuse had reached the other side of the strait, the panicking people of Lygum remembered this courageous citizen, and he was elected as a general again. At this moment, he said with a serious expression, Syracuse's army landed at Rockley. Although it's not too far from Lygum, the Montalto Mountains, the southernmost part of the Apennines, the highest peak is nearly 2,000 meters, are very difficult to cross. If Syracuse wants to attack us, they can only use the rugged mountain path along the coast to reach Rockley. Therefore, as long as we send troops to guard the mountain pass, Syracuse's troops won't be able to do anything. Adelai Cruz said excitedly, you think the same as me. Phaedon didn't mind the chief general's attempt to flatter him. He continued, of course, we have to be careful of Syracuse. They'll go west from Lockery, pass through the famous ancient road that connects the east and west coasts, and reach Medmar. They'll then go south to attack Torina and open up a path to attack Lygum. This is indeed a very worrying problem. After Phaedon's explanation, Adelai Cruz's messy thoughts were cleared up. He frowned and thought for a while, then said loudly, we have to remind Torina to strengthen its defense, and be on guard against the enemy that might attack from the north. Also, we have to send reinforcements to Torina. Otherwise, with its strength, even with the Maro River as a barrier, it'll be hard to defend against the attack of Syracuse's army. The people who were panicking before now nodded in agreement. Adelai Cruz ignored them, and asked in a hurried and humble tone, Phaedon, is there anything else we need to consider? With the outbreak of this war, our trade route will definitely be cut off. Sirs, don't worry about your own trade anymore. Phaedon said seriously, even if our original warships stay here, they won't be a match for Syracuse's fleet. It's better to leave it to Dionia. At least they can form a stronger fleet and cause some trouble for Syracuse. Phaedon's words made some people feel ashamed. You're right. That's why I want to leave the warships to Dionia. Adelai Cruz immediately followed up. Someone retorted, Syracuse are not idiots. They might use their fleet to bypass the coastal path and land near Lygum. Phaedon shook his head and said, we all know that the coastline near the Strait of Messina is mostly steep cliffs and covered with reefs. There are very few good beaches and bays, and the best two are already occupied by us, referring to the city of Lygum and the port, which are located in two different places. That's why we're only going to defend the remaining few beaches. I believe that no matter how strong Syracuse's army is, they won't dare to land in front of our well-fortified formation and sacrifice so much. Phaedon's words made the fear in the people's hearts dissipate. Adelai Cruz seized the opportunity and said, now, I suggest that Phaedon be the commander of Lygum's army. Almost no one objected. Phaedon accepted the appointment with a solemn expression and said to the chief general, Sir Adelai Cruz, while we strengthen our defense, we must immediately ask for reinforcements from Dionia. If Syracuse and Rockley attack Torina with full force, even if the soldiers from both cities work together, it will be difficult to defend against them. Don't worry. Adelai Cruz had already thought it through. He forced a smile and said, I believe that Dionia, Crotone, and Silatina will soon find out that Syracuse has landed on Rockley. The Southern Alliance will be formed soon. How would Syracuse dare to attack us with full force in the face of a war? That's right. That's right. The others also echoed in agreement. Of course, we must quickly contact Ionia and inform them of our current situation. We must discuss our next step with them. Considering that the enemy's fleet is already patrolling the eastern sea of Greece, we must immediately send an emissary on a fast ship to the port of Napatisha and head for Thurii. Adelai Cruz made his decision. The shocking news of Syracuse's army landing on Rockley spread across Greece. The citizens of Ionia were much calmer than the citizens of the other cities. They had never suffered a defeat before, and they firmly believed in their army, their senate, and especially their magical consul. Cunegurata and Calnurus bumped into each other on their way to the senate. The worst has happened. Syracuse is really here. I heard that Dionysius is leading an army of no less than 100,000. Calnurus said gloomily as he walked. That's why we must get Hieronymus to form the two new armies immediately. Cunegurata's mood was not much better than Calnurus. Felicius and Ancitanos should have received the news by now. I hope they can urge Crotone, Silitanos, and the other allies to form their armies as soon as possible. The storm is coming. Everyone is on the same boat, and no one can hide from it. I believe that Crotone and Silitanos will not hesitate this time. Calnurus was more certain of this. Yes, we can only rely on them for now. Cunegurata sighed. At this critical moment, he realized that the citizens of Ionia, the Senate, and himself were all relying on the young consul. Where is Sir Devers? Has he received the news of Syracuse's army's attack? There was an urgent report from the north yesterday. Sir Devers has arrived at Fort Laos with his army and is preparing to head to Laos and take a boat to Picassus. It will take a day for the messenger to travel from Fort Laos to Turin at full speed. I believe he has already arrived at Picassus and is with Antalis. He will soon receive the news of Syracuse's invasion of Greece, Calnurus said. The elders of the Senate were paying close attention to the Devers' movements. Cunegurata had been busy helping Sicurion build the military port and had forgotten to ask about the Devers. I hope he can defeat the Simonians as soon as possible. Come back as soon as possible. Cunegurata said with anticipation. At this time, they were about to cross the Victory Square where a group of children were playing. Some young people were practicing running around the square, mainly because the arena and other venues in Turin were occupied by the citizens for ball games, causing the rapidly expanding city of Turin to be unable to accommodate the citizens for fitness and sports training. Some old people were lying on the ground basking in the sun while leaning on the steps or memorial pillars. Some people were reading books that they had just copied from the library. There was a temporary wooden platform in the center of the square. The teachers from the Faculty of Mathematics were teaching simple arithmetic knowledge to the public, attracting many people to listen and learn. This was a good habit developed by the two disciples of Pythagoras in Amendolara and had been persisted since then. This was because the dean of the Faculty of Mathematics, Mentodicus, had always thought that this was the best way to expand the influence of their faculty and attract good students. Ever since Lysias became the dean of the Faculty of Arts, he did not want to be outdone. Every day, he would also send teachers to the Victory Square to stand in front of the bill announcement board under the steps of the Senate to read the contents of the newly issued bill announcement to the public, explaining the application of some common grammar, pointing out some rhetorical errors in the announcement. This made the scribes in the Senate very careful, fearing that they would make mistakes, and also talking about the legal provisions of Ionia as well as debating skills. Naturally, this attracted many people to listen and learn. Standing on the steps in front of the Senate, Cunegurata looked back at everything in front of him. The peace and harmony of the square reminded him of the painful memories in his heart. His expression gradually became determined. It's not easy for the Ionia alliance to reach what it is today. We must not allow the people of Syracuse to destroy it. Cornelius, who also had painful memories, no longer had his usual gentleness. Even if we have to donate all our money, we must win this war. Only then can the people of Ionia have a future. Syracuse was very busy these few days. On one hand, he had to reorganize the mixed fleet from various alliances that had just gathered in Thurii. On the other hand, he had to establish the subdivisions, arrange the accommodation and food for the sailors, maintain the warships, install the crews, and many other matters. On the other hand, he had to participate in and guide the construction of the dry dock, the naval port, and set up the cordon to prevent anyone from approaching and watching the naval training. Now, the stretch of river from the port to the shrine of Hera had become a large construction site. Thousands of Dionia people were busy building and expanding the naval base. With the help of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Turii City Hall, Syracuse was much more relaxed. But what worried him the most was that the two new legions had not been formed yet, and he could not practice his new tactics at all. So when the news that the army of Syracuse had landed in Rockley, and Syracuse's fleet of nearly 500 warships were stationed in the northern sea of Rockley to protect Syracuse's troop transport fleet, not only did the Devers' warning and plan, he also did not have the slightest desire to go to war. In the headquarters of the Southern Alliance of Cilicia, the representatives of the various city-states, led by Xianxia, put aside unnecessary quarrels and quickly reached an agreement. The city-states of the Southern Alliance would do their best to send as many troops as possible to form a coalition army, and the commander of the coalition army would temporarily be Felicius. If the Devers were to lead the troops into battle, the position of commander-in-chief would naturally belong to him. However, he was not around, so the representatives of the various city-states believed that Felicius's prestige was not enough to make the generals of the other city-states completely follow the White Tiger. He could only be a temporary replacement. Furthermore, Felicius had to discuss with the generals of the other city-states before making any important decisions. In addition, the Allied army could freely march, station, and set up camp in any city-state or territory of the Southern Alliance. The rations were provided by each city-state according to its strength. Of course, Dionia had the most, but Crotone and Lygum also had a lot. Fortunately, it was only the end of October, and the autumn harvest had just ended, so the citizens of each city-state had enough food to spare. The granary specially built by the Alliance of Dionia a few years ago was full, so there was no worry of food shortage for the time being. Once the agreement was reached, the representatives of the various cities immediately returned to their respective cities and urged them to dispatch their troops. Only 2 people did not move. Xianxia did so because Dionia had already made preparations before the Devers left. He only needed to wait for the arrival of the 4th and 5th legions in the west courtyard. The other person was the emissary of Corunna, Olapatos. Because Corunna was already at the front line of the battlefield, the entire Corunna had begun to mobilize for war, preparing to defend against the attack of Syracuse. As the emissary, he had a great responsibility. He had to stay here and urge the reinforcements of the other city-states to hurry to Corunna as soon as possible. Sir Xianxia, are you sure that the army of Dionia has already set off? He asked anxiously again. When I set off from Asprostum, our Legio IV had already gathered their soldiers in the square. Based on my understanding of the Alliance's army, they should be on their way now. That's good. That's good. Olapatos said, but he was fidgeting as if he had a sore on his butt. He then asked, Then, has the 5th Legion of yours set off too? The commander of the 5th Legion of Dionia doesn't have any hobbies other than fighting. As soon as he receives the order, he will definitely gather his troops and set off immediately. I even think that the 5th Legion may set off earlier than Legio IV, Xianxia said seriously. Olapatos calmed down a little. Xianxia saw him stomping his feet and tapping the wooden table with his right hand, looking anxious. He could not help but remind him, I suggest that you go to the city hall of Cilicia and urge them to mobilize the militia as soon as possible. Cilicia? Olapatos was a little confused. According to the agreement, their army was not going to Corunna. Xianxia explained to him seriously, Cilicia, Trine, and Crotone are in charge of defending the north bank of the Ramato River, but if the people of Syracuse cross the Ramato River and circle to the north of Corunna, then our plan to stop the people of Syracuse in the territory of Rockley and its allies will fail. Olapatos immediately came to his senses. He immediately stood up and said, You're right. I'll go find Sir Pratines now. On this day, in Rockley, Dionysius encountered a problem. His original plan was for the entire fleet to sail north from Syracuse early in the morning and reach Rockley in a day. Therefore, he specially asked the most experienced sailors to pick a day when the main force of Dionia was going to travel to Potentia. At the same time, it was a peaceful day. The huge fleet arrived at Lockley without a hitch, but after entering the port, they encountered a lot of trouble. Rockley did not have a natural port like Syracuse, which could easily accommodate thousands of ships. Rockley's port was also not as big as Syracuse's. It could only accommodate 500 to 600 ships at a time. At the same time, as a city-state, Rockley had limited manpower. It had never handled a series of landing procedures for nearly 10,000 ships at the port, such as arrival, unloading, transportation, leaving, and rotation. This required sufficient labor, orderly organization, strong management, and rich experience. Rockley did not have all of these. In order to keep it a secret and achieve the purpose of a surprise attack, Dionysius had sent a clipper to Rockley the day before. Therefore, Rockley was not fully prepared. As a result, a large number of goods could not be cleaned in time after being unloaded. They piled up at the port, blocking the way for the soldiers to go ashore. The soldiers of Syracuse had to clean them up themselves. The soldiers who had been drifting at sea for almost a day were very tired. They were eager to rest. Of course, they were angry and would have conflicts with the workers at the port if they did not agree. The ships that had finished unloading were eager to leave through the gaps, while the ships that came to unload were eager to dock. How could the officials in Rockley take care of so many ships? Ships collided with each other and crew members fell into the water from time to time. There were even a few ships that were collided with each other and ended up capsizing due to the damage to their hulls. Outside the port, thousands of ships stopped on the sea. Whether it was the sailors or the soldiers, they were all eager to go ashore and rest. The ship owners were anxious to complete their task quickly and leave. They were worried that although the sea conditions were good, the weather in the Mediterranean Sea was ever changing. If a sudden storm came, all the ships would be smashed to the shore. They would not even have a place to hide and would be crushed together. Dionysius was one of the first to go ashore. When he saw that Rockley port had quickly descended into chaos, he was extremely anxious. He even lost his temper with his brother-in-law, Demodorus, who had always welcomed him. However, anger was useless. The problem was there and it had to be solved as soon as possible. Therefore, Dionysius had no choice but to strictly order the people who had already gone ashore to work as laborers. They had to listen to the commands of the people at Rockley port to help move the goods, clear the port, and mediate the conflict. At the same time, he had no choice but to order all the transport ships outside the port to land at the beach near Rockley and let the soldiers go ashore. After giving these orders, Dionysius knew that the terrible situation at Rockley port would be greatly improved. However, there were still a lot of things to deal with. Without 2 to 3 days to settle and reorganize, the army of Syracuse would not be able to send out their troops. In order to not see and not feel annoyed, Dionysius left a few generals and ministers in charge of coordinating and commanding the landing. He left the port with Phoebidas and the others and entered Rockley city. It was Phoebidas's first time in Rockley. While he was carefully looking at the buildings in the city, he heard Dionysius ask softly, "Phoebidas, where do you think our first target should be?" Phoebidas glanced at him, then glanced at the others who were separated by the guards behind them. He felt strange. Previously, when he was in Syracuse, he had already expressed his opinion to this tyrant. Why hadn't he made up his mind yet? So, he said with certainty again, "My first choice is still Corinna." Hearing this, Dionysius fell silent. He understood Phoebidas's intention. While the various city-states of the Southern Alliance were not ready for war, he would attack so quickly that they could not form an alliance. However, the reason why he was hesitating was not because the army of Syracuse was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. However, there were too many fat sheep, and he did not know which one to eat first. It was because he already had a target in his heart, and that was Hegemon. In order to prepare for this great war, Dionysius had not only raised taxes on the people of Syracuse and depleted his own treasury, but he had also borrowed money from the city-state of Cyrenaica in Africa. He had even thought of robbing the sanctuary of Delphi, because there were not just tens of thousands of gold and silver that had been donated to Delphi by the various Greek city-states for hundreds of years. In real history, Dionysius had sent mercenaries to pretend to be bandits in an attempt to rob Delphi during his occupation of Great Greece, but the plot failed in the end. If he captured Hegemon, not only could he directly obtain a large amount of wealth to make up for the deficit in the treasury, but he could also completely monopolize the Strait of Messina. Just the taxes from the passing merchant ships would be enough to sustain his long-term occupation of Great Greece. As for the purely military considerations of removing the nail behind him, Legem, before the army attacked north, he really did not care too much. Phoebidas was not in Dionysius's position. Of course, he could not consider this war from an economic perspective and thus understand Dionysius's hesitation. As a stubborn Sparta, although he had already stated his reasons for choosing Carunia before he set off, he still decided to say it again to strengthen Dionysius's determination. Although Legem is isolated by Locri and isolated from the Southern Alliance, it's not easy to attack it. I've seen the map you gave me. There are insurmountable mountains in the center of the north of Legem, and the east coast can only be reached by narrow mountain roads. To go to the west coast, we have to pass through the Maro River and capture its substate, Taurina, before we can open the road to Legem. The people of Legem and Taurina will definitely defend the south bank of the Maro River with all their strength. The area there is narrow and not conducive for the deployment of the main forces of Syracuse. It will take some time to attack the territory of Legem. But the Southern Italy alliance will use this time to build an army and prepare for the defense of Corunna and Trine. They may even attack Locri when we attack Legem. If we delay until the consul of Dionia returns with the main force from Lucania municipality, our war in Great Greece will not be easy. Phoebidas' last two sentences shocked Dionysius, even though he seemed to be unconcerned. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Dionysian army led by the Devers to rush back from the Lucania mountains. His troubles have just begun. As long as we seize the moment and continue to attack the north before the Southern Alliance is ready for war, we will definitely be able to completely destroy their alliance. When that time comes, Legem will be nothing more than a fish in a net. He won't be able to escape. Even if the main forces of Dionia can return from Lucania city, they won't be of much help to the entire battlefield. Dionysius didn't say anything, but Phoebidas's persuasion had already made him decide. At dusk, the door of the Southern Alliance's headquarters was suddenly pushed open. Olopatos's entourage shouted, "Sir! Sir! The army of Dionia has arrived." Olopatos, who was drowsy from exhaustion, couldn't believe his ears. They arrived so soon, in the afternoon. At his urging, he saw with his own eyes that the Siltine city hall had sent out cavalry to inform all the citizens of the city. According to the common practice of the Greek city-states, when the citizens of Siltine received the notice to join the war, they would need at least a day to settle their affairs at home. Only then would they pick up the weapons and equipment stored at home and rush to the square in Siltine. It was considered fast to be able to complete the assembly and roll call of the citizen soldiers the day after tomorrow. As for the formation of the troops, the preparation of the supplies. When everything was ready, the chief general of Siltine, Prethenus, promised him that he would try his best to lead the troops to set off in 3 days. Olopatos was quite satisfied with the performance of Siltine today compared to the previous preparations of his city-state. Hence, when Ansitanos said that, he only thought that the scholar wanted to show Dionia's positive attitude. In his heart, he didn't think that the Dionia could really do it. Therefore, when Dionia learned of the invasion of Syracuse, and they really arrived at Siltine, Olopatos was pleasantly surprised. "Sir Ansitanos, that's great. Thank you so much." He hurriedly thanked Ansitanos, who was equally exhausted. Ansitanos wasn't arrogant. He waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with me. You should thank the soldiers of Dionia who rushed all the way here. You have to know that it's more than 80 kilometers from Esprestum to Siltine. It's really not easy to get here in a day." "You're right." After receiving Ansitanos' reminder, Olopatos hurried out of the city. When they arrived, the soldiers of Dionia's Legio IV had already started to set up a simple camp by the road south of Siltine city. Olopatos couldn't help but feel apologetic when he saw them half-naked and drenched in sweat. They followed the soldiers' directions and found Commander Felicius, who was sitting on the grass discussing some matters with Epitines. "Lord Ansitanos, why are you here?" Epicthenes shouted before him with his sharp eyes. "Since you've worked so hard to get here, of course I have to come and visit you," Ansitanos said seriously. The rapid arrival of the 4th Legion shocked the Siltine and the other city-states of the Southern Alliance. It could be said to be a very good example, and it also made Ansitanos' words carry more weight in the alliance. He felt honored as well. "Who comes empty-handed?" Epitines said in a half-joking, half-serious tone. "Epitines. Felicius quickly gave him a look, signaling him not to go overboard. Anzitanos didn't mind it too much. After all, they often met in the Senate, and he knew what kind of person Epitines was. He smiled and said, "What do you want me to bring?" "Not me, it's the soldiers who have been working hard for the whole day. They don't even have time to find water when they're thirsty, and now they have to set up camp." Epitines pointed at the soldiers who were still working, and then at his dry lips. "Look, we're dying of thirst." "Aya, you're really too." Eulipitos was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He turned to his follower and said, "Go back to the Alliance's encampment immediately and gather everyone. Go to the restaurants in the city to buy water and have them send it here. Hey, we have almost 10,000 people here. I estimate that another 10,000 people from the 5th Legion will arrive at night. It's not just the water problem. We came too fast, and the supply camp is still behind us. They'll probably only arrive tomorrow. These cold hard bread aren't enough to replenish the soldiers' energy after such a long journey." Epicthenes took out his rations and waved them in front of Eulipitos, reminding him bluntly. "He's joking with you." Felicius glared at Epitines. "We have bread and meat. It's enough to fill our stomachs. You don't have to worry. I can't solve the problem of food supply for so many soldiers in Siricium, but as long as you come to Kyrenia, I promise the people of Kyrenia will make sure you're well fed." While Eulipitos expressed his apologies, he also subtly urged the Dionians. At the same time, he issued an order to his followers. "If the eateries in the city don't have enough pulp, send word to the citizens of Cirium. As long as they send us their homemade pulp, we'll pay double the price for each bottle they send." The follower responded and left. "Thank you so much." Felicius quickly stepped forward to express his gratitude. "This is the messenger of Kyrenia, Eulipitos." Anzitanos quickly introduced him. "Oh." Epitines pursed his lips and thought, "So you're from Kyrenia? You should pay for the water. I didn't expect you to come so soon. I didn't prepare anything. Otherwise, I would have invited you to a banquet to express my gratitude." "There's no need for a banquet. Our military law doesn't allow generals and soldiers to eat and drink to their heart's content during a war. We've brought our own rations for a few days, but I'm afraid that the supply camp won't be able to supply them. If that happens, we'll really have to consider asking Kyrenia to provide us with food first." Now that he was a commander, Felicius had to consider every detail. "Of course not. I'll send someone back tomorrow to inform the city hall to prepare the rations. I've just said that the people of Kyrenia will make sure that the people of Dionia are well fed." Eulipitos promised without hesitation. Looking at the countless soldiers in front of him lifting their pickaxes and digging trenches, sweating profusely, Eulipitos could not help but ask curiously, "You guys are already very tired after arriving here. You can just set up tents and rest. Why are you still digging trenches?" "This is a regulation of the military law of Dionia. It's mainly to provide a safer and more comfortable camp for the soldiers," Anzitanos explained. Anzitanos explained conveniently. Since Dionia had been established for a long time, the veterans like them had learned some of the rules of the army. "Your army is really strict." As a citizen, Eulipitos had served in the army many times. Comparing himself to the soldiers of Dionia in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. "They have a long way to go, so of course they will arrive late," Felicius comforted him. Felicius consoled him. "The 5th Army owes the 4th Army a favor, and they will repay it in the future." Epicthenes sneered. "Commander, do you think Dracos is a grateful person?" While Syracuse's army was landing in Lochley, the army led by the Devers had arrived in Picassus. Previously, he had sent a messenger to inform the governor of Picassus, Antares, that the news of the army's arrival must be strictly sealed. To this end, Antares even sent out the only 5 small warships in the port to intercept the merchant ships heading north, forcing them to dock at the port of Picassus, causing a lot of complaints. However, when the Devers arrived in Picassus, they praised Antares for his decisiveness and meticulousness, as well as his willingness to take responsibility. At this time, Antares was accompanying the Devers to inspect the city and port of Picassus. The Devers was quite satisfied with the order and construction of the entire city. He asked, "How many Dionia citizens are there in Picassus now?" There are 4,523 official citizens, 3,351 probationary citizens, and 5,117 registered free people. That's a total of 12,991 people. The entire population of Picosis is about 53,000 people. Antares said as if he was counting his family treasures. Oh, the population of Picosis is quite large. The Devers was a little surprised. Sir, Picosis is a big city in Lucania City that is not inferior to Grimentum and Potentia. Moreover, it is a coastal city, so it is much more attractive to the Greek freedmen than the other cities like Grimentum and Nidum, Antares said proudly. So, there are a lot of Greeks who have settled here? The Devers asked immediately. Yes. There are about 4,230 official citizens, preparatory citizens, and freedmen of Dionia, and the number is increasing every day. Most of them are Greeks from Temparia. In just 3 years, the Greeks of Picosis are almost half of the population. The Devers was shocked again, and then asked worriedly, do they have a lot of conflicts with the Lucanians? A little, but not too much, Antares said with a relaxed expression. Because before Picosis was incorporated into Dionia, they experienced many defeats. The Lucanians in Picosis suffered heavy losses. Not only did they lose a lot of land, but most of the remaining people also lost their fighting spirit. Moreover, most of their tribes live in the mountains in the east, where they mainly graze. The Greeks here prefer the flat land near the sea, so both sides can coexist peacefully. Also, the lifestyle of the Greeks, who are mainly from Campania, is somewhat similar to that of the Lucanians. They get along quite well. It seems that you are enjoying your life here. And you are doing a good job as the governor. You know the situation of the citizens of this city very well. The Devers praised him, and at the same time, they were interested by what he said before. They asked again, Sir Antares, can you tell me more about the characteristics of the Campanians? Sir, the Greeks of Campania are the most un-Greek Greeks I have seen apart from us in Dionia. Antares' words caught the attention of the Devers. Oh, what do you mean? Antares thought for a moment and said seriously, I guess it's because the Greeks of Campania have always been surrounded by other races, Volsci to the north, Lucanians to the south, Simonians to the east, and Phoenicians to the west. So, on the one hand, compared to the Greeks who prefer freedom in other places, the Campanians are very united and like to work together. On the other hand, some of their habits are influenced by their neighbors. For example, they love to eat beef and mutton, and they also worship some gods that do not belong to Greece. For example, some Campanians even built Savone, the god worshipped by the Simonians, which is believed to protect them from wild beasts. In Picosis, these characteristics of the Campanians are also very obvious. The Devers smiled and said earnestly, in our alliance, there are Greeks, Lucanians, Brudi, and now the Greeks of Campania. There may be more races joining this alliance in the future. So when dealing with conflicts between races, the first principle is tolerance of their religion, tolerance of their habits. The second is justice, everyone and any race is equal under the law of Dionia, there can be no favoritism. The third is to guide them to like our way of life, entertainment, competitions, military training, and most importantly, religion. Hades is the protector of Dionia. Don't forget this. As time goes by, I believe that no matter who they were before, they will eventually become Dionia. Antares listened carefully, then nodded in admiration and said, Sir Devers, you are absolutely right. I'm just talking. In fact, you are already managing this city, aren't you? The Devers smiled self-deprecatingly. To speed up the integration of these races, it's best to find something in common between them. During this time, I've been discussing with Ansitanos and discovered a secret. The Devers looked at Antares and saw that he was listening attentively, so he said in a more serious tone, the god of strength, Hercules, is very famous among all the races in Italy. Some tribes even claim to be his descendants. I'm going to propose in the Senate, build a temple of Hercules in Thurii, and start a celebration for him, so that the people of all races in Dionia can celebrate this god. Sigh, it's only temporarily suspended because of the outbreak of war. I think Picosis can try to do it first, what do you think? Sir, that's a good idea. Antares praised from the bottom of his heart. In fact, There are already several altars of Hercules in Picosis, both the Lucanians and the Campanians have them. I will try my best to build a large temple of Hercules, and let Picosis become the center of worship for Hercules in this region. Are you trying to steal the limelight from Turiai? I'm afraid that Cunigarata will fight you to the death, the Devers said jokingly, and the two laughed. The two talked and laughed on the way back to the city hall. In this harmonious atmosphere, no one mentioned Euripus and Predes. In fact, there was no need to mention them, because it was all in the past. When they returned to the city hall, the first commander, Antonios, and the second commander, Amintas, were already waiting there. Sir, the construction of the camp has been completed, and the soldiers have begun to rest. Antonios saw the Devers come in and immediately reported. In addition, the messenger from Legio III has sent news that Legio III is already on the way to Picosis, and they will probably arrive at dusk. Say, this Alexis actually withdrew from Potentia in fright before the Samnite army. This is a disgrace to the Legion of Dionysia. Amintas sneered in dissatisfaction. If the Third Legion really fought the Samnite army head-on, I'm afraid that now I can only bring the First and Second Legions with less than 20,000 people to face the Samnite army of more than 40,000 people. How can we fight this war? Alexis gave up her own reputation for the sake of the overall victory of the war. This is undoubtedly a very safe approach. It should be worth learning from, especially you, Amintas. The Devers said seriously. The encounter of Legio III in Potentia had already happened a few days ago, and the Devers had already learned the details from Antares. Amintas was not convinced and muttered a few words, but he did not dare to speak loudly. Sir, these Samnite people seem to be quite fierce. First, they set up an ambush, then they took the initiative to send their army to attack, not giving Legio III any chance to breathe. Antonios interrupted, if they know that we are preparing to attack Poseidonia, will the Samnite people send their army again? It's good that the Samnite people dare to come. I'm just afraid that they won't. The Devers began to carefully analyze the plan that he had been thinking about for the past few days to the three people in the living room. According to the intelligence, the Samnite people have always won more than they lost when they fought the Lucanians in the past. The Campanians have also been attacked by them for many years. The Samnite people must have always been very proud of their fighting ability. In addition, this is the first time the Samnite people have sent out so many warriors. I'm afraid that it has fueled their arrogance. This is also thanks to the Syracuse people. As he spoke, he glanced at Antares. Antares nodded and said, these few days, the warships patrolling our port have reported many times that a large number of Syracuse cargo ships have been spotted heading north and entering the port of Poseidonia. I think it is very likely that they are transporting food for the Samnite people. Damn the Syracuse people. Amintas cursed and shouted, Sir, we should quickly attack Poseidonia and cut off the food supply of the Samnite people before they know that we have arrived. Sir, do you already have a plan? Antonio asked hurriedly. The Devers looked at the two legion commanders with sparkling eyes. From the way the Simonians treated the Legio III, their commander is a decisive person. Plus, the Simonians are more arrogant, so, the army of Syracuse worked hard for the whole night, and accidents occurred frequently. Therefore, on the second day, almost all the soldiers were resting. The camp of Syracuse's army stretched for more than 10 miles, occupying all the open space from the west of Rockley to the coast. It also cut off the north-south traffic. Although it was called a camp, it was actually a hastily built tents by the soldiers. There was not even a simple fence around the perimeter. There was no protection at all. Of course, the neighboring hostile city-states, Corunna and Torina on the west of the mountain had long been shocked by the huge army of Syracuse. They did not even have enough self-protection, so they did not dare to take the initiative to attack. At noon, Dionysius woke up from his deep sleep. He had just eaten breakfast and was about to discuss with his relative, Demodocus, about the deployment of troops when he received an urgent report from the guards. There were about 20,000 soldiers of the Southern Alliance in the territory of Corunna. Dionysius was shocked. His army had just arrived in Rockley, and the reinforcements of the Southern Alliance had already arrived. How could they be so fast? Unless the enemy knew that he would set off on that day, so they had made preparations in advance. But how was that possible? He had also decided to set off based on when the Simonians would attack Potentia and when the Devers of Dionia would leave Thurii. It had only been 2 days since the deployment was arranged. Although the army had already begun to gather outside the city of Syracuse, and the fleet had long been prepared, they had not moved. It was impossible for the city-states of Greece to react so quickly in such a short period of time, so he decided to find out for himself. As the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius was not just a manipulator behind the scenes who only knew how to play with conspiracies. He was once a hero who fought against the Carthaginian invasion. Otherwise, he would not have been the one who was placed high hopes on by the panicked people when Syracuse was in danger and eventually elected as the general. Even though he was now firmly seated on the throne of the usurper and no longer needed to personally lead the charge, he still took the lead from time to set an example. A few years ago, he led his army to attack Carthage's strategic town of Motia in Sicily. After a long time of failure, he heard from the surrendered soldiers that there was a secret passage that could lead directly to the core area of Motia. He immediately led 2,000 Suicide Squad members and crossed the steep back mountain trail in an attempt to raid the Motians. Unfortunately, he was discovered by the enemy and was besieged. Fortunately, his men came to his rescue, and with the blessing of the goddess of fortune, he was able to escape the disaster. At this moment, he quickly led his military advisor Phoebidas, the important generals of Syracuse, Phasapeses and Astagras, as well as the leader of the Numidian mercenaries, Asrita, and 500 Numidian cavalrymen, to the north. It was more than 60 miles from Lochlea to Konia. Along the narrow and winding coast, the warhorse trod on the somewhat messy and uneven muddy road. After 2 hours, they entered Konia's territory. Then, Dionysius saw the enemy cavalry patrolling ahead. Seeing their all-black attire, Dionysius, who had long studied the Greek city-state army carefully, immediately made a judgment. "It's the cavalry of Dionia." Hearing this, Phoebidas, who was also surprised at how the reinforcements of the Southern Alliance came so quickly, seemed to have an answer. For the past few years, he had been paying attention to this Greek city-state alliance that had humiliated him. He had more or less learned about the army of Dionia. This alliance, which valued military strength as much as Sparta, was indeed very different from the other Greek city-states in terms of military strength. It was possible that they could arrive quickly. The leader of the Numidian mercenaries, Achaelida, hurriedly whistled a few times, and 30 Numidian cavalrymen rushed over. The 10 Dionia scouts turned and ran. The two sides began a chase, which actually allowed the Numidian cavalrymen to close the distance between them. They clamped their legs tightly on the bellies of their horses. In such a fast gallop, they did not use their hands to pull the reins. Instead, they freed their hands to grab a few javelins in their left hand and pull one out with their right hand. They leaned back slightly and threw it with all their might. More than a dozen javelins crisscrossed in the air, followed by a few screams. 3 Dionia cavalrymen were hit by the javelins and fell off their horses. Another 2 war horses were hit by the javelins. They neighed and jumped, throwing the cavalrymen on their backs. In just one encounter, the 10 Dionia scouts were reduced by half, causing the remaining Dionia cavalrymen to flee desperately to the camp. The Numidians captured 2 cavalrymen alive and brought them to Dionysius. Dionysius sat high on his horse, looking down at them and said coldly, "Tell me, how many soldiers of Dionia have come? Who is leading the army? What is the battle plan in Carena? Whoever can tell me the best and the most detailed, I'll let him go." The 2 Dionia captives looked at each other and did not speak. Dionysius did not have the patience to wait for the 2 nameless pawns to speak. He snorted coldly, "Since you won't speak, then let the Numidians send you across the Styx." "Achaelida." "Sir Dionysius, I'm here." Achaelida smiled ferociously, revealing his uneven yellow teeth. His long, unkempt hair covered most of his face. He jumped off his horse and pulled out the short sword at his waist. As he approached, one of the captives began to become nervous. When Achaelida grabbed his shoulder and aimed the sharp tip of the sword at his throat, he shouted in panic, "I'll speak. I'll speak." Achaelida looked back at Dionysius, and Dionysius nodded. He let go of the captive and waited for him to speak again. At this time, the other captive shouted loudly, "Licybulus, are you crazy? Do you want your family and children to never be able to hold their heads up high in Turiai and be despised by others? Do you want to be unable to pass the judgment of Hades after your death, and your soul to be pushed into the terrifying hell of a mountain of knives and a sea of fire? What are you waiting for? Dionysius saw that the hesitation on the captive's face was dissipating after hearing his comrades shout, and hurriedly shouted. Acolita immediately rushed towards the other captive with his sword. The soldier looked at the ferocious Numidian rushing towards him with a calm expression and shouted to his comrade, "I'll wait for you at Élysée." The sharp sword cut his neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain, but he did not cry out in pain. He gritted his teeth and finally fell straight down. Licybulus looked sorrowful, but his eyes became determined. He closed his eyes, straightened his chest, and shouted loudly, "Come, give me a sword. My name will be on the Hall of Martyrs." Acolita looked at Dionysius again. Dionysius was inexplicably irritated. He waved his hand forcefully, and then urged his horse forward. Phoebidas watched the captive be executed, and only then did he catch up with them on horseback. At the same time, he sighed and said, "What two warriors! If the soldiers of Dionia were like them, this war would be difficult to fight." One had to know that in the war between the Greek city-states, both sides were mostly ordinary citizen soldiers. Once the war was unfavorable, it was very easy for them to flee, and it was common for them to surrender after being captured. It was rare for Leonidas to lead 300 Sparta soldiers to defend Hot Spring Gate and eventually die in battle. Now, in addition to Sparta, there was also Dionia. How could Phoebidas not be shocked? That Devers bragged that he was Hades's chosen one, and these stupid Greeks actually believed him, said Dionysius angrily. He then emphasized, the outcome of a war is decided by strength. A fake chosen one won't change the outcome of a war. Phoebidas did not say anything, but he was feeling uneasy. "Commander, our legion has been marching since yesterday, and we've been building our camp at night. We've been rushing to Corunna this morning, and we haven't had much rest yet. Can we just build the trenches and barricades today, let our brothers have a good sleep, and finish the camp tomorrow?" Epiphanes asked Felicius. Felicius was a little hesitant. Of course, he could see the fatigue of the soldiers, but they were now at the front line of the battlefield, and Syracuse's army could arrive at any time. According to the military law of Dionia, they had to speed up the construction of a sturdy camp. So he turned to the 5th Corps commander, Dracos, who was sitting on the other side, and asked, "What do you think?" Of course, Dracos answered without hesitation, "No matter how tired we are, we have to let the soldiers build the camp according to the military law, and rest well at night. If your legion wants to continue, you can do it yourselves. Our legion spent the whole night digging a camp for you, so of course we're more tired than you." Epiphanes glanced at Dracos and said with dissatisfaction, All right. Felicius quickly tried to smooth things over, "Our brothers are indeed tired," but, while Felicius was considering how to express his decision in a more tactful manner, he saw Sabokos, the captain of the cavalry, rushing over. "Sabokos, what happened?" Felicius asked when he saw the serious look on Sabokos' face. "Commander." Sabokos, who was already in his 50s, was still agile and had a loud voice. He saluted without hesitation. "My scouts have reported that there are about 500 cavalrymen coming from the south. They're approaching the camp." "Are they from Syracuse?" Felicius asked in a low voice. "I think so. Those cavalrymen don't have any protection, and they're good at throwing javelins." "They're very different from the Greek cavalrymen," Sabokos answered seriously. "Then what are you waiting for? Send out your cavalrymen and chase these Syracuse people away. Don't let them interfere with the construction of the camp," Draco said immediately. Sabokos was a little embarrassed. He said in a low voice, "Our cavalrymen might not be their match. According to the scouts, they're very good at controlling their horses, and their javelins are also very accurate. 10 of our cavalrymen were chased by them, and when they were 50 meters away, they managed to close the distance. They threw a round of javelins, and we lost 5 of our men. Are the Syracuse cavalrymen that strong?" Epiphanes was a little surprised. He knew the strength of the Dionia cavalrymen. Due to regular training, he felt that they were much stronger than the cavalrymen of the Greek city-states in terms of horsemanship, combat skills, and tactical execution. They might be the cavalrymen hired by Syracuse. When Syracuse fought against Carthage, it said that they hired Celtic and Numidian cavalrymen. They're all races that grew up on horseback, so it's normal that they're better at horsemanship than us. Master Devers even reminded me before I came, Felicia said with a serious expression. Then let's send our 5th Corps light infantry and Sobko's cavalry out to chase away these cavalrymen. Dracos made a prompt decision and suggested. Felicius nodded in agreement. Dionysius continued to lead his men forward. When they were about to reach the city of Carunia, they saw a magnificent sight hundreds of meters away. Thousands of men were digging trenches, moving soil, and building barricades on the vast, flat land. Some were building wooden fences and watchtowers. Everybody was busy, but everything seemed to be in order. This was not the only construction site in front of them. It kept extending to the east and west, and seemed to be blocking the passage to the coast on this side of the mountain range. Dionysius, Phoebidas, Phasapeses, and Astagras fell silent. After a while, Dionysius pointed at the Dionia camp that was under construction and said to Phasapeses and Astagras in a reproachful tone, "Look at them, and then look at the army you're leading." Phasapeses and Astagras were ashamed. They understood what Dionysius meant. Both of them had arrived in a hurry, but the Dionia could work hard to build their camp despite their fatigue, while the camp of Syracuse's army could not be called a camp at all. It was disorderly and messy, and the soldiers slept peacefully in the tents that were built carelessly. "Sir, the Dionia army is building their camp to defend against our attack. No one dares to attack our army, so," just as Astagras was about to explain, he was interrupted by Dionysius, "so your army can sleep peacefully and wait for the Greeks to surrender." Dionysius was furious because he had been learning from the Dionysian army's strengths based on the information he received from Dionia over the past few years. On the other hand, the problems that arose during the battle between Syracuse and Carthage prompted him to reform the Syracuse army. He clearly divided the heavy infantry, cavalry, siege troops, and navy into separate units. They would fight together under a unified and effective command. To allow the generals and soldiers to master the new tactics, he also learned from Dionia and increased the number of military training sessions for the citizens. He also formulated stricter military rules to ensure that the army could carry out the new rules. After this reform, Syracuse always had the upper hand in the Second War against Carthage. However, the scene in front of him made him feel the gap between his army and the Dionia soldiers in terms of willpower and order execution. Therefore, this anger originated from his jealousy and anxiety. Astagras was just a tool for him to vent his anger. This was indeed a little unfair to Astagras, but when he wanted to defend himself with a few words, another important general of Syracuse, Phasapeses, secretly tugged at his clothes and said respectfully, "Sir, don't worry, we'll go back and gather the army and let them rebuild the camp." Only then did Dionysius's expression lighten a little. At this time, the leader of the Numidian mercenaries, Aeachelida, stepped forward and said as if to claim credit, "Sir, the enemy is now building their camp. It's a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Let me lead my people over and fight for a while." Before Dionysius could answer, Phoebidas, who had been closely observing the Dionia camp, said, "Don't rush, the army of Dionia is coming." A few squads of cavalry and infantrymen rushed out of the tunnels left by the Dionysia camp that was under construction. They quickly got into formation in front of the camp, with cavalry on both sides and light infantrymen in the middle. Then, they marched towards Dionysius and the others without hesitation. "It's useless no matter how many Dionia soldiers there are. Sir, please allow me to lead my people to attack. I'll let my warriors go around their flank first, attack their cavalry, and disrupt their formation. Then, we'll take advantage of the chaos to attack the light infantry in the middle and let them have a taste of the power of the Numidian cavalry." "We should go back," Phoebidas suddenly said, a little panic in his voice. Dionysius looked at him in surprise. It was the first time he saw the indifferent and straightforward Sparta man lose his composure since they set off from Syracuse. However, as the commander of the army, he had more important things to do. There was no need to tangle with the enemy's small troops at this time. So, he listened to Phoebidas and ordered the retreat. Although Aeachelida was unruly, he was still full of respect for his employer who did not show his emotions. He reluctantly called back the eager Numidian cavalry and followed behind Dionysius. When Felicius learned of the enemy's retreat, he said to the two commanders seriously, "You've seen it, the army of Syracuse will attack soon. We must build the camp as soon as possible." This time, Epicthenes had no objections. On the way back to Locri, Dionysius asked, "Phoebidas, now that the Dionia have built a camp in Corunna, it's obvious that they're trying to defend against our attack from the north. What do you think we should do next? We must not let the Dionia build a strong camp here and use the narrow terrain to offset our advantage in numbers, thus wasting our time. We must invade the territory of Trine and Silatina as soon as possible. The terrain there is wide and conducive for our army to fight. We can force them to fight us head-on, then defeat them and occupy their cities. This way, the Dionia will have no helpers, and the main force is still trapped in Potentia. It's a good opportunity for us to destroy them." When he said the last sentence, Phoebidas's expression was even a little ferocious. Dionysius looked at him curiously. Although he did not understand why Phoebidas suddenly had a bad impression of the Dionia, this was exactly what he wanted. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, he made up his mind. He summoned the commanders and gave an order in a low voice, "Astagras, Phasapisas, go back and immediately reorganize the army. Tomorrow. I want to attack Corunna and Trine tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Phoebidas listened to their conversation and was happy to see that Dionysius had arranged according to his suggestion. However, his mind was still replaying the scene he saw just now. Be it the cavalry or the light infantry, the Dionia were all dressed in black. He could even vaguely see the same pattern on the leather shields of their cavalry. Although he did not see the heavy infantry of Dionia, since the light infantry and cavalry were the same, the heavy infantry's attire must be quite uniform. Dionysius had received detailed information about the Dionysian army in advance, so he was not too surprised. But for the Sparta Phoebidas, through the uniform of the Dionia and the oppressive black, he saw something deeper. When the citizens of Athens, Corinth, Thebes, and other city-states showed off their rich and colorful artistic taste and entertainment, and even painted all kinds of exquisite patterns on their dusty round shields to show off their personality and taste, the Sparta soldiers were secretly laughing. Because since the regent of Sparta came to Cugu to carry out the reform, they had been trained under whips and sticks since childhood. After 100 years of war, they had already summed up the essence of war, which was to not care about any means, only for the final victory. The Sparta claimed to be the descendants of Hercules, but in fact, they worshipped wolves more. Their army fought like a pack of wolves, emphasizing discipline, unity, and psychological deterrence. Even if each of them was strong in combat, they would never allow anyone to fight alone. When the trumpeters blew their high-pitched whistles, and the Sparta soldiers sang their praises to the ancient heroes and charged at them in unison, these Greek city-state soldiers would often have a mental breakdown. They would turn around and flee before the battle started, unwilling to take the risk of fighting against Sparta. The Spartans relied on the terrifying atmosphere and bloody massacres that they created on the battlefield through the unity of their army to intimidate the other city-states in Greece for hundreds of years. Syracuse's large army did not make Phoebidas feel uneasy in the past. But the Dionysian army's tenacious obedience and uniform triggered fear in his heart. He seemed to see another Sparta army. Although they wore black instead of red, they had much more soldiers than Sparta. The Mediterranean Sea only needs one Sparta. Phoebidas thought intensely. Legio III led by Alexis had just arrived at Picassus. The Devers did not even have time to exchange pleasantries with him. Instead, they directly told him about their battle plan. After getting his approval, they immediately ordered him to lead Legio III north to attack Poseidonia. The coastal area from Picassus to Poseidonia was not as flat as the southern coast from Thurii to Crotone, and then to Rockley. It was mostly mountains, hilly areas, and the ground was rugged and uneven. The Legio III had to pass through Elea on their arduous march. As a city-state of the Dionia alliance, the chief general of Elea, Canios, did not hesitate when he received the news. He personally gathered 1,500 public militia and then joined the ranks of Legio III. After all, after the Samni occupied Poseidonia, Elea was directly under the fierce Samni army. The people of Elea hoped that Dionia could repel the wolves from the north and restore peace to Elea. Half a day after Legio III left, the Devers led the 1st and 2nd legions north. Picassus's chief executive, Antares, was not idle either. He had to help prepare the supplies for the 30,000 soldiers. The food consumption of such a large army must be astonishing. Picassus alone could not satisfy them. Fortunately, Dionia had built a granary in the Grimentum, which could temporarily meet the needs of such a large number of people for a short period of time. If the battle dragged on, they would have to use Xianxia's granary. This was also the reason why the Devers had to speed up their operation. Antares also had to prepare carts and manpower to transport the rations and supplies to the Devers' frontline camp under the command and leadership of the army's logistics camp. This was supposed to be a complicated task that required a lot of manpower, but under the operation of the experienced logistics camp, with the help of the capable Antares, and with the active cooperation of the Grimentum administrator Bagul, everything went smoothly. In the afternoon, after the Legio III rendezvoused with the Elia army, they turned to the northeast and prepared to go around the wide mountain range on the northern coast of Elia. Poseidonia was just north of the mountain range. Halfway through the journey, the 3rd Legion stopped and began to build a camp. They made a lot of noise and were easily discovered by the spies of the Samni. What did you say? The Dionia appeared south of the Stella Mountains and set up camp on the banks of the Alento River? The Pentine leader, Piccini, who was in the mansion of the Duke of Poseidonia and was eating delicacies, was shocked. Yes, leader. They have more than 10,000 people. And we quietly approached their camp and found that they raised a flag with the words Legio III written on it. The scouts' anxious words were mixed with a hint of pride. Dionia's Legio III. Shouldn't they be in the Grimentum? Why are they here? Piccini had lost his appetite. He threw the mutton in his hand that he had just eaten a few mouthfuls on the table. He lowered his head and wiped the grease off his mouth on his already dirty leather robe. I think the Dionia must have heard that Poseidonia has been conquered by us. That's why they came in a hurry to take it back, the other leader, Mob, guessed. Dionia sent 10,000 people, and we only have 3,000 soldiers. And they came so quickly. The parts of Poseidonia that were destroyed by our ballistae have not been repaired yet. How can we defend against their attack? Piccini paced back and forth in the room in frustration. So we have to send people to Potentia immediately and ask for help from the leader. Mob reminded. Of course. And, immediately inform the soldiers. No matter how late they work tonight, they have to repair the holes in the wall. Piccini slammed his fist on the wooden table. At dusk, Alexis sent out all the members of the reconnaissance team to chase away and kill the Samni spies in the surrounding area. At night, the Devers led an army of 20,000 and quietly entered the city of Elia. The Elysians, who had been informed by Alexis in advance, had already vacated the place for the Dionysian army to stay. On the same day, in Lochley, Syracuse's army finally assembled. The report from the cavalry surprised Dionysius and the others. In just a day and a half, the Dionia camp had already begun to take shape. This news made him even more determined to carry out his new plan, to divide the army into 2 parts. The 20,000 soldiers under the command of the Fascipeses would join forces with the 10,000 soldiers in Lochley. A total of 40,000 soldiers would attempt to attack the Dionia camp in order to contain them. As for himself, he would personally lead more than 50,000 soldiers through the ancient road between the mountains to the west coast of Greece, then turn north. In order to prevent dragging down the speed of the march, Dionysius's army did not bring a large number of supplies. Instead, he let the ships in Lochley carry a full load of supplies and set off from the port. They went south around the Strait of Messina, then along the west coast of Greece, heading north to accompany the army on land. When the people of Lygum saw the continuous stream of Syracuse ships sailing across the sea in the distance, one could imagine the fear in their hearts. Some even shouted in panic, "The Syracuse people are coming. They are going to land." Later, it turned out to be a false alarm, but it did cause a lot of panic in the people of Lygum. There were even many members of the council who requested that the troops in Torina be transferred back to defend against the landing attack of the Syracuse people. Attilius had no idea what to do at the moment, so he immediately sent messengers to Torina. Phaedon, who was in Torina, first received a report from the scouts. They found that the Syracuse army had passed through the ancient road between the mountains and was advancing towards Medma. As the vanguard, the cavalry had passed through the city of Medma and were still moving forward. Then, there was another urgent report from the port lighthouse. They found that the Syracuse fleet, consisting of thousands of cargo ships, had passed through Torina and were sailing north. An hour later, a merchant ship from Hegemon that hurried into the port of Torina from the north reported that the Syracuse fleet did not enter Medma but continued north. It seems that Syracuse is preparing to attack Trine from the north. We are safe for now. The general in charge of the army in Torina, Krylotas, heaved a sigh of relief. However, Phaeton's expression did not relax. He said with a gloomy expression, if the Southern Alliance in the north is defeated, it is only a matter of time before Hegemon and Torina are attacked. Then it depends on whether our alliance can withstand the attack of Syracuse, or even defeat them. Krylotas' thoughts were evoked by Phaeton's words. He said with some hope, but then he seemed to feel that the hope was a little slim. He sighed and said, unfortunately, the consul Devers of Dionia led his main force to defend against the Simonians. If he can lead his troops back in time, the alliance's chances of winning will increase by a lot. So we can't let the Syracuse people attack so easily. Phaeton said loudly with a serious expression. Krylotas was shocked. In the afternoon, the messengers from Hegemon arrived at Torina and sternly requested Phaeton to lead his troops back. Phaeton deliberately stalled for time while urgently sending his men back to Hegemon. By dusk, Phaeton was still unable to gather his soldiers. In the end, he used the reason that it was too dark to march to postpone it until the next day. Early the next morning, Attilius, who discovered that the Syracuse fleet had already left Torina and did not attack Hegemon, cancelled the order to recall his troops at the request of Phaeton's men. His men quickly returned to Torina with his urgent letter, and only then did they stop the pointless march of Hegemon's troops. But that was for another time. On this day, in order to speed up the march of the huge mixed army of Syracuse, Dionysius thought of many ways. The most effective one was to send someone to each army to announce that whoever arrived in Hyhernion first would be allowed to enter the enemy's city first after conquering the enemy's city, and the last army to arrive would not have the right to share the spoils of war. Dionysius's troops weren't as disciplined as the Dionysian army. Because of the large number of mercenaries, in order to maintain high morale, his troops often burned, killed, and looted after conquering the city. It was like this in Moesia, and it was the same in Catania and Naxos in the Greek city-states of Sicily. In fact, the destruction that Syracuse caused to the Greek city-states of Sicily was no less than that of Carthage. This was also the reason why the Greeks of Sicily feared and hated Dionysius at the same time. By dusk, the vanguard of Syracuse had actually arrived at Hyhernion. It was 100 miles from Lochley to Hyhernion via Medmar. Dionysius's army had used more than a day to march and complete the journey. It was a miracle. The commotion caused by the arrival of the Syracuse army had alerted the Trine scouts who had been keeping a close eye on Hyhernion. They quickly returned to the city of Trine on the northern bank of the Ramato River, more than 50 miles away from Hyhernion. The Syracuse army had arrived. The shocking news shook the entire Trine city. Both civilians and members of the council were shocked. They had never imagined that the Syracuse army would approach Trine on the third day after they landed. According to the Southern Alliance's initial plan, Crotone's troops, who were the main force defending the Ramato River, had yet to arrive, and the Syrius Empire had only sent a few thousand citizen soldiers to guard the upper reaches of the Ramato River. The Ramato River's defensive line had yet to be established, and it could be said to be riddled with holes. If the Syracuse army launched an attack tomorrow, they would easily break through the Ramato River and enter the Euphemia Plains. Trine would be the first to suffer the flames of war. The Trine Council had no time to argue due to the urgency of the situation. Under the leadership of Chief General Cypros, who had been elected last year, they quickly made a decision. First, send someone to Crotone and urge them to send their main force to the Ramato River as soon as possible. Second, send someone to Sirius and request for the defense of the Ramato River with all their might. Third, send someone to Canopetia and request for help from Dionia. Fourth, send someone to Carunia and request for the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia to send reinforcements. Cypros, who had always admired Dionia, trusted the well-trained Dionia troops more than the Sirius and Crotone militia. Therefore, half of the emergency measures taken by Trine were related to Dionia. On this day, the soldiers outside the Dionia's camp continued to work hard on perfecting their defenses. However, as the scouts returned, the alarm of the camp was sounded. The soldiers immediately picked up their pickaxes, shovels, wooden baskets, and other equipment. They quickly returned to the camp and closed the gates. Syracuse is finally attacking. Dracos excitedly put on his armor with the help of the guards as he asked his adjutant, any instructions from Felicius? Let us defend ourselves, the adjutant replied. At least you're tactful. Dracos mumbled to himself. He put on the purple crown helmet that symbolized his identity as a legion commander and tightened the earmuffs on his cheeks. Let's go and see how powerful Syracuse is. The 4th and 5th legions of Dionia had actually built 2 camps. Legio IV was in the west, and Legio V was in the east. The 2 camps were connected by a tunnel. Therefore, the allied forces of Syracuse and Rockley had divided their forces into 2 for ease of command. The Fascipisas would lead the Syracuse army to attack the east camp, while the general of Rockley, Diapantos, would lead the army to attack the west camp. Due to the lack of time, Syracuse did not build any siege towers. They did not even prepare many scaling ladders. However, Diapantos still had the confidence to turn the probe into a forceful attack. He wanted to repay the humiliation of being forced to retreat by the Dionysian army a few years ago in Crotone. The 20,000 troops of Rockley advanced slowly under the lead of the rhythmic sound of the horns. When they were about 500 meters away from Dionysia's camp, Diapantos raised his arm high and the sound of the horn stopped. The troops stopped advancing one after another and their formation became uneven. Push the ballistae. Diapantos ordered loudly. Yes, he was relying on the siege weapon brought by the Syracuse people, the ballista. The Legion of Dionysia had been busy the whole day yesterday, but they had only dug trenches and built earth ramparts and wooden fences. They did not have time to set up traps outside the camp. They did not even have time to set up the abatis. The engineers and craftsmen of the engineering battalion were still racing against time to build the sentry towers. When the first sentry tower was built, Felicius and Epicthenes immediately climbed up the tower and looked out. They saw the Rockley soldiers pushing a dozen ballistae out from the camp. Epicthenes was not surprised at all. 10 ballistae that were a size smaller than the Syracuse ballistae were placed neatly in the camp below the sentry tower. He frowned and pointed to the front. He turned around and asked the young man on the sentry tower, Kurtarad, do you think our ballistae can destroy them? Kurtarad was from the mathematics faculty of the Dionia Academy. According to the newly revised military law of Dionia 2 years ago, every legion was required to be equipped with 10 ballistae. Excellent students from the Dionia Academy had to be the spotter because they could quickly calculate the appropriate landing point based on the parabolic equation to improve the accuracy of the ballistae. Although Kurtarad had participated in military training many times, it was his first time on the battlefield. Looking at the densely packed enemies in the distance, he was a little nervous. It's too far. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. Felicius patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Relax, young man. It's normal to be nervous on your first battlefield. Don't worry, no matter how many enemies there are, our brave legion will drive them away. Kurtarad nodded. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the front again. Then he summoned up his courage and said, I suggest that we let the enemy get closer. That way, the power of our ballista can be maximized. Just as I thought. Epicthenes praised while looking at the handsome young man seriously. His eyes flashed with a strange light. You're not bad, young man. Felicius saw this and coughed a few times. At this time, the messenger of the 5th Legion rushed to the sentry tower. Commander Dracos has requested to wait until the enemies are 200 meters away before firing the ballistae. We don't want to scare them away 200 meters? Epicthenes shrugged. This Dracos is really greedy. He thinks the same as us. Felicius laughed. As the squad leader, Ephiart and his teammates stood behind the earthen rampart, watching the huge stone bullets whizzing from the front of the enemy's formation and smashing into the camp with a loud bang, raising a layer of dust. They did not show much unease because they had practiced with the ballista unit countless times during their usual military training. They were quite familiar with this amazing long-range weapon. Therefore, even though the enemy's ballista had caused a huge commotion outside the camp, the soldiers still had the mood to joke around. They asked Epicthenes about the details of attending Hera's celebration. They were envious of the special treatment the newlyweds enjoyed during the celebration. They all said that when they got married, they would definitely go to Turiae to attend Hera's celebration. As the enemy's formation gradually approached, the point of impact of the ballistae also kept moving forward. When the stone bullets fell from the sky and smashed in front of the camp and into the trench, the platoon leaders of the legion ordered, "Cover against the wall." Just as Epicthenes and his teammates were leaning against the earthen rampart and crouching down, Kurtarad's voice came from the sentry tower. 250 meters. No rush, no rush. Epicthenes crossed his arms in front of his chest and patted his shoulder, trying to suppress his rising excitement. Bang! A stone bullet hit the wooden fence. The broken pieces of wood fell on the heavily armed soldiers, but did not cause any damage. Whoosh! A few more stone bullets whizzed over the wooden fence and fell into the camp, smashing a few tents. There were a few cries of sorrow and laughter. Kurtarad stared at the ground in front of him from the sentry tower. Yesterday, while the soldiers were busy building the camp, the ballistae did not stay idle. They had carried out mapping of the ground outside the camp and left some marks. These marks could be a weed that had been transplanted, a strange rock, or a wooden stick that was stuck at an angle. 200 meters. Kurtarad shouted excitedly. You can fire now. Epicthenes waved his hand. 30 degrees of elevation, medium stone bullets, fully loaded. Kurtarad quickly reported the data. The ballista captain, who had been listening, immediately repeated Kurtarad's words. The soldiers quickly turned the pulley, pulled the bowstring, hooked it with an iron hook, and put the 6-kilogram stone bullets into the smoothbore. After several years of further research and improvement on ballistae, Dionia's ballistae were divided into two types. One was the siege ballista, which was large in size and could fire over 20 kilograms of stone bullets. Their main targets were the city walls and buildings. The other type was the defensive ballista, which was small in size, light in weight, and had good accuracy. It could be carried by 2 or 3 people. The stone bullets it fired ranged from 3 kilograms to 10 kilograms. Their targets were the army and siege weapons. Since it was not a full-scale battle, the enemy's formation was relatively loose. However, the 20,000 soldiers were still densely packed. Therefore, they had to seize the best opportunity in the first round of attack. For this reason, Kurtarad set the landing point of the ballista at the center of the enemy's formation. Fire! The ballista captain waved his right arm. Diapantos watched as the rocks whizzed into the Dionysian camp, and he felt a sense of joy in his heart. As for the rumor that Dionia also possessed ballistae, he did not believe it. Even Locri, which had been established for hundreds of years, could not create such a powerful siege weapon. How could the Dionia alliance, which had only been established for less than 6 years, have one? The Dionia Legio IV used ballistae to attack Napatyssia. Due to its remote location, not many people knew about it. The Trine people knew about it, but under the request of the Dionia, they tried their best to keep it a secret. Closer! Closer! Diapantos excitedly urged the Syracuse soldiers to move the ballistae forward. For this reason, the entire army moved forward as well. He wanted the ballistae to be more accurate. He wanted to smash the walls that the Dionia people had worked so hard to build so that they would have nowhere to hide. He wanted to see them hide and panic under the bombardment of the stone bullets, or be forced to leave the camp and come out to fight. Although Dionysius had ordered the Phasapeses and him to restrain the Dionysian army of Corunna, if there was a good opportunity, Diapantos would not mind defeating them. He wanted to break the undefeated record of the Dionysian army in Greece and gain more glory for himself. Looking at the Syracuse gunners loading the heavy stone bullets into the barrels, Diapantos looked at the Dionia camp expectantly. Then, he was surprised to see 10 black dots flying out from the enemy's camp and landing in the middle of Locri's formation. Ballistae! Diapantos' soul almost left his body. Following his exclamation, countless screams came from the army. Because the stone pellets fell in a wide arc, the killing power was actually not that great. However, the effect was too shocking. The hands that came into contact with it were broken, the legs that came into contact with it were broken, and the head that came into contact with it was flattened. If a round shield was used to block it, the shield would break and the person would die. How could the soldiers of Locri, who had never been attacked by ballistae, not feel fear in their hearts? Their morale dropped by half. While the army was panicking, the second wave of stone bullets from Dionia arrived. The soldiers of Locri dodged in panic, and the entire formation was in chaos. Retreat! Retreat now! The stone bullets continued to fall. One landed near Diapantos. He was so frightened that he could not care less about the Syracuse ballistae in front of him and hurriedly gave the order. However, when the bugle sounded, the east, west, and south gates of Dionia's west camp suddenly opened at the same time. The well-prepared soldiers rushed out in an orderly manner. The cavalry charged at the front, followed by the light infantry, light armor, and finally the heavy infantry. Although they could not catch the enemy, they could still hold the front line and prevent the enemy from counterattacking. Lockleigh's army, whose morale was low due to the relentless bombardment of stone bombs, was retreating in disarray. When Diapantos saw the entire army of Dionysia charging towards them in a black mass, due to the color of their weapons and equipment, even if he had the intention to retaliate, he had already lost control of his army. The soldiers had also lost the courage to fight as they scrambled to retreat. Determined to avenge his comrades, Soberkos led the cavalry and caught up to the enemy from the outside. The Dionia cavalry did not use their spears. Instead, they drove their horses forward, causing the scattered soldiers to be even more disorganized and unable to regroup. After the 1,000 cavalrymen crushed the enemy for a while, the warhorse instinctively slowed down. Soberkos saw that the fleeing soldiers in front of him were thinning. He raised his spear and drew circles in the air. "Drive them to the east," Soberkos shouted. Under his command, the cavalry began to split to the left and right, drawing an arc to drive the fleeing soldiers to the east. The light infantry and light armor also cooperated with the cavalry. Most of the fleeing soldiers were like headless flies. Under the intentional command of the Dionia soldiers, they could not distinguish between north, south, east, and west. They only ran in the direction that was the least pressured. At this time, the Syracuse troops outside the east camp were also bombarded by Dionia's ballistae. However, the experienced Syracuse soldiers did not panic. They quickly stabilized their position and retreated for a distance before retaliating with their ballistae. Both sides were in a stalemate. The fleeing soldiers of Lockleigh surged forward like a tidal wave, instantly disrupting the left flank of the Syracuse soldiers. Dracos, who was in the camp, would not let go of such a golden opportunity. He immediately ordered, "All troops, attack." The soldiers of the 5th Legion quickly rushed out of the camp. Phasapeses saw that the situation was not good. He decisively ordered, "Retreat." The Syracuse troops quickly retreated. At the same time, they tried their best to maintain an orderly formation, roughly squeezing the fleeing soldiers of Lockleigh behind them. The Dionia cavalry and the soldiers of the 4th Legion chased for 5 to 6 miles until a large group of enemy cavalry caught up to them. Only then did Epiphanes order his troops to retreat. He had a deep impression of the ferocious cavalry of Syracuse, and was worried that the exhausted and scattered soldiers would be at a disadvantage. In fact, the Syracuse cavalry and the mercenary cavalry had already followed Dionysius to Hyhernion. It was only the Lockleigh cavalry that appeared here. Under Dracos' supervision, the 5th Legion, who did not have the help of cavalry, only blew the horn to retreat after the light armor soldiers, who were the most adept at running, had their legs jelly. On the way back to the city, the defeated Diapantos met Phasapeses, who was in a bad mood due to his first defeat, and received a scolding from the latter. This was the first time Dionia's ballista was used in a field battle, and it caught the Syracuse coalition unprepared. The ballista itself did not kill more than a few dozen people, but it caused panic in the Lockleigh army, creating the conditions for Dionia's Legio IV to launch a surprise attack. Legio IV's surprise attack and subsequent experience driving of the fleeing soldiers caused the Syracuse coalition to retreat. In this battle, the Syracuse coalition suffered more than 1,000 casualties, including more than 500 who were captured. Most of them were Lockleigh soldiers. For Dionia's southern troops, this was a significant victory. Assists was shocked when he received an urgent request for help from Trine late at night. The reason why Assists could become the acting governor of Canopitia was because the Devers had rich administrative experience in the Lucania Mountains and rich military experience, and that Assists was suitable to be the governor of Canopitia, a city on the southern border of Dionia. As he was not a senator, he could only serve as the acting governor. However, with the experience of serving as the city's governor, Assists would be elected to the Senate next year. After Assists took office, he used the experience he learned in Lucania municipality to effectively ease the racial conflict between the Briti and the new Greeks in Canopitia. He also used Canopitia's geographical location to develop trade with Trine and other Southern Alliance states, improving the poor living conditions of the Canopitians. This made Canopitia's political situation stable, and he did not disappoint the Devers' expectations. At this time, the news that Syracuse had approached Trine in such a short time made him very uneasy. He had a better understanding of the Southern Alliance's battle plan. Trine, Crotone, and Xianxia would work together to defend the West Coast Passage and prevent Syracuse's army from invading the Southern Alliance's territory. This was to buy time for Dionia's main forces to rush back. Originally, Assists estimated that Crotone, Xianxia, and Trine had a total of more than 30,000 citizen soldiers. With the natural barrier of the Lamado River, which was wide and deep, it should not be a problem for them to hold out for 10 to 20 days. Moreover, if the situation became tense in the later stages, the reserve soldiers in the Briti region could provide timely assistance. However, he did not expect Syracuse's army to arrive so quickly. It was far faster than most of the Greek city-states' armies could mobilize, assemble, and march. Of course, Syracuse's army had already been mobilized and assembled. However, the fact that such a large army was able to arrive at Trine in 3 days was enough to show that the dictator of Sicily, Dionysius, was fully prepared and determined for this war. Should he send reinforcements? The reason why Assists hesitated was because the Devers personally wrote him a letter a few days ago. In the letter, they repeatedly reminded him to strengthen the city's defenses. Once Syracuse broke through the defensive line, he must do everything possible to defend Canopitia and not let Syracuse step into Briti territory. However, Trine and Ionia had a close relationship. Not to mention their firm support for Dionia in the Southern Alliance, Canopitia and Trine were very close to each other and had frequent trade exchanges. Their relationship was very good. If he did not help them, he was afraid that it would destroy the good impression the Trine people had of Dionia. It would also destroy the good business that the Dionia alliance had worked hard to establish in Greece over the past few years. After thinking about it, Assists finally made up his mind. He made a promise to the Trine emissary. In the name of Hades, he would personally lead Canopiticia's reinforcements to Trine first thing in the morning. After sending away the grateful emissary, Assists decided to write a letter to Helos, who had just been appointed as the chief executive of Xianxia. He told him about the new movements of Syracuse's army and his own concerns. He also asked for reinforcements. He believed that the former captain of the Devers would make the right choice. After writing, he immediately set off with the letter and rushed to Xianxia under the starry night. Then, he called the patrol captain who had just fallen asleep and asked him to inform the reserve soldiers of the 5th Legion to gather at the square the next morning. After doing all this, Assists returned to his bedroom, exhausted both physically and mentally. Tina, Syracuse's army is approaching Trine. I don't think the Southern Alliance's army will be able to stop them at the north bank of the Ramado River, Assists said honestly. Then, doesn't that mean that the Canopitia we're in is in danger? Tina was shocked. Assists did not answer. He sat on the bed and hugged his wife. Is the child asleep? Mza has taken him to sleep. Tina pointed at the bedroom beside them. Assists hesitated for a moment before saying, bring the child to Xianxia tomorrow. Tina's eyes widened and she shouted, I'm not going. I'm the daughter of Senate Senator Vespa. My brother is the governor of Grimentum. I'm also the wife of the governor of Canopitia. The people of Canopitia are defending against Syracuse's invasion. If I leave with the child, what will the people here think? Will they still listen to your commands? Assists was stunned for a moment. He hugged his wife tightly and gritted his teeth. You're right. I was too busy thinking about the safety of you and the child that I forgot about this. My whole family is here, all of us. Tina comforted her husband. With Hades's protection, Canopitia will be able to hold on. And when Master Devers returns, Syracuse will definitely be chased away. Assists looked at his wife. He did not expect her to be more confident in this war than him. He just did not know how Master Devers was doing in Lucania. The messengers sent by the Samnite army stationed in Poseidonia spent the whole afternoon and night on their journey. They finally arrived at the Samurai camp not far from the city of Poseidonia in the wee hours of the morning. What did you say? Dionia has surrounded Poseidonia. Torlek, the Pentine leader, could not sit still when he heard the news. After all, he had left 3,000 Pentine warriors in Poseidonia. Did you find out? Which Dionia unit is it? Delan, the leader of Hilpini, asked the messenger carefully. It's Dionia's Legio 3, we're sure. And when they were building the camp, the soldiers were shouting in Lucanian, the messenger replied confidently. Bilani knew that the 3rd Legion of the Dionians was mainly made up of Lucanians. After hearing the messenger's words, he was relieved. It had only been less than 10 days since he led his army to invade the Potendian territory. Based on his years of experience fighting the Greeks in Campania, the Dionians needed to mobilize the citizens in Thurii, gather the troops, prepare the supplies, and then lead the army through the rugged Lucanian mountains. It would take at least half a month for them to arrive here. It was just like how they had been mobilizing and preparing since they reached an agreement with the Syracusa people 2 months ago. That was why they had such a huge force today. How many of them? Torlek asked. Including Elia's army, the total number is more than 10,000. Delan. Torlek looked at Hilpini. Delan looked at Torlek's piercing gaze. Of course, he knew what Pentni wanted to say. At this time, Delan interrupted loudly, this Dionia's Legio 3 is quite fast. Father, it was not easy for Uncle Torlek to return with his army. With Syracuse's ballistae, we might be able to take down Grimentum if we attack with all our might tomorrow. Delan became more anxious as he spoke. The cunning Dionia doesn't dare to fight us head-on. They want to disrupt our plan by attacking Poseidonia. We can't, Delan interrupted him loudly, Poseidonia has stored a large amount of food for our army. It's very important to us. We can't let Dionia take it. We have to save Poseidonia. Delan's words calmed Torlek down a little. Delan, I will lead my warriors to save Pitni and the rest. He stood up and prepared to leave. Don't worry, Torlek. Delan turned to look at the leader of Caltini's army. The Dionia's Legio 3 is a slippery fish. I'm afraid they will run away again and cause us more trouble. Leader Quinduink, can you lead the warriors of Caltini and the warriors of Pentni to capture this fish and destroy it along with the reinforcements of Elia? Delan waved his right fist in the air. You can even continue to march towards Elia and try to take down this Greek city. This way, the safety of Poseidonia will be more guaranteed. The warriors of Caltini will agree to this request of yours. Quinduink immediately agreed. He was very excited to be able to plunder the Greeks. He immediately got up and left with Torlek. When only the leaders of the Hilpini tribe were left in the tent, Jern complained loudly, Father, it wasn't easy for us to gather our army and prepare to launch an all-out attack on Potentia. But now, not only did you agree to let Torlek leave, you even asked Quinduink to help. With so many warriors leaving, when will we be able to take down Potentia? His words were echoed by some of the leaders. Jern, if the great leader doesn't let Torlek leave, he won't leave? Don't forget that there are still 3,000 Pentni warriors in Poseidonia. Torlek is the great leader of the Pentni, not the leader of Hilpini. How can the great leader stop him? If we forcefully stop him, it will only cause our 2 tribes to quarrel, which is not good for the whole war. So the great leader has no choice but to do this. The leader of Benventum, Leskok, defended Delan. Jern snorted, but he was still a little unwilling. Delan smiled and nodded to Leskok to express his gratitude. This leader of Benventum was favored by many tribe leaders and was considered the best candidate to be the next great leader. Delan explained, if it wasn't for the fact that the Legio 3 of Dionia came too quickly, and the Pentni warriors in Poseidonia didn't have time to repair the city's defenses, Torlek wouldn't have panicked so much. That's why I asked Quinduink to bring the Caltini warriors with him. The total number of reinforcements will add up to 25,000, enough to crush the Legio 3 of Dionia, so that these Dionia people won't continue to cause trouble for us. As Delan spoke, he looked around at the leaders in the tent and said, they're fighting in Poseidonia, so we can't just sit back and do nothing. Didn't the people of Syracuse say that Potentia's terrain is high and the mountain roads are inclined, so, the ballistae won't be easy to set up and aim? We should take this opportunity to build a platform to set up the ballista according to what the people of Syracuse said, and at the same time, continue to expand the camp and tighten the siege on Potentia. Got it, Jern replied weakly. Delan glanced at him and smiled. Not attacking Potentia now is actually beneficial to us. This sentence successfully aroused the doubts of everyone, including his son. A few days ago, when the people of Syracuse delivered the rations, they told us that Dionysius's army will launch an attack on Greece in a few days. If that's the case, we should slow down the attack and let Potentia City be safe for the time being. Do you think the people of Dionia will choose to face the army of Syracuse on a flat beach? Or will they risk the danger of having their territory empty and send reinforcements all the way to Potentia to deal with us, who won't be a threat to Dionia for the time being? Of course they'll turn their main force to face the people of Syracuse, because they're a bigger threat. Leskok said loudly. At this moment, Jern also understood and said excitedly, if that's the case, we don't have to worry about the reinforcements of Dionia, and we can steadily take over Potentia and even Lucania. Seeing that the atmosphere in the tent had become lively, Delan seized the opportunity and said, so we have to tighten our belts and not let anyone in Potentia escape, because they are our wealth. Ever since the people of Potentia retreated into the city, the Samanai people did not launch an attack on Potentia. However, this did not make the people in the city feel relieved. Anyone who saw the Samanai camp that was continuously being built at the foot of the hill, the endless military tents that stretched to the west from the top of the hill, and the countless bonfires that were lit at night like the stars in the sky, could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Not to mention the trench that was constantly deepening and lengthening, and the antlers erected in front of the trench. The Samanai people wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. The enemy was so powerful, but there was no news of the reinforcements during this period. The city of Potentia was like an isolated island isolated from the world. Panic and uneasiness were gradually devouring the courage of the people who were united against the common enemy. Pwameth forced himself to be calm to boost the confidence of the people, but he woke up with nightmares every night. In less than a month, he had actually lost more than 10 kilograms. Last night, he was even more unable to sleep, because the Samanai people had a new kind of siege equipment that could shoot helmet-sized stones from 100 meters away like arrows. The stones crossed the city wall and destroyed several wooden houses. Pwameth still remembered the panic in the eyes of every soldier around him. It was so clear that even he had doubts about whether he could defend the city. At this time, he did not have the appetite to drink the meat soup served by the servants. He just took a few bites of the coarse wheat cake and forced himself to be energetic, ready to continue his daily work, patrolling the city. Brother, you're back? Pwameth accidentally dropped his helmet on the ground. He did not care and asked excitedly, where is he? Big brother, I'm back. With a loud shout, Borat's sturdy figure appeared in the hall. Pwameth hurried forward and grabbed him tightly with both hands. Brother, you're back. That's great, you're back. Pwameth's excited voice was choked with sobs. He had never missed his warlike brother as much as he did today. Yes, Pwameth was good at balancing the interests of the tribes and governing the town. But when it came to marching, fighting, and boosting morale, it was his brother who loved to cause trouble since young. More importantly, did Turiai send reinforcements? He asked anxiously. They're here. They're led by Sir Devers himself. They're the two strongest armies in Dionia, with a total of 20,000 men. Borat said excitedly. That's great. They're finally here. God Asanu, bless us. Pwameth covered his chest with his hands as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His pale face regained its vigor. Where are they now? They didn't come directly to Potentia. Instead, they went to Picassus and are preparing to attack Poseidonia. Borat saw his brother so happy and subconsciously lowered his voice. Attack Poseidonia? The smile on Pwameth's face froze. What followed was anger. Our city of Potentia is about to be breached by the Samanai. That Devers actually brought reinforcements to a small coastal town 100 miles away that we don't even care about. What evil intentions does he have? Does he want to see us destroyed and then come to take advantage of us? It was rare for Borat to see his calm and gentle brother so angry. But he was not in the mood to laugh at him. Big brother, listen to me. Listen to me. Sir Devers attacked Poseidonia to end the siege of Potentia by the Samanai, or even defeat them. Pwammet, who was preparing to throw a wooden chair in the hall, heard his brother's shout. He dropped the chair with a clang and asked suspiciously, "Is that so?" "Yes." Borat did not avoid his gaze and said solemnly, "After I received your urgent letter, I wanted to return to Potentia from Turai immediately, but Sir Devers sent people to stop me. He wanted to personally lead the troops and needed a guide who understood Potentia and the Samanai to provide him with useful advice. So I left with the Dionia reinforcements." After Picassus finalized the Dionysian army's plan to repel the Samanai, Sir Devers asked me to return to Potentia as soon as possible to cooperate with him in future military operations. He wanted to send a team to escort me back, but I refused. This is where I played since I was young. Every hillside, every path, every cave, and every boulder is familiar to me. No matter how tight the Samanai's blockade is, I can still sneak in. If I bring them along, it will be dangerous. Listening to Borat, especially after learning about the Devers' plan, Pwammet gradually calmed down. So, the Dionia has already begun to march towards Poseidonia. What we need to do now is to pay close attention to the Samanai's movements at the foot of the mountain, yes. Borat nodded again. Pwammet exhaled and relaxed his entire body. "Second brother, since you're back, I'll leave the important task of leading the Potentia warriors to fight against the Samanai to you." Borat shook his head. "Not now, big brother." "Why?" Pwammet was a little puzzled. "Because that would cause too much of a commotion. If the Samanai knew that I've returned from Turai, they might guess that Dionia's reinforcements might have arrived. Then, Sir Devers' plan might fail. I even suggest that you hide the news of my return for the time being." Pwammet thought for a while and could not help but say, "Second brother, you're right. I didn't expect that after a trip to Turai, you become more meticulous in your considerations." Borat was a little embarrassed. This is all thanks to Sir Devers' reminder. "Sir Devers?" Pwammet only then realized that Borat's tone was strange. "I remember that you didn't call him that before," Pwammet said slowly. Borat recalled the past few days of action with the Legion of Dionysia and the many times he met and talked with the Devers. He replied seriously, "He's really an amazing person." Cypros was still hoping that after a day of rapid march, the people of Syracuse would rest and reorganize the next day, so that Trine, Crotone, and Silatina could have some buffer time so that they could defend the north bank of the Ramato River. But the Greeks had underestimated Dionysius's determination. When he went all out, his actions and wisdom were terrifying. Back then, Hamilco, the commander of Carthage, led the army to defeat the army of Syracuse. If not for the support of the people of Sparta, Dionysius would have been ousted from his throne by the angry people. And it was at this critical moment that Dionysius developed his strategy to the extreme. He took advantage of the fact that the people of Carthage were troubled by the plague and led the army out of the city at night. He attacked by land and sea, creating a diversion and hiding his main force, causing the experienced Hamilco to misjudge and suffer a crushing defeat. This time, in order to conquer Greece, Dionysius had built an extremely large army and a huge amount of resources. In order to rope in some forces to cause trouble for Dionia, Syracuse had paid a great price. Therefore, if the expedition this time failed, Dionysius's rule in Syracuse would also be shaken. Therefore, since he set off from Sicily, he had been tense these days. Although he seemed dismissive of Dionia on the surface, that was to give the soldiers confidence, there had always been a deep fear in his heart. Therefore, he certainly understood the importance of time to the army of Syracuse. Before the march yesterday, he had asked Lochley to urgently inform the Hibernians in advance and build a rough camp in advance. So when the army arrived, although it was still chaotic, it was much more orderly than when they landed in Lochley. At least most of the soldiers were guaranteed sleep. Therefore, early the next morning, Dionysius began to assemble the troops. Although the soldiers complained, under his authority, they had no choice but to break camp and go north. At the same time, he ordered the fleet of Syracuse to sail north from the port of Hyrnion and sail into the Ramato River. By noon, the large, disorderly army had reached the middle of the Ramato River, where it joined its tributary, the Coerta River. Trine had spies monitoring Hyrnion day and night, and Hyrnion also had spies monitoring the north bank of the Ramato River. Therefore, Dionysius knew that a large section of the Coerta River could be crossed, and there were not many defending troops on the other side of the river. Therefore, the army turned south and went straight to the middle of the Coerta River. The scouts on the other side of the river quickly reported back. When the chief general of Trine, Cypros, learned of Syracuse's movements, he secretly complained. As the commander of nearly 7,000 Trine soldiers in the city, he was anxious, but he did not dare to act rashly. Because the sentinel at the port had also sent an urgent report, countless Syracuse warships had appeared in the bay where Trine was located, and many soldiers could be seen on the ships. Cypros was worried that they would land on the northern coast of Trine, so he had to be on high alert at all times, and did not dare to rashly send troops to help Sirius. After Sirius received the urgent report from the Trine people and the guards on the shore last night, they hurriedly increased the number of troops on the north bank of the Coerta River to 12,000 this morning. However, they did not expect the army of Syracuse to arrive as soon as they set up camp. Sirius's chief general, Assiges, saw the appearance of Syracuse's soldiers on the other side of the river, and their numbers were increasing. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He could not help but curse, why haven't Crotone's reinforcements arrived yet? His troops were too weak to be spread out on this long stretch of river that could be crossed. And the Crotone that he was cursing had also realized the seriousness of the situation after receiving a request for help from the Trine messenger, Starry Night. Late at night, they sent soldiers to inform all citizens of suitable age. Early this morning, there were citizens reporting to the square one after another. By noon, there were already 14,000 people gathered at the square, and more people were arriving, but Assiges and the generals could not wait any longer, so they let Astymas lead this part of the army first, and the rest of the militia and supplies would arrive later. Just as Assiges was cursing the Crotone people, Crotone's troops were anxiously rushing towards Sirius. But Dionysius obviously did not plan to give the southern Italian coalition any time to rest. Under his urging, the Syracuse army quickly rushed to the south bank of the Coerta River and started to get into formation. While the army was getting into formation, some of the Syracuse warships sailed into the Ramato River. In the bay, there were warships preparing to land, and in the river, there were warships going against the current. Cypros was in a dilemma. He could only hate the fact that Ziliading was a small city with too few citizen soldiers, so he couldn't care less if he wanted to. But in the end, he made a decision. He sent 2,000 men to track the enemy ships on the north bank and prevent them from landing. But when the troops reached the confluence of the two rivers, they had no choice but to take a detour. The Ramato River flowed from north to south and was in their way. They could not cross the river, so they could only detour to the north. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Syracuse's warships approached the east bank of the Coerta River, which flowed into the Ramato River from the south. In fact, the sailors were exhausted from paddling all the time, so the soldiers on the ships hurried ashore. Dionysius was already dissatisfied with the army's lack of formation after nearly an hour. The main reason was that reinforcements kept arriving. He immediately gave the order, "Don't wait, attack." The exhausted Syracuse soldiers stepped into the cold Coerta River and charged towards the Silitinian defensive line on the other side. Although the Silitinians were few in number and their defensive line was thin, they had an absolute advantage in terms of stamina. For a moment, the Syracuse army was stuck in the river and could not advance. On this 4-mile stretch of river, the Silitinians fought with their lives to protect their homeland. They fought with the Syracuse army, which outnumbered them 4-1, for more than half an hour. The entire river was dyed red. It was only when the Syracuse soldiers arrived from the west and attacked the flank of the Silitinian formation that the morale of the Silitinians began to waver and they finally collapsed. Dionysius heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally led his army to break through the southern Italian defensive line and entered the flat and wide Euphemia plains, but at this time, the Syracuse soldiers were exhausted and had no strength to pursue the defeated army. After occupying the temporary camp abandoned by the Silitinians, Dionysius ordered his army to rest and reorganize. The assists who were about to reach Trina received news that Syracuse's army had crossed the Coerta River. The shocked assists immediately led his troops back and sent someone to explain the reason to Trine. It was only in the afternoon that Crotone's reinforcements arrived at the west courtyard. Not only did the chief general of Siloton, Parthenis, and the upper echelons of the council not welcome the arrival of the army of the former mother state and alliance leader, but they blamed them for their late arrival, allowing the people of Syracuse to occupy the northern bank of the Coerta River and putting the city of Siloton in danger. Escamas and the other Crotone generals did not defend themselves in the face of the accusations, because the situation had indeed reached a dangerous stage. In the evening, the winged cavalry from the north broke the silence of the Dionia barracks. Epithenes and Dracos received an urgent message from the messenger and hurried to the main tent. "Commanders, I have just received an urgent report from Siloton. The people of Syracuse have broken through the defensive line of the Coerta River and entered Siloton territory," Felicius said with a serious expression. "I have already said that the army of the Southern Alliance is unreliable." Epithenes spat on the ground angrily. "We have won this battle for nothing. How many people from the Syracuse army are in Siloton?" Dracos asked anxiously. "According to the letter from Siloton, more than 50,000. Felicius picked up the letter on the table. Draco snatched it and opened it to read. One had to know that he was illiterate when he became the leader of the mercenary army. In the past few years, in order to be able to lead the army and understand the military law and military orders, he had specially attended the adult study class in Tulii school. He had studied very hard and improved very quickly. Reading letters was no longer a problem. More than 50,000 people? Epithenes exclaimed and immediately thought of something. This means that the focus of Syracuse's attack is on the west coast. The army here is only there to restrain us. That seems to be the case. Felicius nodded calmly. He was a little depressed that he could not figure out Dionysius's intentions in time. In the letter, the people of Siloton asked us to retreat to Siloton immediately and join forces with them to fight against the army of Syracuse. Dracos looked at the two of them. In fact, Lord Ansitanos also wrote a letter suggesting that we retreat to Siloton. Felicius took out another letter. Other than retreating to Siloton, do we have any other choice? Epithenes shrugged. If we continue to defend here and allow the people of Syracuse to defeat the armies of the other allied city-states on the Euphemia plains, and then allow them to take over Siloton city, our 20,000 people will really be fish in a net. Felicia sighed. But if we do that, Kyrenia will be in trouble. In order to let the people of Dionia defend with peace of mind, the people of Kyrenia provided them with abundant food every day. After repelling the enemy's attack during the day, the people of Kyrenia, including the council and civilians, came out of the city to express their gratitude. They even held a banquet for the commander and commander of the Legion of Dionysia, and sent wine to the soldiers, and so on. Felicius declined the kindness of the people of Dionia, but every soldier of Dionia felt Kyrenia's gratitude and hospitality. The three of them were silent for a while. Draco said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do under such circumstances. We can only hope that Hades will protect us and let Kyrenia defend its homeland. When we gather our forces and repel the people of Syracuse, Kyrenia's siege will naturally be lifted." Repel? Epithenes caught on to what Draco said and asked, "Do you think we can repel Dionysius's army in the Euphemia plain?" "Why not?" Dracos pointed at the letter and asked, "According to the letter, Syracuse only has around 50,000 people there, and our two legions together with the troops of Crotone, Silotina, and Trine probably have around 50,000 people. Do you not have confidence in our legion? You should know that the soldiers of Dionia are the best soldiers in the Mediterranean Sea." Dracos glared at Epithenes angrily. "Who said I don't have confidence in our legion? Don't slander us." Epithenes was furious when he heard that. If word of this got out, how could he lead his legion in the future? "All right, stop it, both of you," Felicius yelled. "Look at the situation now, and you're still in the mood to argue? If Lord Devers knew what you're doing now, he'd regret making you two commanders." At the mention of the Devers, Epithenes and Dracos quietened down. "I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said just now." "Forget it too. I don't want to hear any rumors about this among the soldiers, understand?" Felicius looked straight at the two. Epithenes pursed his lips at Dracos, and Dracos nodded reluctantly. Felicius secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "All right, let's discuss how we're going to retreat tomorrow morning, That morning, the Samurai leader stationed in Poseidonia, Pacini, who had been worrying the whole night, did not expect a miracle. The Daionia army still appeared outside the city. They were divided into two groups, one was building a camp, and the other was in formation outside the city. You want to take my Poseidonia with just 4,000 men? Pacini felt humiliated. At that moment, he saw something pushed to the front of the enemy's formation by the soldiers. His eyes widened in shock, and he could not help but hold the battlements with both hands and lean forward, trying to get a better look. Then, he saw 7 or 8 small black dots fly up from the enemy's formation and hit the city wall. Bang! 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 The loud noise dispelled Pacini's hope. The people of Daionia also masturbated. For the rest of the time, the Samurai people stared at the stone bullets flying in the air, afraid that they would hit them. The already broken city wall, which had only undergone simple repairs, became even more dilapidated after the continuous bombardment of the cannons. Pacini only hoped that reinforcements would arrive as soon as possible. The day passed in the bustle of the Daionia soldiers and the unease of the Samurai defenders. The next morning, the bugle of the Daionia camp was blown. The soldiers who woke up in the tents did not care about their sleepiness and sat up. They urged each other to quickly put on their armor. Report, Commander. A large number of enemies have appeared in the north of the camp. It is estimated that there are more than 20,000 of them, and they are advancing towards the camp. Scout Captain Kriglu reported to Alexis. More than 20,000 people. Alexis was not surprised, but rather happy. With the help of the guards, he dressed neatly and walked 2 steps in high spirits. He said loudly, "It seems that the Samurai people are very ambitious. They want to eat us in one bite. Haha, we still don't know who will eat who in the end." He was about to leave the tent when the tent was opened. The first captain, Lazaru, came in and shouted excitedly, "Commander, the enemies have taken the bait, and there are more than 20,000 of them. This should be enough for you," Alexis said jokingly. Lazaru chuckled. Previously, because Alexis took the initiative to retreat from the Samurai army in Potentia, he was not very satisfied and had been sulking. Now that he was no longer angry, he only had a strong desire to fight. "Don't be anxious. Let the brothers eat their fill. Today's battle may last longer. Because Sir Devers's order to the 3rd Legion is to stick to the enemy and tire them out, so that they can put all their forces into attacking our camp," Alexis reminded again. At that moment, Torek was looking at the Daionia camp in the distance. In fact, the Samanese reinforcements had already arrived last night. They had planned to attack at night, but they found that the Daionia had already built a camp and it was heavily guarded. Torek was also a seasoned leader. He knew that in the dark, especially when there was no moonlight, an attack of tens of thousands of people could easily go out of control and cause unnecessary losses. Therefore, he restrained his impulse and delayed the attack until the next day. As a result, the Samanese reinforcements spent the night in the mountains. It was already early November, and the weather in the mountains was getting colder. Even though the soldiers were wrapped in leather robes to sleep, they still felt cold. Torek rubbed his slightly frozen hands. He did not expect the Daionia to build a seemingly large camp so quickly. But then he thought, it's better this way. The Daionia probably won't be able to escape. He looked at the chief commander of Caltini's army and said in a negotiating tone, "Chief Quinduk, my people will attack from the north and east, and your people will attack from the west. What do you think?" "I have no objections." Quinduk nodded and then asked, "What about the south of the enemy camp?" "Don't let them run away." "The south?" Torek pointed at the distant city of Poseidonia and said confidently, "They can't run away." Quinduk understood and said excitedly, "It seems that the Daionia have become prey that has fallen into the trap. It's just the right time for the warriors to vent their anger after not sleeping well last night," Quinduk said as he rubbed his slightly cold body with his hands. Torek looked around at the densely packed warriors behind him who were eager to fight and ordered, "Blow the horn." The long and powerful sound of the horn pierced through the morning mist and reached Poseidonia, which was 2 miles away. Pacini and Mok, who were standing on the city wall and looking up, heard it. They were instantly shocked. "Did you hear that?" Pacini shouted. "It's our horn. Our reinforcements have arrived." The Samanese warriors on the city wall shouted excitedly. Warriors? Get ready to go out of the city to provide support at any time, and eliminate those hateful Dionians. Pacini's dejection from yesterday was swept away, and he shouted in high spirits. Roar! Roar! The soldiers roared in unison. Alexis observed the slowly approaching enemy from the watchtower. She said calmly, the enemy is preparing to attack. Tell all the squads to get ready. I'll go now. The adjutant turned around and went downstairs. The rest is up to you guys. Alexis said expectantly to the ballista observer, Steponian, who was also on the tower. Since the observer was from Dionysia Academy, Alexis' attitude was quite polite. Don't worry, Lord Commander. Steponian replied confidently, but his heart was pounding. Because of the morning fog, he could not clearly see the markings made outside the camp yesterday, so he could only rely on his eyes to judge. Torek led the attack on the north side of the camp. Due to the lack of time, when the troops rushed to the rescue, they did not bring the Syracuse ballista, nor did they have any large siege equipment. They only made a few dozen ladders at the last minute before resting last night. But Tony believed that it was enough. This was because the scouts reported that there were no other defensive facilities outside the Dionia camp except for the trenches. Therefore, the huge reinforcements only needed to break through the not-so-tall mud wall of the camp, and the Dionia could only wait for their deaths inside. When the attacking troops were about 250 meters away from the camp, Torek swung his spear forward. Attack! More than 10 trumpeters blew their horns at the same time. Woo! 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 The sound echoed throughout the battlefield. Some of the Samanese warriors carried the ladders, some raised their shields, and some only held javelins and spears. They began to move faster, elevation 40, full string, small projectiles. Steponian shouted from the watchtower. Prepare the ballista. The ballista captain ordered. Elevation 40, full string, small projectiles. Under the soldiers' quick control, the ballista let out a creaking sound. Whoosh! 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 Stone projectiles were ejected with a strong gust of wind. The ballista captain looked at the stone projectiles flying towards the enemy. He was excited, but also a little regretful. The ballista had bombarded the city of Poseidonia for a long time yesterday, causing some of the ballistas to be damaged. Otherwise, they would have killed more enemies. Torek saw a shadow flying over his head and thought, not good. However, he was not as surprised as General Diapantos. After all, in the hearts of the Samanese, the Greeks were all highly skilled. If Syracuse could make ballistas, then so could Dionia. The ballista did not scare Torek. Instead, it stimulated his ferocity. He waved his short sword again and shouted, charge! Kill all the Greeks! The warriors around him roared, and the roar quickly spread to the entire army. The screams caused by the falling stone projectiles were completely drowned out. The Samanese morale was high. They took large strides towards the Dionia camp. 100 meters. A shout came from the watchtower. Archers, get ready! Ibalu, the light infantry captain, shouted. The archers had been waiting behind the mud wall for a long time. They spread out in a fan shape and pulled their bows. Hundreds of arrows rained down on the Samanese attacking formation. The screams caused by the stone projectiles were no longer the few screams caused by the stone projectiles. The weak defense of the Samanese brought a lot of results to the light infantry of Dionia. However, the screams did not slow down the Samanese advance. After only 2 rounds of arrows, the Samanese had already rushed within 50 meters. The soldiers of Dionia Legio III could clearly hear the rumbling footsteps of the enemy and feel the slight tremors caused by the countless footsteps. Even their shouts shrouded the entire camp. Although the soldiers were a little nervous, they did not panic. This was because they were Dionia Legio III. They had made many military achievements for Dionia. They participated in the Second Crotone War and took down the city of Asplustum alone. They had raided the city of Germentum. They had quelled the rebellion of Lucania with a legion, annihilated the forces of Sinsing, and captured the city of Picassus. The dazzling stars on the flag of Legio III symbolized their honor. Today's battle would definitely increase the honor of the 3rd Legion. The company captain, Hetanot, was once a Greek slave in Nidam. After Dionia captured Nidam, he gained his freedom and chose to settle in Nidam. He eventually joined the Dionia Legio III and became a mid-level officer who commanded 200 people through his own efforts. The hatred of the past had dissipated. Now, he was fighting side by side with the Lucanian soldiers who he once hated but were now like brothers for their homeland, the Dionia Alliance. "Javelins," he shouted. The well-prepared soldiers standing on the mud wall threw the javelins in their hands with all their might. The Samnites who rushed to the camp's trench also threw javelins. For a moment, countless javelins crisscrossed in the air. As both sides had fought before, they already understood each other's tactics and raised their shields to protect themselves. Compared to the densely packed and poorly equipped Samnite warriors outside the camp, the Dionia soldiers were on high ground and had the protection of mud walls and shields. Their casualties were not high, but from time to time, javelins would hit the shields. It was very inconvenient to use them, but at the moment, there was no time to cut them off. Although the Samnites suffered more casualties, the rain of javelins continued. With its suppression, the Samnite warriors rushed to the trench and jumped directly into the trench. Some set up long ladders, while a few people set up human walls and began to climb up with all their might. The Dionia soldiers threw javelins into the trench. At such a close distance, almost every shot was accurate. But even so, they could not stop the Samnites from attacking. "Pour oil. Quick, pour oil." Xianxia shouted anxiously as he bent down to grab the tung oil tank that had been prepared in advance and placed behind the wall. Then, he heard a scream. A soldier behind him was pierced in the left shoulder by a javelin and fell to the ground in pain. Xianxia crouched down vigilantly and peeked out from behind the mud wall. He happened to see a Samnite javelin thrower less than 5 meters away from him holding a javelin. The javelin was about to throw, but it was shot down by the marksman on the sentry tower of the camp. Xianxia quickly stood up and smashed the oil tank down. It hit the head of a Samnite warrior in the trench. The oil tank broke and oil spilled everywhere. Quite a number of soldiers on the mud wall did the same thing as Hegemon. They threw their torches into the trench, and a wall of fire instantly rose in the trench. Countless men on fire howled in the trench until there was no sound. "Commander, the enemy in the north has temporarily retreated. According to preliminary statistics, we have 240 casualties." The adjutant rushed to report. "We have lost so many brothers before the battle even started." Although there were more Samnites moaning on the ground and burning in the trench outside the camp, Alexis still frowned. She was also a little afraid of the lethality of the Samnite javelins. He pointed to the south of the camp and said, "Look, the enemy in Poseidonia has also come out. The battle has just begun. It's a pity that we brought too few oil tanks. Otherwise, if they were used in several directions at the same time, the Samnites would have suffered great losses." The adjutant said regretfully. Because the Samnite attacking from the north had the largest number, Alexis had concentrated most of the cannons and light infantry on this side. When Tolek led his troops to retreat temporarily, the 7,000 Katini warriors in the south, under the leadership of Quinduk, had already started to climb the mud wall. The 1st and 2nd brigades were responsible for the defense on this side. Even Lazaru, who loved to fight, could not help but feel numb when he saw the dense crowd of people below the mud wall and in the trenches. "Don't panic, stab again. No matter how many enemies there are, they can't come up." Lazaru held his shield and spear and walked back and forth behind the soldiers. As he observed the enemy, he also loudly encouraged them. "Be careful, Captain." The guard behind him suddenly exclaimed. From the corner of his eyes, Lazaru saw a black figure ignore the stabbing of the soldiers and jump down from the top of the long ladder, straight towards him. It happened so suddenly that he did not even have time to swing his spear. Instead, he quickly threw away his shield and spear. Just as he pulled out the short sword at his waist, he was pushed to the ground. Pressed under the enemy, their limbs entangled. In this narrow distance, he struggled to push the short sword in his hand forward, but it actually hit a hard object and could not stab into the chest. At this time, the black figure's strong hands had already pressed hard on his eyes. He could only feel his eyes swelling in pain. At this moment of life and death, Lazaru did not panic. He turned his right wrist upwards, and the short sword stuck against the hard object and stabbed upwards. The black figure groaned and fell backwards. The short sword had pierced through his lower jaw. Lazaro pushed him away forcefully and immediately stood up. The soldiers that rushed over used their spears to stab the struggling enemy. Lazaro shook his slightly dizzy head and gently rubbed his swollen and painful eyes. He squinted and saw that the person was wearing silver armor, and there were also silver greaves on his legs. As far as Lazaro knew, there were about 4 types of samurai warriors: light infantry who held spears and bayonets without any protection, light infantry who only held spears, shields, and javelins and wore helmets without armor, medium infantry who held shields, spears, and helmets with golden breastplates, and heavy infantry who wore helmets with colorful feather crowns and wore silver armor with shins. However, there were not many of these heavy infantry among the samurai people, and their status in the tribe was not low. Lazaro looked carefully at the dead body on the ground. He bent down to pick up his short sword and waved it with all his might to get rid of the blood stains on the sword. Now, when he recalled the scene just now, he felt a little scared. If he was still wearing his previous equipment and was still using the curved military knife, that was a type of curved sword that was more suitable for slashing, it would have been very difficult for him to swing it and slash the enemy's neck in a dangerous situation of close combat. Instead, his eyes would have been blinded by the enemy's hands. Lazaro held the sword in his right hand and the shield in his left. He stood there and watched. At this time, most of the soldiers standing behind the wall had stopped stabbing down. Because the enemy kept climbing up the wall, most of them raised their shields and pushed outwards to block the stabbing spears. At the same time, they knocked the enemy into the trench. Once the enemy lost his balance, the spears and short swords would stab through the gaps between the shields. Behind the soldiers fighting with all their might, there were also soldiers on the second line. They were ready to fill in at any time, and at the same time, they had to surround and kill the enemies that suddenly broke in. The samurai people had always been plundering in the Campanian lands and rarely attacked fortified cities. In fact, they lacked experience in sieging cities. So, Talik, who had never led so many soldiers before, was full of ambition and wanted to destroy the encampment that was already surrounded. He did not expect that this small encampment would cause his army to stumble. Just that wall of fire alone had cost the lives of hundreds of Pentni warriors. So, he was filled with resentment and anger. He retreated to regroup the encampment. When the fire weakened, he blew the horn to attack again. The samurai warriors charged in front with the anger of revenge, while the light infantry followed behind them naked. They all took off their shirts and wrapped them with a handful of soil. They held a javelin in one hand and a bag of soil in the other, ready to rescue their people who were on fire at any time. When the samurai attacking the north side of the encampment braved the continuous attacks of stone bullets, arrows, and javelins, they jumped into the trench again. They set up long ladders, stepped on the corpses of their people, and continued to climb up. The defending Dionia soldiers did not throw any more oil cans. Under the protection of the guards, Talik, who was anxiously urging his people to attack, almost tripped over the bag of soil that the light infantry had placed in front of the trench. He had an idea and shouted, "Throw the bag of soil down! Throw the bag of soil down!" Under the leadership of their leader, the light infantry who were throwing javelins into the encampment quickly concentrated on throwing the bag of soil into the trench. Soon, a few passages were filled in the trench. Seeing this, the samurai people became even more excited. They continued to add the bag of soil, trying to build it to the same height as the top of the wall. The Dionia soldiers also kept stabbing the bag of soil with their spears, trying to destroy the enemy's plan. The samurai warriors continuously surged up from the slope built by the bag of soil, trying to occupy the top of the wall. The shields of both sides collided, and the spears exchanged blows. A fierce close combat began. "Commander, General Lartines, General Elia, is asking for help." The adjutant rushed to the north side of the encampment and reported to Alexis, who was nervously watching the battle. "They can't hold on any longer." Alexis frowned. She had ordered the Elia troops and half of the heavy infantry brigade, about 2,000 people, to defend the south side of the encampment. There should not be too many samurai people coming out of the city of Poseidonia, so their defense should not be too tight. The Elia people don't understand the samurai's tactics. Many of them were hit by the javelins, and they seemed to be frightened by the samurai's momentum. The adjutant explained. The Allied army is really. Alexis stopped halfway and swallowed the word unreliable back into her stomach. She could not say anything that would break the unity at this time. Light Armor Brigade, send 400 people to support the southern encampment. The military law of Dionia emphasized in the operational principles that the commander of the troops should, if possible, keep as many reserves as possible in case of emergency. Therefore, Alexis used the Light Armor Brigade as a reserve. At this time, it was time to use them. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a loud crashing sound and screams in front of him. The wall is collapsing. Alexis was shocked. She saw that the northern wall and the slope built by the enemy's bag of soil, because of the intense fighting and trampling of the soldiers from both sides, could not bear the burden and collapsed, causing a cloud of dust to rise. When the dust dissipated, there was a gap about 4 people wide in the mud wall. The Samanai people were rushing in through the gap, and the soldiers were desperately trying to block them. The battle had finally reached the most critical moment. Edgard, send a company to support the southern encampment. The other light armor companies immediately pushed the enemy back. Alexis pointed at the place where the fierce battle was going on, and with a serious expression, he gave the order to the light armor brigade leader. Brothers, it's finally our turn. Edgard turned around and shouted excitedly to the light armor brigade. Roar! The light armor brigade, full of fighting spirit, roared in unison. This roar made Alexis's nervousness slightly dissipate. He solemnly said to the adjutant, "You take 200 light armor brigade and quickly support the southern encampment. I don't have any reserves here, so you have to defend the southern wall no matter what. Lartines doesn't know how to command, so you will do it." Understood, Commander. The adjutant solemnly saluted, turned around, and left. At this moment, Alexis began to anxiously look forward to the arrival of the Devers' reinforcements as soon as possible. In fact, on a small hill a mile east of the Dionia Legio III encampment, the Devers, Tormid, and a group of guards were overlooking the battlefield. Nearly 30,000 Samanai warriors surrounded the center from the east, west, south, and north. The small encampment was like a broken boat, in danger of being swallowed by the huge waves at any time. Tormid could not help but sigh. Legio III is fighting very tenaciously, to be able to hold on for so long. Yes, it's not easy. The Devers nodded approvingly, then he asked in a serious tone, "But they are not fighting alone. Have all the troops reached their predetermined positions?" "Yes, Lord Supreme Commander." The herald, Tormid, finished saluting and reported excitedly, "The 1st Legion has reached the northeast of the encampment, about a mile and a half away. The 2nd Legion has reached the southeast of the encampment, more than a mile away. Led's cavalry has blocked the road to the northern mountains. Izum's reconnaissance team and Lau's army are rushing to the city of Poseidonia, ready to cut off the enemy's attempt to escape back to the city." In fact, standing on this small hill, one could roughly see the movements of the various troops. They did not blow their bronze horns, nor did they shout. Instead, they quietly and quickly stretched their formation horizontally, in an attempt to surround the enemy outside the encampment, while at the same time advancing towards the encampment. Since everything has been arranged, then let us wait for the good news of victory. The Devers said with a relaxed face, then sat on the rock leisurely, ready to watch the battle. The people of Dionia are here. The reinforcements of Dionia are here. The archers on the sentry tower were shouting the same thing as the wounded Samanese soldiers, but they were shouting in joy. Our reinforcements are here. Our reinforcements are here. They're finally here. Alexis heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the news. The soldiers' morale was greatly boosted when they heard the shout. Their weary bodies seemed to be filled with energy again. They roared in unison, trying their best to drive the enemy out of the camp. Torek, who heard the shout, was still unwilling to believe it. When he turned around and saw the army of Dionia rushing towards them, any stragglers would be swallowed up in an instant. His whole body seemed to be drained of energy. He staggered and fell to the ground. There was only one thought in his mind: it's over. We've fallen into the trap of the Dionia. The Samanese soldiers, who had been fighting for a long time, were equally exhausted when they saw the menacing soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia coming from behind. Although they panicked, most of the soldiers did not turn around to escape. Instead, they picked up their spears and turned around to resist the enemy's surprise attack. There was only one thought in their minds: fight. However, the continuous arrival of new reinforcements and the pincer attack from the front and back made the resistance of the Samanese soldiers futile. On the contrary, it affected them from escaping in time. As the Samanai people continued to fall, the remaining soldiers finally lost their fighting spirit and began to flee. Some of the soldiers were already exhausted, so they simply abandoned their weapons and surrendered. Thus, after a period of time, the battle was basically over. All that was left was to chase after the defeated soldiers. In the camp of Dionia, the soldiers of Legio III were either cleaning up the bodies of their comrades, receiving treatment from the medical camp, or leaning against the mud wall and lying on the ground to rest. Legion Commander Alexis was solemnly listening to the adjutant's report on the casualties of the legion. According to the preliminary statistics of the medical camp, our legion suffered 412 casualties, 251 were seriously injured, and 537 were lightly injured. A total of 1,200 casualties, 1,200 casualties. Alexis clenched her fists in shock. That's 15% of the main force of the legion. This casualty is quite high. The adjutant saw the commander's pained expression and quickly comforted him. There's nothing we can do about it. We're facing the ferocious Samnai who outnumber us 3-1. Alexis sighed and said nothing. At this moment, the originally quiet camp suddenly boiled over. Alexis watched as the Devers entered the camp with the guards. As they walked towards the center, they chatted amiably with the soldiers they met. Alexis hurried over to greet him. Before he could even get close, Devers caught up to him and gave him a very strong hug. Well done, Commander Alexis. This sentence made most of the sadness, grievance, and dissatisfaction in Alexis' heart dissipate. He saluted and answered, reporting to the Supreme Commander, Legio III has completed its combat mission and is currently resting. It's more than just completing the mission. Devers looked around at the soldiers who quickly crowded over. Their faces were covered with dust and bloodstains and were full of exhaustion. He clenched his right fist and hammered heavily on his left chest. Brothers of Legio III. You've defended your camp and fought hard against an enemy 3 times your size. You've made a great contribution to the final annihilation of the Samnai. You've saved Potentia. You've removed the danger of our Lucanian territory being invaded. You've changed the entire war situation of Dionia in the north. Not only do I want to thank you, but the entire people of Dionia want to thank you. You're the heroes of Dionia and will be remembered in the Temple of Hades in Turiai. Victory to Legio III. Devers' passionate words reached the ears of every soldier. Whether they were Lucanians or Greeks, they were so excited that they shed tears. Victory to Legio III. Victory to Devers. Victory to Dionia. Continuous cheers resounded over the camp. When the captive Samnai warriors heard this voice, their faces were filled with unspeakable pain and frustration. In this battle, Devers besieged the enemy's reinforcements and used Legio III as bait to attract 26,000 to 7,000 Samnai warriors to besiege them. Taking advantage of the fatigue of the veterans, they secretly mobilized more than 2 legions to encircle and annihilate them. Tens of thousands of Samnai warriors were captured, causing more than 7,000 casualties. Only nearly 3,000 people escaped into the mountains. At the same time, they easily recaptured the city of Poseidonia and obtained a large number of supplies that were piled up in the city and had yet to be transported to the Samnai camp in Potentia. It could be said to be a complete victory. On this day, the army of Syracuse, which had broken through the north bank of the Ramato River, was still biding their time. They built a simple camp at the confluence of the Ramato River and the Cawerta River, and used dozens of fast boats to build a pontoon bridge across the Cawerta River, allowing the supplies from Hyhernion to be delivered smoothly to the camp of Syracuse. The soldiers could finally have a full meal. To the west of the camp of Syracuse, the Trine people who were close to the Tyrrhenian Sea were still in a state of panic. They sent out a large number of scouts to keep a close eye on the camp of Syracuse, and at the same time, sent messengers to Syracuse while maintaining contact with Canopetia. In Syracuse, even though the number of Crotone's troops had increased to 17,000, causing the strength of the Allied forces in Syracuse to skyrocket to 30,000 people, the people were still uneasy. Syracuse's main camp was less than 30 miles away from the city of Xyliting. A few hours of marching would be enough to reach the city. Now, all of the Xylighting citizens had abandoned their homes outside the city and brought their families with them to escape into Xylighting. With regards to Crotone's full support, the leaders of Syracuse, led by Prytanes, could no longer blame them. However, with regards to the pressure of Syracuse's army, the allied forces of Crotone and Syracuse could do nothing about it. The only thing they could do was to send scouts to the south every once in a while to understand the movements of the Legion of Dionysia. On this day, the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia began to break camp early in the morning. In order to prevent Syracuse from using this abandoned camp, they not only removed the tents, pulled down the wooden fences, but also bulldozed the earth rampart and filled in the trenches. The reason why they spent so much effort was to repay the kindness of the people of Syracuse and to make up for the guilt in their hearts. Last night, when Felicius informed the people of the news that the Dionysian army had to prepare to retreat, although they knew that the situation could not be reversed, Prytanes and the others still did their best to retain the reinforcements that could protect Kyrenia's safety. Felicius could only bear to reject their request. However, when they were about to leave today, almost all the people of Kyrenia came out to see the Dionysian army off. Not only did they help the soldiers break camp, they also brought along freshly cooked bread, oatmeal, and water, hoping that the soldiers could have a full meal before they left. The deep friendship of Kyrenia and the heartbreaking words of persuasion moved many Dionia soldiers. Due to the military order, they had to go north, but the words of comfort to the people of Kyrenia were more or less the same. Don't worry. As long as you hold the city of Kyrenia, we will rendezvous with the other allied forces. Soon, we will defeat Syracuse's army, and then we will come to save you. Felicius said the same thing to Phreneres, but in an even more tactful manner. Phreneres did not seem to hear the uncertainty in Felicius' words. He said with determination, Kyrenia has been besieged by Rockley too many times. No one in Greece is better at defending cities than we are. We will hold the city until you return. I know that the people of Dionia keep their promises. Prytanes' words made Felicius feel even more pressured. When it was almost dusk, the 4th and 5th legions finally arrived at Syracuse. At this time, the Syracuse and Rockley allied forces led by the Phasapeses surrounded Kyrenia. In the evening, in the headquarters of the Southern Alliance of Syracuse, Dionia's southern commander Felicius, Senate's envoy Ansitanos, Crotone's general Escamas, Syracuse's chief general Prytanes, Syracuse's general Xianxias, and Trine's envoy Asopias sat around a large wooden table. On the table was a map of the Euthymia plains. Xianxias stood up with a wooden stick in his hand and explained the current situation to everyone present. My lords, according to our investigation, the army of Syracuse has set up camp at the confluence of the Ramado River and the Coerta River. Xianxias pointed at the mark on the map with his stick. This is the edge of the Euthymia plains. If you go west, you will only be 15 miles away from Trine, to be precise, only Asopias emphasized loudly. Ahem. Lord Asopias naturally knows more about the situation in the west than we do, Xianxias corrected him awkwardly. Syracuse's camp is far from Trine, and the terrain is flat. However, they need to cross the Ramado River, which is impassable. This is not a small problem for the people of Syracuse. The navy of Syracuse has already occupied the Ramado River. It will be easy for them to send their army across the Ramado River. Asopias emphasized once again. Xianxias was a little angry. Lord Asopias, if you like to interrupt others so much, why don't you explain it to everyone? Asopias shook his head. I'm just supplementing what you've said. Didn't you say that we, the Trinans, know more about the situation in the west than you do? It's better for us to come up with a more reasonable plan to deal with the situation on the battlefield if everyone here has a comprehensive and detailed understanding of the situation on the battlefield. This war is no longer a matter of Syracuse or Trine, but a crisis that the entire Southern Alliance must face together. Lord Asopias is right. Xianxias, don't be hasty. Speak slowly and in more detail. Prytanes quickly stepped in to smooth things over between the two. Ascias coughed a few times before continuing. About 24 miles east of Syracuse's camp is the city of Sirius. There are more hills in this direction, but the terrain is generally flat. That's why even though the Syracusans are operating in the camp today, their hired cavalry are in Sirius territory, destroying farms and orchards, burning down villages and houses. They even killed dozens of our scouts. How many soldiers are there in Syracuse's camp? Escamas asked. According to our observations over the past 2 days, there are probably more than 50,000. Escamas replied. 50,000. Escamas thought for a moment, then turned to ask, Lord Felicius, how many enemies did you encounter in Corunna? No less than 40,000, Felicius answered honestly. If we include Medmar and Hyhernian's troops, the number of Syracuse's troops attacking our southern alliance should be more than. Escamas spat out a number with a solemn expression. 100,000. Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard this number. This is the largest army that has ever appeared in the history of Greece, the Western Mediterranean, and the entire Greek world. And our allied forces here, if we include the Trine militia, only have about 60,000 soldiers. Parthenis sighed. It's a pity that Hegemon is separated in the south and can't meet up with us. Corunna is now under siege. Most importantly, Parthenis looked at Felicius and Ansitanos, and said regretfully, Lord Devers is leading Dionia's main forces in Lucania municipality. If they were all gathered in Silatina, we wouldn't have to fear Syracuse at all, even if they have 100,000 soldiers. We've oversimplified things before. When we make plans, we always think too much on the bright side. Only when we put it into practice did we realize that there are so many problems. Ansitanos was blaming Dionia, but he was also trying to extricate himself from the discussion. Some things happened so suddenly that they caught us off guard. For example, the invasion of the Simonians was unexpected. I can only say that Dionysius has been preparing for this invasion for a long time. Ansitanos' words were obviously trying to boost his opponent's prestige and diminish his own morale. Ascamus snorted softly and was about to speak. Asopius quickly asked, when will Lord Devers return with his army? I haven't received any news yet. However, Master Devers has never suffered many military defeats. I believe that he will soon defeat the barbaric Simonians and come to join us, Ansitanos comforted. Felicius took the opportunity to continue the conversation. So, we should reinforce our camp outside of Westritter city and form a corner with the city. We will stand on the defensive and delay Syracuse's army until Lord Devers returns with his army. Then, we will fight the people of Syracuse. Escamas sneered. Listen to this, Lord Devers, Lord Devers. Without Devers, do you think that all the generals of the Southern Alliance can't command the war? Felicius' expression changed slightly when he heard this. Ansitanos furrowed his brows. Asopias, on the other hand, looked unhappy. Escamas looked at Felicius with disdain. Let me ask you, how many days will it take to get from Thurii to Potentia? About 5 to 6 days by the shortest route, Felicius answered truthfully even though he was angry at what Asopias had just said. In other words, according to the days, it is possible that the Devers have just arrived at Potentia. Then how many days will it take to get from Potentia to here? About 9 to 10 days. 10 days. This does not include the number of days needed to defeat the Samni. The Crotone have never fought with the Samni before, but since they are natives living in the mountains, their fighting style is very likely to be similar to the Briti. They rarely fight head-on in the mountains, and like wolves, they like to hide and ambush. This means that it is very difficult to defeat them in a decisive battle. It is impossible to end the war quickly. General Felicius, I know that there are many Briti in your army. You should know this better than I do. Escamas's tone became even more sarcastic. Even if the Devers are very good at commanding, being able to return to Silatina within 20 days. This is the shortest time I can give you. But in these 20 days, do you think that the 40,000 enemies that fought with you before will be able to take Corunna? I heard that the people of Syracuse have a siege weapon called the ballista. In the previous war with Carthage, they used it to take down a few of Carthage's cities. Felicius's expression changed again. After defeating the attacking troops of Syracuse, they had seized Syracuse's ballista. According to the captain of the ballista, it was very similar to the ballista of Dionia. Although the angle and accuracy of the ballista was not as good as Dionia's, it was much more powerful. After all, its size was larger than the ballista of Dionia, and the stone bullets it used were naturally larger. Thinking of Frenris, who was full of confidence when he left, Felicius's heart was in turmoil, and he could only remain silent. Ascamas saw it and continued, if the mixed army of Syracuse and Rockley uses the ballista to take down Carunia, and then rush to Silatina to meet up, they only need to send a small portion of their forces to besiege Trine. We will not be able to stop them at all. Then, how many days can Trine resist? Asopias's face instantly turned pale. By the time Lord Devers arrives with his army, I'm afraid that even the outskirts of Silatina will be in ruins. Ascamas's next words made Pertines and Asepias restless. After Pertines and Asepias looked at each other and came to an agreement, Asepias slammed the wooden table and stood up, saying loudly, "My lords, we cannot wait any longer. We should take advantage of the fact that the two armies of Syracuse have yet to meet up and attack the army of Syracuse." Felicius frowned and asked, "Attack? How? Are we going to attack the main camp of Syracuse?" A letter of challenge. According to the soldiers who retreated from the Coerta River, they saw a huge flag of Syracuse behind the army of Syracuse crossing the river. The tyrant of Syracuse, that Dionysius, should be in this army. We will follow the ancient tradition of sending him a letter of challenge, inviting him to a battle between our two armies. This tyrannical and arrogant dictator calls himself the master of Sicily. He probably won't. He probably won't allow himself to show fear in front of his subordinates and not dare to accept the challenge. Then, the people of Greece under his tyrannical rule will see through his cowardice and weakness. Asepias said with uncertainty. That's a good idea. We of Trine will also do our best to send more soldiers to meet up with you. This way, the number of soldiers of our allied army will greatly exceed the number of soldiers of Syracuse here. At this moment, Asopias also took the initiative to promise. But if Dionysius's military strength is inferior, he might very well refuse to accept the challenge, Felicius cautiously reminded. If Syracuse doesn't dare to accept the challenge, then we will attack their camp. Ascamas took over and added, I've observed the camp of the Syracusans. The camp they built is far from the sturdiness of your Dionysius camp. Don't your troops also have ballistae? Then, we will keep throwing rocks at Syracuse's camp until the cowardly Syracuse soldiers are forced to accept the challenge. As a neighbor of Dionia, Crotone paid close attention to the Dionysian army. That's right, Lord Ascamas. Let's do that. Asepias replied excitedly. Lord Felicius, what do you think? Pertines' question caused everyone to focus their attention on Felicius. Facing everyone's expectant gaze, Felicius felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, but he could not give an answer. Seeing that everyone was getting impatient, Ansitano stood up and said, My lords, please allow me to have a word with Lord Felicius alone. The two of them left the hall. Ansitano swept the dust off the steps, sat down, and invited Felicius to take a seat as well. Felicius was a little overwhelmed by the favor. He had been in a high position in the Dionia alliance for several years, but facing a grand scholar like Ansitano's alone, Felix, who was once a mercenary, couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority in his heart. Lord Felicius. Ansitanos did not notice his expression. He looked at the plaza in front of him and asked in a calm tone, Are you going to stick to the defensive strategy that Lord Devers came up with? Felicius hesitated for a moment before answering, Yes. The battle plan of Ascamas and Acetius is too risky. If it fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. As long as we hold on to the camp and wait for Lord Devers to lead the army back to Greece, we will fight the people of Syracuse. Whether it is the number of soldiers, ability, or the commanding ability of the generals, we will be able to defeat the people of Syracuse. This is the safest strategy. The safest strategy? I'm afraid that the people in the room don't think so. Ansitano sighed, when danger comes, humans will always think of eliminating the danger as soon as possible, and will not calm down to think of a long-term plan. Now that the flames of war have spread to the land of the Alliance, their homeland is facing great danger. Our delaying strategy will only make them feel suspicious and angry. They will think that we, the people of Dionia, are selfish, allowing their homeland to be invaded and their people to be killed without doing anything. If this continues, the image that Dionia has been working hard to build in the Southern Alliance will be destroyed. We will lose the trust of the people of these cities, which will be detrimental to the future development of Dionia. Are we going to put our soldiers in danger just to win their trust? Felicius retorted. Felicius did not say a word. In his heart, he more or less felt that there was a chance of victory by forcing Syracuse, who only had half of their military strength, to engage in a battle here. The reason he did not agree was because he had been following the will of the Devers for a long time. Ansitanos thought for a moment, and slowly said, according to my understanding of Lord Devers, even if he feels that there is a high chance of failure here, he will still take the initiative to fight this battle. Why? Felicius asked hurriedly. Ansitanos looked at the Silitinian citizens who were gathering in the distant square with weapons in their hands, and said in a low voice, because victory can win the respect of the Greeks, and defeat can also win the hearts of the Greeks. But in a situation like this, where everyone is looking forward to it, if we do nothing, it will only cause the alliance to turn its back on us. We can take back the lost land, but if we lose the hearts of the people, it will be much more difficult to regain it. But, if we lose this battle, Corunna, Trine, and even Silitinian may be in danger. Felicius was still hesitant. Didn't Lord Devers already make arrangements? What are you still worried about? Ansitanos looked into the distance with a faint smile. Perhaps the Devers have already expected this day. Since the people in the room dared to make such a decision, then they must bear the price of failure. After saying that, Ansitanos stood up, patted the dust off his body, and no longer looked at the Silitinian citizens in the city. He sighed softly, and said something that Felicius did not quite understand. This is like burning the barren land to open up new land. Only by burning the weeds and trees can it be suitable to start sowing new seeds. Sigh, this is politics. The two of them returned to the meeting, and Felicius agreed to the proposal of engaging in a battle with Syracuse, but he made a request. The command of the entire battle belonged to Dionia. Praetinus, Acetius, and Asopius had no objections. Only Escamas disagreed. However, be it the number of soldiers or performance, Dionia's 4th and 5th legions were far superior to Crotone's troops which had just joined the battle. Therefore, Felicius was ultimately chosen as the commander of the Southern Alliance. When Felicius returned to the camp, Dracos and Epicthenus were already waiting for him in the tent. Felicius, what's the final decision? Epicthenus asked impatiently. Our allied army is preparing to force Syracuse to engage in a decisive battle, Felicius said honestly. Yeah, I guessed right. Epicthenus looked at Dracos excitedly. I didn't make that bet with you, because I chose to fight against Syracuse as well. Dracos ignored him and turned to ask Felicius, who will command this battle? Do you even need to ask? It will be none other than us. Epicthenus blurted out. I will command the allied army, Felicius said with a heavy tone. He could feel the pressure on his shoulders. At the same time, he saw the excitement on the faces of the 2 legion of Dionia. He also realized that both the commanders and the soldiers of the 4th and 5th legions were probably eager to fight against Syracuse. Their morale was high because of their achievements, the victory of the defense of the camp, and the hospitality of the Corinthians. At the same time, the pride and honor of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionia would not allow them to retreat for long. Of course, if the Devers were here, no one would dare to disobey. However, he could not guarantee that he would be the commander. With that in mind, he felt relieved. He waved at the two and said, let's plan how we can win this battle. When Epicthenus heard this, he stopped joking and asked seriously, which city-states are participating in the war? How many are there? How many people from Syracuse might join the battle? Aside from our 17,000 legionnaires, Crotone also has 17,000 legionnaires, 6,000 of which are heavy infantrymen. The Silatorians currently have 14,000 legionnaires, 3,000 of which are heavy infantrymen. They still want to recruit more citizens. Trena has 7,000 legionnaires, but they have to defend their city, so they can only send 4,000 to 5,000 legionnaires and 1,000 heavy infantrymen. In total, they have 54,000 legionnaires and 22,000 legionnaires. When Felicius finished, Epicthenus whistled. Wow, that's a huge army. Not many. Dracos poured cold water on him. All of Dionia's legionnaires and reserve soldiers combined can easily surpass this number, and the number of heavy infantry far exceeds this allied army. Each legion of Dionia has 6 heavy infantry battalions, and excluding the reserve soldiers, the entire legion has 30,000 heavy infantry. A full set of heavy infantry equipment was expensive, and many civilians were unwilling or unable to afford it. However, many Dionians who had just become probationary citizens and official citizens were willing to spend all their money to purchase such equipment. That was because serving in the Dionian Alliance's military service as heavy infantry would bring them more benefits, such as obtaining land, taking up public office, participating in local council elections, participating in elections for civil officials, and so on. Moreover, the Kristoia Bank, which was unique to Dionia and could provide low-interest loans in all cities, also gave the new citizens the confidence to buy heavy infantry equipment. But not all of our legionnaires are here. Only my Legio 4 and your 5th Legion are here. Although Epiphanes was refuting Dracos, his expression was one of excitement. It's up to us to decide the outcome of this battle. Dracos did not say anything, but his eyes were also shining brightly. Commanders, according to the intelligence from Sirius, we have to face at least 50,000 soldiers of Syracuse. They were able to defeat Carthage, so I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with. Felicius reminded them solemnly. This battle is of great importance. If we fail, Syracuse's army may approach Dionia's territory, and the other cities in the Southern Alliance may also be conquered. The consequences will be unimaginable. I'm also an elder of Dionia. Of course I understand the importance of this battle. Epiphanes grumbled to express his dissatisfaction at Felicius's belittling of him. He then asked, "Are you sure there are only 50,000 of them? What about the 40,000 that attacked us in Corunna? They're besieging Corunna. The scouts from Sirius have been keeping a close eye on the situation there and reporting back to the Allied army." Felicius obviously knew what they were worried about. To prevent them from suddenly splitting up and heading north, and to strengthen Syracuse's forces in the Sirius camp. As long as Syracuse doesn't increase their forces, we have a good chance of winning. Epiphanes looked at Felicius, then at Dracos. He analyzed, "We've already fought against Syracuse. Their cavalry is very strong, but no matter how strong they are, they won't dare to charge into a dense square formation. As long as we're on guard, even if they defeat our cavalry, they won't have much of an advantage. If they dare to approach our formation, our light infantry will deal them a heavy blow." Felicius and Dracos nodded. Dracos took over and said loudly, "As for Syracuse's infantry, I believe that since they could defeat Carthage's men, they shouldn't be weak. However, from the battle in Corunna, their morale and fighting spirit don't seem to be very strong. In terms of heavy infantry, Syracuse's army definitely can't compare to our legion." The other two immediately agreed. This wasn't because they were proud, but because the Devers' advanced battle concepts had taught them. The Legion of Dionysia was actually a complex mixed army that could adapt to various situations and execute complex tactics after going through rigorous training. This was why Felicius, Dracos, and Epiphanes were so confident. "Our legion is very different from the other allied armies, be it in terms of tactics, training, or equipment. It's not suitable for us to fight together with other troops. It's easy to cause chaos, which is not good for our legion," Dracos reminded. Dracos is right. I suggest that we gather the 4th and 5th legions together instead of separating them. This way, we can form a strong fighting force. Either side of the formation will be a huge threat to the enemy. After defeating the enemy in front, we can surround the middle and finally win the battle." Epiphanes gestured on the wooden table and voiced his opinion. "I think so too." Although the two legion commanders didn't usually get along well, they reached an agreement when it came to battles. Felicius put his hands behind his back and took a few steps in the tent. He turned to look at the two and said awkwardly, "I agree with your suggestion, but this isn't a battle that Dionysia is facing alone. There are Trine, Cirium and Crotone's allies. But you're the commander of the entire allied army." Epiphanes said anxiously, "You have the right to make the most reasonable arrangement. We think it's reasonable, but they have to think it's reasonable too. Only when everyone has reached an agreement can the entire battle plan be carried out smoothly," Felicius said helplessly. "It's not that easy to be the commander of the allied army. They all admit that the Legion of Dionysia is strong, but because of that, they hope that we can guard the middle and link the two flanks. That way, they can attack with confidence." Felicius looked at the two and said honestly, "Although I had the same idea as you before. I'm worried that the middle and the other flanks of the Trine, Siltine and Crotone armies won't be defeated before we defeat the enemy in front of us. If they are defeated, the whole situation may become chaotic, and the cavalry of Syracuse will have a chance to show their strength. On the other hand, if we guard the middle, we can control the rhythm of our attacks and defenses, discover gaps in the flanks at any time, and send reinforcements in time. That way, it will become a battle of defense and attrition between us and the people of Syracuse. I'm afraid the battle will last for a long time. Epitenes, who used to be a light shield soldier, did not like this way of fighting. A battle of defense and endurance. Isn't that what our heavy infantry is best at? Dracos, on the other hand, was full of confidence. Even if the legion is stationed in the middle, I believe we can still penetrate the enemy's middle. Since you've already made a battle plan in the meeting, why are you still asking for our opinion? Just give us the order and let us carry it out. Epitenes' voice was filled with resentment. That's just a rough preliminary plan, Felicia said honestly and passionately. I need your experience and wisdom to perfect this battle plan so that we can obtain more chances of victory. This is for Dionia. Epitenes and Dracos looked at each other, then leaned towards Felicius. After 2 days of hard work, the Samni Hilpini had expanded their camp and surrounded Potentia tightly, except for the south, where there was the Bacento River. The great leader of the Hilpini, Villani, had only sent his men to build a few simple watchtowers on the other side of the river to observe the movements in the city. With the pontoon bridge burnt down, he was not worried that the people of Potentia would cross the river and escape. If the people of Potentia abandoned the fortified city and chose to cross the river to escape, that would be exactly what he wanted. However, in the river that Virani imagined could stop the people of Potentia from escaping, there were people swimming in the dark. Half an hour later, Chief Vale, who was in charge of defending the city, arrived at the great leader's mansion. It was impossible for Poimet to sleep peacefully. When he heard that Vale was here, he thought that the people of Potentia were up to something again outside the city. He immediately received Vale in the living room, and then listened to the leader's excited report. The envoy of Dionia requests an audience. Prentos, the captain of the Dionia Mountain Brigade, greets the great leader Poimet. When the drenched Prentos bowed to Poimet, the great leader asked anxiously, Lord Devers is in Poseidonia. In Poseidonia. How? How is it? This morning, Sir Devers led the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd legions to annihilate Samni's reinforcements and defenders. Prentos answered straightforwardly. Great. That's great. Poimet was so excited that he could not control himself. He asked eagerly, will Sir Devers lead the army to Potentia tomorrow? Prentos did not answer directly. Instead, he took out a small waterproof leather tube from his neck and took out a paper scroll from it. This is a letter that Sir Devers asked me to pass to you, great leader. Poimet hurriedly took it and opened it. Then, his expression turned serious. Quick, call Borit over. Borit, who had been staying in the backyard all day, was anxious when he heard the news that the Dionia army had defeated the Samni in Poseidonia. When he saw the secret letter from the Devers, his reaction was different from Poimet's. He was already eager. Sir Devers asked us to cooperate with your mountain reconnaissance team to disrupt the enemy's camp tonight in order to coordinate with the arrival of the army tomorrow. Prentos, on the other hand, looked calm. His eyes were bright as he said, before going up the mountain, I specially observed the Samni camp. The continuous fleeing soldiers made the camp quite chaotic. Half of my brothers pretended to be fleeing soldiers and mixed in. Now, I have a better idea. The Hilpini people had prepared everything needed to attack the city. They were only waiting for the reinforcements from Poseidonia to return. Then, they would attack together and clean up the fish in the net of Potentia. That night, Virani slept peacefully early. Father! Father! Gurney suddenly burst into the big tent and woke him up. What happened? Virani opened his eyes and looked at his son who was standing in front of him in a daze. Then, he heard him say in a panic, something big happened. The reinforcements we sent to Poseidonia were annihilated by the Dionia. What? Virani's sleepiness was all gone. How is this possible? We've sent more than 20,000 Pentni and Katini warriors. Torik and Quaindak are all very experienced generals. Unless. He thought of a possibility, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Dionia's reinforcements from Talii have already arrived at Poseidonia, but they've been lying in ambush. Gurney told his father everything he heard from the soldiers who had escaped back to Poseidonia. After listening to his son, Veroni suddenly felt his limbs go cold. He sat back on his bed, his mind a mess. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and asked, "Have Torek and Quinduk escaped? I heard that Torek died in battle, and there's no news about Quinduk." Gurney looked depressed. Veroni felt a sense of sorrow, but this was not the time to be sad. He immediately asked, "How many soldiers did Pentni and Kautini escape? How can we count in the dark? Anyway, there are soldiers escaping into the camp from several directions." Gurney finished his words and asked anxiously, "Father, what should we do now?" The bad news came too suddenly, and Veroni's mind was in a mess. How could he think of a solution? Just as he lowered his head and pondered, there was a commotion outside the big tent. The noise was getting louder and clearer in the dark. "The reinforcements we sent to Poseidonia have been defeated. The reinforcements from Dionia are here. There are at least 50,000 to 60,000 of them. We're going to be surrounded. Run, brothers of Hilpini." "Oh no." Veroni jumped up in shock and rushed out of the tent. He saw that the camp, which should have been quiet at night, was now in an uproar. The soldiers did not know what to do. One by one, they came out of their tents naked and began to follow the others, screaming and running around in panic. Veroni saw people everywhere in the camp. This was the first time the Simonians had organized such a large army, and it was the first time they had fought such a long war, counting from the time they gathered their troops. So Veroni had never experienced such a chaotic scene before. Of course, he did not know what a camp howl was. But he instinctively felt the danger and immediately criticized Gurney. "When these defeated soldiers returned, you should have separated them to avoid affecting the morale of our soldiers. Now, go back to your tribe and maintain order in your tribe. Tell the soldiers to stay in their tents and do not come out." Gurney left in a hurry. Veroni hurriedly summoned his guards with torches to inform Leskok, Lukaini, and other chiefs, ordering them to do their best to restrain the troops. Only then did Veroni realize that the camp had not been well planned. The distance between the tribes was relatively far, and the tents were too densely set up. The passages between them were narrow and crooked. It was fine during the day, but it could easily cause blockages at night. He could only guard outside the big tent, surrounded by hundreds of guards, hoping that the tribal chiefs could play a role. When the commotion in the camp subsided a little, he would send his guards back to the camp to maintain order. He suspected that there were enemies in the camp who were taking the opportunity to cause trouble. At this time, outside the bustling Simonian camp, under the hill where Potentia city was located, Borat was quietly hiding with 1,000 soldiers. "Can we attack now?" Borat looked at the Simonian camp close at hand. He could not help but ask Prentos anxiously in a low voice. The captain of the Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Brigade, the executor who had once seized Aspulistum, was unusually calm at this moment. He said in a low voice, "Wait a little longer." Wait. Wait for what? If it were not for the fact that the speaker was a Dionia officer with a secret order from the Devers, Borat would have already taken action. Prentos did not seem to hear the urgency and annoyance in Borat's words. He kept looking at the camp in front and said softly, "Wait for the fire." Veroni stood in the big tent and saw that the dark camp had been lit up with torches. It seemed that the tribal chiefs had begun to take action. But after observing for a while, he found that the situation was not well contained. At night, the strong mountain wind whistled. Not only did it not cover up the noise in the camp, but it also made him feel cold. When he wanted to return to the big tent and put on the wolfskin robe, an even louder noise came from the camp again. "Fire! Fire! Quick! Go get Jern and put out the fire immediately." Viran hurriedly asked the guards to inform his son. As soon as the guards left, he realized that he was too anxious. He hurriedly asked the captain of the guards beside him to immediately put out the fire. "Great leader, what about your safety?" The captain of the guards was in a difficult position. The camp was not peaceful tonight. If they left, who would protect the great leader? There's no food, the whole army is in danger. What's the use of my safety? Viran stomped his feet anxiously. The guards could only rush to the place where the fire started. However, there were more than 25,000 people in the camp. The camp stretched for 7 to 8 miles. There were people everywhere in the camp, and the roads were congested. Not only did the guards move slowly, but their eagerness to move forward angered the panicked soldiers and caused a fight. The conflict was gradually expanding. It was early winter, and the air was dry. In addition, the Dionia scouts who sneaked into the camp deliberately set the fire. The fire spread quickly with the help of the wind, burning the entire supply camp. It continued to spread in all directions, setting the surrounding wooden fences and tents on fire. Bayran looked at the fire behind him, and his heart sank to the bottom of his heart. It's over. It's over. He sat on the cold ground with a blank expression. However, this night was destined to be his nightmare. Woo! Suddenly, the sound of a bugle horn resounded from all around the camp, followed by countless people's shouts and cries for blood. The people of Potentia could not enter the enemy's camp silently like the Legion of Dionysia. However, Pote's courage and persuasion made Pomote finally make up his mind and send out 5,000 soldiers. They divided into 5 groups and quietly went down the mountain, hiding in various places outside the Samani camp. As soon as he saw the fire, Borled could not wait to have his men blow the horn. Then, horns sounded from other places. The warriors of Potentia, with a vengeful rage, bypassed the antlers, climbed over the ditches, climbed over the mud walls and wooden fences. At this time, the Samani camp was already in a state of panic. Now that the fire had attracted the attention of the people outside the camp, the defense around the camp was lax, allowing the warriors of Potentia to enter the camp relatively easily. As a result, all of them turned into bloodthirsty wolves, slashing at the silhouettes they saw and stabbing at the sounds they heard. The sounds of fighting and screams echoed throughout the camp. This made the frightened Samone people even more frightened. In the dark night, for their own safety, all of them held their weapons tightly. As long as someone approached, they would stab and slash. The camp was in chaos. In such a chaotic situation, the Dionia scouts who had infiltrated the camp earlier shouted in the Samanese language that they had learned, "The Dionia army is here. They want to annihilate us, run." The fear in the night was magnified infinitely, finally crushing the fighting spirit of the Samone warriors. Like a flood, they desperately ran out of the camp. For this reason, they who had lost their minds could push down their companions, cut down their comrades who stood in their way, and trample on their tribesmen who were moaning on the ground. The dark night became their accomplice in killing each other. Pwamit, who had been worried about the war all night, stood on the city wall and watched. He heard the noise in the Samani camp, saw the fire that illuminated half of the sky in the distance, and heard the earth-shattering screams of fighting and killing. This scene lasted until late at night, and then gradually disappeared. The scouts who went to the foot of the mountain to gather news came back and shouted excitedly, "The enemy has been beaten back! The enemy has been beaten back!" Suddenly, the whole city became a sea of joy. Pwamit was relieved. The only thing he was worried about was the fire that was burning more and more fiercely. However, because the situation was unclear at night, he did not dare to send people to put out the fire. Unexpectedly, even the gods were looking after Potentia that night. In the second half of the night, it actually rained. Pwamit was completely relieved. Finally, he slept all the way until the sky brightened under the constant drowsiness. He hurried to the city wall. Along the way, he saw that the tribesmen who were originally lifeless had smiles on their faces. They gathered in 2s and 3s, excitedly talking about the war last night and thanking Asanu for his protection. From time to time, someone would ask Pwamit, "When can we move back to our original settlement?" Pwamit stood on top of the city wall and looked down. The Samani camp, which once stretched for 10 miles and had countless tents, had basically turned into a piece of black land. Wisps of green smoke lingered in the area, making it hard for Pwamit to see clearly. Did Borat and the others come back? Pwamit asked the tribal chief, Vale, with concern. They didn't come back, but he sent someone back and said, "They have to clean up the battlefield and will return later." It's good that Borat is fine. Pwamit thought happily. What Borat said about cleaning up the battlefield was not that simple. Looking closer at the Samani camp, under the ashes of the burning fire and in the mud caused by the heavy rain, bodies of both sides were lying everywhere. Some were already dead, some were even burnt black, some were seriously injured and unconscious, and some were still struggling and moaning. Last night, the potential warriors led by Britti had suffered heavy losses in the chaotic battle due to their lack of night attack experience, with nearly 2,000 casualties. After the fierce battle, they ignored their fatigue and called more people from the city to carry the wounded and corpses back to the city. At the same time, they began to clean up the battlefield and the ruins within a 10-mile radius. They stabbed the Samani who were still struggling a few times to confirm their death. At the same time, they also had to find their own tribesmen who were mixed in the enemy's corpses. This search process was dangerous for the potential warriors. Some of the Samani warriors who were not seriously injured would disguise themselves as corpses and attack when they got close. After so many such ambushes, the potential warriors became more cautious. They held spears in their hands. When they saw a corpse, as long as it was not one of their own, they would stab it a few times. Such a large area could not be cleaned up in a short time. Behind these warriors, the Dionia scouts were carefully counting the number of casualties of the Samani according to the divided areas. In the afternoon, the cleaning work came to an end. There were 5,493 Samani deaths. There were no injured, because even if they survived the chaos last night, the angry potential warriors would mercilessly kill them when they cleaned up the battlefield. The rest of the Samani people fled in all directions, scattered around the area around Potentia. When the Samani people invaded, they cleaned up the area around the city of Potentia. Now, the hungry Samani people had to swallow the bitter fruit of their own making. How to escape the pursuit of the Potentia people, endure the hunger and injuries, and safely return to their hometown had become a big problem for them. The people of Potentia paid a lot of sacrifices. With the full help of the people of Dionia, they finally defeated the powerful Samani people. After surviving the disaster, they were overjoyed. They did not know that they had buried a big surprise in the huge Samani corpse pit. The great leader of Hilpini, the commander of the Samani coalition army's invasion of Potentia, Bilani, had sent his personal guards to maintain order and put out the fire last night. In the end, Paulet led his army to attack the camp. The Samani people panicked and fell into chaos. Bilani, who was alone and a little old, died in the chaos. In the early morning of this day, in the temple of Hades in Turin, the Silentlander Cardias woke up early as usual and walked into the main hall of the temple. He entered the site of hell. After staying here for a long time, the horrible scenes of hell and the ferocious statues of the god Hades had no effect on him. He respectfully held an oil lamp and came to the seat of Pluto Hades. The oil basin in front of the statue was lit with a greenish-red flame all year round. The stern and solemn face of the god Hades looked even more gloomy under the flickering light. Cardia's expression was calm. He stood on his tiptoes and lit the oil lamp in his hand. Then, he knelt in front of the statue of Hades. He closed his eyes slightly and spread his palms on the ground. He sincerely prayed to Pluto, hoping that he could protect the safety of the Silentlanders. When he heard that the people of Syracuse had landed in Rockley, he was eager to return to Silentland. In the end, he was persuaded by Pleasonus. Pleasonus told him that even if he returned to Silentland, he would only be adding an ordinary public militia to the city. But here, he could pray to this powerful king of hell day and night in order to obtain this god's help. Cardias thought that the chief priest was right, so he continued to stay in Turin. At this moment, he placed the oil lamp that represented his wish on the altar table. Because it was still early and the temple had not opened, there was only one lamp on the altar table. But at night, the table and the floor were filled with oil lamps. Every time, they would clean up very late. Cardias, you are so sincere. I believe that the Hades will definitely respond to you. A voice came from behind him. Cardias hurriedly turned around and saluted, "Good morning, Pleasonus." The temple of Hades was now basically common in the cities of Dionia. There were priests, saintesses, believers. There were many people in charge of the management of the temple, and there were differences in status among them. But when it came to addressing each other, the canon of Hades stipulated that one could only address each other by their real names, to show the concept of equality of believers in the temple of Hades. But Silatina is outside the protection of Hades. Cardias looked slightly gloomy. This is the mission you will have to undertake in the future. The reason why Plazinas looked at Cardias, who came from a foreign country, differently was that he was the key figure in the development of the unique temple of Hades in Dionia. But now let us pray together. Let Hades bless Lord Devers to defeat the Simonians as soon as possible, return to Thurii, and then go to Carunia to repel the Syracuse, and ensure the peace of Greece. You are right. Cardias looked up at the statue of Hades, and the faith in his heart became firmer. I must let the power and kindness of Hades shine on the city of Silatina. When Cardias left the temple, Plazinas swept away the solemnity from before and turned back quickly to close the temple door. He was the only one left in the temple. He knelt respectfully in front of the statue and sincerely repented, Lord Hades, forgive me for what I have done. This is for your descendants. It's also to give you even greater glory. After saying this silently, Plazinas raised his head and felt that the face of the statue did not seem so terrible, so he began to make arrangements. Although the people of Dionia were not as afraid of war as other Greeks, the two battlefields, one in the south and one in the north, were not only large in scale, but also far away from them. Of course, they were also worried about the safety of their loved ones. The number of people who went to the temple of Hades to pray and ask for blessings every day had more than doubled than usual. But from this day onwards, some people claimed that when they put an oil lamp on the altar table, they saw the words "Worship my blood as king, protect the peace of the alliance" appear on the table, but it soon disappeared. There were also people who said that they also saw this line of writing, but not on the altar table, but on the pillars in the temple. There were also people who said that when they prayed, they heard the statue make a low roar, and it seemed to be shouting Devers. At first, this was just a sporadic rumor, and the people of Dionia only regarded it as a joke. But as time passed, more and more people said that they had witnessed this magical phenomenon, and things developed rapidly in one direction. On the same morning, Dionysius received the emissary from the Southern Alliance in his tent. When he saw the letter of challenge handed over by the envoy, he was secretly delighted. As it turned out, Dionysius did not try to take down Carunia as Pratines and Escamas had speculated. Dionysius was far from being as arrogant as the Greeks thought he was. On the contrary, he was very shrewd. Although he had never fought on the land of Greece before, from what Locke had told him and what he had seen with his own eyes, he believed that Carunia, a city that had been besieged by Locke many times, would not be easy to capture. With his rich experience in sieging cities, he knew that once he put his troops into the siege, it would definitely take a lot of time, and time was very precious to him and the army of Syracuse. He had to break the stalemate as soon as possible and seize the chance of victory on the battlefield of Greece. Therefore, after careful consideration and discussion with Phoebidas, he once again used the trick of crossing the sea by deception that he had used to defeat Hamilco outside the city of Syracuse. He sent a messenger back to Locke and ordered 20,000 freedmen who had followed the army ashore and were responsible for transporting supplies, equipment, and food, then disguised as soldiers, quietly rushed to the camp of the allied army of Syracuse and Locke that was besieging Carunia last night, and replaced the 20,000 soldiers of Syracuse. The people of Carunia were besieged in the city, and the scouts of the Southern Alliance could not play a role at night. The 4th and 5th legions of Dionia had just arrived at Silatina, and the generals were busy discussing. The soldiers were in a hurry to build the camp and had not sent out any scouts to investigate the situation. On the second day, the Tinfall coalition army's numbers remained the same, and they continued to attack Carunia city with ballistic cannons. Then, they began to cut down trees and build siege towers. Surprisingly, the southern Italian coalition army did not notice anything unusual. At this time, the army of Syracuse had returned to Locke, and under the leadership of General Phasapeses, they passed through the mountain pass and quietly reached the west coast, then quickly marched north. Only General Phaedon of Lygum, who was stationed in Taurina, noticed the movement of the enemy. However, at this time, both the land and sea routes of Lygum and Taurina were under the control of Syracuse, and their communication with the Southern Alliance had been cut off. Phaedon did not know that the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia had retreated. In a hurry, he had to take the risk and select a dozen daredevil soldiers, hoping that they could pass through the mountain pass and reach Carunia to report this important information to the allied army. This was to prevent Syracuse from suddenly increasing their forces and breaking through the defense line of the Ramato River. Phaedon thought that Syracuse was still blocked south of the Ramato River, so he increased their forces. In fact, Dionysius had secretly swapped out these 20,000 soldiers and rushed them to the Euphemia plains. Not only did it increase his military strength in this area to nearly 80,000, which was an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but these were also the troops that he usually led, so it was quite convenient to command them. His original target was Trine. Although this city was not big, it was located in the Orphemian plains. Due to the constant attacks from the north by the Briti, it had never been able to expand. However, there was a large river to the south, and it was far from Lok, so when the Lok alliance invaded, they mostly attacked from the side of Carunia. On the other hand, the British invasions were mainly based on looting. Lacking siege technology, they rarely attacked Trine. Therefore, the Trine people did not crazily thicken the city walls and widen the moat like the Carunians. Therefore, the city of Trine, with its low population and low walls, and its location on the plains, became a fat piece of meat in Dionia's eyes. Her initial plan with Phoebidas and the rest was, after Phasapeses led his army to Hyhernion, he would take 20,000 men from the main camp to attack Trine. When the southern Italian coalition army saw that he had divided his forces, if they led their army to rescue him, Dionia would secretly let the Phasapeses' army reach Trine via the sea route. From there, they would use their advantage in numbers to defeat the reinforcements. This way, Syracuse's army would have complete control over the area and continue their pursuit to the north. If the southern reinforcements did not come to rescue them, this option was less likely because it would cause dissension between the southern Italian coalition army. Syracuse's army would seize the opportunity to take down the city of Trine, weaken the enemy's forces, and then continue to press on the southern Italian coalition army. After reading the letter of challenge sent by the Solidian emissary, Dionysius laughed heartily in his heart. Now, these arrogant Greeks actually want to fight with me. Do they really think that they can defeat me with just a few of them? This is the perfect opportunity for me to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Dionysius was proud in his heart, but he showed a hesitant expression on his face. He didn't reply for a long time. The emissary of the allied forces said impatiently, "Tyrant of Syracuse, I heard that every time you execute the citizens of your city, you are very decisive. Not even a drop of tear has been shed. Why are you afraid when facing the army of the Greeks that you plan to enslave today? If you only have this little bit of courage, you'd better scram back to that small island on the other side of the strait and rule it. Otherwise, the wrath of the Greeks will swallow you and your army whole." Facing the emissary's mockery, Dionysius's eyes widened in anger and his face turned red. He picked up a pen angrily and wrote on the tactics, "Battle tomorrow morning." Then, he threw it at the emissary and shouted, "Since you Greeks want to die early, then pray to Hades today. That way, you will suffer less pain when you go to Inferno tomorrow. It's still unknown who will win and who will lose. Moreover, the death-loving Hades is the protector of Dionia, the most important ally of the Southern Alliance." The emissary picked up the letter of challenge and didn't forget to refute. "What's your name?" Dionysius looked at him fiercely. "Silesius, the son of Scolas, the Silotonian," the emissary answered with his head held high. "Silesius, I'll remember you." Dionysius spat out his name in a sinister manner, his words carrying a hint of threat. Silesius was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed contemptuously, "It's my honor to be remembered by the tyrannical dictator of Sicily." After the emissary left, the anger on Dionysius's face immediately disappeared. He paced back and forth in the big tent excitedly, then waved to the guards and said, "Go, call that Sparta man to me." Seeing Phoebidas quickly walk into the big tent, Dionysius immediately said, "Just now, the Silotonians sent an emissary to me to issue a letter of challenge." Seeing his happy face, Phoebidas asked directly, "So you agreed?" "I didn't agree immediately. I wanted the emissary to think that I was hesitating and afraid." Dionysius was obviously quite satisfied with his performance just now and said proudly, "Actually, there's no need to fight with the Southern Alliance." Phoebidas immediately poured cold water on him. "If we attack Trine, we can mobilize the Southern Alliance and defeat them with superior military strength without understanding the military situation and without sufficient preparation. If it's a battle, a face-to-face battle, it will increase the casualties of your soldiers." Phoebidas stopped talking. Dionysius's arrogance made him, a warrior from Sparta, the overlord of Greece, uncomfortable. "Phoebidas, for this upcoming battle of the largest scale in Greek history, I need the help of Sparta's best warrior to make it easier for us to win this battle." Phoebidas could not refuse Dionysius's invitation. Just the phrase, "the largest battle in Greek history" alone was enough to attract his greatest enthusiasm. On the same day, the Devers asked Legio III's 1st Brigade, Lazaru, to lead 3 heavy infantry brigades, a total of 3,000 soldiers, and 1,000 soldiers from Elia to garrison Poseidonia. At the same time, they would guard the nearly 10,000 captives. For this reason, the Devers also sent fast horses to Picassus and informed Antares to arrange for men to escort these captives to the rear of Lucania. Then, he led the 1st, 2nd, and Legio III soldiers, a total of about 24,000 soldiers, and marched east along the Seal Valley. The march was not smooth. Not only was the road difficult, but they also encountered the Samni from time to time. At first, when they received the report from the scouts, the Devers thought that the Samni wanted to use the complex terrain of the mountains to harass the army, so they sent out the light infantry and light armored soldiers of the 3 legions to guard the 2 flanks of the marching army. Unexpectedly, when the soldiers rushed forward, they found that the enemy's resistance was weak, and they were easily captured. The first thing the captured Samni people did was to open their mouths and ask for food. They called the soldiers who could understand the Samni language. After asking them, they found out why they were there and immediately reported it to the Devers. Only then did the Devers know that the Samni army outside Potentia had been defeated because of the night attack. This was a huge surprise. Originally, the Devers only asked Izam to send a lot of mountain scouts to disguise as the Samni defeated soldiers. They planned to sneak into the Samni camp at night, spread rumors, and shake the morale of the army. Of course, if it was possible to burn the Samni's supply, then the following battle with the Samni would be considered a sure win. For this reason, he wrote a secret letter to Potentia, hoping to get some help. Of course, this was just a casual move. He did not have high hopes that it would succeed. He did not expect the Samni to be defeated just like that. This made the Devers, who had a clearer understanding of the history of the Samni were the strong enemies of the early Rome in his previous life, a little shocked. But soon, the army met the scouts who rushed back from Potentia to report the news. The Devers confirmed that the Samni had been defeated, and they also learned that the captain of the scouts, Printos, played an important role in the operation last night. He was the one who planned the night attack and took the initiative to contact Pollet in Potentia. After listening to the story of the night attack, the Devers could not help but praise the captain of the scouts. Lizam, you have a very good subordinate. Lizam said seriously, he is better than me. When the country is in danger, it is time for heroes to emerge. The Devers were filled with emotion, and at the same time, he remembered the name Printos in his heart. Looking at the Samni who were so hungry that they could not even walk, they thought about how they had been through a night of chaos and shock. Their camp was burned down, and they were washed away by the rain. They were tired, hungry, and shocked. They did not have any fighting strength left. The battle in Potentia was basically over. The Devers made this judgment, and instantly felt a lot more relaxed. He immediately ordered the light armor and light infantry of the legion to attack the Samni decisively if they encountered them. At the same time, he sent people to Potentia quickly, and asked Plomath to prepare a camp for the army in advance. Usually, when marching in the war zone, the legion of Dionysia would stop in the afternoon and start to build a camp. But today, the Devers had to march boldly and strive to reach Potentia within a day. In the evening, the vanguard arrived at the outskirts of the city of Potentia. They were surprised to see that under the dim sky, 2 fire dragons stretched parallel to the West Mountain Pass from the city of Potentia. They were at least 2 miles long. Those were the people of Potentia holding up torches to welcome the Dionysian army and to light the way for the troops. After the Devers knew the situation, they immediately rushed to the front, and just happened to meet Plomath and a group of tribe leaders. Honorable Lord Devers, all the people of Potentia warmly welcome you and your army. Under Borat's instructions, Plomath respectfully saluted the Devers, and the leaders behind him followed suit. The Devers did not sit still on their horses and accept the salute of their allies. Instead, they hurriedly jumped off their horses and quickly returned the salute. With a slightly apologetic and emotional tone, they said, "It is really my fault for leading the army to disturb your peace so late at night. I did not expect you to disregard your own safety and welcome us in such a warm way, even though the territory of Potentia is not yet safe. I am really. Thank you. On behalf of all the soldiers, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the people of Potentia and all the leaders." "No, Lord Devers. It should be us, the people of Potentia, expressing our gratitude to the soldiers of Dionia. Plomath felt that the Devers could understand his painstaking efforts and felt that their hard work was not in vain, but he did not show it. Instead, he said emotionally, compared to the great kindness of Dionia in saving Potentia, this little thing we have done is nothing. We are allies, the Devers said with a gentle smile. Allies should help each other like brothers. That's right. That's right. Plomath nodded. He wanted to say more, but Borit, who was beside him, interrupted. Lord Devers, will we affect the soldiers' advance by talking here? The Devers was reminded. He looked back and saw that the army had stopped advancing. He quickly said, Leaders, I am so sorry. Please come with me. Oh, it was our negligence. Plomath hurriedly led the people to make way for the army. Tormid, the Devers turned around and shouted. Sir. Pass the order. Let the drummers and trumpeters play the victory march. Celebrate this moment of victory with our allies, the Devers said loudly. Understood. Tormid immediately turned around and left. The Legion of Dionysia paid great attention to the smoothness of military orders. They strictly used bugles and drums to convey orders. Therefore, there were only a few dozen trumpeters and drummers. There were 2.5 legions here, with a total of 24,000 soldiers. There were more than 100 drummers and trumpeters. After receiving Tormid's order, they retreated to the side of the road. As members of the Legion who did not participate in combat, they did not only have the task of conveying military orders in battle. During the march, in order to lift the spirits of the soldiers and forget their fatigue, they would play music to help the troops march. For this reason, during the Alliance's military training, other than practicing with the soldiers during phalanx training, they would gather alone to practice playing music at other times. Of course, they would be present in the various large-scale celebrations of the Alliance. Therefore, even though they did not directly participate in combat, they were still respected. At this time, some of the trumpeters changed to the bamboo flutes at their waists, while some of the drummers changed to small copper pipes. Everyone performed their duties and began to play music. The Victory March was a march that Devers was familiar with from his previous life. He hummed it and asked the musicians of the Alliance to compose and adapt it. Although it did not have the varied melody and grandeur of the symphony from his previous life, it was still a rare piece of music in this era. In the quiet night, when the lively and cheerful but rhythmic melody was played, it quickly resounded in the sky above Potentia. When the people of Potentia heard it, they felt relaxed. During this period of time, the sadness of losing their loved ones and the worry of the destruction of their homes seemed to be temporarily put aside. They could enjoy the joy of defeating a strong enemy and obtaining victory. And the tired soldiers of Dionia lifted their spirits, straightened their chests, and welcomed the inspection of the people of the Alliance with their best spirit. Legion, advance. At the forefront of the marching formation were the 300 personal guards of the Devers, led by the substitute Captain Rodham. Marcius was recovering in Turii. He raised the military flag representing the supreme commander of the Devers with both hands. At the top of the flag was a golden statue of Hades wearing a crown, sitting steadily on a throne, holding a double fork in one hand and a ball in the other. Compared to the gloomy and ferocious statue of Hades on top of the military flag, this one showed the dignity of a king. The black flag under the statue was embroidered with the name Devers with golden silk thread. Behind the guards was the flag-bearer of the First Legion. However, he was not followed by heavy infantry, but by light infantry and light armor. This was because on the mountain road, once they encountered an enemy, the fast-moving light armor and light infantry could quickly respond. In fact, most of the Samanai people captured on the road were due to them. After the First Legion was the supply team, then the Second Legion, and hundreds of Samanai people captured on the way. Then came the Legio III, and finally some light infantry, light armor, and cavalry. The reason why the cavalry was arranged at the end was that part of the mountain road could not be ridden. They had to lead the horses and walk. Moreover, the mountain road was narrow. If thousands of horses picked up their feces and urine, it would seriously affect the marching speed of the troops behind. The light infantry was mixed to prevent the Samanai people from attacking the rear. Plomath looked at the rows of Legion of Dionysia soldiers walking past him with their heads held high. He could not help but exclaim, "What a powerful army!" Dionia has so many brave soldiers. Who would dare to invade us? No wonder the Samanai were no match for you, Sir Devers. Great leader Puamat, the Samanai army was defeated by the brave warriors led by the leaders of Potentia, said the Devers humbly. Sir Devers, if you had not led your army to annihilate the reinforcements sent by the Samanai to Poseidonia, made a detailed plan, sent your soldiers to infiltrate the enemy's camp, disturbed the enemy, and even sent your men to contact us and persuade us to carry out a night attack, we would not have had the ability to defeat so many fierce Samanai soldiers by ourselves. Borat said bluntly. There's no need for you and me to give in to each other. To be able to achieve such a victory and restore peace to this land is the result of the unity and cooperation of Dionia and Potentia. The Devers concluded. Yes, thank God Asanu. Potentia is glad to have joined the Dionia alliance. Without the full support of Dionia, Potentia would not be where it is today. The people of Potentia will always remember this kindness. Puamat exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The other leaders also expressed their gratitude to the Devers one after another. Lord Divers, we've prepared a campsite for your army. It's near the city of Potentia. It used to be the settlement of one of our tribes. Due to the lack of time, we did not have enough time to clean it up. Some of the houses were destroyed by the Samanai, said Borat. After following the Dionysian army for so many days, he knew what the Devers needed the most at this time. Thank you so much. This has solved our big problem. The Devers was overjoyed. It's okay if the campsite is a little old, but we can borrow these torches for a while. Lord Devers, we have prepared a welcome banquet for you and your soldiers to celebrate the arrival of victory. Once you have set up camp, our people will carry hundreds of cattle, sheep, and wine to your campsite. Puamat said loudly, seeing that the atmosphere was good. However, he was interrupted by the Devers, great leader Puamat, and other leaders. I thank you for your kind invitation and your friendship to Dionia. But I heard that the invasion of the Samanai this time caused great losses to you. Villages and farmlands were burned down, many people were slaughtered or captured, and a large number of livestock were lost. Now, your food supply is a little tight, and you still reward us with food. Do you think we can eat it? Devers's passionate words hit the soft spot of the potential leaders. They didn't say anything and only looked at their big leader. Puamat said anxiously, Lord Devers, although it is a little difficult for us, the Devers interrupted him again and said seriously, Great leader, our Dionia military law stipulates that during the war, the army is not allowed to drink, entertain, or celebrate. When I was in Elia, I received the news that the army of Syracuse had just invaded Greece. So the war here is over, and the war in the south has just begun. We still have to rush back to Thurii to drive away the enemy in Sicily. On the day of victory, Dionia will hold a victory parade. At that time, Dionia will grandly invite you and all the leaders to Thurii to celebrate this hard-won victory. At this point, the potential leaders couldn't persuade him anymore. Moreover, this was in line with many people's medical practice. Puamat, who had never traveled far, even promised, I will definitely go. In addition, after we took over the city of Poseidonia, we seized a large amount of food that the people of Syracuse gave to the Samanai people. Since the people of Potentia are having a hard time making a living now, I have decided to transfer this batch of resources to Potentia so that this land can be revived as soon as possible, Devers said solemnly. Everyone present was stunned. How can this be? Puamat, who had always been calm and steady, was incoherent and did not know what to say. Lord Devers, those are your spoils of war. Besides, such a large army like yours also needs food, Borat quickly said. It's settled then. Devers said firmly. Merciful Lord Devers. Thank you, Lord Devers. I thank you on behalf of the people of the Liam tribe. The leaders rushed to express their gratitude. This time, it was completely sincere. Devers smiled without saying a word. In fact, as Borat had said, his army of 30,000 was also in a tight situation. The soldiers' rations had already been finished. The food had been transported from the Grimentum by land and sea. Just the transportation alone would consume a third of the food. It would be good if they could sustain the army for 10 days in Potentia. Although the battle here had ended, there was still follow-up work to be done. Even so, he did not hesitate to donate an astonishing amount of resources to Potentia. It was not for the present, but for the future. At this moment, the atmosphere was more harmonious. Devers and the leaders were chatting happily. In the mountains not far from them, pairs of eyes filled with hatred were watching the grand and lively scene below the mountain. "Chief, have you really decided to attack the camp tonight? There are probably tens of thousands of people in Dionia, and we only have 1,000 people. Most of our people are still hungry. Why don't we wait for the great chief and Chief Leskok to meet up before attacking the enemy? It's not too late." The subordinate warrior looked hesitant. "It'll be too late by then. Only when the Dionia army has just arrived here and they're overtired, the chance of success in attacking the camp will be greater." Potentia. Potentia can, cough cough. If they can do it, so can we. Gurney encouraged his people in a low voice, but he could not stop coughing. The experience last night was like a nightmare. If it was not for the night attack, he would not even mention the word potentia. Besides, we've been searching for a day today, but we haven't met my father, or Leskok and the others. At this point, he looked slightly worried and depressed, but he quickly threw away these thoughts that troubled him and encouraged his people again. "We must take action immediately. Otherwise, the army of Dionia may attack Kopsa from the north tomorrow. We must do our best to defend Abenelum and the neighboring lands." "Yes." The Samanese warriors answered weakly. Late at night, Pwamit returned to his house, still excited from the previous conversation. "Borat, what do you think of the Devers? An amazing Greek leader. An amazing commander." Borlat's words were concise and to the point. "So, do you think he can lead the Dionia army to repel the army of Syracuse?" Pwamit continued to ask. Borat hesitated, then said with certainty, "I've never seen the army of Syracuse, but the Legion of Dionysia is the most disciplined and powerful Greek army I've ever seen. I believe they can win." "I believe so too." When Pwamit finished, he saw his brother's surprised face and smiled. "Although I've never participated in a battle, the Devers are the best Greek generals I've ever seen at restraining their desires and controlling their subordinates' desires. Such a person's character is like a pine tree growing in a rock. He will never yield in the face of setbacks, and he will definitely win in the end." So, Pwamit took a few steps and came to the statue of Asinu. After a devout prayer, he made his final decision. "I've decided to sacrifice Poseidonia to Dionia." "What?" Borat was shocked when he heard that. "In fact, Poseidonia is now in the hands of the Dionia. They took it from the Samani. Just now, the Devers didn't mention how to deal with the city, so it's better to give it to Dionia. Anyway, the people there are either killed or captured. We can't save them, so we'll leave it to the Dionia." Pwamit sighed, his eyes becoming brighter. "I think the Devers are broad-minded people. The Baruti have surrendered, southern Lucania has surrendered, and many Greek city-states have surrendered as well. The Simonians have also been defeated. This land will be ruled by the Dionians in the future. We must make a decision as soon as possible so that the Dionians will not mistreat us." "Potentia." "I understand, brother. You're the great leader of Potentia. You have the final say, and I'll listen to you," Borat said sincerely. "No, I'm old. You'll be in charge of Potentia in the future. I believe you'll handle your relationship with Potentia well," Pwamit said calmly. He didn't have any children. Paulette was his younger brother, but he was more like his son. Late at night, there was a commotion in the Dionia camp, waking the Devers up from their sleep. What happened? The Devers calmly looked at the substitute guard Captain Rodham and the herald Tormid as they walked into the house. "Sir, the Samani attacked the camp and were discovered by the sentries. Because it's in the 2nd Legion's defense zone, Legion Commander Amintas has already led a team to attack. I believe they'll be defeated soon," Tormid said. Speaking of this, the Devers quieted down and listened carefully. It seemed that the noise outside was much quieter. He calmed down and yawned. "It seems that the battle is over. You should all go to sleep." Tormid and Rodham bade farewell and left. "Amintas has such a strong desire to fight. I have to try my best to keep him going until the battle against Syracuse." The Devers murmured as he fell asleep. The next morning, Pwamit and Borat came to visit the Devers. After a friendly conversation, the two left in satisfaction. The Devers was also happy. He quickly called the captain of Legio III, Alexis, and said to her, "Just now, the great leader of Potentia came to me and requested to hand over the city of Poseidonia to Dionia." This is great," Alexis said excitedly. "Yes, I did not expect him to make such a decision so decisively." Although many Lucanians despise Puamet, saying that he is neither as brave as Akapirun nor as smart as Sinsing, that he is a coward who only knows how to stay at home and sleep with his wife. But the forces of those two people have been destroyed, and Potentia will continue to exist. Those who can understand the general trend and go with it are truly wise people. Puamet is decisive when he needs to and gives up when he can. He is amazing. The Devers was quite emotional. He turned back to look at Alexis and continued, "Today, I called you here because I have an important task for you to do." Alexis immediately sat up straight when she heard this. Although the Samanai have been defeated, there are still nearly 20,000 defeated soldiers fleeing in all directions. According to the investigation of the mountain reconnaissance team, except for 3 larger teams that are retreating to the north, the rest of the defeated soldiers are scattered in the mountains around Potentia, suffering from hunger and disease. But their existence has also hindered the plans of the tribes of Potentia to return to their settlements. "I've decided to leave the Legio III behind and station here to clear out these Samanai soldiers. Borat will lead the Potentia warriors to cooperate with you." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Alexis hurriedly said, "My lord, the war with Samani has ended, and Syracuse's army is attacking Greece. We should immediately return to Turiae and concentrate our forces against Syracuse." "Don't worry about Syracuse. I have my own plans. To tell you the truth, I've always felt that the Samanai would be a headache when the alliance expands to the north in the future." But unexpectedly, this time, they gathered a large number of troops, took the initiative to leave the mountains they were familiar with, and attacked Lucania on a large scale. Under the protection of Hades, the Samanai suffered a crushing defeat, while our losses were not great. In the face of an injured beast, what we have to do is to seize this opportunity and kill it while it is weak. We can't let it go and wait for it to recover before it causes trouble for us. Therefore, the Legio III must try to eliminate and capture the Samanai people here as much as possible, and not let them escape back to the north. While completing this task, we can try to attack the Samanai mountains to see if there are further gains. But be careful not to expand the scale of the war and attract new enemies. You have to understand that with the current situation of Dionia, it is impossible to support 2 battles. The Devers warned solemnly. "I understand. I will try my best to expand our victory." Alexis was excited after understanding the Devers' intentions. After all, being able to independently lead an army to conquer an area was the greatest pursuit of any general. "I have also found a capable helper for you," the Devers said and shouted towards the outside of the house, "Marcius, let him in." Alexis looked curiously at the door and saw a skinny, capable young man walk in. "Supreme Commander." The young man gave a standard military salute. "Prentos, the captain of the reconnaissance company, the mastermind of the defeat of the Samanai camp." After the Devers returned the military salute, he sized him up and could not help but praise, "Amazing. Really amazing. The victory you created saved time for Dionia, allowing us to concentrate on dealing with Syracuse. On behalf of the people of Dionia, I thank you. Your name will be remembered in the Hall of Valhalla forever." Prentos was both excited and a little embarrassed by the Devers' praise. He quickly said humbly, "Sir, this is all because of the plan you made to capture Asprostum city last time. Victory without arrogance." The Devers nodded, feeling more and more satisfied with this young man. "I will transfer 2 companies from the Mountain Reconnaissance Company, a total of 400 people, under your command. They will assist Legio III and Potentia's army in hunting down the Samanai soldiers, and at the same time, invading the neighboring Samanai territory. Can you complete this mission?" "I can," Prentos answered confidently. The Devers nodded without batting an eyelid, turned around and said to the Legio III captain, "Alexis, are you satisfied with the assistant I have assigned to you?" "I can't be more satisfied." Alexis smiled and said, "But it also increases the pressure on me. With the help of such a hero, if I don't have a decent battle record, I will be embarrassed to return to Turiae. It is good that you understand this." The Devers also smiled and continued, "I hope that you can take down Kopsa if possible." "Kopsa?" This was the first time Alexis had heard of this term. That is the town closest to Potentia in Samanai, about 40 miles from here. Printos said to Alexis. As someone who came from the reconnaissance team, he had stayed here for almost a day and had some understanding of the surrounding environment. This is a wish of the great leader of Potentia. If we take down Copsa, Syracuse will be completely under the protection of Dionia, and from then on, there will be no need to worry about the Samanai invasion. The Devers further explained. In the morning, when Pwamit made this request to him, the Devers understood, Potentia had made up its mind to completely rely on the Dionia alliance. Of course, you have to do what you can and don't force it. The battle in the south of the alliance will be very fierce, and the supplies will definitely be very tight. You have to pay special attention to this problem, and don't cause another big war in the north. The Devers emphasized this sentence again. Alexis and Printos looked at each other and immediately expressed that they understood. There is one more thing. Pwamit hopes to build a road to strengthen the connection with our Lucania territory. This is a good thing, and I have already agreed to it. I am going to let Bagul take over this matter, and Alexis will be the assistant. Seeing that Alexis wanted to speak, the Devers waved his hand and said, After all, you have been a construction officer and are very familiar with building roads. At the same time, you have a good relationship with Bagul, so I believe you can cooperate well. Right now, there are tens of thousands of Samanai captives as ready-made labor, but don't let them die of exhaustion. These captives will be of great use to me in the future. I accept this task, Alexis said helplessly. Seeing that he answered reluctantly, the Devers had to remind him, building this road will not only strengthen the connection with Potentia, but it will also be beneficial for the future expansion of our Dionia into the central part of Apennine. Therefore, building the road and pursuing the Samanai soldiers are equally important. There is no conflict. Sir, I understand. I will do my best to help Bagul and the others build this road. In the early morning of the same day, Sesta was rushing to the Senate. The outbreak of this war had a great impact on the city of Turin. Most of the 1st and 2nd legions were Turin citizens. Then, 2 new legions were formed, and they were also mainly made up of Turin citizens. Every day, they trained in the military port of the Crati River to the east of Turin. Therefore, there were almost no young men in the city. As for the elderly and women, out of worry for their loved ones, they appeared less and less in the square. Most of them stayed at home or prayed in the temple. Sesta looked at the empty Victory Square and felt a little disappointed. Sir Sesta! A shout came from behind him. He turned around and saw that it was the senator from Brudi, Bagalipi. With Sir Sesta accompanying me, I won't be afraid even if I'm late. Bagalipi said half jokingly and half seriously. He was small and wore a white Bolton robe with black trim, which represented his identity as a senator. It looked like a thin bamboo pole hanging on the wide robe, so he tried his best to pull the corner of the robe with both hands, looking rather comical. However, Sesta did not laugh. As the censor, he had the function of supervising the performance of the senators during the Senate meeting. Now, because of the treason case of Polixus and the other senators, under the suggestion of the Devers, gave the censor the great power to supervise the crimes of the senators and the public officials of the alliance. Because of the heavy responsibility on his shoulders, Sesta had always set an example. However, he did not expect to be late today. He could not help but explain, last night, I was busy sorting out the information about supervising the elections in various cities and the establishment of local councils so that I can report to everyone at the meeting today. In the end, I was busy until late into the night and woke up late today. Seeing this, Sesta quickly advised, Lord Bagalipi, you don't have to worry too much. Felicius is the commander of the Southern Front recognized and appointed by Lord Devers. He is also a veteran general who has been through many battles. Also, he is an honest man. His analysis of the battle should not be exaggerating. We have a high chance of winning the battle. The report sent by the wise Lord Ansitanos also agrees with Felicius' analysis. We don't have to worry too much. The local council election may be delayed for a while. After we chase away the people of Syracuse, it will still be held. Yes, you are right. The two comforted each other and walked up the steps of the Senate Hall. At this time, Sesta saw Petteru coming up from the other side. He walked quickly into the hall as if he did not see Sesta. Of course, Sesta did not have the habit of greeting unfamiliar people warmly. Instead, Bagalipi sighed. It seems that Petaru still has some opinions about your investigation of him. He will be fine after a while. Sesta said coldly, I am only doing my duty. Whether others are happy or not has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Bagalipi could only keep quiet. Lords, the warships of Syracuse have cut off the sea trade routes of Dionia. Whether it's heading to the eastern Mediterranean or the other regions of the western Mediterranean, our alliance's merchant ships have already been captured and detained by the Syracuse Navy. The merchant ships from other cities that came to trade with our alliance have also been forcefully expelled. Now, there are almost no merchant ships entering the port of Tolage. Due to its remote location, the ports of the other cities have stopped operating, except for the port of Picassus that can still operate normally. Due to the war, the soldiers at the front lines have to consume a large amount of supplies every day. If this situation continues, we will not be able to obtain supplies through sea trade. I am afraid that the grain supply of the entire alliance will become tight. I suggest that the Senate take measures to remind the people to save food and forcefully control the consumption of food. For example, temporarily closing the restaurants and reducing the people's 3 meals a day to 2 meals a day. When Marigi finished speaking, the senators were in an uproar. Is the situation really that bad? Cornelos asked nervously. Yes, the grain consumption has exceeded our expectations. Agriculture Officer Bagalipi added, although we do have food reserves, we have already transported 2 granaries to supply food to the 5 corps in the north and south for the first time. According to the statistics of the Ministry of Military Affairs, this food can only last for 10 days. As you all know, we've only built 6 granaries in the Alliance's territory in the past few years. If the war continues for another 2 months, I'm afraid that the grain reserves will run out. All the elders present became nervous. Cunagurata immediately got up and said, the sea is blocked, we can buy from Tarentum by land. Mirsa shook her head and said, Marigi and I had thought of this idea a long time ago. We also sent public officials to Tarentum to discuss it, but the Tarentum Senate said that they were also short on food and had no surplus to sell. Damn Tarentum. They've forgotten who helped them chase away the Masapi. How ungrateful. We should take the alliance agreement and question them properly. Scombras, the current chief executive of Amendola, cursed out loud when he heard that. Cough, now is not the time to settle accounts with Tarentum. Syracuse and Salmoni are already difficult for us to deal with. Moreover, our relationship with Tarentum has not been harmonious for the past 2 years. If we push Tarentum too far and it really does what the Devers are worried about, we'll be in trouble. Cornelos said worriedly. What is our fleet doing now? The alliance spends so much money on building warships every year. Now is the time when we need our navy. Tritodermos asked loudly. The navy commander, Sicarian, is doing his best to reorganize the warships from the various alliances. At the same time, he is training the new tactics proposed by the Devers with the new corps, Hieronymus replied. The new tactics designed by the Devers? Tritodermos was excited. Can they defeat the Syracuse Navy? The Turiae military port is tightly sealed every day. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. I'm not sure about their training, Hieronymus replied and kept quiet. It seems that we can't count on the navy for the time being. I hope that the southern Italian coalition led by Sir Felicius can stop the attack of Syracuse. Although Scombras was nearing 60 years of age, his personality was more radical. However, he still held a cautious attitude towards the upcoming battle in the south. It was obvious that the others were also worried about their own gains and losses. After all, the Southern Alliance army was not the entire Dionysian army. Felicius's leadership ability naturally could not be compared to Consul Davis's in the hearts of the elders. Do you have the latest news? Has the Devers led the army to fight the Simonians? Sidorum asked. The news I received was from yesterday. The Devers have led the army to Elia. Today's battle report has not been delivered yet. The answer of the rotating chairman, Cunagurata, disappointed the elders. Someone sighed. Our battle report is still too slow. It's already very fast. You should know that Lucania city is all mountainous. Based on the previous speed, I'm afraid it would take more than 4 to 5 days to reach there. Now, it's much shorter. Heraclid, who had just joined the Senate and did not usually speak much, retorted. My lords. Cunegurata reminded loudly. Although according to the analysis of the battle report, our coalition has a high chance of defeating the people of Syracuse, we have to be prepared for the worst. We must once again strictly order Lord Agathia of Espusdum and assistants of Canopatisha to make full preparations to defend the city according to the decision we discussed yesterday. In case the battle fails, we must do everything possible to stop the enemy outside the territory of Dionia. At the same time, we must also prepare to assist Tarentum. Only then can we hold the line of defense from Canopatisha to Espusdum to Tarentum and delay the enemy until the return of the army led by the Devers. Lord Cunegurata is right. We must have a backup plan. The coalition led by Lord Felicius has more troops than the enemy, and with our army as the main force, we should be able to repel the enemy. Have the cavalry scouts been sent out? Let them report back every half an hour about the battle situation of the Turris and Siriton. The Senate expressed their opinions one after another, but they all felt a sense of nervousness and worry in their hearts. After the meeting ended, the senators did not disperse. They sat in the hall and chatted in twos and threes. They wanted to wait for news from the southern battlefield so that they could make a quick decision. So they even let their servants bring lunch to the Senate at noon. Cunegurata walked straight to a corner of the hall, where Plesinas and Marigi were whispering something. When they saw Cunegurata coming over, the two immediately stopped talking. Lord Plesinas, I heard that something abnormal has happened in the Temple of Hades these days, Cunegurata said in a low voice. Oh, what abnormal situation? Why haven't I heard about it? Plesinas looked confused. Handwriting that suddenly appeared and disappeared, and the sound of the statue from time to time. Cunegurata said word by word, his eyes fixed on Plesinas. Plesinas suddenly understood, Lord Cunegurata, you are talking about this. This is not an abnormal phenomenon, this is a miracle of the Hades. Something like this had happened before, but it was happening more frequently recently. This shows that the Hades is protecting our alliance. Plesinas looked pious. Seeing his expression, Cunegurata wanted to say something several times but stopped himself. Finally, he warned sternly, now is the moment of crisis for the alliance. We need to ensure the stability of the political situation in the alliance and work together to deal with the powerful enemy. As the chief executive of the Turris, I do not want there to be any major turmoil in the city. I believe that Lord Devers also does not want to see a big mess in the city. Seeing Cunegurata's dignified expression, Plesinas was stunned. Marigi, who was next to him, immediately interrupted, Lord Cunegurata, I am very curious, what do you mean by handwriting that suddenly appeared and disappeared? Cunegurata looked at him warily and said, you can ask Plesinas. After saying that, he turned and left. The rumor about with my blood as king, protect the peace of the alliance had gradually spread. It was said that it had spread to Amendola, Abyssinia, and Castellan, which made Cunegurata very uneasy. What he wanted to know now was, did Plesinas make this decision on his own? Or was it the idea of the Devers? If it was the latter, then what should he do? He sensed it. Plesinas looked at Cunegurata leaving and said to Marigi. Anyone with a brain can sense it. Marigi shrugged disdainfully, but what can they do if they know? Just now, Cunegurata did not even dare to say what is that handwriting. When it really happens, I am afraid that he will be the first to raise his hand to show his approval. Don't worry, Cunegurata is a smart man. Marigi's words made Plesinas feel relieved. Actually, I hope that today's battle will fail. Marigi's voice became softer, but it shocked Plesinas again. Lord Devers has led the citizens of the alliance to victory in every battle, which is why we have such a large territory today. But the people have already forgotten the taste of defeat, so they do not know the value of victory. Marigi said faintly, compared to the desolation of the city of Turris, in the early morning of the same day, the clouds of war were thick in the territory of Cirium. The area was not very flat. The ground was uneven, with small mounds and thorny bushes everywhere. To the west was the Ramato River, while to the north was the middle reaches of the Caulic River, which flowed from northwest to southeast. Obviously, Felicius had chosen to set up his formation here because he had considered the strength of the Syracuse cavalry. He wanted to use the terrain to the greatest extent to limit the cavalry's maneuverability and detour. At the same time, such a terrain was undoubtedly more advantageous for the legion of Dionysia's infantry, who had better adaptability and agility. Of course, Dionysius could see that the terrain was disadvantageous to his side, but he still led his army forward. More than 100,000 people from both sides had gathered on this land with a radius of more than 10 miles. They were densely packed, like mountains and seas, stirring up dust and sand into the air. Dionysius squinted, trying his best to look forward. Even though his vision was obstructed by the dust, the black attire of the Legion of Dionysia was particularly eye-catching. Moreover, they were right in front of Dionysius. The Dionia army is in the middle. Dionysius was reassured. He had also invested his most elite 15,000 soldiers in the middle. They were all mercenaries from Campania and Greece, and had followed him to conquer Sicily for many years. More than half of them had been granted citizenship and land, becoming new citizens of Syracuse. They were his most loyal and trustworthy core strength. Based on the past battles of the Dionia, their focus of attack is on their left flank. Phoebidas reminded. I suggest we deploy at least 20,000 soldiers on our right flank to block the enemy's attack. Dionysius did not reply immediately. He tilted his head and looked to the left. What he saw was the flickering silhouettes of the southern Italian army in formation amidst the dust. The noise and commotion extended beyond his line of sight. A moment later, he ordered, "Send all the Syracuse militia to the right flank." The messenger received the order and galloped towards the east. Dionysius turned to Sparta and said in a deep voice, "Phoebidas, I appoint you as the commander of the right wing. I hope you can lead the army to stop the enemy's attack and buy time for victory. I hope you can accept this." "It's my pleasure." Phoebidas gladly accepted his fate. He did not have the arrogance to say, "I'm from Sparta, you don't have the right to order me around." It was Phoebidas's first and last time leading more than 20,000 soldiers to participate in such a large-scale battle. The temptation was too great for him to refuse. Also, if you run into trouble, you have the authority to order the Numidian and Celtic cavalry on the outside of the right flank, Dionysius emphasized. Phoebidas felt a sense of trust and gave Dionysius a rare military salute. "Astagras," Dionysius shouted. "Here. Lead the Sicilian city-state army and defend the left flank together with the Hiernian army. Remember, I only need you to hold the enemy back. You don't need to advance too recklessly, understand?" Dionysius sternly ordered his brave subordinate. "Yes, sir." Astagras' heart skipped a beat. "Commander, Trine's army has arrived at the battlefield. Sir Cypros asked me to inform you that Trillus's army has a total of 8,500 soldiers." The messenger arrived on horseback and reported to Felicius. 8,500. Felicius was shocked to hear this number. Did this not mean that there were only a few hundred soldiers left to defend Trine? When they were discussing the plan for today's battle yesterday, the Trine representative had said that they could send up to 6,000 soldiers to participate in the battle. He did not expect that there would be an additional 2,500 soldiers today. Immediately, Felicius thought of the Trine's intention. They were preparing to go all out in this battle. At this moment, Felicius was also greatly encouraged. He said loudly, "Go and tell Lord Acetius to move the portion of the Zalidian army that was supposed to be stationed at the right flank to the left, so that the hammer's head will be even thicker." "Yes, sir." A messenger turned his horse around and rode east. "Go tell Sir Cypros that the Trine army is to stay close to the Legion of Dionysia on the right flank. The distance between the far end of the phalanx and the Ramato River should not be too large. This is to prevent the enemy's cavalry from taking a detour and harassing them." "Yes, sir." Another messenger rode west after receiving the order. Seeing the messenger disappear into the dust, Felicius once again looked at the Dionia soldiers in front of him. Only by watching these well-trained soldiers skillfully form their troops and get into formation could he feel at ease and dispel the anxiety and frustration in his heart. After watching for a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He said, "Immediately inform the 2 legion commanders, Dracos and Epiphanes. Tell them to slow down the formation of the soldiers and wait for the allied armies on both sides. Don't expose our intentions too early." "Yes, sir." The other 2 messengers rode forward. Felicius is too cautious. With the strength of our army, there is no need to play such tricks. Just blow the horn and charge straight in. Dracos was a little dissatisfied after receiving Felicius' order. However, he did not dare to disobey his superior's order. Thus, he said to his adjutant, "Go tell the officers to slow down and get into formation. Don't get excited too early. Slow down and save your energy and spirit for the moment of the charge." "Understood, Legion Commander." If it wasn't for Lord Felicius' reminder, I almost forgot about this." "Adjutant, hurry up and tell the brothers to slow down and wait for the tree next to them." However, to be honest, it's easy to get them to speed up, but to slow them down, we haven't practiced this for many years. Haha. Epiphanes teased as he gave the order. The adjutant held back his laughter and said, "Understood, Legion Commander." In the long formation of both sides, hundreds of messengers rode back and forth to deliver orders. Amidst the noisy and chaotic formation, the officers of various ranks were also shouting loudly. Two huge square formations were slowly taking shape. It took a long time for more than 100,000 people to get into formation. The speed at which Syracuse completed the formation was faster than the Southern Legion. After all, most of their troops came from the same city-state and often fought together, unlike the Southern Legion, which not only came from multiple city-states, but also fought together for the first time. By noon, the loud noise gradually died down, and the dust that filled the air gradually dissipated due to the soldiers' stillness. The soldiers at the front of the two phalanxes could clearly see the enemy hundreds of meters away. In their eyes, the opponent's dense phalanxes were like a thick steel wall that stretched endlessly to both ends. The midday sun of early winter was not scorching, but when it shone on the soldiers' shiny armors and weapons, the dazzling light was so bright that it was impossible to look at them directly. Only when their eyes fell on the Dionia phalanxes, the distinctive uniform of the Legion of Dionysia naturally attracted the attention of the Syracuse soldiers, and made their hearts palpitate, because black always meant something bad. The sea breeze blew from Squalach Bay, cooling the sweaty, heavily armored soldiers who had just gone through a torment. Military flags of various sizes fluttered in the wind in the long formation of both sides. The largest flag was erected behind Dionysius, and not only was it painted with the traditional three-legged symbol of Syracuse, Dionysius's real name was also embroidered on the flag. In comparison, the enemy commander of the Southern Legion, Felicius, was a little shabbier. Due to the short time he took office, as the commander of two legions, the Ministry of Military Affairs did not have the time to specially make a military flag statue for him, and could only use a military flag statue and a simple flag. Felicius did not care about this. At this moment, he was watching in shock as the military flag representing Dionysius slowly moved forward. After a while, the military flag had moved to the front of the formation, and a general in golden armor followed closely behind the military flag. With such a gorgeous outfit, it should be Dionysius himself, right? Felicius hesitated for a moment, and then spurred his horse forward. The two met in the middle of the battlefield. Dionysius sized up Felicius with a sharp gaze, and Felicius returned the stare without showing any weakness. "You are the commander of the Southern Legion? You are the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius?" "I am Dionysius. I am the commander of the Dionysian army, the commander of the Southern Legion, Felicius." Under Dionysius's silent gaze, Felicius subconsciously raised his voice. "Felicius, it seems that your subordinates do not agree with your title of commander." Dionysius turned to look at both sides of him, a mocking smile on his face. He saw cavalry galloping towards him from both east and west. The city-states of the Southern Legion are treated equally, unlike the Greek city-states of Sicily. Felicius blushed slightly as he retorted, mimicking the tone of his colleague in the Senate of Dionia during a debate. Dionysius laughed heartily. "In a battle, shouldn't an army follow the orders of one person to ensure unity? I think your Archon Devers should be very clear about this. Didn't he tell you?" Felicius realized that he was no match for Dionysius in terms of eloquence, so he simply remained silent and stared coldly at him. Dionysius's smile faded, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. "You are right about one thing. I alone have the final say in the Greek city-states of Sicily. And after this battle, Greece will also be under my control." Dionysius nodded slightly, then turned his horse around and returned to his formation. "Dionysius, stop right there," shouted Ascamas, who had rushed over. "I've already met with your general. You generals have no right to speak to me." Dionysius laughed loudly, then urged his horse to return to his formation. "What did Dionysius say?" asked Ascamas, who had rushed over. What else could he have said other than declaring war? The good-tempered Felicius could not help but feel a little angry. Cowardly Dionysius, he didn't even dare to stay a little longer, and he still dared to declare war on us. Ascamas spat in the direction of Dionysius. At this time Acestes and Cypros had arrived. Felicius had also calmed down. Taking advantage of the precious opportunity of everyone gathering together, he looked at the three of them and said solemnly, "Sir Cypros, you must control your army well. Don't focus too much on attacking, just defend. The Dionysian army will defend the right flank with the Trine soldiers. I'm not worried about being with the Legion of Dionysia." Cypros laughed. Felicius once again gave a final reminder to the general of the Cyrodian army, "Sir Acestes, please take note. The right flank of the phalanx you lead must try to maintain the same speed of attack as the Dionia army. As for your left flank, please attack boldly with the Crotone army." Acestes nodded to indicate that he understood. Felicius finally looked at the Crotone general, who seemed to be prejudiced against Dionia, and said sincerely, "Sir Ascamas, the victory of the southern Italian coalition army and the peace of Greece all depend on the Crotone army. Don't worry, my lords. The warriors of the Crotone army are already prepared. We're just waiting for the bugle to be blown, then we'll charge and defeat the Syracuse army in one fell swoop." Ascamas was full of heroism. Felicius looked at the generals, who were both nervous and excited. He raised his right fist and shouted, full of hope, "The gods will bless Greece. The gods will bless Greece." The other three responded. For fists slammed together, then they turned their horses and returned to their formation. In the Greek city-states of the western Mediterranean, there were two gods that were highly respected. One was the sun god, Apollo. Apollo was not a powerful god, but in addition to being in charge of the sun, literature, and archery, he was also blessed with luck. In the great colonial era, wooden ships full of colonists sailed to the unknown western Mediterranean Sea. They all hoped to be lucky enough to avoid the storms at sea, successfully reach the land, find a land with fertile water and grass to settle down, and avoid encountering the fierce indigenous people. If they survived and built a city, they would think that it was a blessing from Apollo. But what was the most important thing after they settled down? Of course, it was to multiply, strengthen the tribe, increase their strength, chase away the natives, and expand their territory. Thus, the other god that was highly respected was the goddess Queen Hera, who was in charge of marriage, family, and reproduction. Among the cities that participated in the war today, Apollo was the protector of the cities of Syracuse, Crotone, Cirium, and Trine. Even though the armies of the cities had already divined with the sun god before they rushed to the battlefield, the soldiers still prayed to Apollo for blessings before the battle began. However, the prayers came from both sides. How was Apollo supposed to choose? Only the soldiers of Dionia sang a hymn to the Lord of Darkness, who was terrifying in the hearts of the Greeks. Aphrodite sang the last part of the hymn to Hades like his other comrades. "O great Lord of the underworld, the just and selfless arbiter, may my name shine on the hall of Valhalla when I die a heroic death, may my soul be led by you to the Elysium that everyone yearns for." The soldiers felt their fear vanish, and their bodies were filled with strength. "Brothers, prepare your equipment and put on your helmets." The voice of the squad leader rang out. Aphrodite immediately placed the spear and 2 javelins in his right hand on the long shield in his left hand. He took off the open helmet that was hanging on his shoulder and put it on. He pulled down the leather ear protector and fastened it to his chin. When he was done, he saw from the corner of his eyes that his comrades on both sides had quickly put on their helmets and resumed their defensive posture. He felt that this new helmet was much more convenient. His eyes could see what was going on around him, and his ears could hear the words of his comrades. The old Corinthian helmet did not work. When he wore it, he felt as if his eyes and ears were immediately deaf and blind. He could only see the enemy in front of him, and could only hear the sharp and sonorous sound of the bugle, as if he was alone in the darkness. Only the occasional swaying figure of his companions beside him and the surging strength of his comrades behind him could make him feel real. If a person with a weak heart were to wear the Corinth helmet for too long, he would definitely go crazy. Aphrodite often had such thoughts during his daily training. Thus, after experiencing the benefits of the new helmet, he did not want to wear the Corinth helmet again. There was a saying in the Legion that the new helmet could not protect one's face. He scoffed at it. A person's reaction to any attack aimed at his face was the fastest. If he could not even dodge this, then he was not a qualified soldier of the Legion of Dionysia. Looking at the Syracuse soldiers covered in bronze armor a few hundred meters away, he felt a sense of pity for them. The familiar sound of the bugle that he had heard countless times in the training field rang out. It was loud and majestic, but it gave him a different kind of excitement. Forward! Following the squad leader's orders, Aphrodite held the shield in his left hand and the spear in his right. He and his comrades slowly advanced to the sound of the military drums. In between the small phalanxes, countless soldiers in leather armor rushed out of the phalanxes and charged towards the enemy. It was a spectacular sight, just like the countless times he had trained. Aphrodite knew that the first to meet the enemy would be his comrades from the light infantry brigade. He and his heavy infantry comrades skillfully switched a javelin to their right hand and advanced calmly, waiting for the moment to throw the javelin. After 2 days of racking his brains and meticulous preparations, Felicius, who was nervous, suddenly relaxed as the bugle sounded. He muttered, "It has finally begun," but he quickly regained his spirits and told the herald and the cavalry scouts to keep him updated on the progress of the entire battlefield. The battle had just begun. He had to be like the Archon Devers on the battlefield in the past. He had to be 100% focused and ready to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations until the end of the battle and the arrival of victory. At that moment, Dionysius's attention was not on the battlefield. Have the reinforcements set off? What's their position now? The fleet led by Lord Leptinus set sail from the port of Hyrnion with 10,000 soldiers half an hour ago. They may have reached the mouth of the Ramato River by now. The other army led by Lord Phasipizes set off from Hyrnion early in the morning. It is estimated that they have crossed the Coerta River by now. The adjutant made his own judgment based on the information he received from the cavalry scouts. At that moment, a messenger galloped over from behind. Report. Lord Phasipizes has led his army into the camp and sent me here to ask General Quan for his next order. Dionysius smiled in satisfaction. It seems that the Phasipizes has performed well this time. It has exceeded your expectations, Damocles. The adjutant, Damocles, smiled fawningly. Because of your stratagem, the Greeks have been completely fooled. Victory is at hand. The Phasipizes also wants to make a contribution as soon as possible. Otherwise, the battle will be over and victory will be yours alone, my lord. Dionysius smiled again and ordered, "Let the Phasipizes lead the soldiers to rest in the camp and recover their strength." The battle has just begun. The Dionysius 4th and 5th legions advanced quickly, but their attempt to directly attack the Syracuse infantry phalanx did not succeed. This was because Syracuse had also sent out a large number of light infantry, so the battle began with the light infantry. For a moment, arrows and javelins crisscrossed. People from both sides screamed and fell. The Dionysia light infantry were more well-trained, while the Syracuse light infantry had more battlefield experience. As the 4th and 5th legions were formed the latest, especially the 5th legions, which had not participated in a real battle, the two sides were evenly matched. When the main forces were almost 100 meters apart, the Syracuse light infantry retreated. They had to withdraw from the battlefield before the heavy infantry of both sides collided. Otherwise, they would be crushed into a bloody pulp by the huge impact. The Dionysia light infantry did not retreat. The Legion of Dionysia's more complex and smoother formation gave them the confidence to quickly withdraw from the battlefield before the heavy infantry of both sides collided. Therefore, they were not afraid of the approaching Syracuse's mountainous formation, and quickly fired another 2 rounds of arrows and javelins. The arrows flashed coldly and flew down. Some hit the thick Corinth helmet and bounced high, causing the Syracuse soldiers to feel slightly dizzy. Some were blocked by the round shields, but other than making small dents on the smooth copper shields, they did not cause any damage. Only the exposed arms and thighs of the soldiers could cause them to lose the ability to fight, but such casualties were too few. However, the damage of the javelins was much greater. Not only could they penetrate the breastplate, but they could also penetrate the round shields, making it difficult for the soldiers to defend with their shields. The experienced Syracuse soldiers stared coldly at the front through the narrow eye holes of their helmets. Although they had yet to face the Daionia soldiers head-on, they knew that a bigger attack was coming. Hence, they quickened their pace. The Daionia light infantry quickly retreated through the passageway between the phalanxes. The infantry at the back quickly moved forward and soon, the entire Daionia formation was connected. At that moment, the enemy was within 50 meters of them. Without the need for orders from their commanders, Effiart and the other heavy infantry soldiers stepped forward, raised their arms, and hurled their javelins. Tens of thousands of javelins flew out from the 2-kilometer-long front line of the coalition army. The Syracuse phalanxes covered the sky as they flew towards the Syracuse phalanxes. The Syracuse soldiers were prepared for this. They placed their shields above their heads and formed a long bronze wall. The death whirlwind caused by the rain of javelins could no longer be covered by the screams of the Syracuse soldiers. Hence, the Syracuse soldiers began to run faster. Effiart and his comrades who were at the front line did not have enough time to throw another javelin. Without hesitation, they threw away another javelin, held the shield in front of them with their left hand, and the spear in their right hand as they charged forward. They had to run as fast as they could within the short distance of 30 meters. On one side was a golden wall, and on the other was a black wave. Apollo! Hades! 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 Amidst the deafening battle cries, both sides collided with each other. At that moment, even the earth trembled. At that moment, Effiart felt a huge force colliding with his shield. It almost broke his hand that was holding the shield, causing his body to involuntarily lean back. At that moment, an equally powerful force came from behind and pushed him back. His spear was blocked by the round shield of the enemy, and his shield blocked the spear of the enemy. Due to the huge force from both sides, both spears were broken. Ephialtes endured the pain in his right hand and pulled out the short sword at his waist. The soldiers of both sides squeezed together, leaving little space for each soldier to move around. The Daionia soldiers at the forefront tossed away their spears regardless of whether they were broken or not, and switched to short swords. On the other hand, many Syracuse soldiers picked up their curved sabers, and the close combat began. In the middle of the Legion of Dionysia, the Daionia had the upper hand in the battle of light infantry, but the Syracuse light infantry had the upper hand in the other battle lines. Because the Crotone, Silitans, and Trine did not have the habit of harassing the light infantry in front of the heavy infantry phalanx, they suffered many losses. Their solution was to increase their speed and engage in direct combat with the Syracuse heavy infantry as soon as possible. Apart from Daionia, the light infantry of the Allied forces were all concentrated at the left end of the entire left wing of the formation, behind the cavalry. When both sides were engaged in close combat, only this area remained peaceful. Felicius knew that in terms of cavalry, the Allied forces' cavalry was far inferior to the Syracuse cavalry, both in terms of quantity and ability. Therefore, he gathered the 500 cavalrymen led by Soberkos and the cavalrymen of other cities together, forming a group of 1,500 cavalrymen to guard the flank of the Allied forces' left wing and prevent the enemy cavalry from making a detour, because the outside of the Allied forces' right wing was the Ramato River. Felicius believed that the Syracuse cavalry would not be stationed there. He also warned them not to move out easily. Once the enemy cavalry attacked, they were to let the 4,000 light infantry behind them use long-range firepower to disperse the enemy. With the help of the cavalry's charge, they should be able to resist the fierce Syracuse cavalry. Felicius' real killer move was on the left wing. The formation he arranged was similar to the strategy used by the Devers to defeat the Bruttii on the Cosenza Plateau. That was, the weaker troops were arranged on the right wing, relying on the river to ensure the safety of the flanks, and using the strengthened left wing to win. However, unlike the battle at Punit, the Allied forces' left wing at this time had weak cavalry and strong infantry. 17,000 Crotone infantrymen and tens of thousands of Silesian infantrymen, a small number of Silesian infantrymen were close to the middle, formed the left wing. The thickness of the formation alone was more than 40 rows. After Phoebidas arrived at the right wing of Syracuse, although he did not know the details of the enemy's arrangement, he stood in front of the formation and watched. Just by looking at the densely packed spears that extended backward, the experienced him immediately realized that once the bugle was blown, the enemy's attack would be very shocking, he quickly made a decision. Similarly, thicken the formation on his side. However, this way, the length of the formation on the right wing, which had fewer troops than the enemy, would inevitably be shorter than the enemy, and it would be easy for the enemy to surround them from the flank. At the same time, Phoebidas made a surprising decision. He ordered the soldiers on the right wing to immediately form an arc-shaped formation, protruding outwards. This way, during the battle, the soldiers of Syracuse would be in the inner circle, naturally making up for the lack of length of the formation. When the bugle was blown, nearly 30,000 infantrymen on the right wing of the southern Italian allied forces marched forward majestically towards the enemy. Among the soldiers of Crotone, there were many citizens like columns who had been captured by Dionia twice. They bore the guilt of being defeated, experienced the decline of Crotone from glory, and watched helplessly as their former enemy, Dionia, rose rapidly. Their hearts had always been intertwined with loss and confusion. Therefore, today, like their general, Ascamas, they would use a victory to prove themselves, to prove the glory of Crotone. Even though the strength of Crotone was far inferior to that of the city alliance of Dionia, this was the pride of the people of Crotone, the nature of the citizens of a country of movement. Therefore, even if the arrows rained down from the sky, they could not slow down the speed of their advance. Under the situation where they tried their best to maintain their formation, they gradually increased their pace. The huge formation let out a terrifying roar, and the soldiers of Crotone began to charge. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the approaching enemy, their faces a mixture of nervousness and excitement, only looking forward to the arrival of that terrifying and enchanting moment. Apollo! They roared unbridledly, and suddenly collided with the soldiers of Syracuse. Generally speaking, when the heavy infantry of both sides came into contact with each other, the entire formation from the back would begin to push forward. In order to prevent the enemy from pushing them back step by step, which would eventually lead to the collapse of the formation, the infantry of both sides would not only stick close to their comrades in the front, but they would also try their best to push forward with their spears, hoping to increase the threat of the soldiers in the front. At the same time, they would push forward with all their might, causing the space occupied by the soldiers in the front to become smaller and smaller. Ephiart was not worried. Like usual, he lunged forward, squatted slightly, and leaned forward. The half-length shield almost covered his entire leg, torso, and neck. From time to time, he would borrow the force from his back to push the shield forward. The force was concentrated on the bronze semicircular ram in the center of the curved shield. The force was considerable, and if it collided with an unprotected enemy, it would be enough to cause a fracture in the enemy's chest. When it collided with an enemy's round shield, it would also cause a dent in the sturdy bronze shield. On the other hand, when the round shield of the Syracuse soldier collided with the shield, the circular ram of the shield would cause the round shield to slip, causing it to hit the wrong spot. Furthermore, the force transmitted by the round shield would spread to the entire curved shield through the ram, and when it reached Ephiart, the force would be much smaller. This gave Ephiart enough time to catch his breath. While Ephiart tried to disrupt the enemy's defense with his shield, his right hand tightly gripped the half-meter-long double-edged short sword, waiting for an opportunity. From time to time, he would stab and pull it out from the gap between him and the enemy. It was a pity that the two Syracuse soldiers next to him seemed to be very experienced, as they dodged his attacks many times. The thickness of the troops in the middle of the legion of Dionysia and Syracuse was about the same. Since their strength was almost equal, the pressure in the middle was even more severe. Ephiart was getting closer and closer to the enemy, and he could even feel the hot breath coming out of the tiny slit in the middle of Colin's helmet, just below the middle nosepiece. When he saw the pair of cold eyes suddenly light up, he instinctively lowered his head and raised his shield. Bang! The enemy's kukri knife slashed at the shield. When he lowered his head, he suddenly saw something, and his heart was instantly filled with excitement. It was the enemy's foot. Although the Greek round shield was large, it was not as long as the long shield. The enemy's foot, which was wearing leather sandals, was exposed under the round shield. If Ephiart had not raised his shield, he would not have been able to see through the gap. He immediately used his shield to block the enemy's round shield, lowered his head and bent his waist. If he was wearing Corinth's helmet, he would not have been able to make such a large bend, and stabbed the short sword in his right hand diagonally downwards. The sharp tip of the sword pierced through the back of the enemy's right foot without any resistance. Hearing the enemy's shrill scream, Effiart did not bother to look at the outcome of the battle and quickly pulled back his short sword. As he pushed his shield forward, he took a step forward with his left foot. When the enemy screamed and fell to the ground, and the enemy behind him was about to take his place, Effiart squeezed into a small gap in the enemy's shield wall. Effiart quickly withdrew his dagger and hid his body under his long shield, dodging the spears and sabers of the enemies in front and behind him. His teammate on the right also seized the opportunity when the enemy fell to the ground and squeezed forward to his side. While fighting side by side with him, they also shattered the enemy's shield wall. In that split second, Effiart had injured 2 people in a row. In close combat, the combination of the long shield and dagger of the Legion of Dionysia was obviously more dangerous than the combination of the round shield and saber of the Syracuse heavy infantry. After all, the Greek saber had a certain degree of curvature and was more suitable for slashing than stabbing. The round shield did not provide as much protection as the long shield. The Syracuse people had to be more focused because the sharp tip of the sword would occasionally pierce through the gap between the shield and the shield. If they were not careful, they would be injured. On the left flank of the coalition army, the Crotone citizen soldiers, known for their wrestling and boxing skills, continued to unleash their violent power. Although Phoebidas had strengthened the formation of the right flank of Syracuse, he could not increase the number of soldiers he led. Therefore, under the pressure of the Crotone people, the right flank of Syracuse slowly retreated as a whole, causing the arc of the formation to become more and more crooked. However, Phoebidas was following the tradition of the Sparta people. He was standing at the front of the phalanx to fight the enemy. Even if he felt that the situation was a little bad, he could not leave the formation to make some arrangements to change the situation on the battlefield. He could only hope that the mercenary cavalry could faithfully carry out the plan before the battle. In fact, the mercenaries and cavalry of Syracuse had already begun to move. In the face of such an exciting battle, the more belligerent Numidian and Celtic cavalry had long been eager to go. Achelida whistled, and about 2,000 Numidian cavalrymen charged out with him on horseback. They gradually formed a thin column as they galloped past the coalition army cavalry. They let out strange roars and threw javelins at the coalition army cavalry. The coalition army light infantry immediately fired arrows at the enemy cavalry. Because the Numidian cavalry was charging forward in a single row, their formation was loose, and they were moving quickly. There were not many who fell off their horses. However, there were many coalition army cavalry who were pierced by javelins at the same time. The allied cavalry began to get restless, and Soberkos repeatedly called for them to remain calm. When Achelida led the Numidian cavalry in a big circle and turned back from the dust, ready to carry out another round of javelin throwing, many of the coalition cavalry finally could not hold back and rushed head-on. With them taking the lead, the other cavalrymen followed suit. Soberkos could not stop them at all. Although he was the temporary commander of the allied cavalry, the Dionia cavalry did not make up the majority of the allied cavalry. There were only 500 of them. Moreover, in the eyes of the Greeks, the cavalry was the privilege of the nobility, a stage to display one's bravery. The organization of the cavalry had always been loose, so how could they obey the orders of Sobisox? Soon, Soberkos discovered that only the Dionia cavalry and the allied army's 4,000 light infantry soldiers were left standing. Achelida smiled when he saw the coalition cavalry pouncing on them. He nimbly manipulated the reins and quickly turned the charging war horse into a diagonal gallop. Then, he turned east and sped up his retreat. Because he was at the head of the team, the Numidian cavalry behind him could see his movements clearly and immediately followed suit. The entire Numidian cavalry turned around and ran east. The coalition cavalry thought that the enemy was fleeing and urged their horses to give chase. Soberkos was in a dilemma: should he chase after them? Or should he stay behind? There seemed to be enemy cavalry watching from a few hundred meters away in the dust, but as the commander of the coalition cavalry, if Soberkos did not act with the cavalry of other cities, it would be a disgrace to Dionia's magnanimity as the leader of the Southern Alliance. He would be suspected of sitting back and watching the coalition cavalry fail without rescuing them. Soberkos thought about it again and finally made a painful decision. He first briefed the light infantry commander and told them to pay attention to the remaining cavalry on the opposite side. Then, he led 500 Dionia cavalry and rushed in the direction of the coalition cavalry's pursuit. Not long after the Dionysian cavalry left, the light infantry of the Allied army heard the rumbling of hooves, accompanied by a soul-stirring roar. It was as if thousands of drums were beating ferociously, causing the entire ground to tremble. "Shoot! Shoot!" The coalition light infantry commander was scared out of his wits and shouted anxiously. The light infantrymen had never seen cavalry charge at such a high speed on such uneven ground. They charged out of the dust and fog without a care for anything else. The pursuit of extreme speed and the momentum of not fearing death scared them so much that their hands and feet turned numb. They hurriedly shot their arrows and turned to flee. The Celtic cavalry that was active in the Po River Valley of northern Italy was like a sharp blade that sliced through the scattered light infantry of the Allied army. Horses neighed and people screamed. Many Celts fell from the war horse that had come to a sudden stop, while the coalition light infantry were either stabbed by spears or sent flying by the war horse. Most of them fled in all directions. How could the bloodthirsty Celts let them go so easily? They urged their horses to chase after them and stabbed the fleeing enemies one by one. Then, they jumped off their horses and, according to the Celts' battle custom, cut off the heads of the stabbed soldiers and hung them on the backs of their horses. Soberkos never imagined that the 4,000 coalition light infantry he had high hopes for would be defeated so quickly by only 800 Celtic cavalry. However, at this moment, he did not have the time to consider the situation of the remaining light infantry. Felicius had originally chosen this place to fight to limit the performance of Syracuse's cavalry. Now, due to the rash attack of the coalition cavalry, the terrain had become a hindrance to them. It was not a big problem for them to slow down and fall off their horses. The most dangerous thing was that the Namibian cavalry was much more agile in riding on the war horse. They were even like toying with children, choosing to ride on the uneven areas and throwing javelins at the coalition cavalry that was chasing them from time to time. Their comrades who fell off their horses from time to time caused the coalition cavalry's formation to become thinner and began to shrink back. However, when the Namibian cavalry saw that the coalition cavalry was not chasing after them, they took the initiative to stick close to them. Soberkos, who was chasing from behind, used his calmer mind to notice the dust rising on both sides of the coalition cavalry's chaotic pursuit formation. He immediately felt nervous. The enemy was trying to outflank the coalition cavalry. Get them to retreat. Get them to retreat. Soberkos immediately urged the messenger beside him. Before the messengers could speed up, the Allied cavalry had already begun to retreat in panic. They finally realized that compared to the mercenary cavalry of Syracuse, their horsemanship was far inferior. If they continued to chase, they would be in danger of being annihilated. However, how could the Namibians let their prey that had fallen into their trap escape so easily? Although the big net had not been fully spread, Akelita still blew the horn. The Namibian cavalry with disheveled hair, wearing only simple cloth robes, and riding on the back of the war horse so smooth that there was not even a cushion, immediately outflanked the coalition cavalry from 3 directions at the same time. The coalition cavalry ran back in panic like birds that had been caught in a net. Some even fell off their horses out of fear and were trampled into meat paste by the running war horse. This time, the Dionia cavalry ran at the forefront of the entire retreating and pursuing team. When Soberkos led them back to their original garrison, hoping that the 4,000 coalition light infantry stationed there could stop the enemy's pursuit, the scene that fell into their eyes shocked the Dionia cavalry. The coalition light infantry that was originally arranged in a swan-shaped formation was no longer there, only human and horse corpses, and groaning wounded soldiers everywhere. Some bare-chested indigenous people, that is, the Celts, were rummaging through the corpses. From time to time, they would stab the wounded soldiers who were still alive, and even cut off their heads. Seeing such a tragic scene, even the experienced Dionia cavalry felt their hearts palpitate. When the Celts saw the cavalry coming, they quickly mounted their horses and prepared to intercept them. At such a critical moment, Soberkos had no time to think too much. Go north! Go north! Soberkos waved his spear and pointed forward. There was only one thought in his mind, to lead these terrible foreign cavalry away, lest they bring trouble to the entire battle. Soberkos took the lead, and the Dionia cavalry led the frightened coalition cavalry to retreat to the Callake River. The upper reaches of the Callake River were neither wide nor deep, but when Soberkos urged his horse to run down the sloping embankment, the front hooves of the war horse suddenly slipped. He was too tired to hold the horse's neck and was thrown to the ground by the frightened war horse. Bang! Soberkos fell heavily to the ground. He immediately felt a sharp pain in his leg. The pain almost made him faint. He was already old and screamed, "Oh no, my leg is broken." He put his hands on the ground and tried to stand up, but it was futile. It only made the pain worse. "Captain! Captain!" When the Dionia cavalry saw Soberkos fall from his horse, they immediately rushed towards him anxiously. Their change in direction immediately hindered the advance of the cavalry behind them. The Dionia cavalry and the coalition cavalry were crowded together on the riverbank, causing the retreat of the cavalry in this area to almost come to a halt. Men shouted and horses neighed. It was a mess, and the enemy was rapidly approaching. Soberkos endured the pain and shouted, "Don't worry about me. Go quickly. Go quickly. Don't let the flag fall into the hands of the enemy. This is an order." As he shouted, he sat on the ground and solemnly placed his right fist on the left side of his chest. Most of the Dionia cavalry returned the military salute with tears in their eyes. They then turned their horses around and rushed into the Kalake River. "Go! Go! If you don't obey orders, you'll be punished by military law," Soberkos roared. His face was covered in sweat and tears. The rest of the Dionia cavalry finally turned around and left. Soberkos seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He fell backward, his right fist still firmly pressed against his chest. The blue sky, the white clouds, and the dazzling sun. The sunlight that shone on his body was so warm. A smile appeared on Soberkos' face. "Long live Dionia," he murmured. At this moment, he was not thinking about Turiai, who gave birth to him and raised him for decades, but the Dionia alliance that was only established a few years ago. When the enemy's spear pierced his chest, he did not dodge. Instead, he closed his eyes. In the depths of his heart, he saw the beautiful Elysium that was revealing its full appearance to him. In Treen, there were only about 500 militia in the city. There were no other citizens. It was almost an empty city. Why did this happen? Because when Cypros proposed to send the most soldiers to participate in the battle at the citizens' assembly, the citizens questioned him, "If the enemy suddenly attacks Treen during the battle, how can we defend the city with so few soldiers?" His reply was, "Let the people temporarily move to Canopetia and receive the protection of the Dionysia alliance. They will only return after the victory of the war." In the end, the reason why the citizens' assembly passed his seemingly absurd proposal was because Syracuse's main camp was on the riverbank not far away. Syracuse's huge fleet was wandering in the bay, like a tiger lurking in the grass, waiting for Treen at any time, causing the citizens to fear day and night. Therefore, they all hoped that the victory of this battle would completely eliminate this huge threat. After obtaining the approval of the acting governor of Canopetia, assists, more than 40,000 Treen citizens brought their food and belongings north to seek refuge. After Cypros left with 8,500 soldiers, there were less than 500 militia left in the city. They closed the city gates and nervously monitored the movements outside the city. "Look, Syracuse's fleet." A soldier pointed to the sea outside the port and shouted nervously. For the past 2 days, Syracuse's ships had been entering and exiting the Ramato River, and the people of Treen were somewhat used to it. But this time, not only were there cargo ships, but there were also warships, and the number was astonishing. There seemed to be no less than 200 ships. There are soldiers on the ships. When the Syracuse fleet sailed into the Ramato River and was very close to Treen, the soldiers on the city walls could clearly see that there were 2 ships entering the river, one after the other, and each ship was filled with soldiers. I'm afraid there are more than 10,000 people. It's impossible for us to defend this city with just these few people. Let us retreat now." The Treen soldiers screamed in panic, but they soon discovered that the huge fleet did not stop near the Treen River. Instead, they sailed straight upstream. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, but the Treen general Blomalas, who had been looking down at the 2 dragons in the Ramato, had a grim look on his face, and a terrible thought occurred to him. "Immediately ride your horses to the battlefield. Tell the coalition commander that tens of thousands of Syracuse soldiers are on their way to the battlefield. I hope they." At this point, Blomados suddenly thought of something and could not continue. According to the report from the scouts, the allied army had already started fighting against the people of Syracuse. All the units of the allied army should have sent in all their forces. Even if the generals knew about this, what could they do to stop the enemy's reinforcements? Looking at the equally nervous messenger, Bulamethos tried to calm himself down. Go quickly. Yes. The messenger turned and was about to leave the city wall. Bulamethos said cautiously, after you send the message, stay near the battlefield. Once the battle is over, come back and tell us immediately. Faster. Faster. Leptinius stood behind the piper who controlled the rhythm of the oars and personally gave the order. Under the fast beat of the drums, dozens of sailors rowed the oars with all their might. This was the 50-oared warship at the forefront. It moved quickly on the surface of the water, and naturally, it brought the fleet at the back and the side of the ship forward. Coupled with the southeast breeze, the entire fleet did not slow down even though they were going against the current. Even though the fleet was moving quickly, Leptinius's expression was still solemn. As the commander of the navy, the crushing defeat against Carthage a few years ago had almost caused him to lose his brother Dionysius's trust. Hence, since the start of the battle, he had made up his mind to redeem himself. He wanted to prove his ability to Dionysius, and to the people of Syracuse who mocked him for sitting in his position based on blood and not ability. Hence, he had to arrive in time for the battle. He could not disappoint his brother Dionysius and embarrass himself. The river confluence is just ahead. The lookout who was leaning on the mast shouted. Leptinius quickly walked to the bow of the ship. In front of him, the calm river forked, one to the left and the other to the right. Leptinius's tensed face finally showed a hint of excitement. Prepare to turn the rudder to the left. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order. The experienced helmsman was already adjusting the course of the warship. Watching the warship steadily turn into the left side of the river and continue to cut through the waves, Leptines finally smiled. According to the map that Dionysius had sent someone to give him yesterday, he knew that there was a large stretch of flat beach on the right side of the river 4 miles ahead. That was the place where he had determined that the fleet would land. To ensure a smooth landing, he did not bring a single 3-oared warship with him. That was because a 3-oared warship was too large and long. Not only was it not suitable for docking on the beach, it could easily obstruct the navigation of other ships. Amenes. My lord, the leader of the Campanian mercenaries on the same ship replied. Get ready, it's all up to you soon. Leptinius said encouragingly. Most of the landing troops carried by Leptinius's fleet were Campanian mercenaries. Compared to the civil militia of the city, these mercenaries were more experienced and could fight on their own without relying on a tight phalanx. This was also the reason why Dionysius had chosen to let them fight on the land. For the sake of this battle, Dionysius had racked his brains. He had even considered some of the details. However, Leptinius did not like these mercenaries, especially the Celts and Numidians. He felt that these natives were barbaric, bloodthirsty, indiscriminate, looting, and disobedient. If it were not for the sake of victory in this war, he would not even want to get close to them. Ha ha ha. My brothers can't wait to kick the ass of the great Greeks. This is probably the easiest battle we've ever fought for Lord Dionysius. Amenes laughed loudly. He had been holding back his energy to make a great contribution and gain Dionysius's recognition. Messias, who had also come from Campania and started out as a mercenary, but had now turned into a courtier of Dionysius, was his role model. You're right, Chief. We only need one charge to make the enemy kneel and surrender. The mercenaries on the ship were full of confidence. Dionysius had indeed thought things through. However, he did not expect that before the battle, he had repeatedly reminded the leaders of the Numidian and Celtic cavalry to assist the right flank. However, these warlike foreigners had reverted to their old ways. After defeating the allied cavalry, they were busy chasing, killing, and looting the spoils of war. They had long forgotten Dionysius's orders. This caused the right flank led by Phoebidas to continuously retreat without support. The right flank, which was still struggling to hold on, was almost pressed into a semicircle. What Dionysius did not expect was that in the middle, the 15,000 Syracuse elite infantrymen, who he had high hopes for, were slowly retreating in the confrontation with the Dionian army, which had a similar number of soldiers, after a period of stalemate in the beginning, they were slowly retreating. The retreat of the middle also affected the left flank. After receiving urgent reports from the left, middle, and right flank, Dionysius felt that the entire front was retreating. Yes, the entire formation. He no longer had the carefree mood he had at the start of the battle. He ordered his adjutant, Damocles, and his attendants to stand close to the back of the middle formation, shouting at the soldiers to encourage them to perk up and fight back against the enemy's attack. However, amidst the roars, screams, and the loud noise caused by the clash of spears and shields, the effect was almost negligible. The middle formation was still slowly retreating. What's going on? Why haven't the reinforcements of the Fascipizes arrived yet? Dionysius asked anxiously. His irritation affected the war horse he was riding, which kept shaking its head and neighing. Sir, the messenger has just reported that the troops led by the Fascipizes are only a mile away from the right flank, Damocles immediately replied. You go. Dionysius pointed at him. Direct the Fascipizes directly to the right flank and attack the enemy's flank. Yes, sir. Where is Leptinus' fleet now? They have already passed the position of the left flank, sir. The train messenger galloped on his horse. As the Ramado River was too deep for him to traverse, he had no choice but to make a big detour to the north. By the time he reached the battlefield, he had already worn out the skin on the inside of his thighs. His horse's belly was stained red, and he was on the verge of collapsing. When he saw the Dionia scouts approaching him, he shouted, I'm the messenger of Trine. Syracuse's fleet is carrying tens of thousands of soldiers from the Ramado River as reinforcements. Quick! Go and report to your commander. Felicius was in a good mood. Although the defeat of the allied cavalry had worried him for a while, the Syracuse mercenaries were busy chasing the retreating soldiers instead of helping their infantry to reverse the situation on their right flank. Therefore, while he was feeling lucky, he also mocked the Syracuse cavalry in his heart. Although they were strong, they lacked discipline and the ability to see the big picture. Now, Dionia's left flank was advancing, the middle was advancing, and even the right flank was advancing. Felicius had already ordered the flag bearer to move the erected flag forward. It seemed that it would be moved again. Soon. Soon. Felicius was calculating how much longer the Syracuse people could hold on. At that moment, he was certain that victory was as ripe as an apple. It was within reach. But at that moment, a scout galloped from the west. Reporting, Commander. Syracuse reinforcements are landing at the Ramado River. There may be tens of thousands of them. After receiving the notification from the train messenger, they rushed to the riverbank to confirm. What they saw shocked them. What did you say? Tens of thousands of enemy reinforcements. Felicius, who was in high spirits, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Yes, Lord Commander. Tens of thousands of Syracuse reinforcements. They're about to land on the riverbank a mile behind our right flank. The scout shouted anxiously, we have to stop them. This shocking news caught Felicius off guard. His slightly panicked gaze swept across the people around him, and the people around him also looked at him nervously. He was the commander of the Allied forces, and everyone was waiting for his orders. Felicius realized this. He coughed twice to calm his flustered emotions. Order. 2 light armor squads and 2 light infantry squads immediately rush to the riverbank where the enemy has landed. Stop them at all costs, don't let them attack our rear. Yes. Blow the bugle again. Urge the 4th and 5th legions to speed up the attack. Hurry up and inform the 2 corps commanders and the 3 generals, Cypros, Ascias, and Escamas of our current dangerous situation. Tell them not to hold back and attack the enemy with all their might. Everyone immediately obeyed the order. After everything was set up, Felicius finally had the time to think, where did the enemy get reinforcements of tens of thousands of people? Could it be Medma's troops? However, the Trine people had said that Medmar was just a small city. How could it send out tens of thousands of citizen soldiers? Felicius had yet to think about the Syracuse troops besieging Carunia city, because the scouts of the Allied army had been reporting that more than 40,000 of the Allied army of Silo had been preparing to attack the city. Of course, he did not know that at this time, in order to help the Allied army of southern Italy, General Phaedon of Lygem's army had even taken the risk of leading an attack on Medmar, hoping to force the Syracuse troops to return and disrupt Syracuse's plan. However, from this moment onwards, the unease in Felicius's heart began to grow. From the middle of the formation to the shore where Syracuse had landed was a full 6 miles. Although the Dionia light armor squads and light infantry were fast, they still needed some time. By the time they reached the riverbank, most of the Campanian mercenaries had already disembarked and begun to form up. Although the enemy was large in number and occupied the entire riverbank, the soldiers of Dionia bravely charged forward. Under the guidance of the military flags held high by the team officers, the Dionia soldiers bravely charged forward according to their usual training habits. 2,000 light infantry poured arrows and javelins at the enemy, while 2,000 light armor squads, armed with leather shields and daggers, charged forward as if they were flying, directly colliding with the loose formation of the mercenaries. The surprise attack of the Dionysian army was beyond Leptinius's expectations. Based on the past battle habits of the Greek city-states, he had thought that at this stage of the battle, both sides would have committed all their forces to victory. He did not expect that the allied army of southern Italy would still be able to divert a troop to stop Syracuse's reinforcements. Of course, he did not know that it was not that Felicius had already known of Dionysius's plan, but that there was a rule in the Dionia military law that stated, as a commander, during a battle, he should maintain a reserve force so that he can enter the battlefield at the critical moment to change the situation. That was what Felicius did. The 2,000 light armor squads were his reserve force, while the 2,000 light infantry squads, after completing the initial attack, retreated to the rear of the formation and became part of the reserve force. The sudden attack of the 4,000 Dionia soldiers threw the Campanian mercenaries who had just disembarked into a state of confusion. At this critical moment, Leptinius hurriedly directed the remaining ships to quickly dock. As the commander of the Syracuse navy, his original task was to transport the reinforcements ashore. Leading the reinforcements to attack the enemy was the task of the mercenary leader, Ximenes. However, now that Ximenes was in a state of confusion among the soldiers, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Leptinius had no choice but to shoulder the heavy responsibility of rescuing him. He jumped off the ship and ordered the remaining mercenaries to immediately disembark. The mercenaries had already seen what had happened to their companions. They were very anxious, some of them did not even wait for the ship to dock before they jumped onto the beach. After Leptinius hurriedly reorganized his troops, he led them around the mercenaries who were forced to retreat and were on the verge of collapse. Braving the rain of arrows from the Dionia light infantry, they attacked the flank of the Dionia light armor squads. The fierce attack of the light armor squads was forced to a halt. In fact, the long-distance march and the previous swift and violent attack had consumed a lot of their stamina. The chaotic mercenaries at the front finally recovered and began to make use of their advantage in numbers and heavy armor. The casualties of the Dionia light armor squads rose sharply. If the 1st and 2nd Dionia light armor squads were here, they should be able to hold out longer. However, most of the 4th and 5th Dionia light armor squads were from Bruttii and Lucania. Born as mountain people, the combat education they received from a young age taught them to know how to avoid the enemy when they were at a disadvantage instead of fighting head-on. Although they had received military training and discipline from Dionia during the years they were in the alliance, the desire to save their lives prevailed in times of adversity. The Dionia light armor squads retreated. Without a barrier, the light infantry squads naturally retreated as well. At this time, the battle had lasted for nearly an hour. Due to the physical exhaustion of the soldiers, both their fighting and their roars had weakened. However, suddenly, both sides sounded the bugles and drums at the same time, urging the enemy to attack. The soldiers on both sides had to fight with their last bit of strength, speeding up their offense and defense. For Dionysius, he only had one thought at this moment: withstand the enemy's attack before the reinforcements arrived. For Felicius, he also had only one belief: break through the enemy's formation before the enemy's reinforcements arrived and establish victory. Both sides had reached the critical moment to decide the outcome of the battle. Ephiart, who had several knife wounds on his arms and thighs, was so tired that he could not even lift his shield. The hand that was holding the short sword was trembling slightly due to the long period of overexertion. The sound of his panting was like that of a seriously ill patient. The enemy on the other side was in a worse state. Due to the heavy armor, he had already thrown away his round shield and was holding his spear with both hands. His whole body was swaying. Ephiart did not despise them in his heart. In the previous battles, no one from the Legion of Dionysia had used the unique feature of their formation, which was to swap the rear formation with the front formation. He believed that it was because the pressure from the enemy was too strong and they were too close to each other. Hence, the Legion commander did not dare to change the formation easily. In fact, the other main reason for not changing the formation was that this was the first time the 4th and 5th Legions had participated in a battle. Faced with a strong enemy, they were facing the Alliance army on their left and right sides. It was also their first time fighting together. Felicius was afraid that if they changed the formation hastily, the soldiers would make mistakes under the pressure. In addition, the Alliance army did not understand and did not cooperate. After all, swapping the rear formation with the front formation would require the entire formation to gradually retreat, which could lead to chaos. The sonorous sound of the bugle not only urged the soldiers on both sides to hurry up, but also other troops, such as the mercenary cavalry of Syracuse who were leisurely returning after chasing the Alliance cavalry. Of course, there were also 2 Syracuse reinforcements rushing to the battlefield. According to the habits of the general of the Crotone Legion, Escamas, he would definitely line up at the front of the formation and fight the enemy face to face. However, before the battle, Felicius requested the generals of the Federation army to sit at the rear and not participate in the battle, so that it would be easier to communicate. At that time, Escamas had mocked the people of Dionia for being afraid of death. Now, he should be grateful for Felicius' request, because he heard a different bugle sound coming from the opposite side. The bugle sound came from the outside of the Crotone Legion. It was sonorous and ear-piercing, and it was getting closer and closer. Then, in his field of vision, countless soldiers in bright armor suddenly appeared. Syracuse's reinforcements? Escamas panicked and actually fell from his horse. He watched helplessly as they roared and rushed towards the rear formation of the Crotone Legion like a tide. Report. Lord Commander, our blocking troops have been repelled. The enemy is attacking our right flank. Although Felicius was mentally prepared, he still felt his heart palpitate when he heard the news. He stared anxiously at the dust-filled area in front of him. The figures and voices were still the same as before. The Diolia Legion that he had high hopes for still showed no signs of breaking through the enemy. Lord Commander, what should we do? The aide-de-camp asked anxiously. Felicius was silent. The Allied forces did not have the strength to stop the enemy's reinforcements at this moment. His heart was in a mess, but he still had a sliver of hope. However, this hope was quickly shattered. Lord Commander, enemy reinforcements have appeared on the right flank. There are tens of thousands of them. They are attacking Crotone's rear fiercely. Crotone can't hold them off. They are already retreating. What? Felicius and his followers were dumbfounded, as though they were struck by lightning. The battle-hardened Felicius was the first to regain his senses. He immediately yelled, "Retreat! Blow the retreat horn! Retreat immediately!" Since the Allied forces' defeat was certain, then, they had to bring the 4th and 5th Legions back safely. Under Felicius' pained gaze. Woo! 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 The retreat horn resounded from the rear of the Allied forces. Not only were the Dionysian soldiers shocked, but the various officers were also in disbelief. Is Felicius crazy? We're about to break through Syracuse's defense, and he dares to ask us to retreat at this moment. Dracos was furious. Even though a messenger later conveyed the reason why Felicius chose to retreat to him, he still found it hard to accept. Give me a little more time. A little more time. Wait for my legion to defeat the enemy before retreating. The Legion of Dionysia has never been defeated before. We cannot lose this honor in our hands. This is a disgrace. Hearing their commander's pained roar, the surrounding people lowered their heads sadly. We've lost. Epicthenes gripped the mane of his warhorse tightly after hearing the messenger's words. The tame warhorse neighed in pain and kept digging the ground with its front hooves, but Epicthenes did not notice it at all. Move the flag. He squeezed the words out of his mouth with great difficulty. His face was already glistening with tears. When the bugle was blown, the army soldiers had to look at the direction of the military flag. This was because the battlefield was very noisy, and it was difficult to distinguish between the enemy and their allies. Only with the help of the military flag could they confirm that there was no mistake. Look! The flag is moving. The Dionia soldiers who were looking back were in an uproar. Not only were the regimental flags, but the platoon flags as well as the company flags were also waved behind them. Congratulations, my lord! The Hellenes are routed, and you have won the battle. This is a great victory. From now on, you have the final say in this land. Faced with the praise of Damocles, Dionysius did not feel too proud. Victory was within his expectations after all, 70,000 versus 50,000. However, he did not expect Syracuse's most elite heavy infantry to be completely suppressed by Dionysius' so-called legions on the battlefield. Most importantly, these were the 4th and 5th legions made up of foreign races. Dionysius had been rather diligent in collecting information on Dionia. If they had encountered the 1st and 2nd legions, what would Syracuse's heavy infantry do? Therefore, even though they had won, Dionysius still remained vigilant. Although the enemy has been routed, the battle is not over yet. Continue to urge the reinforcements on both flanks to continue the pursuit. Kill and capture more Greeks, especially the Dionia. Bring all the messengers to me and find Achelida and Gabra. Tell them that I am very angry at them for disobeying orders and assisting in the attack on the enemy's right flank. Unless they immediately pursue the enemies in black armor, kill as many of them as possible, and capture as many of them as possible. Don't even think about getting a single silver coin as a reward. Ephiard had practiced how to retreat in his previous military training. He did not expect to use it in his first battle. After throwing his shield at the enemy with a pained expression, he turned around and ran with his short sword in hand. The enemy threw a saber at his back, causing him to stagger and almost fall. Ephiard quickly got up on all fours. His unit was already more than 10 meters away from the enemy's formation. He looked at the fluttering military flag and hurriedly chased after them. The moment when he turned around to escape was the most dangerous moment. Some soldiers were stabbed by the enemies that caught up to them. Seeing their comrades fall to the ground and cry for help, the legion soldiers who had always emphasized unity no longer cared about saving their comrades. They ran with all their might, hoping to put some distance between them and the enemy. The team leader shouted, "Quick! Quick! Quick!" Ephiard's nervous heart was temporarily relieved when he heard the commander's voice clearly. The officer said, "Quick! Quick!" This did not mean that the soldiers were allowed to run around randomly. According to the Dionia military law, they were required to gather under the nearest military flag and move together to avoid confusion and disorganization. As they ran, Ephiard heard the footsteps behind him getting softer. When he turned around, he saw that the enemy had already put quite a distance between them and some of them had even stopped chasing. It was easy to understand that the soldiers of Dionia had exhausted their stamina while carrying heavy armor and fighting non-stop for an hour. Furthermore, in their usual military training, armed cross-country training was one of the most important activities. The people of Sparta had also done this since they were young. The soldiers of Syracuse who had already won the battle obviously did not have the desire or the ability to continue chasing after the enemy. Ephiard's nervous heart calmed down even more. However, after running for a while, the main force gradually slowed down. It turned out that Legio IV's position was slightly to the right, adjacent to Trine. Emenes led the Campanian mercenaries from the west to the east in an attempt to catch up with the fleeing Trine. At the same time, the sailors of the fleets anchored on the river bank saw that there was a chance for them to take advantage of the situation. In order to obtain the spoils of war, they also went ashore to join in the interception. This made the large net of pursuit denser and denser, forcing the large group of panic-stricken fish to flee eastward. This naturally reduced the space for Dionia's Legio IV to retreat. Quick! 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 Epiphanes, who was standing on the bank of the Karash River, anxiously urged his legionnaires to quickly cross the river. He did not care if the soldiers could hear him in such a chaotic situation. Felicius, who was standing on the other side of the Karash River, was in even more pain. He did not expect that the river, which was chosen as a barrier to prevent the enemy cavalry from taking a roundabout route, would now become a shackle to the retreat of the legion of Dionysia. Although the river was neither wide nor deep, thousands of panic-stricken soldiers surged in at the same time, instantly trampling the riverbank into mud. Once a panicked soldier fell, not only would it be a disaster for him, but it would also be a disaster for the soldiers behind him. Countless soldiers were entangled in the riverbed. There was no longer any order. Everyone was pushing and shoving, and the scene became even more chaotic. Felicius felt like he was seeing the tragedy in the canyon of Persia again. His cries and warnings were so insignificant in this 10-mile stretch of river that they could be completely ignored. Felicius was filled with regret and hatred. He did not dare to look again. When he turned his head, he saw a row of buglers and military drummers behind him. In an instant, an idea flashed through his mind. Quick! Blow the battlefield march! Blow the battlefield march! He shouted crazily, and the buglers were so frightened that they hurriedly put the horn mouthpiece on their right shoulder into their mouths. Because of their nervousness, they blew the first note out of tune, but gradually, they played it more fluently and more forcefully. The battlefield march was also adapted from a symphony that Devers had heard in his previous life. It used a majestic, powerful, and fast melody to show the fearless spirit of the soldiers rushing to the battlefield and killing the enemy. When this melody echoed in the Karash River segment, the soldiers of Legio IV who heard it were aroused with courage and honor, and gradually regained their rationality. The chaos in the riverbed was also alleviated. At the same time, Felicius ordered the light-armored soldiers who had previously retreated from the riverbed to go down to the riverbed and form a dense formation to separate the Trine people. This would reduce the disruption to the orderly retreat of the 4th Legion of Dionia. In an emergency, they could even use force to drive them westward. At this moment, Felicius had no choice but to harden his heart against his allies. Sir Commander, the 5th Legion. The main force of the 5th Legion has not reached the riverbank yet. An adjutant hurriedly rushed over to report. What? Felicius felt like his head was about to explode. The first wave had not yet subsided, and another wave had arisen. He could not help but be furious. What is Draco's doing? Due to Draco's unwillingness, he hesitated on the issue of retreat. Most of the soldiers heard the buglers but saw that the military flag had not moved, so they did not dare to retreat. It was only when Dracos realized that the left and right troops of the 5th Legion were all retreating, and the 5th Legion was about to become an isolated army that he hurriedly ordered a retreat. With that, the 5th Legion should have more space to retreat to the north. However, not long after the 5th Legion began to retreat, they were targeted by Syracuse's mercenaries. After being reprimanded by Dionysius, the Numidians and Celts had no choice but to perk up and chase after the men in black armor from the east to the west. The fewer defeated soldiers along the way made it easier for them to ride. Then, they saw the retreating 5th Legion of Dionysia. The soldiers of the 5th Legion were still relatively concentrated and orderly as they retreated. This was clearly not conducive to the cavalry's charge. Even the ferocious Celts were not foolish enough to charge straight into the heavy infantry formation. However, the cunning mercenaries had their own methods. They once again formed a column and rode their horses close to the Dionia soldiers. They shouted loudly as they quickly swept past the 5th Legion's formation, throwing the javelins in their hands continuously, the hurried galloping of the horses, the heart-palpitating cries, and the screams of their comrades. This caused the already low morale of the 5th Legion to become even more frantic. They sped up and ran forward, hoping to escape the terrifying enemy cavalry behind them. The retreating troops of the 5th Legion began to fall into chaos. Seeing this, Dracos made a decisive decision. Behind him was the 1st Main Company. He turned his horse around and shouted, "Brim, bring your 1st Main Company and follow me. Stop those damned cavalry. Let the rest of us retreat safely." Broom, once the leader of Abyssinia, a tough man among the Briti, and now the leader of the 1st Main Company of the 5th Legion, answered without hesitation, "Yes, Lord Commander." The bugle for the attack was not sounded, for fear of affecting the retreat of the other soldiers. However, the 1st Main Company's flag was pointed in the opposite direction of the retreat, followed by the company flag, and then the division flag, where the enemy cavalry was. Under the orders of the officers, the soldiers of the 1st Main Company turned around. As the other soldiers fled in panic, the 1st Main Company of the 5th Legion charged forward. At the front was the fully armed commander Dracos on horseback, followed by the first main company's leader, Brim. Dracos turned back to look at the soldiers of the first main company who were panicking but determined to follow him. He was satisfied. As expected of the men of Abyssinia. My best soldier. My best brigade, for the soldiers of the first brigade are all from Ciudad Abyssinia. To be able to fight alongside my lord is the glory of our first brigade. Brim puffed out his chest. Dracos nodded and ordered loudly, 2 rows in a row. Maintain the formation and retreat slowly. Don't let a single enemy escape. At that moment, Dracos did not think about the issue of life and death. He only had eyes for the mercenary cavalry that whizzed past him. Dionysius, who had been studying Dionia's past battles, learned from Dionia this time. He made use of the high mobility of the mercenary cavalry and the 2 reinforcements, who had just entered the battlefield and were full of energy, to pursue the defeated soldiers of the southern Italian coalition until dusk, when they finally returned to camp. The route of the defeated soldiers of Trine was blocked by the Ramato River. With the warships waiting in the river, most of the soldiers were forced to retreat north with the Dionysian army in the middle of the road under the pursuit of the Campanian mercenaries and the sailors of the Syracuse fleet. The scouts sent out by Trine fled back to the city in panic and reported the news of the defeat to the garrison stationed in the city. Everyone fell into a great panic. General Blomerus saw that the main army could not return, and the city of Tolina was alone, unable to deal with the incoming army of Syracuse. He had no choice but to make a painful decision, to give up the city of Tolina and withdraw the soldiers to the city of Canopetia of the Dionian alliance. The lookouts of the Syracuse warships that cruised the port discovered the unusual movements of the Trine garrison. After the Trine army left, they sent sailors ashore to test the waters and easily occupied an empty city. Just like that, at dusk after the Battle of the Ramato River, Syracuse occupied Trine, giving their army an excellent foothold in the center of Great Greece. The materials needed by the Syracuse army could be transported by sea to the port of Trine for transfer, which was convenient and safe. However, Dionysius was not satisfied. His greedy eyes stared at Silatina, which was not far from the battlefield. The situation of the Silatina soldiers who participated in the battle was more tragic. They fled east and squeezed together with the defeated Crotone soldiers, wasting precious time. Their route east was cut off by the reinforcements of the Fascipisas. Behind them, some of the Syracuse soldiers led by Phoebidas did not care about fatigue and persisted in their pursuit. As a result, some of the Silatina soldiers were killed in battle, some surrendered, and some were carried north by the defeated Crotone soldiers. Only about 3,000 of them managed to escape back to Silatina. Because the 4th and 5th legions of Dioria in the middle were further away from the enemy's flanks, and because their allies helped to stop them involuntarily, their retreat was relatively smooth. Apart from some setbacks when crossing the Karash River, they did not suffer many losses. However, the hired cavalry of Syracuse brought them the greatest loss. Although most of the cavalry was stopped by the 1st Brigade of the 5th Legion led by Dracos, it also delayed the retreat of Drax and the brigade, causing them to be heavily surrounded by the pursuing troops of Syracuse, and not be able to escape. The greatest fortune of Dionia was the cautious Felicius. Although he had agreed to the allied forces to engage in a decisive battle, after discussing with Ansitanos, he still had a plan in mind. He had considered the possibility of failure, so after the army got into formation, he let Ansitanos lead the 2 legions supply camp, engineering camp, medical camp, and other auxiliary personnel out of the camp, marching north, retreating to the place between Isprostum and the battlefield. Felicius' plan was that if they won the battle, Syracuse would be driven out of the Orphemia plain, and it would not be too late for the supply camp and auxiliary troops to return. But if they lost, they could no longer retreat to the camp, but should retreat to the city of Isprostum according to the instructions of the Devers before they left, and set up a new defense. Therefore, while the Syracuse army was pursuing the routed soldiers, the slow-moving auxiliary troops of Dionia had already retreated to the city of Isprostum, thus avoiding the fate of becoming prisoners of Syracuse because there were no soldiers defending the camp. Perhaps Apollo could not bear to witness such a tragic battle between the Greeks, so he let the sun set behind the mountains early, and darkness quickly took over the whole world. Apollo's sister, the goddess of the hunt and the moon, Artemis, was lazy and did not let the moon hang high in the sky, so Hades took control of the night. Logically speaking, the allied army should be thankful that they had the protection of Hades, whom the Dionia people believed in. At least the arrogant Syracuse cavalry did not dare to come out to chase them in the dark of the night, but the darkness also created a lot of difficulties for the Allied army to retreat. In the dark, the routed soldiers could not see the flags and the tassels of their officers, so they could not regroup. Except for the Legion of Dionysia, which was in a slightly better situation, the rest of the routed soldiers were completely scattered. In fact, this area was at the edge of the hills, and the ground was uneven and full of potholes. Tired, hungry, panicked, and in the dark, it was easy for the routed soldiers to fall. If they could not stand up in time, they would be trampled by the soldiers behind them, so there were a lot of injured soldiers. Thousands of routed soldiers mourned the death of their comrades in the dark, while shouting the names of their officers, and worrying about their own safety. Trudging forward in the dark, they felt for the first time that the road between Asprostum and Tarentum to Silentland was so long, until late at night, Asprostum's governor, Agathia, who had received the news of the battle's failure, urgently sent out cavalry and citizens with torches to illuminate the routed soldiers along the way. Tarentum also made corresponding measures, and the routed soldiers finally broke away from the fear of the dark. Throughout the night, both cities were busy taking in the routed soldiers. This night was also a sleepless night for the people of Silentland. As Silentland was not far from the battlefield, the news of the battle's failure spread throughout the city immediately, and the people immediately fell into panic. By dusk, a total of more than 3,000 citizen soldiers escaped back to the city, and after that, only sporadic routed soldiers returned. In the morning, a huge army of 14,000 soldiers left the city, and in the evening, less than a third of them returned. The whole city was in a state of grief. Chief General Pertines was even more regretful. If he had known, he would not have forced the Dionia people to hastily carry out the battle, but now, the crisis of Silentland had only just begun. In the Southern Alliance, Silentland City was considered a large city. In the past, it was a source of pride for the people of Silentland, but now it had become a problem for the people of Silentland, because their defenses were severely lacking. According to the routed soldiers, they were defeated by Syracuse's reinforcements who suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Then, the military strength of Syracuse on the battlefield was probably more than 50,000 people. With such a large number of Hittites in the Syracuse army and the momentum of victory, who would Dionysius' next target be? Pertines and the council members dared to think that it must be Silentland. Because the distance was too close. Now that Dionia and Crotone had just suffered a crushing defeat, they would definitely not be able to send reinforcements to Silentland in a short period of time. If Silentland wanted to escape from Syracuse's attack, they could only rely on themselves. There were victories and defeats in a battle, and there were also joys and sorrows. While the Allied army was tasting the bitter fruits of their defeat, the people of Syracuse were enjoying the joy of victory. In Dionysius's tent, candles were lit, and the generals were gathered together. They ate and talked about today's battle. All of you, stop fighting. Phoebidas is the main contributor to our victory. Dionysius sat at the head of the table. He looked around and pointed at Phoebidas. I didn't expect that Dionia general to deploy so many soldiers on their left flank. If it wasn't for Phoebidas's strategy, our right flank would have been breached before our reinforcements arrived. You're right, sir. Phasapeses immediately agreed. When I led my army to attack the enemy's flank, I was shocked. The thickness of the enemy's formation. Some of them were more than 50 rows. I've never seen anything like that before. The length of each row was. Phasapeses couldn't find the right word to describe it. He gestured with his hands and said, it's even longer than this tent. Not only did such a powerful force not defeat our right flank, it even tired the enemy out. That's why I led my soldiers in a small charge, and the enemy was easily defeated. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Although Phoebidas felt proud of himself, he didn't boast about himself in front of everyone. Sparta wouldn't do something so superficial. Besides, he was only fighting for Syracuse. Glory or not didn't matter. He was only enjoying the joy of the battle. Being at the forefront of the battlefield, he was so tired that he didn't want to talk much. Leptinus, your performance this time was beyond my expectations. Dionysius looked at his brother and said loudly with relief, when the attack of the mercenary army led by Endidomenes was blocked, you didn't run away. Instead, you bravely shouldered the responsibility and repelled the enemies who came to intercept us, ensuring that our attack on the enemy's right flank and rear went smoothly. We were able to obtain victory in this battle because of your contributions. In addition, your fleet also boldly attacked and obtained the first victory after our victory, Trine. Dionysius was generous in his praise of Leptinus, not only because of his brother's performance, but also because he wanted to show those who criticized his nepotism that he, Dionysius, had the correct way of using people. My lord, it's all thanks to General Leptinius' help this time. Endomenes took the opportunity to flatter Leptinus, and at the same time, he tried to explain his mistake. I did not expect the Greeks to keep a troop in the heat of the battle. Instead of sending them into battle, they launched a surprise attack on us. That's why we didn't win this battle easily. That Dionia general isn't simple. Dionysius sighed. He had seen his elite troops being pushed back by the legion of Dionysia when he was at the rear of the formation in the middle of the battle. Moreover, there were more than 1,000 casualties in the middle of the battle. This shocked him and made him feel uneasy. It's a pity that we couldn't keep more Dionia soldiers. The two mercenary leaders were embarrassed by his words. The more straightforward Celtic leader, Gabra, explained in a strange Greek accent, "We tried our best, but the Dionia soldiers didn't run away at all. Instead, they lined up in formation and fought with us. We lost many of our people. Those Dionians stretched out their formation and guarded the riverbank, forcing us to fight them head-on. It's very difficult for cavalry to fight against heavy infantry head-on." Achelida also tried to explain from the side. Dionysius glanced at the two of them. He only wanted to teach these two rebellious foreign leaders a lesson. He did not want to fall out with them. In any case, you managed to hold back more than 1,000 Dionia soldiers. In the end, you killed and captured them, including a legion commander. I think this is probably the biggest military loss the Dionia alliance has ever suffered since its establishment. My lord, that's because the Dionia alliance was founded not even as old as my youngest son. The other general of Syracuse, Astagras, sneered. Next, we will give them more defeats until this alliance is completely destroyed. Astagras' words elicited laughter from the crowd. Amidst the laughter, a cold voice rang from the seat on the left of Dionysius. I've seen the weapons left by the Dionia soldiers on the battlefield. To be honest, I don't think you'll be able to gain any advantage even if you fight against the infantry of the Dionia legion again. These words aroused the dissatisfaction of the people in the tent. Sparta, you're overestimating the Dionia soldiers. Astagras yelled. I'm telling the truth. Phoebidas ignored the dissatisfaction of the crowd and said bluntly. At the same time, he strode out of his seat, disregarding the strange gazes of the people around him, and assumed the posture of a heavy infantry soldier. Then, he said in a serious tone, according to the traditional habits of heavy infantry soldiers, the round shield in my left hand can be used for both defense and offense. As for the spear in my right hand, I can raise it high and stab my opponent over the round shield. If the spear breaks, I can pull out my curved saber and slash it. However, the way the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia fight is different from us. I brought the long shield and short sword that the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia use. Unfortunately, they were forced to stay outside the tent by the guards. Speaking of this, Phoebidas did not forget to secretly mock Dionysius. Because Dionysius was an expert in assassination, he was also wary of being assassinated by others. He had been assassinated many times in the past, so he was very cautious in this aspect. He had made a rule that anyone who wanted to meet him and discuss business with him must be searched by the guards. Weapons were not allowed to be carried. Once, another brother of his, who was sent by him to be the tyrant of the neighboring country, came to the palace to talk about an important matter. The brother asked for a spear from the guards and was about to draw a map on the ground. As a result, Dionysius was enraged and immediately executed the guard. At this time, Dionysius did not care about Phoebidas's sarcasm. He was more interested in what he was going to say next. He generously ordered, "Go and bring in the dagger and shield of Dionia." When the dagger and shield were placed in front of Phoebidas, he picked up the shield with his left hand and held it in front of his chest. He explained, "The shield of Dionia is long enough to better protect the body of the soldier. Therefore, the soldier does not have to worry about defense, but can focus on how to kill the enemy." As Phoebidas spoke, he made a stabbing motion with the dagger. After a few stabs, he stabbed the dagger into the wooden table. With a chi sound, the tip of the dagger went in completely. What a sharp dagger! Leptinius, who was sitting next to Phoebidas, exclaimed in surprise. He curiously went over to pull the dagger out and examined it carefully. There were some small nicks on the edge of the dagger, and the tip was a little bent. It was obvious that it had been hit many times, but it still gave off a chill. This dagger is too short. Before the Dionia stabbed my soldiers with it again, we would have stabbed them to death with our spears. Astagras retorted forcefully. Yes, it's shorter. But the Dionia soldiers have the protection of the shield, and the spears may not be able to hurt them. And when the two sides are pushing and shoving, the spears can no longer be used, but this dagger can easily stab the enemy. Phoebidas held the shield and looked at the dagger in Leptinius's hand. He was not calm. The round shield of the Greek phalanx was paired with a spear. This set of heavy infantry tactics had been passed down for hundreds of years, and had proved to be so effective that it was difficult for other countries in the Mediterranean region to match it. And yet, a city-state alliance that had only been established for a few years could develop a new set of heavy infantry equipment and tactics in such a short time, and could even fight against traditional tactics. This made him feel terrified. So it was because of the weapons and equipment. Dionysius was a little agitated. He had thought that his most elite army was no match for Dionia's newly built legion, and he was really traumatized. Now, after listening to Phoebidas's analysis, he suddenly realized that as long as it was not a problem with the quality of the soldiers, it could be remedied. Phoebidas, how do you think we should deal with the infantry of Dionia the next time we encounter them? Dionysius humbly asked the Sparta man for advice. From the weapons and equipment of the Dionia soldiers, they don't have much of an advantage when they are in a stalemate with our heavy infantry at mid-range. But once the two sides are in close combat, the short swords and long shields will be able to play their greatest role. This requires us to not adopt the pushing and shoving tactics when fighting in phalanx, but to leave a certain distance for the frontline soldiers, and use the dense spear formation to prevent the infantry of the Legion of Dionysia from getting too close. This way, the soldiers of Syracuse can use their proficient spear techniques to gain the upper hand in the thrusts of both sides. After carefully studying the battlefield, Phoebidas had been thinking about how to deal with the impact of this new type of heavy infantry. After all, he had never really fought with the Legion of Dionysia face to face. It was just a speculation based on his years of combat experience. But it was enough for Dionysius to breathe a sigh of relief. He said to his generals, "Did you all hear that? The next time we fight the soldiers of Dionia, we will deal with them according to Phoebidas's method." Of course, Dionysius would not dampen the morale of his men for the sake of Sparta. He only needed to know how to deal with the infantry of the Legion of Dionysia next time. So he smiled and said, "Of course, after this defeat, it's hard to say if Dionia will have the chance to fight us again." It was Phoebidas's turn to be puzzled. He asked directly, "Why do you say that?" Dionia did not suffer many casualties, and with the strength of their city-state alliance, it is entirely possible for them to organize another army that is not weaker than Syracuse. Dionysius smiled, "Phoebidas, you are indeed very talented in military affairs, but to defeat and destroy a country, you can't just rely on fighting." He raised his head, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing through the big tent and looking at the consul of Dionia who was trudging through Lucania city. With a sneer on his face, he said proudly, "The invasion of the Simonians is enough to give Dionia a headache, but the victory of today's battle will definitely have a huge impact on Greece. Dionia's troubles have only just begun. Before Dionia can extricate itself from the trouble and can't gather all its forces to stop us, what we need to do now is to quickly conquer the other city-states of the Southern Alliance, invade the territory of Dionia, and make its people panic and its affiliated cities tremble in anxiety." Dionysius said decisively, "Then, we can easily conquer it." "My lord is right. The sooner we conquer Greece, the sooner we can go home." Phasapeses echoed loudly. "Let's drink to the early conquest of Greece." Leptinius, who was usually low-key, became a little emotional after being encouraged by Dionysius. "We should kill more Greeks and snatch more spoils of war." Achelita grinned and said with a slightly ferocious expression. He had little interest in conquering Greece. After all, no matter how much land he conquered, he would not share it with his tribe. What he needed was more food, money, and even slaves to strengthen his tribe. The Celtic leader, Gabra, had the same thought. When everyone else raised their glasses, Phoebidas also stood up reluctantly. He was not sure if Syracuse could defeat Dionia easily. Would it be good or bad for Sparta? The celebration in the tent didn't last too long, because the Shelii emissary had arrived. In the battle, the Shelii courtyard's public militia had suffered heavy losses, and now they had sent an envoy in the middle of the night. Their purpose was obvious. Dionysius purposely did not appear for a long time, making the envoy, who had been left out, in the cold, restless. When Dionysius appeared, he immediately brought up the Sicilian tyrant's request for Xianxia to surrender to Syracuse. Dionysius already had a plan for this. He deliberately ignored it, and angrily told the envoy that Xianxia courtyard had always been actively fighting against Syracuse and its ally, Rockley. Now that they had suffered a crushing defeat and their city was about to be conquered, they wanted to surrender. They were not sincere. Xianxia must pay the price for their past mistakes, so that he could feel the sincerity of the Xianxia people. This envoy was obviously not as young and arrogant as the one who had sent the letter of challenge. He immediately lowered his voice and begged. Only then did Dionysius's expression soften a little. If they wanted Syracuse to accept Xianxia courtyard's surrender, they had to deliver 1,000 sheep, 50 cows, and 30,000 caddies of grain to Syracuse's camp by tomorrow morning. Only then would Syracuse accept Xianxia courtyard's request for a ceasefire. When the Xianxia envoy heard this, he immediately cried out. The amount of resources Dionysius requested was huge, and Xianxia courtyard could not gather them in half a day. They hoped that the amount could be reduced by half. Dionysius's expression was cold and hard. This was the time to show Xianxia courtyard's sincerity. If these resources could not be delivered to the camp by tomorrow morning, Syracuse would attack Xianxia courtyard in the afternoon. The Xianxia envoy hurried back to the city and informed the council of Dionysius's unyielding request. The form was stronger than the person. Faced with the pressure of the army, the higher-ups of Xianxia courtyard decided to agree to Dionysius's conditions after a heated debate. They once again sent a few generals, led by Prytanes, to Syracuse's camp to negotiate, in order to determine the treatment of Xianxia courtyard after their surrender. Dionysius made some concessions. Soon, both sides signed the agreement and swore to the gods. Prytanes and the others breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back to the city to prepare the resources. It was not that Xianxia courtyard could not provide these resources. It was just that after handing over these things, the next half of the year would be more difficult for them. But no matter how difficult it was still better than being destroyed by Syracuse. Moreover, in order to get Xianxia courtyard to surrender and join Syracuse's army to fight against their former allies, Dionysius also gave Xianxia courtyard some conditions to rope them in. This tempted Prytanes and the others, such as giving Xianxia courtyard the eastern part of the Euphemia plains, which originally belonged to Trine. In this battle, Syracuse obtained an absolute victory. This made the frightened Xianxia council feel that the future of the Southern Alliance led by Dionia was bleak. And as the first Southern Alliance city-state to surrender to Syracuse, Xianxia courtyard would also reap many benefits. So from afternoon to night, the entire city of Xianxia was busy. Early the next morning, the Zillians drove herds of cattle and sheep, as well as carts full of grain, out of the city in an endless stream. Of course, accompanying them were Prytanes and several other generals and attendants. They were going to discuss with Dionysius about dispatching troops to participate in the war and other matters. When the long procession was only halfway out of the city, a large number of cavalry appeared on the originally empty fields outside the city. They fiercely attacked the unarmed procession. This sudden attack caused the Zillians to panic and run for their lives. Countless cattle, sheep, and carts blocked the city gate, causing the gate to be unable to close and the drawbridge to be unable to be pulled up. Dionysius lied to us. He wants to seize our city. Prytanes only realized then, but it was already too late. Dust filled the air in front, and the rumbling of footsteps could be heard. The main force of Syracuse was rapidly approaching the city walls. Dionysius, you have violated your oath and deceived the gods. I curse you to have your eyes and heart dug out, and your bloodline severed. Prytanes was stabbed in the chest by the Numidian cavalry with a javelin and fell from his horse. Before he died, he turned all his hatred into this vicious curse. The army of Syracuse easily broke through the defenseless city of Xianxia, and this army made up of citizens of the Greek city-states of Sicily, mercenaries, and foreigners did not stop there. The Zilians panicked and wanted to escape the fallen city, but the port was filled with the fleet of Syracuse, and there were countless foreign cavalry patrolling outside the city. They had nowhere to run. As a result, the atrocities that the people of Syracuse had carried out in Catanae, Naxos, and other Sicilian city-states were now being carried out in Greece's Xianxia, a massacre. Dionysius did not stop his soldiers, and even indulged them. This army, which he had deliberately allowed to plunder and pillage for a long period of time, was under his strict control. After experiencing continuous rapid marches and major battles, they needed a release. Of course, this was only one of the secondary reasons. More importantly, he was short of money. Seriously short of money. It was a little difficult to even pay the mercenaries after 3 months, and plundering was the fastest way to make money. In addition, he needed to magnify the impact of this battle, and use a shocking way to tell the Greeks that going against him would lead to such a tragic end. The army of Syracuse looted the entire city, and of course, most of the looted wealth belonged to Dionysius. Other than the countless Zilians who were killed in the process of looting, he also decided to turn nearly 70,000 Zilian citizens he had captured into slaves, including the free citizens of the port. He would transport them to the slave market in Syracuse and sell them for money. Among them, only a few were not killed in the looting, nor were they sold as slaves. Dionysius specially asked the guards to find them and protect them. They were the Xianxian emissary, Silicius, and his family, who had threatened him before. Dionysius brought them to the Xianxian square, and in front of tens of thousands of Xianxian captives, he cruelly used a sharp military knife to cut Silicius and his family until they were covered in cuts and bruises, their flesh a bloody mess. As Silicius cursed on his last breath, he announced loudly, "Any Greek who insults me, who insults the people of Syracuse, will end up like this." He raised his hand and chopped off Silicius's head. The tens of thousands of Zilians present were silent. The reason he did not destroy Xianxian city like he had destroyed Catanae was because compared to Trine, Xianxian's position was more important. Not only was the city large enough to accommodate his 70,000-strong army, Syracuse had lost more than 3,000 men in the battle, but the east coast of Greece was also the main direction of his attack. He would use Xianxian as an important forward base for Syracuse to attack Dionia and Crotone. Syracuse's army, navy, and especially food supplies could all be gathered here. It would be a springboard for their next advance north. Of course, the west coast, Bruttii region, which had high terrain and rugged roads, was not conducive for the advance of an army, and was occupied by foreign races. Although Dionysius had no desire to attack for the time being, he had his own considerations. Not only did Dionysius release them, but he also gave them some gifts. These Bruttii and Lucanian warriors originally thought that they would meet a tragic end after being captured, but they did not expect to receive such treatment. They thanked the gods for their blessings. With gratitude towards Dionysius, most of the warriors embarked on their journey back to Asprostum. Only a few hesitated for a long time before deciding to head west. They did not pass through Clepotitia, but crossed the mountain trail between the Orphemia plains and the Bruttii mountains to return to their hometown. On this day, the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia that retreated back to Asprostum suffered a total of more than 4,000 casualties. More than half of them were lost during the retreat. In particular, the 1st Brigade of the 5th Legion was completely annihilated, including the 5th Legion's commander, Drax. This was a huge blow to the soldiers, as well as to the military higher-ups such as Felicius and Epiphanes. After all, Felicius was a veteran general who had seen life and death in Persia. After the defeat in the battle, he immediately realized that the situation was extremely disadvantageous for Dionia. He had to pull himself together and build an effective defense as soon as possible to stop the Syracuse army from invading Dionia's territory. This was to buy time for the Devers to lead the main force back. Therefore, in Asprostum, he reorganized the 4th and 5th legions after the defeat and personally served as the 5th legion's commander. At this moment, Epiphanes also put aside his pride and actively cooperated with Felicius in training the soldiers. He discussed with the governor, Agathia, how to strengthen the city's defense. At the same time, Felicius also sent a ballista unit and an engineering battalion to Crotone to strengthen the Crotone's defense. This was because the Syracuse had cannons, and if the Crotone did not, it would increase the difficulty of defending the city. According to the newly compiled military law of Dionia, the chapter on defending the city specifically mentioned the principle of using ballista against ballista. As an important ally of Dionia's southern border, Crotone must not be occupied. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Felicius no longer cared about the Ministry of Military Affairs' request to not leak the secret of the ballista unit. In addition, Felicius also sent fast horses to pursue the troops that escorted more than 500 Locrian captives to Thurii. He hoped that these captives could be exchanged for the Dionia soldiers held captive in Syracuse. This defeat made him more cautious. He also sent an urgent letter to the Thurii Senate. He was worried that Syracuse would bypass Crotone and attack Crimea instead. He hoped that the Senate would send a new legion to Crimea. The three cities, Asprostum, Cremissa, and Crotone, would be able to support each other. Their defenses would be thicker, more layered, and safer. The Trine soldiers led by Cypros did not follow the Dionia into Asprostum. Instead, they entered Ciudad Crotone. This was because Asprostum was small and could not accommodate so many people for a long time. Moreover, the addition of the Trine soldiers would also strengthen Crotone's defense. Crotone was overjoyed and did not care about the rations consumed by the Trine soldiers. After all, the armies of Crotone and Trillus were in the same boat in this battle. They were positioned on the two flanks of the allied army and were the direct targets of the enemy's reinforcements. Under the joint pursuit of the Campanian mercenaries and Syracuse sailors, less than 4,000 Trine soldiers managed to escape. On the other hand, the Crotone soldiers were attacked by the reinforcements of Syracuse and the continuous pursuit of the mercenaries. After the Numidian and Celtic cavalry were intercepted by the 1st Brigade of the 5th Legion, in order to vent their anger and atone for their mistakes, a portion of the cavalry stalled the Dionia soldiers while waiting for the infantry to come and surround them, while the other portion turned northeast to pursue the Silitinian and Crotone soldiers. In the end, only about 8,000 people managed to reach the city. Both sides had lost more than half of their citizens. Cypros was grieving, but he was also secretly glad that he had made the right decision in advance. He had allowed the Trine citizens to evacuate to the Bruttii region of Dionia. He no longer needed to worry about their safety. The Crotone citizens, who had experienced a terrible defeat a few years ago, were once again plunged into great grief. Apart from grief, they were more worried about whether the Syracuse army would be able to withstand the attack of this huge army when they set foot on Crotone's land. The Crotone army, Trine soldiers, and less than 2,000 Silitinians made a total of about 14,000 people. Coupled with the emergency mobilization of free citizens by the council, it was estimated that there would be 20,000 people defending the city. Therefore, the generals of Crotone had some confidence. In the emergency, enlarged council of 1,000, someone raised the question, now that Crotone had suffered heavy losses, should they consider a truce with Syracuse, just like the truce with Dionia in order to recover their strength? This proposal was opposed by most people. Even Lysias, who had always been used to going with the flow, refuted it sternly. He said loudly, "Everyone, Syracuse is different from Dionia. The tyrant Dionysius, with such a great advantage, will never sign a relatively equal truce with us. He will definitely want our great Crotone to become his slaves. He will make us pay a high tribute, let our citizens fight for him, and even change our democracy to a dictatorship like Syracuse's, just like what he did in Sicily and the other Greek city-states. Furthermore, after Crotone becomes the so-called alliance city-state of Syracuse, we will still have to face the bullying of our nemesis, Rockley. This is because Dionysius married the sister of Rockley's chief general, Demodorus. Rockley is the accomplice of Syracuse's invasion of Greece. In the eyes of Dionysius, Rockley's position is naturally much higher than Crotone's. This way, Rockley can use Dionysius's power to humiliate us, and even fabricate the benefits of Crotone. Citizens, faced with such a possible future, are you willing to submit to Syracuse? Fight Syracuse to the death. Even if Crotone perishes, we don't want to become Dionysius's slave." The citizens shouted angrily, finally coming to an agreement on the issue of war and peace. At this time, the messenger sent by Felicius arrived at Ciudad Crotone. Not only did he bring the ballista troops, but he also brought the promise that Felicius made on behalf of Dionia's Senate. Dionia will fight alongside Crotone against Syracuse. If Crotone has any difficulties, they can bring it up to Dionia. Dionia will do its best to help. Dionia's promise and actions, bringing the ballista troops, moved the citizens of Crotone, greatly reducing the wariness that Crotone had always had against Dionia. For the first time, the citizens of Crotone felt a sense of security when they were backed by a powerful alliance. Felicius' messenger galloped along the main road without stopping. After changing horses 3 times at the relay station, it only took him half a day to bring the important battle report of the alliance's defeat to Turia's Senate. The news quickly spread throughout the city. Although the citizens of Turia were not as sorrowful as the citizens of Dionia in Espustum and Kermissa, most of the soldiers of the 4th and 5th legions who participated in the battle came from Brudi, Espustum and Kermissa. However, the citizens were far more shocked than the people from these 3 regions. Ever since the new city of Turia was built, every time there was a war, they would receive news of victory. Having gotten used to victory, this was the first time they heard of defeat. Panic spread among the citizens. On that day, many citizens went to the temple of Hades to pray, hoping that Pluto would protect the alliance. In the afternoon, even the citizens of Amendola and Abyssinia rushed to the temple, while the Senate was holding an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. In the residence of the Devers, Christoia was discussing the possible impact of the alliance's defeat on her businesses with several business executives. Madam, Syracuse will soon march towards Crotone, and Espustum will also be the battlefield to ensure the safety of the bank. To ensure the safety of the bank, should we withdraw the gold and silver stored in Espustum Bank temporarily? The bank executive suggested carefully. The bank of Espustum must not be evacuated. Christoia said firmly, you must understand that in the eyes of the people, Christoia Bank is not my personal property. It represents my husband, the Archon of Devers. In this critical situation, even the Archon's property has to be evacuated. How can the citizens of Espustum still have the confidence to hold on? Yes. Not only can the bank not be evacuated, but it must also be open on time every day. Also, you must ask the employees of the bank in the city to face every customer with a confident smile. If Espustum's financial situation is tight and needs money, you must lend it to them even if there is no interest. The bank executive was stunned when he heard the last sentence, then said helplessly, Madam, I understand. How is the situation in the restaurant? Christoia turned to another executive. However, the restaurant is currently facing a problem. There is a shortage of wheat, flour, and fish, and we are unable to provide the food that the customers want. This has led to many complaints. The restaurant manager explained the situation. Sigh, there is nothing we can do about it. Because of the war, the entire alliance's grain and fish supply is very tight. We are not the only ones who are sad. Christoia sighed and said seriously, I suggest that we put a notice on the door of every restaurant to explain the reason to the customers and express our apologies. At the same time, we suggest that the customers order more beef and mutton, such as boiled beef and mutton, fried beef, roasted lamb leg. Andrea wrote to me from the Grimentum that Lucania City has raised too many cows and sheep this year. If they are not consumed in large quantities, the cows and sheep will lose weight in winter, and if the weather is too cold, many of them will freeze to death. That will be a huge loss for the herdsmen, so we have to buy as many livestock as possible from Lucania City. Furthermore, considering that this is a difficult time, the entire alliance's people are facing food shortages. If we make a high profit at this time, we will be resented by the people. Therefore, I have decided to lower the price of all the food and only make a small profit to pay the employees. Before the war ends, we have to work together with the people of Dionia to get through this difficult time together. Yes, madam. I will carry it out immediately. The restaurant manager's response was much more straightforward. Christoia yawned. Asuna saw that her mistress was a little tired, so she immediately stepped forward to stop the meeting and let the managers go back first. Madam, you are about to give birth, so why are you still working so hard? You have to think about the child in your belly. Asuna grumbled as she supported her. Christoia held her big round belly with both hands and said softly, with such a big thing happening in the alliance, there will naturally be more things to do. I have to deal with them. In a few days, Andrea will come and temporarily take over these things for me, so I can safely give birth to the baby. Madame Andrea is coming? That's great. Asuna said happily. She helped Kristoya take a stroll in the backyard to get rid of the swelling in her legs caused by sitting for too long. Andrea also wants to bring her 2 children back to Turiai. One of them is her ex-husband's son, so that Bugul's father can see his grandson properly and satisfy his longing. Kristoya sighed. Andrea had been married before, had a child, and married into a foreign leader's family. Andrea had put in a lot of effort to make Bugul's huge family accept her and get along well with them. Adoris and Little Crow will definitely be very happy. Asuna laughed. Is Agnes back? Kristoya asked, suddenly remembering. Not yet. Madam, I think it's because of the failure of the battle. Not only are there more people going to the Temple of Hades, but there are also more believers in the Temple of Hera. That's why Madam Agnes is still busy. Asuna guessed. Nonsense. Kristoya frowned and said anxiously, she's also pregnant. How can she not take care of her own body? Send someone to call her back. Tell her it's my order. Yes. Asuna knew that her mistress was a woman of her word, so she hurriedly went to call the other maids. At this time, the backyard door was pushed open. Mother, I'm back. Cynthia carried a satchel filled with school supplies and took the initiative to rush forward and support Kristoya. Where's Adoris? He's playing football with his classmates in the school square. I hope he won't return home when it's dark like yesterday. He won't. I already warned him. Cynthia comforted Kristoya, then asked with concern, Mother, is there any news from Father? This afternoon, everyone heard the news of our defeat in Zilliton. They're not in the mood to go to class. They're all asking me, when will Father lead the army back? Kristoya turned to look at her adopted daughter, who was almost as tall as her shoulder. She thought of how wary she was of the Devers when they first met, but now she was proud of him. She couldn't help but feel gratified. Don't worry, your father will return victorious soon. Yes. Cynthia nodded vigorously. Mother, I'm back. A child's clear voice came from outside the door. This little rascal is back. Kristoya's face revealed a doting smile. During this period of time, because she was close to giving birth, Kristoya could no longer accompany the energetic little Klaus. She could only let the maids take him to the square to play every day. Mother, I'll go accompany brother. Cynthia sensibly walked forward. The maid who came in after her shouted excitedly, Madam, good news. Good news. Messengers from Lucania returned, saying that the master had won a great victory in that place called Poseidonia. He said, he eliminated more than 20,000 enemies. That's great. Kristoya couldn't help but shout. The Devers had been leading the army for so long, how could she not be worried? But as the mistress, she usually had to pretend to be calm, but this time she was really relieved. As soon as she shouted this sentence and relaxed, she felt a warm current between her legs, and her abdomen began to swell with pain. She, who had experience with childbirth, immediately steadied herself and used her hands to support herself on the stone table. She tried to use a calm tone and said, Asuna, Asuna, I'm going to give birth. Go inform Hoppus. Just as the Devers mansion was in a panic because of Kristoya's birth, the news of the Archon leading the army to victory over the Samanites in Lucania was like a warm wind that calmed the Turkestan people who were beginning to panic. Among the people worshipping at the Temple of Hades, someone publicly shouted the slogan, Let the Devers be king, for the first time. But at dusk, the messenger from the south once again broke the people's gradually calming mood. The shocking news of Syracuse's army breaking into Xyleading, not only ransacking the city, but also turning all the people into slaves, shocked the Turkestan people again, and also shocked the Senate, causing the originally hesitant senators to quickly make a decision. They agreed to Felicia's proposal to send the newly built Legio VI to Cremissa to protect the safety of Dionia. That night, while the Turkestan people were tossing and turning, unable to sleep, a newborn baby was born in the Devers mansion. Madam, it's a healthy and lovely girl. Asuna carried the newborn baby, whose body had already been wiped clean, the umbilical cord tied, and was wrapped in a clean linen cloth. She carefully walked to the bedside and showed it to Kristoya. Kristoya, who was already exhausted to the point of no strength, turned her head with difficulty and looked at her daughter, who was clawing her hands and crying loudly. A kind smile appeared on her face, which was covered in sweat. Eunice. Her name is Eunice. Kristoya remembered the agreement she had with the Devers. The people who had been anxiously waiting outside the bedroom all this time heard the good news of mother and daughter are safe, and they all let out a sigh of relief. In this era, giving birth to a child was a big matter, but it was also a difficult matter. Difficult childbirth was a common occurrence during childbirth. Even though the Devers had told the doctors like Hoppus about the precautions he had heard about in his previous life, and had also suggested that the experienced midwives of Dionia be gathered together, and through professional training, they would become doctors in charge of delivering babies in the hospital, the implementation of these measures allowed the death rate of newborns in Dionia to be controlled to a certain extent, but the death rate was still not low. Little Klaus, you have a younger sister. Agnes gently stroked little Klaus' head and said softly. Younger sister? Can I play with her often? Little Klaus happily asked. Not now, you can wait until she's older. Agnes explained to him while holding her slightly bulging belly. She sincerely hoped that in a few months, she would be able to smoothly give birth to a child. That's great, it's a younger sister. Adoris also happily shouted. Little Klaus had been pestering him to play with him every day, and he didn't want to have another younger brother. That would be annoying to death. Cynthia was also very happy. She could finally have a little follower like the other female students. Eunice was welcomed by the whole family from the moment she was born. The next day, when the Turkestan Senate was gathering the newly built Legio 6 soldiers in Victory Square, preparing to send them south to defend Crimea, Syracuse's emissary, Damocles, walked into Carunia with his head held high. Damocles brought with him Dionysius' ultimatum to Carunia: surrender immediately, or else Xylite will be its example. All along, Carunia had been the front line of Crotone's resistance against Locriol. Its people were full of confidence in defending the city, and that was mainly because it had the full support of Crotone and other allied states behind it. However, this time, they had lost the battle. Dionia and Crotone had been defeated, and Xylite and Trine had been captured. The forces supporting them had all but disappeared. Now, Carunia was deeply besieged. Moreover, they had long heard that Syracuse's siege capabilities were very strong, and that they had once captured Carthage's strategic town in Sicily, Mortia. The news that had just arrived shocked them even more. Xylite had fallen in half a day, Syracuse and Locriol's army had tightly sealed Carunia, so no one knew that the fall of Xylite was due to Dionysius' treachery. This caused the Carunians to lose confidence in defending the city, and at the same time, the tragic fate of the Xylite people also frightened them. The Carunians believed that even if Dionia and Crotone had a chance to counterattack in the future, Carunia would have already fallen by then. They themselves would have become slaves and sold to other places. Even if Carunia was recovered, it would have no meaning to them. Dionysius's terms of surrender to Syracuse were quite lenient. Carunia would provide supplies and troops, and cooperate with Syracuse's army in the battle. In exchange, Syracuse would not be stationed in Carunia. Of course, what the Carunians did not know was that for their surrender, Dionysius had even written a letter to his brother-in-law, the chief general of Rockley, Demodorcus. This was because when Rockley fully supported Dionysius's invasion of Greece, he had made a request. He hoped that after Dionysius defeated the Southern Alliance, he would hand over Carunia to them. Dionysius had agreed. Because of this, Dionysius had to reassure the Rockley people that the punishment for Carunia was only temporary. Everything was done to defeat Crotone and Dionia as soon as possible. After conquering these cities, Carunia would still be handed over to Rockley as promised. The Rockley people accepted Dionysius's explanation. Of course, the Carunians did not know that their fate was already sealed. They thought that they had escaped and were eager to show their obedience to Dionysius. Very quickly, they sent 5,000 soldiers and a large number of supplies to Syracuse. Carunia's surrender freed up the Rockley army that had been besieging Carunia. They quickly turned south and passed through the mountain pass. Phaedon had been wary of the east because the messenger he sent to deliver the news had not returned. To be on the safe side, he sent a small force to guard the entrance of the mountain pass. However, after the news from the north was completely blocked by Syracuse, he was completely in the dark. He did not expect that the situation in the southern part of Greece would change so drastically in just a few days. There were so many Rockleys, 15,000 of them, and they were so fast that the less than 1,000 Legion troops defending the mountain pass were quickly defeated. Phedon was leading his army to besiege Medma. When he received the news, he was shocked. Before he could organize his troops to fight, the Rockley army rushed into the camp. By the time Phedon and countless defeated soldiers fled across the Maro River and into Taurina city, there were less than 7,000 soldiers left from the original 10,000 soldiers. Dionysius was overjoyed when he learned that Carunia had surrendered and Lygum had been defeated. Apart from Lygum, the southern part of Greece had been completely pacified. He could now focus on attacking the north with all his might. As for the struggling Lygum, Rockley was more than enough to deal with. There was no need for him to worry. He then ordered Leptinus that, with the exception of a few galleys that were to remain at the port of Trine, which continued to cut off the western coast of Ionia from Lygum, all the galleys which were to take part in the war were to be concentrated in the port of Sirius. At the same time, he asked the troops to quickly rest and reorganize and prepare to advance north. The war between the Southern Alliance and Syracuse was not only a matter between Great Greece and the Greek city-states of Sicily, it also attracted the attention of many forces in the Mediterranean Sea. Not long after the Battle of the Ramada River, news of Syracuse's victory quickly spread throughout the western Mediterranean. The city-states and forces involved were all thinking about the impact of the war on themselves, and even began to make small calculations. On this day, the Senate of Ionia was in a regular meeting, mainly discussing two topics. One was that the Legio VI, which had just gone to Kermissa, had increased the logistical pressure on the Ministry of Military Affairs, resulting in a lack of personnel to transport food supplies. The other was the proposal that the Navy commander, Sicerion, had asked Hieronymus to submit. The departure of the Legio VI had caused a shortage of combat soldiers on the galleys, and he requested the formation of a new legion. At the same time, the sailors of the allied fleet of Ionia were just enough. If there were losses in the naval battle, it would be difficult to replenish them. He hoped to gather sailors from the alliance as a backup. I think it's easy to solve the problem of the lack of personnel to transport supplies in the Ministry of Military Affairs. The governor of Thurii, Cunegorata, pondered and said, since the maritime routes were attacked by the navy of Syracuse, the number of merchant ships has decreased significantly. The porters, warehouse managers, ship repairers, coachmen, and many other laborers at the port have lost their jobs. They have nothing to do all day, which has caused a lot of trouble for public security. The Ministry of Military Affairs can recruit some laborers at the port, and they don't even need to pay them. As long as they are guaranteed food supply, they will do a good job, and it will also reduce the pressure on the port patrol. That's a good idea. Marigi praised, then reminded, however, even if you use food as payment, you must pay attention to control the supply. As the war progresses, grains will only be more precious than drachmas. Hieronymus nodded, indicating that he understood. At this time, Cunegorata questioned, I don't understand why Sicerion has to gather the sailors of the alliance. We have so many spare people at the port, why don't we use them? Sicerion was not an elder, so he was not present. Only the governor of the Ministry of Military Affairs, Hieronymus, could answer, even though he was not good at it. Time is tight. Syracuse's fleet will attack at any time. Sicerion needs skilled sailors, so he doesn't need to spend too much time training. The fleet that Sicerion is in charge of is taking up a lot of the manpower of Thurii, but he is still hiding in the Crete River. What is he doing? He should be leading the fleet to chase away the Syracusan warships that are running amok in Taranto Bay, even if it's just for a day or two. Marigi complained. I don't know much about the situation of the navy, but I know that Sir Devers asked him to do this. As soon as Hieronymus finished speaking, Marigi immediately laughed dryly and said, since Sir Devers has already made arrangements, it seems that we don't have to worry too much about the Syracuse fleet. In the Senate, there were many elders like Marigi who blindly believed in Devers. However, after learning that the Southern Alliance had suffered a crushing defeat in Silatina, Petaru, who had been absent-minded for the past 2 days, felt that Marigi's flattery was disgusting. He sneered in his heart, then turned his gaze to the equally absent-minded Kadulk. How about this, we will send someone to discuss with Castellan and Heraclea to recruit some sailors. Cornelius stood up. Just as he voiced his suggestion, the door to the hall was suddenly pushed open. The captain of the guards in charge of the defense of the Senate rushed in. The rotating chairman, Cunegurata, saw his flustered expression and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Sirs, we have just received an urgent message. Metalopontum has been captured by Tarentum." "What?" Diomyres, the consul of Tarentum, stood at the top of the city wall of Metapontum, proudly looking down at the soldiers of Tarentum pouring into the gate that had long been opened. They were killing the citizens of Metapontum who were still trying to resist in the various streets of the city. The Tarentum army's attack was very successful, and they quickly advanced to the square in the center of the city. The sounds of fighting gradually became sparse when they reached Diomyres' ears. "Let's go to the citadel." Diomyres could not wait to reap the fruits of victory. Diomyres descended the city, mounted his horse, and marched straight ahead with his entourage. The streets were littered with the corpses of the Metalopontum people and the wounded who were struggling for help, but he ignored them all. These descendants of Tarentum had chosen to betray Tarentum, so they could no longer hope to be forgiven by Tarentum. When Diomyres reached the square, his subordinates rushed to him with good news. "The citadel of Metalopontum has been captured." "So fast?" Although Diomyres was confident that the quality of the soldiers of Tarentum was far better than that of the Metalopontum people, he did not expect that the citadel's core fortress, would have such a weak defense. Isarocas and the others persuaded the soldiers stationed in the citadel to surrender, explained his subordinate. "So that's how it is." Diomyres cleared his doubts. After all, Metalopontum was once a substate of Tarentum. Although after hundreds of years of development, the bloodline of both sides had thinned, and their politics tended to be independent, they were still in an alliance and had been sheltered by Tarentum for many years. There were many Metalopontum people who were close to and admired Tarentum. It was only because Tarentum's wrong and rash policy in the past few years had caused Metalopontum to suffer huge losses. However, Tarentum insisted on acting rashly, so in order to avoid greater losses, Metalopontum turned to a neighboring state that was stronger than Tarentum, the Dionia alliance. Dionia's more lenient policy towards its allies made Metalopontum feel relieved, but this did not mean that Metalopontum would completely cut off relations with Tarentum. On the contrary, once the crisis had passed, the people of Metalopontum began to miss their mother state again. Coupled with the deliberate promotion of the Protarentum faction led by Isarocas, the relationship between the two sides quickly recovered, and the exchanges between them increased. Of course, there were also conflicts. After all, Metalopontum was closer to Tarentum. This could be seen from the fact that the number of Protarentum members and Protarentum members who were elected to the Metalopontum Council and the Senate was similar every year. In every Senate meeting, these two factions would often argue fiercely over a bill that was designed to favor Dionia and Tarentum more. There were even conflicts. In fact, the Protarentum faction led by Tadepras was weaker in strength than the Protarentum faction. After all, Dionia had only become their ally for a short period of time. However, the rapid expansion of Dionia's power gave them confidence, so at every critical moment, Isarocas and the others took the initiative to retreat for fear of angering Dionia. The Devers and the Senate of Dionia never expected that Dionysius had long set his sights on Tarentum. The people of Tarentum had become increasingly disappointed with the rise of Dionia in the past 2 years, and their rejection of Dionia had also become stronger. Therefore, it was no coincidence that Diomyres, a citizen of Tarentum who had committed a grave mistake, could be re-elected as the consul. After Diomyres and the Senate of Tarentum received the assurance of Dionysius, they secretly contacted the people who were Protarentum in the former alliance while observing the war situation in Greece. They assumed a stance of watching from the sidelines. After all, they had seen the strength of the Dionysian army with their own eyes. They dared not take the risk without great confidence. It was not until the end of the Battle of Silatina that the news of Syracuse's great victory and the rapid occupation of Silatina and Trine spread to Tarentum that the Senate of Tarentum finally made up their mind. The process of taking down Metapontum was actually very simple. Early in the morning, the Tarentum army raided Metapontum. The Protarentum faction betrayed the city guards, secretly opened the city gates, and led them to raid the Protarentum faction led by Tadepras. Ever since Metapontum joined the Unit Alliance, Tadepras had always been in control of the right to mobilize the army with the support of Dionia. "General, congratulations on taking down Metapontum." Isarokas and the others rushed to congratulate Diomedes. No, Tarentum did not attack this city. The people of Metapontum broke free from the control of Dionia and returned to the embrace of their mother. Diomedes, who had been in Tarentum for a few years, was obviously calmer than before. "You're right, General. Metapontum is a substate of Tarentum. They believe in Poseidon and Phrantis, not Hades. They should be united." Isarokas immediately took over the conversation and expressed his thoughts. "Lord Isarokas, the Senate of Tarentum hopes that you will be the sole consul of Metapontum. You will lead the people and Tarentum to deal with the current complicated situation in Greece." In fact, the Tarentum Senate had already made an agreement with Isrokas before, and Diomedes' announcement at this moment was to publicly show his support for Isrokas. "Thank you, Senate of Tarentum and General Diomedes, for your trust. I will definitely make Metapontum the most trustworthy ally of Tarentum, and at the same time, restore peace to it." Isrokas promised excitedly. Diomedes nodded and said in a commanding tone, "Please prepare the offerings immediately. I want to go to the Acropolis to worship Poseidon and thank him for his help and for forgiving us for our offense." "I'll get it done right away." Isrokas gave a few instructions to the person beside him, and the person dashed off. Isrokas turned back and said, "There is one more thing that I hope you will notice, General. The Tootles have not been caught." "The traitor ran away?" Diomedes frowned. "He is very clever and prepared. When you first entered the city, he immediately led some people and ran from the west gate. We were few in number, and we couldn't stop him at all. We even lost many soldiers," Isrokas said dejectedly. The others also expressed that they had done their best and showed Diomedes their injuries. "All right." Diomedes interrupted them loudly. These people's long-windedness would only annoy him. "Tootles ran west. He can't escape." Diomedes sneered. Catching Tootles was only a small matter. He was more concerned about the progress of the troops led by Marcus. Thus, he said to Isrokas, "I'll leave a large group of soldiers to help you stabilize the situation in Metapontum. When I come out of the Acropolis, I'll lead the army to Heraclea. The task of transporting the supplies and food will be left to you. Don't worry, I'll arrange it." At the same time that Taranturu launched a sneak attack on Metapontum, they also launched an attack on Heraclea. As Heraclea was separated from Taranturu by land, in order to achieve the effect of a surprise attack, Taranturu's attacking troops could only come from the sea. When the spies in Heraclea saw Taranturu's fleet disembarking from the sea, they could be ready to work together to open the city gate for the attacking troops. However, ever since the Devers sent someone to remind them, Heraclea's consul Tryphias had been vigilant towards the east. He had repeatedly reprimanded the guards in the city and at the port to always be vigilant. Therefore, when Taranturu's fleet quietly approached the coast of Heraclea in the early morning fog, the sentries at the port lighthouse in Heraclea discovered them in time. Therefore, the alarm bells in Heraclea rang. The citizens immediately armed themselves and strengthened the city's defenses. Heraclea was different from Metapontum. It was only built a few decades ago, and it was further away from Taranturu. Hence, it was not as deeply affected by Taranturu as Metapontum. On the contrary, in recent years, it had close contacts with its neighbor, Dionia. Its culture and trade had become more and more influential. On the contrary, more and more citizens were inclined towards Dionia. Therefore, the number of Taranturu's spies in the city was very small. How could they dare to confront the citizen soldiers head-on? When they saw that the city was heavily defended, they did not dare to act rashly. They immediately stopped and hid. Fortunately, the city of Heraclea was built a little strangely. It was located at the narrowest point between the Agri River and the lower reaches of the Bacento River. Therefore, the Taranturu army could not land on the river bank near the city because the narrowness of the area would cause the landing to be slow, and the troops could not be fully deployed. Once the Heraclea people attacked decisively, the Taranturu people who were still landing would be in big trouble. Landing on the coast on the south side of the Agri River would likely be attacked by Heraclea and Dionia from the front and back. Therefore, Omarchas had no choice but to choose the coast on the north side of the Bacento River. The Taranturu soldiers began to quickly disembark. As the Taranturu fleet entered the Bacento River to patrol, the people of Heraclea did not dare to rashly send troops across the river to attack the enemy who was landing. Tryphaeus made a prompt decision and sent people to burn the wooden bridge over the Bacento River not far north of the city of Heraclea. At the same time, he also sent messengers on horseback to Thurii to ask for help from Dionia. But other than that, the people of Heraclea could do nothing but watch as the Taranturu troops assembled on the coast. By the time the Taranturu army arrived at the Bacento River, the wooden bridge over the river had been burnt to a crisp. Bommarchus had no choice but to order the troops to cooperate with the fleet to build the pontoon bridge. During this period, Tryphaeus decisively led the army out of the city and used rockets to attack the ships, interrupting the Taranturu's bridge-building operation. Because of Heraclea's attack, several of the Taranturu passenger ships were burned. Bommarchus was at a loss for what to do at the moment, so he could only urge Diomedes' troops to come as soon as possible. During this period, a small incident happened. Tydepris fled west with the remnants of his army under the pursuit of the enemy. In the end, he saw the Taranturu people who were disembarking from afar. There were obstructions in front and pursuers behind. The people who were traveling with him asked Tydepris in panic, "What should we do?" Tydepris did not have time to think too much. He said resolutely, "Let's run north. There are terrifying Galaxos in the north." Someone exclaimed. "Are the Galaxos more terrifying than the Taranturu people who want our lives now? Besides, they are also allies of Dionia like us." With that, Tydepris took the lead and ran into the mountains in the north. At this critical juncture, the others had no other choice but to follow him across the mountains. They entered the territory of Galaxos with great difficulty and were finally surrounded by the Lucanians. After Tydepris expressed his intentions, the Lucanians of Galaxos not only fought off the pursuers behind them, but also brought them to see the great leader. The great leader of Galaxos was different from the great leaders of the other Lucanian tribal alliances. He was not elected because of the strength of his tribe or his own political ability. He was elected according to the ancient Lucanian tradition, through a competition between the tribal leaders, and finally won the position. Therefore, its great leader, Hulam, was a young and strong man. After learning the whole story from Tydepris, he discussed with the priests of Galaxos and decided to temporarily settle the Metapontum refugees in the valley, and strictly ordered the tribes not to harm them. In the past, the Galaxos used to be very hostile to the Metapontum, but in recent years, their relationship had gradually eased because of Dionia. However, the reason for such a drastic change in attitude was not only because Galaxos and Metapontum were allies of Dionia, but more importantly, Galaxos had just received news from Potentia that the Dionysian army, under the leadership of the Archon Devers, had defeated the invading Simonians. To the Greeks, the Simonians were just another barbaric mountain race. However, the Lucanian tribes living in Galaxos knew their powerful northern neighbor very well, because their ancestors lived in the Beneventum region hundreds of years ago, and it was the Simonians who drove them there. The Galaxos had a deep fear of the Simonians that had been passed down from generation to generation. When they heard that nearly 50,000 Simonians had invaded Potentia, the first thought that came to the minds of the Galaxos was that they might have to migrate again. If Galaguso was only afraid of the strength of Dionia before, they were now more respectful. In their hearts, Syracuse was nothing to be afraid of. The people of Dionia, who were able to defeat the strong enemy Samni, would definitely win in the end. Therefore, Galaguso took the initiative to attack Metapontum without the request of the people of Dionia. The people of Metapontum found out that the northern region, which was originally peaceful after joining the Dionia alliance, was once again ravaged by the people of Galaguso after they defected to Tarentum. They began to regret their choice, and their complaints towards the city hall established by Isarocas and Tarentum increased. Of course, this was a story for another time. At this time, the people of Heraclea strengthened the city's defenses while urgently sending people to Turin for help. When the Senate of Dionia received the request for help from Heraclea, although they were shocked, they still made a decision quickly. They ordered the new 7th Legion left in Turin to rush to Heraclea's aid. However, at this time, the military strength of Turin had been used up to its limit. With the removal of the 7th Legion, other than the naval fleet and the free people in the port, Turin no longer had a decent defense force on the Sbari plain. Due to the lack of defense in Turin and the lack of young men, it was not appropriate to transfer manpower to form a new force. If that happened, the daily affairs of Turin would be completely paralyzed. Therefore, the Senate decided to immediately form the 8th Legion in the Bruttii region and rush to Turin to be in charge of the center of the defense alliance. The decision was quickly passed. Petteru, Kadurk, and Bergam, who usually did not speak much in the Senate, took the initiative to express their willingness to go to the Bruttii region and recruit the new force. The shrewd chairman, Cunegurata, declined with the reason that Hieronymus has been in charge of the military training in various regions and is very familiar with the situation of the reserve soldiers in the Bruttii region. He is the best candidate. In order to not displease the senators of Bruttii, he specially explained, "Sirs, I think you should know that the army of Dionia is very different from the army of other cities. Only the people of the military can understand and implement it. In the law of Dionia, it is clearly stated that only the Ministry of Military Affairs is responsible for the formation of the army." The senators of Bruttii muttered in dissatisfaction and sat down resentfully. Hieronymus became the only candidate to go to the Bruttian region and form an army. The logistics and supplies that he was responsible for were temporarily handed over to Mercis. The rivers and swamps in Heraclea slowed down the march of the troops led by Diomyris. He managed to reach the north bank of the Bacento River with great difficulty and converged with Eumachus' troops, bringing the total number of troops in Tarentum to more than 15,000. After a short discussion, Tarentum divided its troops again. Diomyris and 8,000 men were hurrying up the banks of the Bacento, trying to cross the river at a shallow point. Tryphaeus stood on top of the city wall and saw the enemy's movement. He immediately understood the enemy's intentions. Even though their military strength was far inferior to the other party, Tryphaeus still made a decisive decision to send more than 3,000 light and light infantry troops to follow the Tarentum people on the other side of the river in an attempt to stop them from crossing the river. This forced Diomyris to carefully move upstream, where the water was shallower and the river was narrower. At the same time, he had to choose a longer stretch of the river to avoid being intercepted by Heraclea. After all, the Heraclea region was a small plain formed by many rivers. The terrain was very flat, and it was the dry season. In fact, it didn't take long for Diomyris to find a suitable location. Diomyris lined up the troops along the river in a formation about a mile long and waded across the river together with the bugle of the attack. In the face of such an offensive formation, the Heraclea people did not have the intention to fight head-on. Their goal was only to delay the time when the Tarentum people approached the city. Therefore, they only threw javelins and fired arrows at the Tarentum people. Coupled with the mud at the bottom of the river, they caused some confusion and casualties among the Tarentum people. By the time the Tarentum people came ashore one after another, the Heraclea people had long fled. Diomyris reorganized his troops and prepared to march east. He had to reach the city of Heraclea as soon as possible. First, he had to burn the bridge over the Agri River not far south of the city to cut off the fastest way for Dionia to reinforce Heraclea. Then, he had to build a pontoon bridge on both sides of the Bacento River to support Marcus' troops to cross the river and besiege the city of Heraclea. But at that moment, a few Tarentum cavalry galloped across the Bacento River and told Diomyris that Dionia's reinforcements had arrived on the south side of the pontoon bridge over the Agri River. Diomyris was shocked. How could Dionia's reinforcements be so fast? Of course, he did not know that the main road connecting Heraclea and Thurii had allowed the messengers from Heraclea to reach the city of Thurii in just over an hour. From the time that the Senate of Dionia quickly made a decision, to the time when the 7th Legion was assembled at the naval base, to the time when they set off, it only took a little more than an hour. This also included the delay caused by Sicyrion's obstruction, and even the commander of the navy went to the Senate to protest. Originally, the transfer of a new legion to Cremissa was enough to make him angry. He did not expect that in just one day, the only legion that participated in the training would also be transferred away. This made the results of Sicyrion's training for more than 10 days go to waste. Moreover, he wanted to lead the fleet to defeat the navy of Syracuse with a new tactic, giving the people of Dionia a huge surprise, and also to prove his own name. Now that even the infantry on the warships were gone, his beautiful idea had become a bubble. One could imagine Sicyrion's anger, but the authority of the Senate was not something that he, a young commander who was not even a senator, could change. In Kunigurata's view, it was not the main problem whether the navy went to war or not. After all, they were unlikely to be a match for the powerful Syracuse fleet. At most, they would be blockaded in the sea. But once Tarentum captured Heraclea, their army would set foot on the territory of Amendalara. It would be a disaster for Dionia, which was currently dealing with the war in the south. So, Kunigurata first tactfully criticized him for being short-sighted and not caring about the overall situation, and then comforted him, "Sir Devers will lead the army back soon. Your navy will not lack the support of the infantry." Sicarion could only return resentfully. He had not completely recovered from the joy of being promoted to the commander of the navy a few months ago. Only now did he realize that in the Senate, his words carried no weight at all. After the 7th Legion was assembled, the commander immediately ordered the troops to march forward. The commander was none other than Martones, the Turii sheriff. Before Devers led the army to Potentia, Felicius had asked him about the candidates for the 2 newly established legions and their commanders. After some consideration, Devers decided to let Martones and Olivers be the commanders. Firstly, they had been commanders for many years. Not only did they have rich experience on the battlefield, but they also had rich experience in commanding large troops. Secondly, both of them had important positions. One was the Turii sheriff, and the other was the military adjutant of the Ministry of Military Affairs. The newly established legions were to defend Turii, so they could work part-time. Although the 2 newly established legions might be disbanded after the war, with the resumes of the commanders, it would be much easier to promote them to official commanders. It could be said that Devers was very considerate of the 2, but they were not very willing to accept it, especially Martones. He did not want his teammates to fight hard at the front while he leisurely had nothing to do at the back. However, Devers did not think of persuading his former close comrades, and directly forced them to accept it. Now they finally had a battle to fight. Olivers led Legio 6 to Cremissa, while Martones led the 7th Legion to rescue Heraclea. Martones had long been full of resentment and had nowhere to vent it, so when he received the order, not only did he urge the troops to speed up, but he also did not ride his war horse and ran in front of the troops. With him leading by example, the 7th Legion naturally marched very quickly. Running on the flat road, it only took them nearly 3 hours to reach the pontoon bridge on the Agri River. In fact, this newly established legion was not complete. As it had just been established, they did not have a cavalry unit, a reconnaissance unit, or an engineering battalion. Moreover, most of the soldiers were preparatory citizens and registered freedmen. They did not have enough money to purchase a full set of new Legion soldier equipment, so their weapons and equipment were not complete. Some heavy infantry battalions looked no different from light armor battalions. Due to the hasty departure, they did not even bring doctors and supplies. Due to the defense of the Heraclea soldiers and the protection of the ships, the Tarentum warships in the river repeatedly attempted to destroy the pontoon bridge on the Agri River but failed. Instead, 2 ships were burned by fire arrows and could only be anchored at the mouth of the Agri River. However, they happened to observe the arrival of the Dionia reinforcements and immediately sent a clipper to the north bank of the Bacento River to report to Amarcas. This was how the cavalry had urgently informed Diomedes. The Tarentum people did not act decisively enough and did not march fast enough. Because of the poor land traffic between Metapontum and Heraclea, compared to the roads of Dionia, coupled with the efforts of the Heraclea people to stop them, the Dionia people had the upper hand in this march race. Diomedes had seen the power of the Dionysian army in battle, so he was more cautious. Since the Dionia people had come, they could not advance rashly. Therefore, he ordered the army to stop at the south bank of the Bacento River and informed Amarcas to build a pontoon bridge on the north bank. Then, he led the army across the river and regrouped. After understanding the details of the situation in Heraclea, he would take further action. Although Martones was brave in battle, he was not a reckless person. When the 7th Legion rushed to Heraclea, the soldiers were exhausted, so he could only bring them into the city to rest. Olivers led the Legio 6 to Cremissa. Although Olivers was not an elder, he had a lively personality and was good at making friends. He had been in contact with Protesilaus during the Armendalara era, so the 2 of them were quite familiar with each other. This time, when the war was about to strike, the 2 of them felt closer to each other. "Welcome, Commander Olivers. The arrival of you and the soldiers has put the people of the city at ease," Plotsilus said sincerely. Sir Protesilaus, Legio 6 has been ordered to defend against Cremissa. We still need your full support to defend against the despicable Syracuse. Oliver said sincerely. Supporting you to defend against Cremissa is the most important task for me and my subordinates. Tonight, I prepared a banquet for you at my mansion. We'll talk while we eat, and at the same time, get to know the officials of Cremissa. Protesilaus saw that Oliver's attitude was gentle and relaxed. After all, it was his first time working with the army. There's no need for a banquet. There's a military law that I can't violate. However, I'm very willing to discuss with you in detail how to defend against Cremissa. Oliver said as he looked at the city of Cremissa in front of him. This was the first time he had come to this city on the southern border of Dionia since the Second Crotone War. It seemed that Scombros and Protesilaus had not been idle during their tenure. Not only had the city walls been thickened, but they had also been raised by at least 2 meters. At the beginning, it was mainly to defend against the Crotone Empire. I've set up your camp in the square. The supplies for Legio 6 should be provided by the Turii Ministry of Military Affairs, but the Cremissa City Hall will try their best to provide you with some fresh meat, fish, vegetables, to improve your diet. Plotsilus introduced some of the preparations made by Cremissa to Oliver's as he led Oliver's into the city. Oliver's listened attentively. He could tell that Plotsilus had made sufficient preparations for the arrival of Legio 6, and he was satisfied with it. But just as he passed through the city gate, he heard a loud noise coming from the front. We can't let these soldiers enter the city, they will only bring war. Bring death. Get out, Turii. The people of Cremissa do not welcome you. Get out. You executioners, return the lives of our loved ones. Upon hearing this, Oliver's expression changed. He turned around and asked, Sir Plotsilus, what's going on? Plotzilus's expression changed as well, and he was about to explain. At this moment, the captain of the 1st Battalion that entered the city hurried over and said anxiously, Sir, there are a lot of Cremissa citizens blocking the streets in front, preventing us from entering the city. It's these guys again. Plotsilus looked annoyed. He sighed and said, previously, the Polixus case and the assassination of His Majesty involved many Cremissa citizens, and some of them were severely punished by the alliance. Ever since Syracuse invaded Greece and defeated the Allied forces in Silatina, some of the citizens' families have been protesting in front of the city hall these past 2 days, asking for the release of their loved ones. But I didn't expect that they would dare to stop the army from entering the city. Compared to Plotzilus's worries, Oliver's, who had been on the battlefield for many years, was much more decisive and vigilant. He reminded Plotsilus loudly, we should immediately send the army to arrest these people. How can we do that? They are the citizens of Cremissa. Plotsilus shook his head repeatedly. At a time when the alliance is facing a crisis, they actually dare to stop the army from entering the city. This is an act of treason, and they must be severely punished. And for this to happen at this time, I suspect that the enemy must be behind this. Cremissa is about to face the attack of the Syracuse army. If there is such chaos in the city, it will bring disaster to us. So, I suggest that the city of Cremissa be under military control. Military control? Plotsilus looked at Oliver's in surprise. Oliver's had a serious expression on his face. If we don't strictly control it, when the Syracuse army arrives, these undisciplined and hateful Cremissa people will quietly open the city gates when we are not paying attention, let them in, and make us all slaves of Dionysius. These words reminded Plotsilus of the miserable days when he was imprisoned by the Lucanians in Amendolara. He could not help but shiver, and then said hesitantly, Okay, but I hope that the people of Cremissa will not be harmed. After getting Plotzilus's approval, Oliver's immediately issued an order. The first large group quickly surrounded the troublemakers of Cremissa. No matter how much they cried, they were detained. Legio 6 was able to enter the city smoothly. Soon, the city hall issued an announcement. The entire city was under military control, and the port and city gates were prohibited from entering and exiting at will. The residents outside the city were also called to temporarily move into the city to prepare for the upcoming war. The emergency on the northeast border of Dionia not only shocked the people of Amendolara, but also alerted the tourists. The footsteps of war were approaching the core of Dionia, awakening the painful memories of the war that destroyed their homes a few years ago. Now that the enemy was more numerous and stronger, it seemed that Dionia could only defend and could not fight back. Such a situation made the people of Dionia worried. While they were looking forward to the return of the consul Devers as soon as possible, the oracle about Hades also took root in the hearts of the people. That night, there was a hurried knock on the door of the Devers' intelligence officer, Aristides, in the East City, near the port in the city, near the Grand Arena of Dionia, a famous entertainment area in Turin. The vigilant Aristides had already put on his clothes and got up before his slave rushed to open the door. The person who came was Tratus. As soon as he saw Aristides, he hurriedly said, "Sir, our men saw the senators of the Senate, Petru, Kadurk, and Bergam, quietly leaving the city in the evening with their entourages." Aristides was shocked and asked in a low voice, "Didn't the city guards stop them?" Sheriff Martones went to Heraclea. The other party was a senator, and they left from the east, west, and north gates respectively, so it did not arouse too much suspicion. The city guards did not have anyone to back them up, how would they dare to stop them? Tratus said helplessly. After the Devers left with their troops, as the war continued and intensified, the current political structure of Dionia revealed many shortcomings. Although there was a proposal in the Senate to impose martial law on the whole of Turin during the war to prevent accidents, it was not passed, because some people believed that this would interfere with the citizens' freedom too much. After all, the war was still far away from Turin, so there was no need to make the atmosphere so tense. Although the Polixus case caused the Devers to give more power to the censor to strengthen the management of the senators, and at the same time to set up the protector of the people to supervise from the bottom up, this was still the beginning of the implementation. Even if some of the senators did not have any real power, their status was very high. Once the Devers were gone, no one would dare to control them. Aristides did not think too much about it. The reason why he was nervous was because after the assassination, the Devers invested more money and manpower into the intelligence department that they were in charge of, and requested that the cities of Dionia be monitored more closely. After the war broke out, he even asked his men to cooperate with the security officers of the cities to ensure the stability of the cities and prevent accidents. The three Berti senators, Petru, Kadurk, and Bergam, had some complaints about some of the bills of Dionia. They were also involved in the Polixus case and supported Polixus' proposal. Although nothing happened in the end, it made Aristides pay close attention to them. During the period after the war broke out, the three of them met in private several times, which made Aristides even more vigilant. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, the sudden invasion of Tarentum led to the departure of Martones, which caught Aristides off guard. After all, the intelligence department that he led was only a private organization of the Devers. It did not have any public power, and it was impossible for it to stop the high-ranking senators of Dionia from leaving. Thinking of this, Aristides asked further, "Are you sure they went to the Berti region?" The only glimmer of hope in his heart was quickly shattered by Tratus' words, "The man I sent saw them crossing the wooden bridge of Abyssinia with his own eyes." But Tratus' next words made him feel slightly relieved, "But after they left the city, I immediately sent someone on horseback to Ciudad Abyssinia." Once he confirmed the route of Petru and the others, he would immediately ride to Xianxia and inform Lord Helos first. Aristides did not care about the decision of his right-hand man. What he cared about was whether this long-distance message could be successful. Although there was a road from Turii to Abyssinia, and then to Xianxia, it was definitely a dangerous move to ride a horse in the dark, galloping across the highlands and mountains. "Who did you send?" Aristides asked with concern. "Adepigus." "Oh, that clever guy." Aristides was slightly relieved. This time, Adepigus had specially rushed over from Xianxia to report to Aristides. After the defeat at the Ramato River, the soldiers of the 5th Legion released by Dionysius had some impact on the Berti region. He hoped to alert the Senate. He did not expect to encounter this. As he had been a herder for many years when he was a slave, he was skilled in horsemanship. He was also very familiar with the terrain of the Xianxia plateau. It was possible for him to successfully deliver a long-distance letter in the dark. At this moment, after understanding the whole story, Aristides knew that this was a serious matter and did not dare to be careless. He immediately made a decision. "Let's go." You and I are going to see Sir Marigi immediately. Why was it Marigi, the commerce officer, and not Censor Sesta, who had the authority to punish the elders who left their posts, or Kunigarada, who was temporarily in charge of the administration of the entire Dionia? That was because Marigi was the confidant of Sir Devers and was more familiar with the intelligence department that Aristiras was in charge of. Aristiras had seen Kunigarada a few times and could clearly feel that Kunigarada hated him. As for Sesta, it was mainly because he was not familiar with the place and was afraid of wasting time. After Marigi heard this shocking news, he went to see Sesta without any hesitation. Sesta immediately sent people to check the residences of the elders. As expected, it was empty. So, everyone immediately went to Kunigarada's residence. After all, Kunigarada was old. Although it was not yet late at night, he was already sound asleep. When he was woken up, he was still in a daze. However, he heard Sesta say, Petaru, Bergam, and Cadwork left Turii without permission and secretly went to Brudi. This may cause chaos. He was scared out of his sleepiness. Regardless of whether they left because they had urgent matters to deal with in the tribe or for other reasons, leaving without the approval of the Senate is a violation of the laws of the Alliance. Kunigarada's words were tactful, but he could not hide the anxiety in his heart. Immediately send a cavalry to the Brudi region. See if we can chase them back. If you can't catch up with them, go to Xianxia and inform Helos to strengthen the security and search. Once they are found, immediately guard them. At this time, there were only 500 cavalrymen left in the city. However, they were all citizens, so they were not armed. At this late hour, they had to go from house to wake them up. So, Kunigarada reminded, when you gather the cavalrymen, don't make too much noise, lest it causes panic among the people. What if the cavalry catches up to them and they resist? Sesta asked coldly. It's best not to hurt them. If there is no other way, you can injure them, but you must not. Before Kunigarada's voice faded, Sesta had already strode out. There is one thing I forgot to mention. In fact, Aristiras has already sent someone to Xianxia to inform Helos before Petaru and the others. Marigi interrupted in time to claim credit for the intelligence officer of the Devers. Oh, is that so? What an unexpected surprise. Kunigarada quickly looked at Aristiras, who was standing in the corner of the living room. It was an emergency, so I made the decision without permission. I just wanted to make Xianxia's governor, Helos, more vigilant. My men are rushing to Xianxia. It is dark now, and it is difficult to travel. I hope he can reach Xianxia before they do, Aristiras explained. Due to his previous prejudice, Kunigarada could not praise the intelligence officer. He just nodded and said to Marigi, although it is very late, we must inform the other elders and tell them about what happened tonight. Let them be mentally prepared. So, Sir Marigi, please go and tell them to come to me. Kunigarada was trying to salvage the situation after the incident to prevent others from saying that he had acted arbitrarily. He wanted to give an explanation to the Devers. Okay. Marigi answered straightforwardly and turned to leave. Aristiras followed him out, but Kunigarada stopped him. Stay here. Aristiras looked at Kunigarada in surprise as he walked up to him and asked, What is your name? Aristiras. Aristiras, you have done a good job. Kunigarada said with a serious expression. I know you are the eyes of the Devers. The situation in Dionia is not very good now. I hope you can help me temporarily. As a citizen of Dionia, it is my duty to contribute to the alliance, Aristiras said immediately. I want you to send someone to keep an eye on the movements of the other elders of the Senate, Brudi. Before the Devers return, please let me know if there is anything unusual. When the Devers return, I will explain it to him. Kunigarada looked at him. Aristiras hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded and said, Okay, Lord Kunigarada, I will report to you every day. After leaving the mansion of Kunigarada, Aristiras waved his fist lightly and smiled. In the past, they could only do things in secret and were hated by some of the elders. This time, they could get the approval of Kunigarada, an important figure among the elders. It could be said that they had taken a big step forward from the intelligence department. On the road leading to Xianxia, Bergam, Petaru, Cadwork, and dozens of others held torches and rushed all the way. Beyond the area covered by the fire, there was a dark wilderness in front of them. They could only hear the strong mountain wind sweeping over the unobstructed plateau, making a mournful whistling sound as if women were crying. Petero wrapped his leather robe tighter around his body. In this terrible winter night, not only did he feel cold, but also his heart. Although he had made up his mind to leave the Dionia alliance, if he really took action, what would the future of him and his tribe be like? Just like how he couldn't even see his own fingers in front of him, he had no way of estimating. Listen, what is that sound? Kaderk suddenly shouted. It's a wolf. Someone recognized it from the sound of the wind and shouted, Be careful, there are wolves in front. They hurriedly gathered together, not daring to get separated. In the wilderness at night, encountering wolves was a headache. They moved forward carefully. Not long after, they saw 5 or 6 wolves gnawing on something by the side of the road. They used torches, spears, and daggers to disperse the wolves with green eyes and teeth. They did not go far, but lingered around. It's a horse carcass. They saw what the wolves were gnawing on. It should have died not long ago. After listening to his tribesmen, Bergham's face turned solemn. Looks like someone rode a horse here not long ago. Peteru's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned grim as well. It's possible that someone found out about our movements and rode to Xianxia to inform on us. We moved so stealthily, they couldn't have known beforehand. Plus, this is the fastest way to Xianxia. Even if they were found, they couldn't have gone ahead of us. This is just a coincidence. Someone must have left the stable open and let the horse sneak out, and was killed by the wolves. Kaderk argued. But this is not a birdie horse. Bergham, who was observing the horse carcass closely, reminded him. The horse carcass on the ground is bigger than the short birdie horse. It's not like you don't know. There are many tribes on the Xianxia plateau that rear horses from other places, Kaderk retorted again. Alright, stop arguing. No matter where this horse came from, we need to be on our guard. Peteru hurried to mediate and said, I've decided to go to the south of Xianxia, to my original tribe, as one of the main instigators of the Birdie War and the main accomplice of the Pinland tribe. Peteru's tribe was split up after the war, one near Xianxia, and the other moved to the edge of Napatisha's territory. I have to return to Xianxia, Kaderk said. When he opened the city gates and lured Dionia into the inner city of Xianxia, he was rewarded by Dionia. His tribe was unscathed and was not moved. Now, he was the largest tribe among the many small tribes in Xianxia. You have to be careful. That was all Peteru could say. If Kaderk did not sneak back into the tribe and bring enough warriors with him, he would not be of any help to their rebellion. This was also the reason why he put aside his previous prejudice and was willing to work with him. After you've convinced your tribe, don't forget to bring them to Imbalia as soon as possible. Only when we're together can we become stronger, so that Dionia won't dare to invade easily, and we'll have enough time to make more choices. Bergham reminded the two of them. After the Birdie War was incorporated into Dionia, the city of Xianxia had changed a lot in the past few years. The inner city was the administrative area, mainly consisting of the city hall, the council hall, the court, the temple, the square, and the Ministry of Military Affairs, the governor's residence, and the officials' residences. The main function of the council hall was the governor of Xianxia and the leaders of the Birdie tribes to discuss some management matters in the Birdie region. From this point of view, while other Greek cities were still preparing for their local councils, Xianxia had already implemented a similar mechanism. Of course, this had to do with the survival of the tribes in the Birdie region. The Grumentum of Lucania also implemented a similar mechanism. This was also one of the main reasons why Bergham and Peteru rebelled. The Dionia court was very popular in the Birdie, which caused the authority of the tribal leaders to disappear and may lead to the final collapse of the tribe. The temples of Xianxia not only had the temples of Hades and Hera, but also the temples of Mara, the goddess of the Birdie plateau, Brutus, the protector of the Birdie tribe, and Hercules, the Hercules. Whenever there was a celebration, regardless of whether the chief executive was a believer or not, he had to go to these temples to show respect. This was also a strict rule made by the Senate for the chief executives of various places. For example, there was also a temple of Asinu, the god of the Lucanian mountain, in the Grumentum. There was a training camp outside the city of Xianxia. The Ministry of Military Affairs in the inner city was mainly responsible for inspecting and registering the tribesmen who could fight, checking their weapons and equipment, notifying and urging the Briti on the list to participate in the training. At the same time, they also had to verify and count the merits of the tribesmen, and cooperate with the city hall to give them rewards, such as land. This department also carried out some secret tasks, such as understanding the growth of the tribes, secretly encouraging the tribesmen to be independent, and so on. This was another important reason why Petaru and the others criticized it. The outer city was originally the area where the great chief of Xianxia, Pinlin, forcibly moved the small tribes of the Briti. After the Daionia took over, these small tribes were divided into their own jurisdiction and settlement areas on the outskirts of the city as a barrier to protect the periphery of the city of Xianxia. At the same time, it could also isolate the harassment of the city by wild beasts at night, such as wolves, and bring peace to the city of Xianxia. Now the largest livestock trading market in the whole of Greece was built in the outer city. Not only the merchants in the alliance, but even the Silitinians, Trine, and Crotone people would come here to buy. The price of Briti horses and other livestock was cheaper than the big markets in Turii. There was also an arena in the outer city, where rugby, football, and horse races were often held. The enthusiasm of the Briti for these competitions was no less than that of the Turii. They could vent their suppressed wild nature on and off the field. There was also a theater in the outer city. Originally, the Briti people were much less interested in it than in the arena. In the beginning, there were even fewer people. Those who dared to open a theater in Xianxia were very shrewd. They quickly discovered that the Briti were not interested in the irony, humor, wisdom, and human destiny of the Greek drama. Instead, they were interested in the stories of the Greek gods, especially the adventures of Hercules, the powerful god. When he was immortal, he used his courage and wisdom to defeat powerful enemies and obtain countless beautiful women. This attracted the attention of the Briti. In the legends of the Briti, they claimed to be the descendants of Hercules. As a result, theater owners began to stage a large number of adaptations of the stories of the Greek gods, cultivating a large number of drama fans with popular and straightforward language and ups and downs of the story. This also allowed the Briti people to begin to understand Greek culture and traditions. There were also schools in the outer city. When it was first established, it was as unpopular as the theater, but now it was quite popular. That was because of the increase of independent Briti people. Xianxia allowed the Briti people who left the tribe to live in the outer city. The cost of buying land was very low, and they were allowed to live first before renting. The repayment period was even as long as 10 years. As a result, as more and more Briti people left the tribe, most of them chose to live in Xianxia because it was the center of the Briti area and so lively. The increase in the population of Xianxia, in turn, promoted the prosperity of the city. After the independent Briti people opened their eyes, in order to better develop themselves and their children, it was natural for them to go to school to study and improve. Now the outer city of Xianxia was almost full of Briti people. The hotels and restaurants were full of customers every day. The governor of Xianxia even proposed to the Senate that the outer city of Xianxia should continue to expand outwards. Unlike the expansion of Turin, the expansion of the city of Xianxia meant that the more Briti people directly controlled by the city hall, the more stable the Briti area would be. Half of the soldiers of the 5th Legion came from various tribes, and the other half were completely from the Briti people under the direct jurisdiction of Xianxia. This was also another main reason why Bergam, Petaru, and Kotark rebelled. The tribesmen were like water to the tribe. Only when the water was abundant could the tribe's farmland have a good harvest. But if Daionia kept secretly drawing away the water, the farmland could only wither. How could Petaru and the rest just sit around and wait for death? The reason why Kotark dared to sneak back into Xianxia was because the Daionia Senate had moved the tribes out of Xianxia, so he did not have to risk being questioned by the city guards to enter the city. Kotark's tribe was located on the banks of the Kratai River, very close to Xianxia. This was a piece of fertile land with water and grass, a reward given by the Devers for Kotark's timely return. As the Briti area had achieved peace and unity, there were no fences around the tribe's settlement, and no tribesmen stood guard at night. Only hounds crept outside the thatched huts, watching out for wild beasts that might take away the cattle and sheep. Kotark would come back a few times every year, but there were almost no hounds scattered outside tonight. This made Kotark feel relieved, but also a little surprised. He led his men around the thatched huts, and walked towards the big courtyard in the center. Bam! 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 Who is it? Open the door, the great leader is back. Who? Open the door, it's me. Kotark. Perhaps hearing the familiar voice, the person in the courtyard opened the door a crack, raised an oil lamp to look outside, and hurriedly opened the wooden door. Great leader, why are you back at this time? Kotark did not answer, and walked straight in. After his men came in, they quickly closed the door, and stood around the courtyard, looking around vigilantly. Where's Vaidotairu? As soon as Kotark's voice trailed off, a surprised voice came from the front. Great leader, you're back. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? I could have sent someone to welcome you. Vaidotairu walked out from the living room, his face full of surprise. Then the brazier in the middle of the living room was lit, and the whole courtyard was lit up. Kotark frowned, because the excited Vaidotairu's voice was a little loud. Quiet. Get Daru, Gilrian, and Korak here, I have something important to discuss with you. Kotark said in a low voice. Although he had no choice but to live in Talii, serve as a senator, and attend every meeting, in order not to lose control of the tribe far away in Xianxia, he appointed Vaidotairu, who had some reputation among his people, but was gentle and lacking in boldness, as the chief of the tribe, in charge of ordinary affairs. At the same time, he appointed 3 clan leaders who were loyal to him to assist Vaidotairu in managing the tribe, and important matters were decided by the 4 of them. In fact, it was often difficult for the 4 of them to reach an agreement, and in the end, they would have to send someone to Turii for him to make the final decision. So, although he was far away in Turii, he never lost control of the tribe. It's so late, why call them? Vaidotairu was both confused and reluctant. Go get them. Don't ask so many questions. Kotark was getting impatient. Tarek, go get the 3 of them, Vaidotairu ordered his subordinate helplessly. Yes. His subordinate was about to leave. With the oil lamp. Go with him, Kotark said, pointing at one of his subordinates. He was still on guard. The 2 of them opened the door and went out, while Kotark led Vaidotairu into the meeting hall. Great leader, what happened? Vaidotairu asked, confused. Kotark looked at him and said in a low voice, we have to leave with our tribe by tomorrow morning. Why? Vaidotairu was shocked. Because Syracuse is here, the Dionia alliance is about to be destroyed. For the survival of our tribe, we have to go to Syracuse. Kotark tried to put on a serious expression, but his tone was too exaggerated. We want to betray Dionia. Vaidotairu's expression changed, and his voice was trembling. What betrayal? Kotark was enraged. This is Brudi, the place where our ancestors lived for generations. Dionia used force to occupy this place and took away our freedom. Now we have to leave Dionia's control, and when Syracuse completely defeats Dionia, we will take back this land. Kotark waved his fist and said hatefully. The repressed life in Turii for the past few years had made him furious. At this moment, the flickering flames from the brazier reflected on his face, which was twisted with anger, making him look hideous. Betrayal is betrayal. The highest punishment in Dionia's law is death. A voice suddenly sounded from the side door at the back of the meeting hall, and a figure was reflected on the wall. Kotark heard this and was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Vaidotairu, and the short and fat old man had distanced himself from Kotark with unprecedented agility. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 figures rushed out from the side room. The face of the person in front was illuminated by the fire. It was Helos. Run, it's an ambush. Kotark was shocked, and immediately turned to run back, at the same time reminding his men. However, the courtyard door was also pushed open at this moment, and fully armed soldiers rushed in. Take them all down. Helos ordered coldly. Soon, Kotark and his men were captured. Helos. I rushed back to deal with urgent matters in the tribe. You barged into my tribe's meeting hall without reason, injured my men, and tied me up. Hurry. Let me go. Or I will accuse you of your crimes too. To the Senate. And, if you alert my tribesmen and let them see how you treat their leader, it will definitely cause a commotion. If there is a big commotion, the position of chief executive of Xianxia that you just got might be revoked by the Senate. Let me go, and let us talk. Kaderk's hands were tied behind his back, and he was pressed to the ground, but he still threatened. Sir Helos, don't worry. I'll make sure the people are loyal to the alliance, and you and the Senate will be satisfied. Baito declared excitedly to Helos. Baito, you traitor. Kaderk's eyes widened in anger. He wanted nothing more than to eat the old man he had always trusted. You're the traitor of our Dionia. Our people are happy to enjoy a peaceful life under the rule of the alliance, but you're pushing us into war. Baito pointed at him and scolded. Stuff his mouth. At Xylos's reminder, the soldier stuffed Kadulk's mouth with a rag so that his anger and fear could only be muffled into a low whimper. Helos returned to the inner city of Xianxia and saw the cavalry from Turii. They did not catch up to Petaru, but they brought the Senate's order. Helos had already taken action, and the Senate's fate was equivalent to confirmation. As Helos approached the city hall, Adepagus came up to him and asked anxiously, Did you catch him? We caught Kaderk, Helos said gratefully. Thank you for risking your life to deliver the message. It was a taboo to travel at night in the Briti region, not to mention riding a horse in the dark. The most terrifying thing was the wild beasts that roamed the wilderness. Adepagus was well aware of this, and, in order to prevent any accidents, he borrowed another horse from Abyssinia, and galloped to Xianxia with 2 horses. On the way, as he expected, the horse sprained its foreleg while he was dismounting. He immediately switched horses and drove the injured horse away from the main road, who knew that the injured horse would return to the main road and be eaten by wolves, which made Petaru and the rest even more vigilant. Finally, he brought the news to Helos. After hearing Helos' praise, Adepagus did not show a trace of pride. He was no longer the lowly slave he used to be. As the intelligence officer assigned by the Devers to the Briti region, the few governors of the Briti cities had to rely on him to understand the movements of the tribes in the region and take measures to ensure that there would be no trouble in the region. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate him, not to mention that he had the Devers behind him. Has Hegestus returned? Helos asked. There's no news from him yet, Adepagus replied. Hegestus was once the leader of the Westru tribe. After Dionia conquered Brutus, Divers settled the Shilu tribe near Xianxia city and made Hegestus the inspector, intermediate, of Xianxia. In fact, due to his deep understanding of the Briti region, he was more like the assistant to the governor of Xianxia. Many of the measures that were beneficial to the stability of the Briti region came from his suggestions. When there was a conflict, he was the first to mediate. He became the powerful arm of the governor of Xianxia. Looks like what Kaderk's men said might be true. Petaru did not come to Xianxia but went straight to the south. Helos strode into the city hall. In the office of the governor, Hieronymus was waiting anxiously. He had just arrived at Xianxia this afternoon and had yet to start recruiting soldiers. In the end, he received a notice from Helos at night. There was a possibility of a rebellion. He was shocked and excited. He felt that he could finally be of use. At this moment, Helos, who knew Hieronymus very well, entered the room and did not beat around the bush. He said straightforwardly, Kaderk has been captured. He admitted to the fact that he was preparing to rebel, but Bergam and Petaru were not captured. Helos said regretfully and went straight to his desk. There was a large map of the Briti region hanging on the wall. Helos pointed to the bottom left corner of the map and continued, Bergam must have gone to the Ambalia region. He has been the leader there for more than 20 years and has great prestige. After Briti merged into our alliance, they demolished the city of Ambalia. Devers thought that Ambalia was remote, barren, and could not accommodate too many people. Building a city was a waste of administrative resources and would increase the risk of rebellion. So, after discussion by the Senate, it was demolished. They also moved the tribes there several times. Now, Ambalia still has a population of about, There are about 5,000 people in the Ambalia region. Even if all of them were convinced by Bergam, they could only gather about 1,000 soldiers, Adepagus, who entered the room, immediately added. After all, Helos had only been in Briti for a month. He only had a basic understanding of the situation here. Of course, he was not as familiar with the situation as Adepagus, who had been rooted in Briti for many years. He generously stepped aside and gestured for Adpagus to do the detailed introduction. If Petru doesn't come to Xianxia, then he will definitely go here. Adpagus did not decline and went straight to the map. He pointed to the left side of the map and said, "There is a tribe under his jurisdiction here, with a population of about 6,000 people. If you want to fight against the rebels, I suggest attacking here first." Although this tribe is further away from Xianxia, it is still located in the Xianxia plateau. There are other tribes living around it. Once there is a rebellion, it will have a great impact on the surrounding tribes. The key point was that it was also close to Cultivation and could escape from Brity through the mountain trails at any time to seek refuge with the Syracuse people. This would cause a very bad result. Most of the tribes in Ambalia live around Lake Sasita, and some live in the mountains. It will take a lot of time for Bergam to gather all of them. We only need to block the road from Ambalia to Xianxia Plateau, and Bergam will have to brave the dangers of crossing the mountains to enter Xianxia Plateau, or follow the rugged river valley to the east to Asprostum city. Adpagus confidently expressed his opinion in front of the two Senate elders. "Well said." Helos loudly praised, "I think we can proceed according to Adpagus's plan." Hieronymus nodded and said, "How many men will you give me?" His words were short, but Helos understood what he meant. After all, he was the chief executive of Xianxia, and he had to oversee the central city of Brity. The mission of the crusade could only be carried out by Hieronymus. "Tomorrow, I can recruit 2,000 independent Brity militia from Xianxia city. At the same time, I can gather 1,000 people from the tribes outside the city. Try to gather them by noon. Other than that, I can't give you any more troops, because I need some soldiers to be stationed in Xianxia to prevent other tribes from being affected by the rebellion," Helos said in a low voice. 3,000 men is enough." Hieronymus answered and pointed at Adpagus, "I want you to come with me." "With pleasure, Sir Hieronymus." Adpagus replied happily. "Tomorrow morning, I will send messengers to Nipetia and Vigo city to inform Sir Assists and Saru. While they are on high alert, they will try their best to cooperate with you in the battle. In addition, I will also send someone back to Turii to find the Senate to inform Sir Agathia in Asprostum city to be wary of these traitors escaping through the river valley." Finally, Helos stated his arrangements. The next day, Hieronymus led the assembled 3,000 reserve soldiers and marched south. Petru's actions were fast enough. He had convinced more than half of the tribesmen to follow him and betray the Dionia alliance. He also sent people to the surrounding tribes to spread rumors such as Syracuse's army has invaded Dionia's territory. The Dionysian army has been defeated and is about to perish. These kinds of rumors caused panic in the hearts of the people. There were even some tribal leaders who came to ask him for advice. He took the opportunity to talk about the discrimination and grievances he had suffered in Turii all these years as the leader of the Brity tribe and the Senate elder. His eyes were even filled with tears when he talked about the sad parts. His words were exactly what the leaders were worried about. Dionia's deliberate and continuous enactment of laws was accelerating the disintegration of the tribes. Even Petru, the Senate elder, was forced to such a state, let alone them. Therefore, some of the leaders began to consider whether they should follow Petru to rebel against Dionia's rule. Just as Petru rejoiced at the success of his plan and planned to build an anti-Dionia Brity tribe alliance and set off a frenzy of rebellion against Dionia in the entire Xianxia plateau, Hieronymus's army was approaching. Petru, who knew nothing about what happened in the Kadurk tribe last night, was shocked. In their original plan, the Senate would at least confirm their disappearance today. They would probably only send people to the tribe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. By then, they would have already been prepared. They could take advantage of the Syracuse army's pressure and Dionia's lack of troops to deal with the Brity and the Dionia. However, the Dionysian army's attack was so swift that it was completely beyond his expectations. The worry he had last night had really come true. Petru hurriedly sent people out to argue with the commander to buy time for himself. Who would have thought that Hieronymus would not have cared at all? He led his army straight into the settlement to capture Petru. The panicked Petru sent his tribesmen to stop them while he quietly rode his horse, trying to escape. The hastily formed troops were defeated by Hieronymus's attack. Then, they kept their eyes on Petru. In the end, Petru's horse was shot by an arrow and he was thrown off his horse. He was captured by Hieronymus. While Hieronymus was raiding Petru's tribe, the Senate held a meeting early in the morning to have a heated discussion on how to deal with the three traitorous senators. First, Sidorum objected. He believed that even if the three returned to Bursi without reporting to the Senate, it was not certain that they were defecting. This was obviously defending them, and was immediately refuted by Scombres, Tritodemus, Strompoli, and the others. However, they could not produce any evidence to prove that Petaru and the other two were traitors. In the end, the discussion turned into a quarrel. It was not until Cosenza's messenger arrived and reported the capture of Kotark, and presented the confessions of his men and slaves that Sidorum had nothing to say. But by then, Scombres, Tritodemus, and Strompoli were really angry. They all proposed to sentence the three to death, and said righteously, the laws of Dionia stipulate that the highest punishment for treason is death. When the Dionia alliance was facing a crisis, as the senators of Dionia, Petaru, Kotark, and Bergam did not think about how to lead the people to defeat the enemy. Instead, they took the lead in inciting the people to betray the alliance, causing the country to fall into a great predicament and bringing great danger to the alliance. Such traitors would not be enough to appease the anger of the people, and would not be enough to deter those who harbored disloyalty. The Senate voted with a high vote to sentence Bergam, Petaru, and Kotark to death. Sidorum, Bagalipi, and the other Berti senators were distressed when they learned of this result, while Scombres, Tritodemus, and the others began to be wary of these Berti senators. At the critical moment when the army of Syracuse was pressing in, the senators of Dionia should have worked together to overcome the crisis. But now, they were suspicious of each other and estranged. This made Cunegurata and Cornelis anxious. But they had no better solution. They could only hope that the only Devers who could resolve the differences and unite everyone would return as soon as possible. When the news of Senator Berti leading the tribe to rebel reached the Turris, it caused an even greater uproar. The people had just heard the bad news yesterday that Tarantum's army is approaching Amendola. The panic in their hearts had yet to dissipate, and today, they heard the bad news again. Since the start of the war, bad news came one after another. And finally, the people could no longer maintain their calm facade. They gathered in front of the Senate hall to protest loudly. They wanted the senators to take immediate and effective measures to defeat the enemy as soon and restore Dionia to peace. But such a request was not that easy to achieve. When Cunegurata and the senators were having a headache trying to appease the anger of the people, a messenger from Lucaria arrived just in time. After reading the battle report, Cunegurata felt relieved. He stood on the steps in front of the Senate hall and held the battle report in his hand high. He shouted excitedly at the noisy people below the steps, "This is the battle report from Potentia. The army led by Sir Devers has completely defeated the Simonians and is on the way back to Turris." In an instant, the noise below the steps disappeared and was replaced by deafening cheers. "Long live Sir Devers! Long live Sir Dionia! I've said it before. The Oracle of Hades has stated that only Sir Devers can defeat the enemy and ensure the peace of Dionia. You're right. Sir Devers is a descendant of Hades. He has the blessing of Hades." Amidst the cathartic cheers of the people, a voice suddenly burst out, "Let Sir Devers be king." When the senators heard this, they were all stunned. Not only did the people's cheers not stop, but they eventually merged into a thunderous roar, echoing in the ears of the senators, "With our blood as king, we protect the peace of the alliance." When the Turris people shouted, "Let Devers be king," the Devers led the army to the Ra River fortress. Yesterday evening, when he entered Nudum, the governor, Hegemon, told him that the Southern Alliance had failed to stop the army of Syracuse from advancing north. They were forced to fight with the people of Syracuse and Siriton and suffered a crushing defeat. Now, other than Crotone, Lygum, and Tearina who were still independent, the rest of the city-states of the Southern Alliance had fallen. Hearing this news, the Devers was very surprised. He did not expect that the army of Syracuse, under Dionysius's ingenious and flexible maneuvers, could launch a series of attacks that were both fierce and sinister. He had only led the troops away from Turris for less than a month, and the situation south of Dionia's territory had already deteriorated to such a state. Dionysius was not a simple person, but he had underestimated the enemy. After realizing this, while blaming himself, the Devers also declined Hegemon's invitation to dinner that night. He locked himself in his bedroom to think about how to deal with Dionia, so he did not sleep well that night. Early the next morning, he led the troops and set off again. After all, what Hegemon told him was the situation of the war 2 or 3 days ago. With Dionysius's ability and the advantage of Syracuse, it was enough to turn the war into a situation that was even more disadvantageous to Dionia. Therefore, he had to lead the main force back to Turris as soon as possible. Along the way, he was calculating the situation of the war in his mind, looking for a way to win. Only after entering the Ra River fortress did he stop to rest for a while. At this time, he called for Henepolis and asked with concern, "Henny, are you sure you're not coming back, but going to Turris with me?" "Sir, I've made up my mind. Dionia is now in danger. As an ally, Laos should lend a helping hand and help Dionia defeat the strong enemy." Henepolis said vehemently, "I'll also send someone to inform Uncle Arabamas to send more soldiers to fight alongside the legion of Dionysia." Upon hearing this, Devers narrowed his eyes. He knew that there was another reason why Henepolis was willing to go to Turris. The young man was tired of living in Laos like a cage, unable to make any decisions. Devers thought for a while and said, "All right, you can come with me. However, there's no need to ask Laos to send more soldiers. After all, Trine has fallen. Laos needs enough soldiers to prevent Syracuse from attacking Laos port from the sea." As long as Devers agreed to let him follow, Henepolis did not really care if he needed to send more troops. He said happily, "Lord Devers, I have one more thing that I would like to ask for your permission." "What is it?" Can I be your secretary during the war? I can write your orders and collect information." Henepolis asked softly. "Huh?" Devers looked at him in surprise. "Why do you have such an idea?" It was too shameful for a consul of a city-state to be the secretary of the commander of another city-state alliance. Those who did not know the inside story would think that he was humiliating his ally. "My lord, you see, the last time in Poseidonia, you asked me to lead an army to intercept the fleeing Simonians. When I saw the ferocious-looking Simonians charging at us, my legs trembled. If it wasn't for Izam's help, I would have fled." Henepolis did not even try to hide his embarrassment. "So I understand now. I'm different from you, my lord. I don't have the talent to lead an army. I do like reading and writing, but it's too boring to read and spend a lot of time thinking like my teacher, Ansitanos. By staying by your side, not only can I help you, but I can also understand in more detail how you defeated the Samnians, and how you will defeat the Syracuse people in the future. Such a glorious process. Not only do I want to know, the people of Dionysia. No. The people of Greece want to know about it. If I write about it, it will be very popular." Henepolis became more excited as he spoke. Devers looked at him in surprise. This little guy wants to be a biographer. However, Henepolis's request moved him. According to what he knew from his previous life, there were scholars who followed Alexander during his crusade to the east and wrote monographs about him. When Hannibal invaded Italy, there were scholars who followed him and wrote about him, saying that he was the liberator of Italy. When Caesar crossed the Rubicon, there were scholars who followed him and wrote about him in the Spanish War. "So, why can't I have them?" Devers smiled. "Henny, I agree to let you be my secretary during the war. That's great." "Thank you, sir." As soon as Devers agreed, Henepolis immediately waved his hands and shouted, "Don't be happy too early. I still have a request. If you want to write a book about me in the future, the content must be reviewed by me. You can only publish it when I agree to publish it. Can you agree?" Devers said with a serious face. "Yes, I can." Henepolis nodded. "Also, if you are my secretary, who will be in charge of your Laos troops?" "Ariandos. He is usually in charge of the troops." As soon as Henepolis said this, an image of a person immediately appeared in Devers' mind. Ariandos was the right-hand man of Avenogis. His military ability was not weak. He led the Laos troops to march and camp in an orderly manner. It was obvious that he was loyal to Henepolis. "Got it." Henepolis left happily. The Devers watched him leave with a smile on his face. Henepolis had lived in the Devers' home for a few years. Although he had a lively personality, he was straightforward and not pretentious, which made him very popular with the Devers' family. The Devers also treated him like a younger brother. Therefore, he did not want Henepolis to know what was going to happen next. The officer in charge of defending the Dara River fortress was called in. "I remember your name is Tagru, right?" the Dever said pleasantly. The captain, who was a little nervous, did not expect that the lifelong governor of Dionia and the commander of the army, the Devers, who was respected by the soldiers, still remembered his name when he saluted and reported to him when he first arrived at the Dara River fortress more than 10 days ago. "Yes, commander," he replied excitedly. "I remember that you are from the Grimentum. Do you belong to a tribe or are you independent?" The Devers continued to ask and gestured for him to sit down. "I am already independent. I only need to work hard for my family." Tagru straightened his back and answered in fluent Greek. In the past year, there was a popular belief in Lucania city that the independent Lucanians were the real citizens of Dionia and had true freedom. In the last war, many tribes in Lucania city, except for Potentia and Galaguso, were destroyed and weakened. Therefore, the remaining tribes were weak and relied heavily on the alliance. They could only listen to the people who asked to leave the tribe. They did not react as strongly as the leaders of the Briti. "It seems that you have a family. Do you have children? How is your life?" The Devers chatted with him. Although this made Tagru a little surprised, he felt a sense of familiarity. "Asanu bless me. I have 2 children. Both boys, and they are very healthy. Serbagul gave me 5 acres of land, but it is all mountainous and not suitable for growing wheat. The farmer advised me to plant apple trees, which I did. The trees had grown this year, and they said that they would bear fruit next year. Then, I would be able to sell the apples to the city. They also said that the apples in Turin were more expensive, but it would take a few days to reach Turin. The year before last, I had taken a loan from the bank in the city and bought 20 lambs and 2 cows. Now, the number had doubled. In the summer, I sold 6 sheep and a cow to a restaurant in the city. Not only did I pay off my loan, but I also earned 30 drachmas. I've decided to buy some cows and sheep next year, and try to drive hundreds of cows and sheep up the mountain every day. Sir, I'm not afraid to laugh at you, but this is my dream. In the past, only the tribe had so many cows and sheep. Haha, you have a great ambition." Devers clapped his hands and laughed. Then he asked with concern, "You're on a mission in Fordari River. What about your family?" "My wife is a capable woman. She can take care of the children and the fruit trees. I also took a loan from the bank to buy a Thracian slave to help me graze my cattle and sheep. When I'm busy, my neighbors will come over to help. Sir, a village has been built at the place where I live." Devers listened and said seriously, "Being stationed at Fordari River is far from the city and home. Not only is the daily life monotonous, but I can't go home to take care of my family for a long time. This is supposed to be the toughest mission for the registered freedmen and citizens who have undergone training. It's an important mission to shorten the probation period for them to become citizens. However, before the war breaks out, I suggested that they be replaced by real citizen soldiers. Do you have any complaints?" "Sir? To be honest, a little." Tagru hesitated for a moment before he answered honestly. "That's because you've received stricter training. You're citizens of Dionia. In times of danger, you'll defend this fort at all costs to ensure that your home is not trampled. Fordari River is the only land passage connecting Lucania and Turin. The space here is small, and the military can't spread out. Once it's occupied by the enemy, it'll cut off the connection between Lucania and Turin. That's dangerous." Devers said seriously. "Sir, you're saying, someone will attack this place?" Tagru's eyes widened in shock. Fordari River was located in the hinterland of the Dionia Alliance. Other than inspecting the passing merchants and travelers and providing them with simple food and lodging, there was nothing else the Devers could do. There was once an elder who suggested to dismantle Fordari River and turn it into a relay station during a meeting, but it was rejected by the Devers in the end. During a war, there's always danger, and danger often comes from the dark. From now on, you must be vigilant. No merchants or travelers are allowed to stay in or outside the fort. Also, no troops without a warrant from the Ministry of Military Affairs are allowed to enter or pass through Fordari River. Do you understand?" Devers reminded him solemnly. "Yes, Commander." Tagru stood up and bowed. Tagru, you're not an official soldier yet, are you? Sir, I'm just a reserve soldier. My tribe joined the alliance too late, and there are too many Lucanians who signed up to join Legio III, Tagru said in a slightly dejected tone. I hope that after this war, I'll be able to see your name in the Legion of Legio III. Devers encouraged him seriously. Also, if the enemy attacks Fort Ari River, don't fight alone. Inform Sir Hemont and Nidam in time to get his help. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Tagru bowed again in excitement. Although he did not know where the enemy would come from, he was no longer depressed about being sent to the wilderness. He promised loudly, Sir, don't worry, I'll defend Fort Ari River until the end of the war. Devers nodded. After Tagru left, he got up and walked to the window facing south and looked out. From here, he could not see the city of Laos, which was the estuary of the Ari River. Therefore, the Devers could only guess what Arabuma, who was not a consul, was doing at the moment. Ever since Arabuma did not come to Fort Ari River to welcome the Dionysian army, and the troops he sent to Hnepolis were all loyal to Avanojas, the Devers received a secret report from the intelligence department in Nidam that traces of Syracuse have been found in the city of Laos. The Devers had a bad feeling in his heart. With Dionia at a disadvantage and facing danger, what choice would the man who once went to the east alone, united with the Turii, and helped Avanojas recapture Laos in one fell swoop? Although the Devers could only wait quietly, he brought Hnepolis with him and was prepared for any eventuality. While the Devers led the army from Fort Ari River into the mountains and embarked on the return journey to Turii, Dionysius had already led 90,000 troops to the Takanati River. This army included more than 70,000 of Dionysius's Sicilian troops, as well as Rockley, Hyhernian, and the Carenian troops who had just joined Syracuse's side. They set up camp on both sides of the Takanati River. The camp stretched for dozens of miles, and thousands of tents filled the southern Croton plains and the lower reaches of the Takanati River. The engineers of Syracuse also commanded more than 4,000 Carenian soldiers and Silitinian slaves to build a simple dock at the estuary of the Takanati River so that food and supplies could be transported by sea to the main camp. This provided greater convenience for logistics. While the army was busy building the camp, Dionysius led the generals to Ciudad Crotone to inspect its defenses. At this time, under the suggestion of the Dionysius ballista officer, Ciudad Crotone set up stables on both sides of the moat and began to set up traps. It was only because the army of Syracuse arrived too quickly that they could not complete it. This was already the second time in 5 years that Ciudad Crotone was besieged by an army. The citizens of Crotone were even more shocked than the last time. Looking west from the top of the city wall, they could see the endless white tents that blended with the skyline in the far west. Lucius, Sesprotus, Escamas, and all the members of Crotone's council and soldiers on the top of the city wall stared at the cruel tyrant of Sicily who was surrounded by hundreds of cavalrymen. Their eyes were filled with anger and fear. Dionysius, however, treated the people on the top of the city wall as air. He looked around as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park, and exchanged views with the people around him from time to time. Look at the city walls inside Clotwan. They're at least 10 meters tall, and they're all made of large rocks. There's also a moat outside the city, and the entire city is so big. They have enough people to defend it. I think it'll be very difficult to take down this city. Phoebus said without any misgivings, making his allies feel discouraged. To be honest, the people of Sparta were terrifying in field battles, but they did not have much success in sieging cities. In their previous wars, they had never taken down a big city, and they only had a few small cities. In the past Peloponnesus War, the war lasted for a few decades. The Allied army led by Sparta was stationed outside the city of Athens for many years, trampling the Attica Peninsula into ruins. However, they were never able to take down the city wall of Athens. Therefore, after they won the war, one of the first things they did was to let the people of Athens tear down the city wall. That's right, besiege them. Then lead the rest of the troops to cross the Neto River and head straight for Cremissa. Phoebus looked at Dionysius and gave his suggestion. Now that the main force of Dionia is still in Lucania city, and Tarentum has just recaptured Metapontum, the people of Dionia will definitely strengthen their defense in the north. There are still 2 remnants of Dionias, whatever legion of Dionia in the city of Asprustum. I think the territory of Dionia is already very empty. I heard that Cremissa is just a small city. I think it won't be too difficult for Syracuse to take it down. After taking down Cremissa, the army will continue to the north and take down another small city, Castellan. Then, they can go straight to the city of Turiae and surround Turiae with Tarentum. At that time, Dionia will surrender, and it will be useless for the people of Crotone to hold on to this city. The whole of Greece will definitely be conquered by Syracuse. At this point, even Phoebidas was shocked by the prospect he described. He could not help but sigh in his heart. In this way, the entire western Mediterranean will really be under Syracuse's control. Which city-state can control it? Everyone's eyes lit up at Phoebidas's words. Dionysius was also a little tempted, but he knew two things that others did not know. First, the Devers' army had won a great victory in Lucania. It was said that they had wiped out more than 20,000 Simonians. Based on his understanding, the Simonians would not easily admit defeat, but the main force of Dionia had returned to Turiae much earlier than expected. He had not received the news that the Simonians had been defeated. Second, a new Dionia legion was stationed in the city of Cremissa. Dionysius had already seen the power of the legion of Dionysia on the battlefield. Although he did not know how good they were at defending the city, it would not be too bad. In this way, the number of people defending the city of Cremissa would not be less than 10,000. It would not be so easy to take it down. More importantly, the city of Cremissa was originally a key target of Syracuse's intelligence department. In the past, this area was the most unstable place in Dionia apart from the Bruttii region. Before the war, the head of intelligence of Syracuse, Hipporinus, had sent many of his men to this city. A few months ago, the protest of the people of Cremissa, the request for a citizens' assembly, and the subsequent assassination of the Devers were all their handiwork. After the incident was exposed, under the extensive investigation of Dionia, some were arrested, and some went into hiding. When the war broke out, especially after the victory of the Battle of Ramato River, Cremissa's spy activities began to be active again. Dionysius also constantly received the latest information in Dionia from Cremissa. For example, Turiae had established 2 new legions, and Dionia's fleet was undergoing secret training at the Kratai River. They also sent out a message: as long as the army of Syracuse arrived in Cremissa, they would open the gate for the army. This was a great surprise to Dionysius. However, since the new legion of Dionia was stationed in Cremissa, the news from the north was suddenly cut off yesterday afternoon. Not only was the city of Cremissa under martial law, but the port was also closed. Dionysius knew that such a decisive move by Cremissa would inevitably lead to the failure of the intelligence department's efforts. This made him a little worried. He was a man who liked careful planning and meticulous preparation before taking action. Whether it was attacking west along the southern coastline in Sicily to Moscha, or north along the eastern coastline and then west to Sauris, his strategy had always been gradual, and there were almost no bold and rash actions. This series of rapid maneuvers after landing in Greece this time was also because he had a strong command of the sea and a larger army than the other side. Even so, when he and the southern Italian coalition forces met, the news that the Lygian people suddenly besieged Medma had shocked him. Fortunately, he had basically won the battle, and Locke's tens of thousands of troops were not far from Medma, so he was calm. Now, in order to attack Dionia, apart from the few thousand soldiers stationed in Medma, Trine, and Silatina respectively, he had concentrated most of his forces here. If he followed Phoebidas's plan, to trap the 2 cities of Tarentum and Esplustum, which had a large number of enemy troops, he would probably need to leave more than half of his total forces here. Even if he could take down Cremissa and Castellan, the city of Turiae would not be so easy to attack. According to what he knew, after Polixus and the others were arrested, the city of Turiae was already a solid block, unlike when Crotone first attacked Turiae. Moreover, the main forces of Dionia could return at any time. In this way, once Syracuse's attack was blocked, they would have to divide their forces everywhere, leaving the rear empty. As time went by, any one of Medma, Trine, Esplustum, Crotone, or Turiae would be a disaster for him. That was why he was somewhat resistant to Phoebidas's seemingly good suggestion. At this time, seeing that Dionysius had been silent, Phasapeses said, "My lord, I don't agree with General Phoebidas's words. Moria, the most important military city of Carthage in Sicily, is even across the bay. If we can capture it, then we can't even imagine the other cities that we have captured in Sicily. Although Ciudad Crotone is a bit larger, it is actually far less difficult to attack than Moria. Moreover, the city is too big, which is not conducive to their defense. It is also located on a plain, which is more convenient for us to besiege. My lord, you see, Psapphides rode closer to the city wall. Seeing that Dionysius was following closely, he pointed to the city wall 100 meters away and continued, its city wall is still old. The gaps between the stones should be relatively large, and the mortar is not packed tightly enough. Moreover, the stones look old, and it seems that they have not been repaired often. Some places may even have loosened. This is not comparable to the cities we have captured in Sicily, because of the frequent wars between Carthage and Syracuse in Sicily, and these two large states have very strong siege capabilities. The other city-states are very diligent in repairing the city walls in order to save their lives. Unlike in Great Greece, where siege battles are rare, and the city walls are still maintained according to the defensive siege methods decades ago. As long as our ballistae continue to bombard, it will definitely collapse. Moreover, we have sufficient manpower now. We can completely build earth ramparts and approach the city walls. At the same time, we can build siege towers and siege hammers to destroy their city walls and occupy their city walls. By using various methods together, we will definitely be able to break through Ciudad Crotone and open the way into the territory of Dionia. Dionysius's heart was moved when he heard this. He carefully observed the city wall in front of him, and his expression became more and more relaxed. Then, he turned his head and asked, Phoebidas, what do you think of this siege plan? Phoebidas's expression did not change, and he said stubbornly, I still insist on my opinion. We don't need to waste time under Ciudad Crotone. If Dionia is conquered, Crotone will naturally surrender. My lord, you don't need to discuss with the people of Sparta how to siege the city. They even besieged Praetia for more than 2 years before they could take it down with only a few hundred people defending it. What good suggestions can they have? Astagras sneered. Phoebidas's expression changed. In the 5th year after the outbreak of the Peloponnesus War, the coalition forces led by Sparta were unable to break through the long wall and break into Athens. They had no choice but to turn and attack the ally of Athens, Praetia in the Piotia region. Seeing that the situation was not good, the people of Praetia evacuated a large number of people, leaving only a few hundred people to defend the city. As a result, it took the coalition forces of Sparta more than 10 times the number of soldiers defending the city of Praetia for more than 2 years to take down the city. In the end, the people of Sparta killed the soldiers defending the city and handed the city of Praetia to its ally at that time, the Thebes. The key was the most important battle in the Greco-Persian War a few decades ago, the Battle of Praetia. The Greek coalition forces with the full support of the people of Praetia finally defeated the invading army of Persia. After the victory, the king of Sparta, Pausanias, once led the Greek coalition forces to make a vow, to protect the independence and freedom of Praetia together forever. Therefore, when Praetia was destroyed and the people of Sparta personally violated their vow, it immediately caused an uproar in the entire Greek world, forcing the people of Sparta to discuss this matter. The elder council had no choice but to send a censor to question the king of Sparta, who was away on an expedition. Therefore, Phoebidas, who was still a child, had a deep impression of this. It could be said that Astagras was tearing open the scars of Sparta. Don't talk nonsense. Dionysius glared at Astagras, then said to the seemingly angry Phoebidas, no city-state dares to start a war with Sparta. However, in terms of attacking a city, I, Syracuse, do have more experience. I've decided to take down Ciudad Crotone first. Phoebidas snorted and no longer said anything. After saying the polite words, Dionysius was too lazy to care about the mood of the people of Sparta anymore. He said to everyone in a deep voice, Psapphides, Astagras, organize all the siege technicians, craftsmen, and soldiers to start building siege equipment and building earth embankments. Think of ways to measure the thickness of the city walls. Prepare for all the siege. Yes, sir. The 2 generals replied in excitement. Achelida and Gabra were excited. This was exactly what they were best at and wanted to do the most. Phoebidas was silent. He did not fully agree with Dionysius's plan, but he suddenly realized that Sparta should learn from Syracuse on how to attack a city. At this time, Dionysius said gloomily, "Before we attack Crotone, let's see how Asprustum will deal with what's coming next." In the city of Asprustum, Felicius was comforting more than 500 legion soldiers who had been exchanged by Dionia in exchange for more than 500 Locrian captives. He had a great regret in his heart because he did not manage to exchange for the 5th Legion's commander, Dionia's Senate Senator, Dracos. Even Dionysius did not release Brim, the commander of the 5th Legion's 1st Brigade, an important leader of Abyssinia, who was also a senator of the Senate. Instead, Dionysius insisted on exchanging the captives one for one. Felicius noticed that the exchanged soldiers were all British soldiers of the 5th Legion. As the 5th Legion was the last to retreat, the 5th Legion was the most captive, but he did not think too much about it. In fact, Dionysius had deliberately released these British soldiers in front of the other Greek and Lucanian soldiers who had been captured by Dionia. He had even planned to quietly release some legion of Dionysia's soldiers who were found to be resentful after a few days of observation. Felicius regrouped the more than 500 soldiers into the 5th Legion. Although he felt regretful, he was also slightly relieved. This was because half of the soldiers who returned were Abyssinia. Abyssinia was the most staunch ally of the Briti tribes in the Briti region. Ever since the Briti joined the alliance, there had never been any disturbances, and they did not object to some of the bills that the Senate enacted against the tribes in the Briti region. Moreover, Felicius had a good relationship with Bagalipi, so he felt better that more people from Abyssinia had returned. At this moment, a messenger hurried over. "Commander, Epthenus requests for you to go to the top of the city wall immediately. The people of Syracuse outside the city are out of his control, so you have to make the decision." Felicius was shocked when he heard this. Dracos woke up from a nightmare. Ever since he led the 1st Brigade to intercept the enemy cavalry and was surrounded, he led a team to fight to the death. In the end, his lungs were pierced by the enemy cavalry's javelins, and he fell to the ground and was captured. Although he had been treated by a doctor of Syracuse, he had a high fever, and was sometimes unconscious and sometimes awake. At this moment, he tried to open his dry and heavy eyelids, and heard a shrill scream. Then, someone beside him shouted in grief and indignation, "Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer! Asanu above, please protect them." What was going on? Draco struggled to open his eyes, and the blurred image in front of him gradually became clear. He found himself lying on the ground mixed with stones and mud, and a city stood 100 meters in front of him. He was very familiar with the appearance of the city, Asprustum. Why was he here? His head was dizzy, and he could not remember anything at all. He tried to stand up, but found that his hands and feet were tied behind him with ropes, and he could not exert any strength at all. He struggled a few times with all his might, but it was useless. Instead, the pain from his wounds almost made him faint again. Obviously, the person next to him saw his movement, and said in surprise, "Legion Commander Dracos. Legion Commander Dracos, are you awake? Who are you? What's going on?" Dracos opened his dry lips and asked weakly. "Reporting to Legion Commander, I'm Legio IV's 3rd Brigade, 4th Brigade, 1st Squad Leader Aturu. The Syracuse people brought the dozens of Legio IV's captured soldiers, and you, to the front of Asprustum, and tied everyone's hands and feet. They even set up stakes beside each of them, and tied the ropes to them. They even sent people to the city, telling them, you and the Legio IV's captured soldiers are here. Then, the Syracuse army retreated 100 meters, but whenever our comrades in the city rushed out to save us, these damn Syracuse people would use javelins and arrows to shoot at them." At this point, Aturu was sobbing uncontrollably. As he cried, the other soldiers who were tied up also felt sad. What? When Dracos heard this, he immediately panicked. He endured the pain, and used his shoulders to forcibly prop his body up. The overexertion caused his eyes to darken, and his head to spin. He panted heavily, trying his best to control his body that was on the verge of collapse. After a while, he finally knelt on the ground steadily. When he opened his eyes again, in front of him were more than 10 corpses with arrows and javelins stuck in their bodies. The closest one to him was less than a meter away from him. Looking at that ashen face, Dracos recognized him, Hack, a soldier of the 5th Legion. This pretty young man came from a small tribe in Xianxia, and had a stubborn and mischievous personality. When he first entered the 5th Legion, he repeatedly violated military rules, and was punished by the strict Dracos many times, but he always refused to accept it. Once, he even argued with Dracos on the training ground. In the end, Dracos made a bet with him on wrestling, and won cleanly. Hack was convinced, and from then on, he trained seriously and performed outstandingly. In the end, Dracos promoted him to a platoon leader, but he did not expect to die here, and for him. A surge of anger surged in his heart, and the crying of the soldiers next to him made him even more irritated. He shouted, "What are you crying for? What's there to be afraid of? We will meet again at the Temple of Heroes." Felicius looked at the row of people who were tied up and kneeling on the ground with a solemn expression. He did not expect to see such a scene when he came to the city. Are you sure those are Dracos and the captured soldiers?" The usually lively and flamboyant Epicthenes frowned at this moment, and his voice was heavy. "Before I came up, the soldiers had already confirmed it with their lives. I've forbidden the soldiers from leaving the city without permission, but not only are there Dracos, there are also soldiers from Legio IV. Look at my men, they all want to save their comrades, neighbors, and maybe even relatives. So they hope to send out the 4th and 5th Legions. That way, even if the enemy comes, they can hold them off and successfully rescue Dracos and the other soldiers." Felicius looked at the hundreds of corpses that stretched down the city toward the captives, and the phalanx of Syracuse that seemed to be resting 100 meters behind the captives. He turned back to look at the soldiers of Legio IV stationed at the top of the city. Their faces were filled with anger and anxiety. Felicius's gaze finally fell on Epicthenes. "What do you think?" "I think it's worth a try." Epicthenes hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "The people of Syracuse are doing this because they want us to rescue them. Therefore, when we leave the city, the people of Syracuse might not stop us immediately. We have time to get into formation and slowly approach Dracos and the others, blocking their attack while rescuing Dracos. Even though Syracuse has more soldiers than us, the terrain here is narrow. There's a cliff on the left and a mountain on the right. They won't be able to outflank us no matter how many soldiers they have. We should be able to safely return to the city." Felicius was silent for a long time, then slowly said, "Since you know that the people of Syracuse want us to leave the city to rescue them, you still insist on leading the troops out. Do you really think the people of Syracuse can let us return safely?" Felicius showed a pained expression and said with hatred, "A few days ago, it was because everyone was hoping that they could beat the people of Syracuse, but I didn't persist. Look at the result. We failed. The Allied forces were defeated, and we lost more than 3,000 soldiers, causing the situation in Greece to deteriorate to such a terrible state. Isn't this a lesson that we should take seriously? Dionysius isn't easy to deal with. Since he's already set up this scene, he must have a plan to deal with us leaving the city to rescue them. For the safety of Asprostum and the safety of the Alliance, we can't leave the city." It was rare for Felicius to shout at someone like this. He was venting his pent-up emotions during this period of time, so Epicthenes was a little stunned. His expression turned gloomy. "Are we supposed to just watch Dracos and the soldiers be humiliated and not save them? Don't forget, back in Persia, Lord Devers once said that everyone in his team should be as close as a family, and that no one should be abandoned easily." Epicthenes' words lashed at Felicius' guilty heart. His hands, which were pressed against the battlements, gripped the cracks between the stones tightly, the rough gravel stinging his palms. Although his relationship with Dracos was ordinary, he was also a senator of the Senate, a commander of the army, and a comrade in arms for many years. How could he not want to rescue Dracos and the soldiers when they were humiliated by the enemy? However, as the highest military commander of the southern front of Ionia, he had a heavy responsibility. In such a critical situation, the safety of the alliance should be his first consideration. He had already failed once, so he could not allow himself to make another mistake. If anything happened to Asprostum, Syracuse would be able to march straight in, and he would really become a sinner of the alliance. Although Epicthenes was unwilling, he had no choice but to obey the order. Even though the soldiers of the 4th and 5th Legions were unwilling, they had no choice but to obey the order. They could only watch helplessly as their commander and comrades continued to be tied up on the ground. Time was ticking away, some of the captives collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion, Dracos could feel his body drying up, but he restrained himself with all his willpower and did not make a sound. As the commander of the legion, he understood the sinister intention of Syracuse to tie them up here. He also understood why there was no movement in Espusdom. In such a dangerous situation, the only thing he could do was to remain silent and not agitate his brothers on the wall, lest they fall into danger. Perhaps in the end, the people of Syracuse would retreat obediently when they realized that their plan was not working. However, Dracos thought too highly of Syracuse. Astagras grew impatient when he saw that there was no movement on the wall. He glanced at the leader of the Campanian mercenaries, Endomenes, and said, "Send someone to behead one of the captives. Let's see if the people of Dionia can keep their composure." Endomenes hesitated for a moment, but he finally agreed. In Greek history, it was forbidden to torture and kill Greek captives on the battlefield. Astagras did not want to be accused of such a crime, so he asked the mercenaries to do it. Endomenes, who was blinded by greed, had no choice but to accept it. The mercenaries' target was Taturu, who was next to Dracos. They wanted to agitate the people of Dionia even more. When the mercenaries raised their gleaming sabers and slashed down hard on the defenseless Taturu's neck, blood splattered on Dracos' body. Dracos' anger was ignited in his weakened body again. He understood that the people of Syracuse had no intention of letting them go. When he heard the uncontrollable cries and noise from the wall in front of him, the cries of the captives beside him, and the sharp pain in his lungs, he finally made up his mind. He straightened his body with all his might and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Victory to Dionia! Long live the Legion of Dionysia! Ahem! Defend Espusdom and avenge me and my brothers in the future. Revenge!" After saying that, he used the last bit of his strength to smash his head into a sharp rock in front of his knees. At that moment, he remembered the scene when the Devers awarded him the military flag in the plaza of Amendola with a smile on their faces. Lord Devers. His face revealed a trace of a smile. Bang! Then, many Dionia captive soldiers followed Dracos' example and smashed their heads to the ground. Witnessing this tragic scene, Astagras and Endomenes were as shocked as clay puppets. It took them a while to recover. They did not expect the people of Dionia to be so unyielding. This was especially true for Dracos. As an important figure in Dionia, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Unwilling to be humiliated, he died just like that, quick. Go and teach them a lesson. Astagras, who had always been brave in battle, shouted in panic. He felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Lord Commander. Epicthenes, a man who rarely cried, had tears streaming down his face. He stood in front of Felicius in grief and indignation. Because of our weakness, Dracos died a heroic death. Felicius gritted his teeth in guilt and clenched his fists so tightly that his gums were bleeding. He did not realize that his voice was filled with pain and endless resentment. Dracos was afraid that we would be tricked by the people of Syracuse. That's why he chose to go to the Shrine of Heroes. In the name of the Hades, I swear. I, Felicius, swear that I will defeat Syracuse and bring the corpses of that tyrant and his subordinates to worship the spirit of Dracos. Epicthenes snorted and looked at the people of Syracuse with the same resentment in his eyes. He then walked towards the soldiers. Soon, the entire city was filled with the song of the Hades, king of the underworld, lord of justice, the black-haired and black-eyed Hades. I, a valiant soldier, come to your majestic shrine. Do you want to ask what I did when I was alive? I like to brandish my spear and shield, and drink the blood of my enemies. Do you want to ask if I have ever trembled or feared? Never. Because I want to boast about my achievements in front of you. The solemn and powerful song echoed in the sky above Espusdom, and finally turned into a deafening sentence. Long live Legion Commander Dracos. Long live the Legion of Dionysia. Kill all the people of Syracuse. The expressions of the soldiers of Syracuse changed when they heard this. Astagras became dispirited and waved his hand dispiritedly. Go back and report to his lordship. After Astagras briefly told Dionysius about what happened in Espusdom, the tent was silent. Syracuse had the absolute advantage in the battle, but from the solemn expression on the faces of the people in the tent, it was as if Syracuse had lost the battle. Dionysius coughed a few times and said in a deep voice, "We need to speed up our preparations for the siege." I hope to launch an attack on Ciudad Crotone the day after tomorrow. Asprostum. Stay alert for now. Yes, his lordship. Facipizas stood up and immediately rushed out of the tent to urge the engineers, craftsmen, and soldiers to speed up the progress. At this moment, everyone in the tent felt a sense of urgency. They had to destroy the Daionia alliance while it was still weak, or else they might be devoured by it. Even the arrogant Phoebidas was moved. He could not help but think of the Sparta Aristodemos from a few decades ago. This brave Sparta citizen was one of the 300 guards of King Leonidas. He could not participate in the Battle of Hot Spring Pass because of an eye disease. A year later, during the Battle of Pratia, he took the initiative to rush to the front and died heroically to redeem his reputation. He was praised by his countrymen. Dionia's citizens' respect for honor, courage, and fighting spirit were not any weaker than ours. Phoebidas thought with mixed feelings. This day was destined to be an unforgettable day for the people of the Daionia alliance. Although the people of Syracuse had not yet begun to attack Ciudad Crotone, the mercenary cavalry had crossed the Neto River and galloped on the Croton plain that belonged to the site of Daionia. Houses were set ablaze one by one, and villages were destroyed one by one. In the northeast of Daionia, the people of Tarentum, who had nearly 20,000 soldiers, were unwilling to confront the allied forces of Daionia and Heraclea in front of the city of Heraclea. Diomyrus sent some of his soldiers south across the Agri River and entered the territory of Amendalara in Daionia. They began to destroy wantonly in an attempt to force the new 7th Legion of Daionia to leave Heraclea. The first water wheel in the entire Greek world that the Amendalarans were proud of was burned in the raging fire. In the Bruttii region of the Daionia alliance, although Petaru's rebel army was eliminated, Bergam had learned his lesson. He led more than 2,000 troops that followed him and did not fight with Hieronymus, who came to encircle them. Instead, they used the complex terrain of Ambania and the protection of Lake Sicida to deal with the rebel army. In order to stabilize the situation in the Bruttii region, Helos had to postpone the plan to gather soldiers to form a new legion and support Thurii. At sea, the commander of the navy of Syracuse, Leptinus, finally gathered the warships scattered on the east and west coasts of Greece and Cilitina. He gathered a powerful fleet of more than 400 warships and sailed north along the east coast of Greece, preparing to force the fleet of Daionia to come out for a decisive battle. The people of Cremissa, Castellon, and Thurii all saw the huge fleet that covered the entire sea, and all of them began to tremble. However, what the people of Daionia did not know was that in the west, in Laus, the actual ruler of the city-state, Arabuma, was tempted when he heard the news that Syracuse had defeated the southern Italian coalition, quickly occupied Trine, Cilitina, and conquered Corunna. However, the news that the Devers had completely defeated the Simonians soon came, and he was a little hesitant. Until the news that the Tarentum alliance had invaded, the Bruttii elder had rebelled, and the Syracuse army had advanced to Ciudad Crotone, Daionia was surrounded by enemies on all sides and was in danger. Arabuma believed that under such circumstances, no matter how powerful the Devers were, they could not guarantee their defeat. However, he did not take action immediately. He had to wait for the army led by the Devers to leave Lucania and return to Thurii, because he did not want to be the first to bear the wrath of the people of Daionia. When the spy told him that Henipolis had led his troops to follow the main force of Daionia to Thurii, he was even more relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was reluctant to raise his sword against his nephew and the Laus soldiers. Their departure had removed his psychological barrier. On this day, he imprisoned the family of his brother, Athenogus, summoned the officials and leaders of Laus, and announced that Laus had left the alliance of Daionia. At the same time, he also sent an army of 1,500 to the La River fortress, claiming that they were responding to the request of the consul of Daionia to reinforce Thurii. After many fruitless requests, Laus and his men tore off their masks and launched an attack on the Naira River fortress. The Naira River fortress was located in a narrow area between the riverbank and the mountain ridge, so Laus could not make full use of his advantage in numbers. Tagro led more than 200 soldiers and defended the small but sturdy fortress tenaciously. The bloody battle lasted until the afternoon, but Laus' army still could not break into the fortress. After receiving the request for help from the Naira River fortress, the governor of Nudum, Hegemon, personally led nearly 2,000 citizen soldiers as reinforcements and arrived in time. Laus and his men saw that the enemy was strong, so they slowly retreated, At this time, the flames of war were everywhere in Dionia, and the dark clouds of war were gathering. The Turi people were truly afraid. They often gathered in two places. One was the Temple of Hades, hoping to receive the blessing of the powerful king of Hades, so that their uneasiness could be comforted. The other was the square in front of the Senate. The people once again appealed to the Senate to let the consul Devers be the king, because only then could Dionia survive this crisis. Hades had already foreseen all this. This time, the commotion caused by the people was much greater than the previous 2 days. The elders in the Senate were already panicking because of the terrible situation that was constantly being reported, and the protests of the people made them even more at a loss as to what to do. Pleasantness, look at what you've done. Stop your tricks, let the Turi people return to peace, let Dionia restore order, or else the Senate will not be able to function normally, and everything will be a mess. Cunagurata finally could not help but vent his anger at Pleasantness. Sir Cunagurata, be careful what you say. This is the oracle of God Hades, the people's spontaneous appeal. It has nothing to do with me. Instead of bickering with me here, why don't you think about how to satisfy the needs of the people and appease their anger? The chief priest of the Temple of Hades, Pleasantness, retorted without any fear. My lords, it's not a big deal to appoint Lord Devers as king. The role that the Devers had played in the past few years, wasn't it the same as exerting the power of a king? It was just a lack of a name. Don't you hope that Lord Devers will come back soon to help us defeat our enemies and save the Alliance? In fact, since the establishment of the Alliance, Lord Devers has always been the greatest support for us and the people outside. Right now, the cruel people of Syracuse are closing in on us, and they want the Alliance to become the second Xylot. They want us to suffer like the people of Xylot. With the protection of Hades, Lord Devers is our only hope. What are you still hesitating for? Marigi's tempting words shocked everyone. Just as some of the elders were deep in thought and some wanted to refute, the door to the hall was pushed open. The guard captain ran in with an expression of disbelief and excitement. My lords, Turi. Turi is alive. The painting is alive. What are you talking about? Turi is alive? Speak clearly. Scombros shouted in dissatisfaction. Cunagurata took a few steps forward and asked in disbelief, You're saying that the fountain in Turi is producing water again? Yes, my lord. Just when the people were shouting, Let Lord Devers be the king, the fountain in Tully was revived, and now the water has flowed into the square. The excited guard captain did not forget to add, My lords, this is a divine omen. The elders looked at each other in shock, including Marigi, Przinas, and Cunagurata. In this era of worship, the Greeks paid the most attention to divine signs. When praying to the gods, coughing, wind, rain, thunder, and so on, any sudden abnormality would be seen as a sign of the gods. The well-known fountain in Turi became an abandoned spring after the old city of Turii was burned down by the Crotone people. It had been dry for many years, but now it was producing water again. What a great divine sign. Although most Greeks believed that the spring was under the control of Poseidon, some people believed that the fountain on the ground should be under the control of Hades because it came from the ground. Let's go take a look. Cunagurata could not hide his surprise and curiosity. Without hesitation, he took the lead and walked out of the Senate, followed by the other elders. The people who had gathered in front of the Senate ran to the outer edge of the square to the left of the Senate, where the fountain in Turi used to be. In the past, the people of Turi attached great importance to the spring that lent its name to the city. They built a large pool for it, and in the pool, there were several lifelike statues of the goddess of the spring and the nymphs. They were all dressed and playing in the water, which made people daydream. It became a lively place for children to play in the water, old people to rest and relax, men to talk about politics, and women to slaves to draw water. However, after a fire, not only were the statues in the pool destroyed, but the fountain also stopped flowing. There was a rumor among the freedmen that this was the punishment of the gods for the Turii people's treachery. When the city of Turii was rebuilt, Heraclides had the craftsmen build a circle of stone walls to surround the fountain, making it look like a well. After a few years, it had become the most inconspicuous existence near the Victory Square. Now, hundreds and thousands of people surrounded it. The people who had been worried about the safety of the Alliance were now dancing with joy. When they saw Cunegurata and the other senators coming, they immediately shouted, "Come and see, my honorable lords. The great Hades has heard our cry, and he has responded. Even Hades has agreed to let his descendant, our Devers, be king. What are you still hesitating for? Let the Devers be king, then we can get the blessing of Hades, drive the enemy out of their home, and restore peace to Dionia. Everyone, please be quiet. Let us go in and take a look." Cunegurata said loudly and patiently. The people quickly made way for them. Cunegurata and the others stepped into the water and saw that the stone well that was half a meter high was filled with water, and the water continued to gush out of the well, flowing towards the Victory Square, forming a long waterway. Cunegurata put his hand in the water. The water was clear and piercingly cold. A strong upward force lifted his palm from the mouth of the spring. That's right, the fountain in the painting had come to life. This could not be faked. Cunegurata retracted his hand and wiped it on his clothes. This spring water is really sweet. Marigi drank a mouthful of water and praised loudly, causing the other senators to follow suit. Cunegurata looked at the clear spring water that could almost reflect his appearance. He was really confused. Was this really the wish of the gods? However, the people did not give the senators too much time to think. Looking at the eager eyes of the people, the senators knew that they had to give them a clear answer today. After a short but intense discussion, Cunegurata announced to the people on behalf of the senators, "People of Dionia, after discussion, the Senate has accepted your request and elected the consul Devers as the king of the Alliance of Dionia. Of course, we still have to seek the permission of the Devers themselves." Before Cunegurata could finish, the people were already cheering, "Long live the Devers king." When they returned to the Senate, most of the senators felt a little lost. Although the Devers were life consul of Dionia, they were still senators of the Senate and had similar status. Now that the Devers had suddenly become the king, his status was much higher than the senators. This difference made them feel a strong sense of loss. Cunegurata coughed a few times, wanting to remind everyone to keep their spirits up and discuss the important issue of the Devers king seriously, and how to reasonably limit the Devers king's authority. However, before he could say anything, the guard captain rushed in again. Cunegurata's heart skipped a beat. As expected, he shouted anxiously, "Sirs, some of the warships of the Syracuse fleet have docked at the coast north of Castellan. It is said that hundreds of people have landed and are preparing to ambush our villages along the coast." Everyone was shocked. The scene of the Crotone fleet pillaging the villages of Dionia was going to happen again. Fortunately, before this war, the Devers had considered the absolute advantage that the Syracuse fleet had and thought of this possibility. Before he left, he ordered the Ministry of Military Affairs to make some arrangements based on previous experience. For example, setting up observation posts along the east coast of Dionia, building simple defensive facilities in every coastal village, and setting up a small garrison camp in between a few villages. Before Cunegurata could make a decision, Capys stood up and said decisively, "I request to immediately lead the troops to stop the Syracuse fleet from coming ashore, to prevent them from causing more losses to our people." The senators did not object to Capys's request. In fact, he was the only one in the Senate who was familiar with the unique military tactics of Dionia, and could lead the troops into battle. At this point in the war, there were only a few dozen senators left in the Senate. "Looks like we'll have to enlist the free citizens again." Cunegurata's expression was solemn. At this moment, the Tulii citizens were almost exhausted, and they could only go to the port area to recruit free people. However, the number of free people there was not much left, other than a large number of sailors of the Ionian fleet and laborers for the logistics of the army. At the start of the war, Castellan had offered to send troops to participate in the battle, but was politely rejected by the Dionia Senate. Because Dionia's forces were strong enough, and Castellan's soldiers were too few, it would affect the overall command of the army. Therefore, they only accepted Castellan's warships and rations. Now that Dionia's forces were stretched thin, they had no choice but to ask for help from Caslort. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. "If Syracuse doesn't launch an all-out attack on us, our forces in Thurii are enough." Capys comforted them. "There are still 500 cavalrymen in Thurii. Syracuse's naval fleet can't be deployed for the time being, so we can transfer some sailors to serve as light infantry. Of course, it's better if we can get some heavy infantry from Castellan to strengthen the army. Cunegorata stepped forward and solemnly bowed to Capys. He said in a low voice, "Lord Capys, the safety of Turiae is in your hands." As soon as Cunegorata's voice trailed off, Cornelos and the other senators also bowed to Capys. This was the first time the traditional senators bowed so solemnly to the mercenary Capys. He immediately felt the pressure. He returned a powerful military salute and strode out of the hall. The worried senators looked at each other, and finally, they all looked at the empty seat in the center of the hall in the front row. Before this, they were still troubled by the fact that Devers had become king. Now, this emotion had disappeared without a trace. There was only one thought in their minds: Devers, when will you come back to save Dionia? The commander of the Syracuse navy, Leptinus, had no plans to land on the coast of Turiae and attack Turiae. He knew very well that Turiae was not Trine. It had enough manpower, and his sailors with simple equipment could not take down the city with its high, thick walls and tight defenses. He also did not intend to send his warships into the river Cratai because Syracuse did not occupy one side of the river, and Turiae had iron chains blocking the river. Once his warships were blocked and trapped in the river, they could easily be burned to ashes by the enemy's fire arrows. Leptinus, of course, was reluctant to place his ship and his experienced crew in such danger, and he sent only a handful of them to raid the outskirts of Turiae, in order to force the Daunian fleet, which was concealed in the Cratai River, to come out and fight. Compared to Leptinus' cautiousness, the mercenaries of Syracuse were very arrogant, and had no inhibitions. Although Cremissa had called for the people to hide in the city due to the threat of the enemy's army, there were still a few who did not move in time and were slaughtered by the foreign cavalry. The Celts used their spears to carry the heads of the Daionia citizens that they had cut off. There were even women and children among them. The Legio 6 soldiers stationed at the top of the city wall were furious, but they could not attack due to military orders. The governor of Cremissa, Plauculus, was restless in the city hall. When he saw the Legio 6 commander Olivers, he quickly went up to him. "Lord Olivers, you're finally back." Olivers, who had just finished inspecting the defenses of the port, saw Plauculus's anxious face. He could not help but smile in a relaxed manner. "Is the enemy attacking us?" Of course, that was impossible. He had just finished his inspection, how could he not know? "Look at the situation, and you're still in the mood to joke." Plauculus said anxiously. "What happened?" Oliver stopped smiling and asked seriously. "The families of the people that you've imprisoned have come to the city hall to cause trouble again. This time, they've gathered more than 100 people. They even threatened to set up tents in front of the city hall and stay there for a long time if you don't release their loved ones." Plauculus said worriedly. If the people were to cause trouble, his reputation as the governor would be tarnished, and he would become the biggest joke in the Senate. "How dare they?" Oliver sneered. Previously, when he led the Legio 6 to Cremissa, they were blocked by a group of protesters outside the city gate. He was the one who detained them on the grounds of attacking the army and conspiring to rebel, allowing the army to enter the city. These few days, he was busy setting up the defenses of the city. He did not know when some rumors started to spread in the city. With so many soldiers of the Legio 6 stationed in the city, it will only consume our limited food and water reserves. When the people of Syracuse surround the city, the first ones to starve to death will be us, the people of Cremissa. Right now, the people of Syracuse are burning our fields and slaughtering our loved ones outside the city. The soldiers of the Legio 6 should go out of the city to chase them away and protect our loved ones and property, instead of hiding in the city like timid mice. Olivers ignored these rumors and improved the city's defenses according to the established procedures. After learning that the families of the detainees had gathered people to cause trouble in front of the city hall, he still remained calm. This was because after he entered the city, the people that Aristaeus' intelligence department had placed in Cremissa had secretly found him. Only then did he know that the spies of Syracuse frequently entered and left Cremissa, colluding with some of the citizens of Cremissa, causing the situation in the city to be so chaotic. At this moment, he said in a deep voice, "Sir Plauculus, the woman who tried to assassinate Sir Devers is from Cremissa." Sir Devers is merciful, and for the sake of the stability of the alliance, he did not expand the investigation further. However, from the looks of it today, the problem in Crimissa is very serious. Even with military control, the situation in the city is still chaotic these few days. I'm afraid that there are spies of Syracuse inciting trouble. If we don't take strict measures, once the enemy attacks, we will be defending at the top of the city wall, and there will be trouble in the city. This city will be in danger. Plotzilus's expression suddenly changed, and he asked, "What are you going to do?" "Of course I'm going to find him. Anyone who colludes with the enemy and causes trouble will be put on trial and executed." Oliver's face was full of murderous intent, and his palm was like a blade as he swung it down forcefully. Plotzilus was shocked, and he became hesitant again. "This is too harsh, they are all citizens of the Alliance." Oliver's glanced at him, and there was some disdain in his heart. This young senator of Amandalera had always supported the Devers in the Senate, and he was usually quite active in his statements. However, when it came to taking charge and handling political affairs, he was overcautious and hesitant. Therefore, when Scombres was the chief executive of Crimissa, the political situation here was relatively stable. When it was his turn, not only did an assassination occur, the situation almost went out of control. "Master Plotzi, you have been a judge before, so you should know that our military law of Dionia states that those who flee before the battle are serious rebels will be beheaded, and the law of Dionia also states that the highest punishment for traitors is death. This is a time of war. These people who colluded with our enemies and tried to destroy our defense in Crimissa, and even betrayed the citizens of the Alliance, shouldn't they be sentenced to death?" Oliver shouted sternly. Master Plotzi thought for a moment, and reluctantly said, "All right, I agree with you. However, I hope that you can show the people solid evidence before you execute them." "That's easy," Oliver thought to himself. He immediately agreed. After leaving the city hall, he quickly found personnel from the intelligence department. After their identification, he led the soldiers to search the houses of more than 10 suspicious citizens, all former citizens of Crimissa, found a large number of silver coins of 4 drachmas, letters, and even caught 2 Syracuse spies hiding in their homes. Plotzilus had nothing to say anymore. Oliver's faced the people of the city in the square, showed the evidence of more than 10 citizens who had colluded with the enemy, and executed them on the spot. He also arrested and imprisoned the families of the troublemakers. Suddenly, the chaotic situation in Crimissa was greatly changed. Under Oliver's command, the people began to throw themselves into the city's defense. In the past, Ribazot, the chief slave of the Devers residents, used to show the difference in status and demeanor between him and the ordinary slaves in the front yard with an unhurried pace. However, today, his legs spun as fast as a wheel. In the blink of an eye, he rushed from the gate to the front yard and arrived at the door of the backyard. Boom! 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 He couldn't hold back his excitement and knocked on the door with all his might. The door was abruptly opened. Asuna, who was watering the plants, was holding a vase filled with water in one hand and pulling the door open with the other. When she saw it was Rebosso, her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed, and she bluntly scolded, "Uncle Rebosso, you're still a supervisor. Don't you know that Madam needs to rest well after giving birth? You knocked so loudly that everyone on the hill could hear it. If you wake little Eunice up and make her cry, Madam will blame you. Let's see what you can do then." "I'm sorry, Asuna, I was too excited. Because Sir Devers, our master, is going to be the king," Ribazot said excitedly. "Really?" Asuna covered her face in shock. The vase fell to the ground and broke into a few pieces, but she didn't even notice it. The elders announced it in front of more than 1,000 people in the square. "How can it be fake?" As soon as Ribazot's voice fell, Asuna screamed and jumped. She ran to the back like a madwoman with joy. "Young people are really not mature enough." Ribazot muttered a few words. He bent down and picked up the fragments of the vase. He showed a regretful expression. "What a pity, a good vase of Athens." "I'm sorry." Although Asuna was apologizing, she couldn't stop the joy on her face from overflowing. Leaning against the headboard, Kristoya looked at her and couldn't help but be infected by her. She smiled. "I heard your laughter from far away. Tell me, what good news is there?" Madam, Lady Agnes. Oh no, Princess Consorts. Congratulations, the Senate has just announced that Lord Devers is the King of Dionia. Asuna said the joy in her heart in one breath. Kristoya's pretty face was also brimming with joy, completely concealing the weakness of childbirth. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that after one of their lovemaking sessions, the Devers had said in high spirits, "Little Cyrus is nothing special. In the near future, I'll make you a princess as well." The Devers had really done it. Agnes wasn't as excited as Kristoya and Asuna. After all, Greece had been away from royal politics for hundreds of years, so she didn't feel too much about it. She was just happy for her husband. "My two princess consorts, when Cynthia and Adoris return from school, let's hold a banquet to celebrate this good news. What do you think?" Asuna suggested. Kristoya only pondered for a moment before shaking her head. The people of the Alliance are now worried about the war and their loved ones. If we hold a banquet to celebrate it, it will cause disgust and damage the reputation of the Devers. "You're right, Princess Consort," Asuna said hurriedly. Kristoya reminded her again, "Don't use the term Princess Consort. Things haven't been completely confirmed yet, let's not be too pleased with ourselves." "Yes, I think it's better to use the old title, it makes people feel closer," Agnes interrupted. "Why don't we offer sacrifices to the gods at home tonight, thanking them for their blessings, and hoping that they will protect the Devers and allow them to return safely?" "That's a great suggestion, sister. We should offer sacrifices to Hades and thank him for protecting our husband." At the same time, Kristoya smiled as she looked at Agnes. "We have to offer sacrifices to Hera, to thank her for allowing me to give birth to a healthy Eunice. I hope she can bless you with a child as well." Agnes gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, revealing a motherly smile. "Wow. Wow. Wow." At that moment, Eunice woke up in the cradle. "Io, my little princess." Asuna rushed over and lifted the diaper to take a look. "She pooped, and there's quite a lot of it." As she spoke, she skillfully changed the diaper. Early in the morning, the people of Crotone were woken up by the sound of the bugle outside the city. "What happened?" "I'm afraid Syracuse is about to attack the city." The people looked at the city walls filled with soldiers anxiously. Suddenly, a black dot swept past the city wall. "Dodge." The people reminded each other. They looked in the direction of the projectiles and scattered. They were already very familiar with the terrifying weapon Syracuse. Its attacks on Ciudad Crotone had not stopped for the past few days. But today's situation was obviously different from the previous 2 days. The projectiles flew past the city walls one after another, smashing into the streets near the city walls. Houses were quickly destroyed and rubble was everywhere. The people supported their injured relatives and scattered in all directions. The projectiles bombarded the city walls again and again, causing the stone to fall off piece by piece. Lucius, who was watching all this from the top of the city walls, began to feel anxious. Why isn't the Dionia's ballista team retaliating? Why are they letting the enemy fire the projectiles so recklessly? Lord Lucius, the Dionia have no choice. Escamas, who had communicated with the ballista team many times, explained, "The towers on our city walls are too narrow to fit a single ballista. They can only place the ballista below the city walls. But the city walls are too high, so the ballista has to be raised, which shortens the range. In other words, they can't attack the enemy's ballista." Lucius understood. "Yes. That's why the Dionia suggested that we don't expose our ballista yet. We should wait for the enemy to attack before giving them a heavy blow." Although Astamas did not have a good impression of Dionia before, he knew the importance of unity in the face of a great enemy. Thus, he said frankly, "I think that's a good idea." Lucius thought about it, and reluctantly agreed with the suggestion of the Dionia ballista team. "But what do we do now? The enemy is using more ballista today than 2 days ago. I'm afraid that the city walls will collapse." "Don't worry, that won't happen for the time being." Escamas comforted him. "We can only wait for the enemy to attack and then give them a heavy blow. I believe that the Syracuse people will make their move soon." As Escamas spoke, his eyes were fixed on the wide earthen rampart that the Syracuse people had built over the past few days. It was taller than the city walls, and he believed that compared to the ballista, this was the real threat to the city's defenses. Yesterday, he had sent soldiers out of the city to destroy it, but they were defeated by the well-prepared Syracuse people. He had even thought of digging a tunnel to get there, but the city was surrounded by a moat, and when the tunnel was dug below the moat, water started seeping, scaring the soldiers into retreating. Otherwise, they might drown in the tunnel. In the end, it was the Dionia people who told him that there was a way to destroy that earthen rampart, and he was temporarily relieved. Escamas knew that although there was no one above the earthen rampart now, when the siege began, it would be filled with Syracuse archers, firing arrows at the soldiers on the city walls. "I'll go take a look at the Trine people, I'll leave everything here to you," Lysias said solemnly. The continuous roars made him extremely nervous, as if the city walls would collapse at any time, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Coincidentally, Cypros was leading the Trine soldiers to defend the northern part of the city today. As the chief general of Crotone, it was necessary for him to pay his respects. At the same time, he had to pay his respects to the thousands of Zillian soldiers who were defending the southern part of the city. They were also a reliable force. Because Syracuse had massacred the Zillian city, the families and friends of these soldiers were either killed, sold as slaves, or sent to foreign lands. The anger of the Zillian soldiers could only be appeased with the blood of the Syracuse people, and they were the ones who hoped that Syracuse would attack. Just as Lysias was about to leave, an urgent report came from the guards. Countless Syracuse warships had appeared outside the port, and were preparing to invade the bay. Crotone was somewhat similar to Tarentum. Their port and the city itself were one, but the port was built in the bay. As the bay was larger, it was impossible for the Crotone people to blockade it. Therefore, when the enemy's fleet broke in, it was possible that they would land on the side and rear of Ciudad Crotone, which was the southeast of the city. Although there was also a city wall there, while defending the city wall, they also had to be wary of the enemy breaking into the port and landing at the docks. This required a higher level of command and judgment from the commander, especially when Crotone did not have too many troops. "We need an experienced commander to command the few soldiers in the port area, and prevent the enemy from attacking our rear," Escamas said solemnly. Lysias understood what he meant, and said without hesitation, "I will send Myron." Myron, the former chief general of Crotone, was expelled by the citizens of Crotone after leading his army to defeat Dionia. He had no choice but to run to the Peloponnesus Peninsula not far from Crotone, and lived in seclusion in the coastal city of Kalaion, within the borders of Elis. It was only when the army of Syracuse invaded Greece that Crotone decided to recall the exiled citizens, so that they could work together to fight against the people of Syracuse. As soon as Myron received the news, he immediately returned to Crotone, but by then, the Crotone army had already set off for Syrium, so he stayed in the city as a normal citizen until he was mobilized today. After hearing Lysias' words, Escamas smiled, but the smile quickly disappeared, because the enemy had begun their attack. A few hundred meters away, the army of Syracuse slowly approached the city wall in a loose, seemingly endless formation. At the very front were some strange-looking construction machines pushed by the people of Syracuse, such as siege hammers, and wooden carriages that were 5 to 6 meters long that were similar to the siege hammers, had a roof, and had people inside. What worried Escamas the most were the 3 huge, movable wooden towers that were taller than the city wall. Although it was the first time Escamas saw them in battle, a word immediately flashed through his mind: siege towers. He had heard that the people of Syracuse used siege towers to take down many of Carthage's cities in Sicily, but now that he saw the real thing, he was shocked. When the soldiers saw the huge engineering tower slowly approaching them, they were also shocked and at a loss of what to do. "Keep your spirits up," Escamas shouted, and continued to encourage the soldiers, and himself. "Don't be fooled by the size of that thing, it can't cross the moat." "That's right, the monster can't cross the moat with the moat." The soldiers were temporarily relieved. Then, they saw the enemy's siege column stop advancing. Thousands of naked men walked out from it, carrying bags on their backs, and staggered towards the city wall. Behind them were fully armed light infantry of Syracuse, pushing the shielding carriages behind them. "Could it be that they are the slaves of Syracuse, preparing to fill our moat?" Charybdis and his companions around him had the same thought, and they gripped the javelins and bows in their hands tightly. When the slaves staggered to the front of the antlers, the soldiers on top of the city wall started firing arrows. Instantly, screams could be heard from below the city wall. Just when Columbus and his men were about to draw their arrows and javelins again, the slaves below the city wall started shouting, "Don't shoot! I'm Siphanus, the son of Sippicus. I'm Perillus, the neighbor of Ascamas." The Crotone soldiers were stunned. The people below the city wall were not slaves, but their compatriots who were captured after the previous battle. "Damn you, Syracuse! You should go to hell, Dionysius!" Ascamas angrily punched the battlement. Blood instantly dyed his fist red. He did not expect Dionysius to ignore the Greek tradition and let the Greek captives be used as human shields during the siege. At this time, Dionysius, who had already followed the archers up the earthen rampart, looked down at the situation below the city wall with a cold smile on his face. After the previous battle, Syracuse had captured nearly 10,000 captives. After going through threats, beatings, fasting, and other torture, more than 2,000 people were willing to pull out the antlers below the city wall and fill up the moat for Syracuse in exchange for the promise that they would not be killed or sold as slaves. Among these 2,000 people, there were not only Crotone soldiers, but also a few Cilitinians and Treme people. However, there were no Dionia people. On one hand, the Dionia soldiers had the least number of captives, and more than half of them had been exchanged by Dionia. As for the remaining Bruttii captives, Dionysius had other uses for them. On the other hand, most of the pure Greeks and Lucanians were stubborn. Dionysius did not want to think about this annoying little problem. He was proud of the strategy he had used. He wanted to see how the Crotone people would deal with it. For this reason, he ordered the archers not to shoot first. He wanted to preserve their strength and arrows. When the whole army attacked, they would clear the obstacles on top of the city wall for the army. On top of the city wall, the aide-de-camp asked anxiously, "General, what should we do?" Ascamas did not answer immediately. He let the guards bandage his left hand while he looked at the Crotone captives under the pressure of Syracuse. They walked to the moat and threw the soil bags they were carrying into the moat. Then, they turned back to destroy the antlers that the defenders had carefully placed. Ascamas cursed these traitors in his heart, but he did not dare to order an attack on them because he remembered that the Crotone's former enemy, the Turii, their chief general, Cunigarata, had saved the city by closing the city gate. Although he had saved the city, it resulted in the deaths of some of the citizen soldiers. Not only did the people not forgive him, they not only expelled Cunigarata, but they also harmed his family. Now that he had ordered the Crotone captives to be killed, even if the enemy's attack was repelled, the families of the thousands of dead would hate him in the future. He was afraid that his fate would be worse than Cunigarata's. Ascamas was not a general who only knew how to fight. To be able to be elected as a general in Crotone, a powerful Greek state with tens of thousands of citizens, his political knowledge was not low. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, he said to his adjutant, "Go to the city hall immediately and tell the council about the situation here. Let them make a decision." After the adjutant left, Ascamas saw that a small section of the moat was about to be cut off. He could not help but sigh and ordered his men, "Quickly find some ropes and hang them under the city wall. Let them grab them and climb up." He did not dare to open the city gate, afraid that the Syracuse people would take the opportunity to rush in. The soldiers hurriedly found ropes and hung them under the city wall. Then, they shouted at their compatriots, "Come here. Grab the ropes and climb up." Some of the captives heard this and ran over the filled moat. However, the light infantry of Syracuse immediately fired arrows at them. These weak captives who had never eaten their fill were easily shot down. The soldiers on the city wall retaliated angrily, but most of them could not hit the Syracuse people who hid behind the barricades. Instead, they accidentally injured their own compatriots. The captives did not dare to act rashly anymore. Seeing this, Ascamas had no choice but to give up on trying to save his compatriots. The Crotone council was obviously not prepared for Syracuse to use the captives to attack the city. The debate was intense, but they could not come to a decision. This gave the people of Syracuse enough time to let the captives fill up a few sections of the moat and clear out the barricades on both sides of the moat. Ascamas looked on gloomily, but he quickly forced himself to cheer up. "If that's the case, then let's fight face to face." As if they heard Ascamas's inner cry, the captives were chased back and did not appear again. When Dionysius saw that everything was ready, he proudly gave the order from the high platform, "Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something cold on his face. he reached out and touched it. It was actually water. It's raining? Dionysius looked up at the sky. The previously clear sky had become gloomy. Although it was only a small raindrop, Dionysius was a little worried. The weight of the siege towers would cause the soil to soften after being soaked in the rain, causing the wheels to sink into the mud and not be able to move. Hurry up and attack, he ordered again. The bugle sounded. Stone bullets whizzed past the sky above Ciudad Crotone, and the black mass of enemies slowly surged forward like a tide. The sound of bugle horns, war drums, shouts, and footsteps mixed together, pounding against the eardrums of the defending soldiers, causing their breathing to quicken. It's starting, Escamas whispered. He picked up the javelin and walked to the battlement. At this moment, a black dot suddenly swept past the sky above his head, followed by another. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked up. He heard the soldiers next to him shouting excitedly, "Our ballistae! Our ballistae are finally starting to show their power." That's not Crotone's ballistae, Escamas thought to himself. However, seeing that the soldiers' morale was rising, he did not mind. Instead, he felt lucky. Fortunately, Dionia and Crotone were on the same side. The Crotone soldiers were excited, but the Syracuse soldiers were anxious, especially Dionysius. He saw with his own eyes that almost all the stone bullets that flew out of the city hit the siege towers not far away. He heard Phasapeses say, "Dionia also has ballistae." Since he did not see Crotone use it for the past 2 days, he thought that Dionia did not lend this powerful weapon to Crotone. Instead, they used it to defend against Asprustum. He did not expect Crotone to hide it until Syracuse attacked the city. Cunning Crotone people, Dionysius cursed. He knew that the enemy's ballistae were aimed at the siege towers, but there was nothing he could do. Inform our cannoneers to attack the areas inside the city where the ballistae could be. Although Dionysius had given the order, he knew that the accuracy of the ballistae was not high. It was too difficult to hit the enemy when they could not see where the enemy's ballistae were. However, the siege troops were already close to the city walls, and the ballistae could no longer attack the walls to avoid accidentally injuring their own people. It was good to make some attempts to disrupt Ciudad Crotone. In front of the massive siege troops, the enemy only had a dozen ballistae. They could not do much. The key was to take the top of the city wall. Dionysius quickly made a decision. Under his command, hundreds of archers on the rampart began to fire arrows at the top of the city wall, suppressing the enemy's attack on the soldiers below. The Crotone light infantry on the top of the city wall also began to rain arrows on the enemies approaching the moat. The Syracuse soldiers crossed the moat and braved the javelins thrown by the Crotone soldiers. They carried the scaling ladders up the city wall. The scaling ladders were specially made by the Crotone people after many sieges. There were 2 curved iron hooks at the top of the ladders, which could be hooked onto the battlements so that the scaling ladders could not be easily pushed down. The Crotone soldiers could not push down the scaling ladders quickly, so they could only throw javelins and stones to attack the enemies climbing the walls. They poured oil on them and burned the scaling ladders with fire. The Syracuse light infantry also came out from behind the armored vehicles and rushed to the bottom of the city wall. They fired arrows at the top of the city wall to reduce the attacks from the defenders. Syracuse's siege weapons were the slowest. The ones running at the front were wooden carts with canopies. With the help of the people in the carts, they finally reached the filled moat. Under the protection of the canopies, the people in the carts picked up the tools and began to tamp the ground again. They filled the gaps with soil and laid wooden planks to ensure that the heavy siege towers could pass through the moat. The Dionia's ballistae were concentrated not far behind the western wall. They were spaced apart and surrounded by houses, so it was relatively safe. However, as the ballistae were scattered over a wide area, it was impossible to adjust the trajectory of the ballistae using the same data after calculating the target. There were not that many cannoneers from the Faculty of Mathematics. Therefore, Curtorod made a suggestion: 10 ballistae should bombard the same area or target at the same time to increase the accuracy. After the ballistae were fired, the other ballistae could adjust the shooting data according to the height and speed of the stone projectiles. This suggestion was approved by the ballistae team. Their main target now was the siege tower that was approaching them. Curtorod kept his eyes on the observer who was holding a colorful flag on the city wall. The position he was standing at was the location of the siege tower. He used the flag to indicate the distance between the siege tower and the city wall. Then, the observer pointed the flag to the left and repeated the action twice. The next number was the direction and distance of the stone projectiles fired by Cultivation. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. After a quick calculation in his mind, he said in a deep voice, "Keep the angle of elevation unchanged. Tilt the cannon to the left by 1 degree. Reduce the range by 1 square. Keep the original weight of the cannonball." The gunner immediately followed his instructions. Fire! The cannonballs whistled through the air. One after another, more cannonballs flew out of the city. However, more cannonballs were flying in from outside the city. Boom! 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 The trembling sound was mixed with cries of alarm and misery. One of the cannonballs landed near the ballista that Cultivation was standing on. Stone chips flew everywhere. Cultivation, however, remained unmoved. After this period of training, he was no longer a scholar who had just graduated from the academy, the nickname given to him by the legionnaires. He had become a qualified soldier. The siege tower of Syracuse was far superior to the one used by Dionia to conquer Napatisha. It was 20 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 12 meters high. It was trapezoidal in shape and had 7 floors. The top floor was a circular wooden disc with 5 archers inside. They could shoot arrows at the top of the city wall from above. There was also a battering ram hanging on the bottom floor. The second last floor was almost as high as the city wall, where a drawbridge could be lowered to allow the soldiers inside the tower to rush to the top of the city wall. The third last floor was slightly lower than the top of the city wall, where another terrifying weapon invented by the people of Syracuse was placed, the ventral bow. Therefore, this was a super siege tower. It required hundreds of people behind the tower and on both sides to push it. Dionia's cannonballs kept falling around the tower, splashing mud everywhere. The splashes of mud mixed with rainwater hit the bodies of the soldiers, causing them to feel pain. Those who were hit by the cannonballs died a horrible death. The soldiers around them were so scared that they quickly ran away. Since the city was densely packed with soldiers, there was only a large empty space near the siege tower. The commanding officer of the siege tower sensed the danger. He urged the workers behind the tower to push the siege tower faster. As long as they reached the city wall, nothing could threaten the siege tower. At the same time, the third floor of the siege tower opened up, revealing the 2 abdomen archers. They looked like cannons, except that they were equipped with a huge bow that was placed flat on the launcher. The operator forcefully turned the pulley, pulled the thick and solid bowstring, and put in an equally large iron arrow. The distance of 30 meters was very easy for the abdominal archers to aim. The abdominal archer on the right even aimed his iron arrow at the general with the colorful tassels on his helmet. Phew! Accompanied by the sound of the bowstring, the iron arrow flashed and reached the top of the city wall. When Escamas opened the window on the siege tower, his years of experience on the battlefield made him feel uneasy. He instinctively sat down on the battlements. Then, he heard 2 shrill screams. The soldier behind him, who was holding a round shield to block the arrows from the siege tower and the earthen rampart, was pierced in the chest by the iron arrow. The strong kinetic energy also pierced through the soldier behind him and nailed him to the wall behind him. The other iron arrow pierced through 3 people at once. The soldiers around him, including Escamas, were shocked when they saw this. The giant siege tower of Syracuse, which played a key role in the capture of Carthage's important city of Mortia, showed its ferocious face. It was like a giant beast bearing its fangs and claws, slowly approaching the city wall. The soldiers guarding the city were panicking and did not know what to do. At this critical moment, a black dot streaked across the top of the city wall like a meteor, smashing into the watchtower on the top of the siege tower with a powerful kinetic energy. Bang! A hole was easily punched through the thick wooden planks. Splinters flew everywhere and pierced the faces and bodies of the Syracuse archers in the watchtower like steel needles, causing them to scream in pain. But this was not the end. The stone bullet that fell into the tower followed the wooden ladder and landed on the feet of a soldier who was loading his bow on the 3rd floor from the bottom of the siege tower. He screamed in pain, which caused the other soldiers to panic and delay the firing of the bow. "We hit it!" "We hit it! Our ballistae hit it!" The soldiers guarding the city cheered as if they had won the entire battle. They used this action to dispel the fear in their hearts. Xianxia sighed in his heart. Compared to the huge siege tower, the stone bullets from the ballistae were like a drop in the ocean. They were not enough to cause much damage. Just as Xianxia finished sighing, he saw one stone bullet after another flying towards the siege tower. Just as the soldiers sighed that they had missed and some even began to pray to Apollo, their prayers seemed to be answered. A stone bullet flew from the side and hit the middle of the siege tower, causing the enemy to cry out in shock. Following that, another stone bullet flew right into the layer where the guard board was lifted and the bowstring was about to be fired. The bowstring shattered with a sound, all kinds of parts and wood shavings flew randomly in the narrow space, in exchange for the soldiers' blood-curdling screams and splatters of blood. Then, another stone bullet smashed into the lower part of the siege tower. Even though the soldiers were cheering non-stop, the siege tower, which had a few holes in it, was still slowly approaching the city wall. However, as it moved, the body of the tower began to shake. Loose wooden planks kept falling down, causing the laborers who were pushing the tower to scatter in panic. The siege tower began to collapse from top to bottom. Dionysius, who was standing on top of the rampart outside the city, looked at the scene with an ashen face. He knew that under his supervision, Thessalonicius had gathered nearly 10,000 men under the command of the engineers to speed up the construction of the siege towers, and they had completed 3 in a few days. However, due to the lack of time, the siege towers were not very sturdy, and the impact of the stone cannons must have damaged the internal structure of the siege towers. "My lord, look! The siege tower has crossed the moat!" Damocles shouted excitedly to divert Dionysius's attention. "Our siege hammers have reached the bottom of the city. I think the walls of Crotone will tremble under its impact." Another subordinate said, not to be outdone. Indeed, the walls of Crotone were full of Syracuse soldiers. They attracted most of the attacks from the defenders, and the siege towers, siege hammers, and siege carts, the wooden wheelbarrows used to fortify the moat. When they reached the bottom of the city, the people in the carts could use tools such as pickaxes to dig out and loosen the toughest part of the walls, the stones, and cause the walls to collapse. These large-scale siege weapons successfully reached the bottom of the city. The destruction of one siege tower did not affect the outcome of the battle. Once the siege weapons attacked together, the walls of Crotone would be in big trouble. However, Dionysius looked up at the sky worriedly. The clouds were getting thicker, and the rain was getting heavier. He could barely open his eyes. If the rain continued like this, then, it was as if the rain was responding to his worries. Crack! Boom! A blinding light flashed in the sky, followed by the rumbling of thunder. The sound drowned out all the noise on the battlefield. The soldiers on both sides were shocked, and they looked up at the sky. The wind grew stronger, the rain became heavier, and soon it became a downpour. Lightning, thunder, wind, and rain became the main characters of the world. The soldiers were no longer fighting. Instead, they were cowering and hiding under the city walls or in the watchtowers. That was because a bolt of lightning had struck the ground and split a siege tower in half. The people who saw this tragic scene were all stunned. This was the wrath of the king of gods. The soldiers on both sides trembled in fear and started to pray to Zeus. "My lord, it's too dangerous here. Let's go down." His subordinates came to persuade Dionysius. Dionysius looked in front of him reluctantly, but the rain was too heavy. His vision was all white, he had no choice but to give the order, "Retreat." The sound of the bugle could not be heard in such bad weather. Luckily, the soldiers of Syracuse did not need to give the order. They had already retreated. At the same time, the people of Crotone didn't dare to give chase in such a terrible weather. A large-scale siege had just begun, but it was aborted due to the interference of nature. As soon as Dionysius went down the rampart that took a few thousand men 2 days to build slowly collapsed under the fierce rain. He cursed helplessly, "Crotone got lucky this time." "It seems like Zeus is protecting them this time," one of the subordinates said. Dionysius immediately glared at him fiercely, "Shut your mouth. This has nothing to do with Zeus, it's just a coincidence." Meanwhile, Xianxia was praying to Zeus on the wall. Crotone did not have many rainy days during the winter. The rain today was one of a kind, so the people of Crotone believed it was a blessing from the gods. Even though they were being washed away by the wind and rain, their morale was boosted. The war between Syracuse and the Southern Alliance was closely watched by many factions, as it concerned the hegemony of the Greek city-states in the Western Mediterranean. Carthage hated Syracuse to the core, even though they had been fighting against it for 100 years. Unfortunately, reality forced the Senate of Carthage to reject Dionea's request for an alliance. Of course, they hoped that Syracuse's army would suffer a setback or even suffer heavy losses in the war. However, the news they received was that Syracuse was winning. Even Crotone and Dionia were in danger under the fierce attack of Dionysius's army. Carthage was even more afraid of Syracuse's strength. Margo, who was in charge of the defense in Sicily, wrote several letters to the Senate, requesting to launch small attacks on Syracuse's allies to divert Syracuse's attention, slow down Dionysius's attack on the north, and prevent him from forming a stronger Syracuse after conquering Greece. The Senate, headed by Hanno, rejected his proposal. To prevent him from acting recklessly, the Senate even sent an inspector to Sicily to supervise the mobilization of the Sicilian army. The Senate of Carthage watched the progress of the war in Greece with trepidation. Meanwhile, the Battle of Corinth on the Peloponnesus Peninsula was still ongoing. Agesilaus only invited a few good friends as his distinguished guests to return to his mother's country that he had been away from for a long time, including Xenophon. While Agesilaus was treating his body, he also paid attention to the war in Corinth and the news from Greece. On this day, Xenophon visited Agesilaus' residence. Agesilaus warmly led him into the living room. As soon as he sat down, Xenophon expressed his heartfelt gratitude. King Agesilaus, today, the Council of Elders informed me that they will accept me as an honored guest of Sparta and grant me a piece of land in Sicily. Thank you very much for your selfless help. You have finally given me, an exiled person, a home. Sicily, that's a good place. The land is fertile, and it's close to the forest. You can often see herds of wild deer, and it's near the Olympia in Elis. It'll be much more convenient for you to watch the Olympia in the future. Agesilaus smiled and congratulated him. Then, he said seriously, Xenophon, this is Sparta's compensation to you. If you hadn't given your all to help Sparta, Athens wouldn't have expelled you. Sparta will not let down any friend who has helped it sincerely. Although Agesilaus spoke with sincerity, Xenophon no longer wanted to talk about the crime of treason that Athens had labeled him with. He changed the topic and said, I wonder how the war in Corinth is progressing? According to the latest intelligence, the people of Corinth have suffered too many casualties and the land is barren. Many people are starting to get tired of the war. Some even secretly contacted Praxetes in an attempt to negotiate a truce. Agesilaus said. That's a good thing. As long as we continue to strengthen our attacks, I believe that the pro-peace faction in Corinth will definitely grow stronger. Corinth will eventually side with Sparta, Xenophon said happily. But there's also bad news, Agesilaus said with a serious expression. Agesilaus said with a serious expression, the Corinthians and the Argos have secretly formed an alliance. Alliance? What kind of alliance? Xenophon asked curiously. Corinth and Argos were originally members of the anti-Sparta alliance. It seemed unnecessary for them to establish an alliance of their own. Just like what your good friend did in Greece, Corinth and Argos moved the boundary stone between the two cities, allowing the citizens of both cities to enjoy the same citizenship. They merged. Agesilaus said with a heavy tone. One had to know that Sparta and Argos had been enemies for centuries. Unlike Athens, even if Athens had lost the war, Sparta had only destroyed Athens' hegemony. Had still given them a way to live. If Argos had lost the war, it would have lost a layer of skin even if it didn't die. That was because Argos had always been against Sparta. Even as far back as the Hippocratic War, all the city-states of the Peloponnesus Peninsula had joined the anti-Persia alliance and made Sparta the leader of the alliance to fight against Persia. Argos was the only one who didn't. It would rather become a spy for Persia in secret because of Sparta. Therefore, Sparta didn't want to see Argos' strength grow even the slightest bit. Xenophon was well aware of the complicated relationship. He thought about it and smiled. Actually, you don't have to worry. The establishment of an alliance between these two city-states might be a good thing for Sparta. Oh, tell me about it. Agesilaus' heart skipped a beat. He leaned forward and put on a posture of listening carefully. Now that the anti-Sparta alliance is working together to fight against Sparta, Thebes, Corinth, Athens, Megara, and Argos have all sent troops to fight. The merger of Corinth and Argos only made Argos more enthusiastic in aiding Corinth. However, Argos and Sparta are mortal enemies, so the pressure on Sparta hasn't increased much. On the contrary, Xenophon organized his words and said, Corinth and Argos are two city-states with a long history. Their political traditions, customs, and interests are deeply rooted and very different. For example, Corinth is a noble with power, while Argos is more like Sparta. Agesilaus nodded. He understood that Xenophon was talking about oligarchy. Corinth believes in Poseidon, while Argos admires Zeus and Agamemnon. The ancient city of Mycenae is in Argos, and the Argos often boast that they have ancient Greek royal blood and are nobler than Sparta. Corinth is mainly commercial, while Argos is farming. Corinth is shrewd and slick, while Argos is conservative and straightforward. These are two completely different city-states. Now that they have merged together in a hurry, it must be a decision made by the rulers of the two city-states under the pressure of Sparta's attack. However, it may cause more conflicts and contradictions between the people of the two city-states, causing the resentful people of Corinth to lean towards Sparta. Agesilaus' eyes lit up. Xenophon, what you said makes a lot of sense. I will convey your opinion to the other elders at tomorrow's Elders' Council meeting. He stood up excitedly, paced back and forth, and said, in addition, I will write a letter to Prosotac, telling him not to attack Corinth too hastily, but to send more people to sow discord and contact Corinth's opponents. Xenophon nodded secretly. This was why he was willing to follow Agesilaus. There was no lack of power struggles between the two kings of Sparta. The most famous one was the struggle between Cleomenes and Demaratos before the Hippocratic War. The reason why Pausanias attacked Lysander was not only because he was worried that he would threaten the royal power, but also because Lysander fully supported the other Sparta king, Agesilaus. And this time, the Elder Council used the excuse of recuperation to transfer Agesilaus, who was leading the army in the front line, back and replaced him with the confidant of the new king, Agesipolis. The reason behind this was probably worth investigating. But Agesilaus still gave Prosotac advice regardless of the past, which showed his breadth of mind. Therefore, Xenophon said sincerely, King Agesilaus, your advice will be of great help to Sparta in conquering Corinth. Agesilaus smiled. Xenophon, you are right. How can it be so easy for a city-state to fuse? Sparta and Messenia also took decades to become one, but... He looked doubtful. Dionia not only merged the different Greek city-states of Thurii, Amendalara, and Cremissa, but also the Lucanians and the Bruttii. Moreover, they were able to maintain stability for a few years. How did your old friend do it? After the rise of Dionia, due to the Devers, Xenophon had of course thought about the reasons for the rapid growth of this city-state alliance. But because Hellas was the foundation of Sparta, there were some things that he could not say. Therefore, he did not answer directly. Instead, he sighed. The city-state alliance of Dionia has been established for too short a time. Rashly waging war with Syracuse will cause it endless trouble. I'm afraid it's not just trouble. It's already a disaster for Dionia. Agesilaus said solemnly. He then briefly told Xenophon about the series of battles that happened after Syracuse invaded Greece. After Xenophon returned to Greece, he was first busy leading the mercenaries to fight against the anti-Sparta coalition. Then, he followed Agesilaus to Sparta and was busy settling down. He did not have the energy nor the channels to understand the war in Greece. He did not expect the situation in Greece to change so drastically in just a month. Dionia was surrounded by enemies and was in danger. Agesilaus continued. In fact, we did not expect the war in Greece to progress so quickly. We originally wanted to mediate the war when both sides were in a stalemate so that Syracuse could send reinforcements as soon as possible to join our war against Corinth. Especially since its fleet could relieve our blockade by Athens at sea. However, based on the current situation, Dionysius, who has the absolute advantage, will never stop the war. So, I was thinking if I could make Dionia surrender. Xenophon really thought that Agesilaus wanted Greece to end the war as soon as possible so that Syracuse could assist Sparta. Of course, he did not know that there was another important reason in Agesilaus' heart. A stronger Syracuse was not what Sparta wanted to see, because it was very likely that it would not be willing to cooperate with Sparta anymore. Therefore, keeping Ionia, which could threaten Syracuse, was beneficial to the balance of power in the western Mediterranean. It could also prevent the situation in the western Mediterranean from getting out of Sparta's control. Xenophon recalled the days when he and the young mercenary leader were fighting and fleeing in Persia a few years ago. The more difficult the situation was, the stronger his fighting spirit was, and he could often think of good ways to help the mercenaries out of trouble. Therefore, he reminded Agesilaus, based on my understanding of the Devers, he will not accept the suggestion of Ionia surrendering to Syracuse. He will definitely fight to the death. Agesilaus sighed. No matter what, we have to give it a try. What do you think of sending Callisthorpes to Thurii? Callisthorpes? Xenophon could no longer form a clear image of the Sparta censor who had fought together in Persia. Ever since Callisthorpes returned to Sparta with Tiburon, it had been 3 to 4 years. Xenophon had not seen him again. He lamented, in Persia, Callisthorpes had a good relationship with the Devers. In the southwest corner of the city of Athens, on a hillside that used to be called Pre, the people of Athens built a magnificent meeting hall 100 years ago to celebrate the overthrow of the tyrant Pisistratus. It could accommodate 500 people at the same time. It faced the Acropolis of Athens not far to the east and was next to the once famous Mount Ares Council. It was a symbol of the people of Athens turning over. After the burning of the city by the Persia and the celebration of Athens' victory in the Greco-Persian War, the people rebuilt it again. This was the famous 500-member council. The city hall of Athens was next to this magnificent building. It looked so inconspicuous, but the 10 generals who were elected every year worked here. Today, the ruling council of the generals in Athens held a meeting and invited Isocrates to participate in the discussion of the war against Corinth and the war in Greece. Chief General Sarasablos was the first to speak. Generals, today Corinth sent an envoy to Athens, asking for reinforcements. Now the situation in Corinth's territory is not very good. Sparta's attack is fierce, and they can't resist it. This has caused the nobles who are pro-Sparta in the city to become arrogant. They proposed to negotiate with Sparta in the council, and they received some support from the people. The morale of Corinth's people is weakening. We must support Corinth. Otherwise, once Corinth turns to Sparta, Sparta can break through the barrier of the isthmus and force their way to Athens. Our long wall has not been repaired yet, and we can't let the dirty feet of Sparta trample on our port of Piraeus, which has just resumed trade, and the territory of Attica, which has not yet recovered its vitality. And if we are defeated, this time Sparta's damage to Athens will be even greater than the last time. Athens will not be able to withstand such torture again. Androgeades, who was born as a public speaker, said angrily. His words reminded the others of the dark reign of the 30 tyrants 10 years ago. They all declared, "Help Corinth immediately. Send more soldiers to support Corinth and stop Sparta's attack." It's not enough to stop Sparta. Since the beginning of the war, our allied forces have never defeated Sparta in the wild. In the long run, the morale of the allied army would only get lower and lower. The city-states that hated Sparta would also lose the courage to resist. Therefore, we must defeat Sparta in order to win this war. A younger general said loudly. It's not that easy to defeat Sparta on land, Iphicrates. General Conon, the loser of the Battle of Ram River and the victor of the Battle of Nedo and Sea, who brought back a large fleet from Athens, sighed. If we could defeat Sparta on land, with our invincible navy, Sparta would not be so arrogant today. So, I ask the council to authorize me to lead the troops I have trained to support Corinth. I will do my best to defeat Sparta. Iphicrates said firmly. Thrasybulus stared at the mountain man from Attica's Ceratia region. He knew that Sparta had ravaged Attica during the Peloponnesus War. Iphicrates hated Sparta very much, and he had been studying how to defeat Sparta's heavy infantry. The troops you have trained? You mean the army of nearly 1,000 Cerathrian light shieldsmen and Cretan archers? Can these light infantries defeat the Spartans? We have to admit that compared to the Sparta who have received cruel training since young, our citizen soldiers are no match for them. But the heavy infantry also has its flaws. They move slowly and cannot move easily. So, we let the agile light infantry throw javelins and arrows at them from a distance. The heavy infantry can't catch up with the light infantry and can only passively take a beating. Iphicrates said confidently, I believe you have all heard of the Archon Devers of Dionia. He is known as the undefeated general by the Greeks. He is a man who is good at using light infantry. I have heard that he has also organized light infantry into separate battalions. Especially during the Second War with Crotone, he made full use of the light infantry and defeated the flanks of Crotone's heavy infantry, which eventually led to the defeat of Crotone. So, I am confident that I can use this light infantry to defeat Sparta. Sarasiblos listened and looked at Conon. Conon nodded and said loudly, I hope that Iphicrates can defeat Sparta. I agree to send Iphicrates to lead the army to Corinth. Androgeades also expressed his agreement. I have no objections. The other generals also expressed their agreement. After all, in a situation where everyone was afraid of fighting Sparta on land, someone suddenly stood up and said with confidence, he can defeat Sparta. This confidence alone was enough to inspire everyone. I also agree. Sarasiblos also voted in favor, then he reminded, but, Iphicrates, when you lead the light infantry that you have trained to Corinth, you also need to bring along our citizen militia. Let them participate in the battle against Sparta. This is to prevent the people of Corinth from misunderstanding that we are slacking and not doing our best. I understand, Thrasybulus. You're the most thoughtful. Iphicrates sincerely expressed his gratitude, and at the same time, he requested, then I need a deputy general to lead our citizen militia. Sarasiblos thought for a moment, then turned to look at Conon and said, how about sending Timotheus? Timotheus was Conon's eldest son. Although he was only in his 20s, he had been wandering with his father in Persia for many years, helping his father deal with military affairs and participating in battles. He was already a very experienced general, especially when it came to naval battles. Conon knew that Sarasiblos' suggestion would be very helpful in increasing his son's influence in Athens. After all, he had been in Persia, and the people of Athens were not familiar with him. But at the same time, fighting against Sparta would also be very dangerous. Conon answered without hesitation, no problem. Most of the others also agreed. In this case, I will make a proposal to the council this afternoon. It should be approved, and we will send reinforcements to Corinth. Sarasiblos made the decision, but his expression was still not relaxed. He looked around and said in a deep voice, just now, Iphicrates talked about Dionia. Everyone should know about the war in Greece. Dionia, which is friendly with us, is in a very bad situation now. Not only did they lose the battle, but they are also surrounded by enemies on all sides. Their sea route is blocked, and there seems to be a rebellion in their country. Isocrates, you have been to Dionia before, so you know it better than us. Do you think that with the current situation of Dionia, it can still resist the attack of Syracuse? To be honest, Isocrates was a little embarrassed at this time. Before this, he had vowed to Sarasiblos that Dionia is a greater danger to the Greek world than Syracuse. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Dionia was about to be destroyed. As a scholar and a speaker, Isocrates was not a scholar who only knew how to use his brain, mouth, and hands, and did not understand military affairs. In fact, every citizen of Athens had participated in at least 1 or 2 battles in their life. Therefore, he cleared his throat and said slowly in a hoarse voice, the southern Italian coalition army has lost the battle, and many Greek city-states have been conquered by Syracuse. Dionia is also surrounded by enemies on all sides, and the domestic political situation is unstable. But please note that the army of Dionia has not suffered a complete defeat. Their commander, the Devers, has still not returned from Lucania. How can we conclude that Dionia will be completely defeated? What if the Devers, who are said to be blessed by the Hades, who have created many military miracles, create another miracle and turn the situation around? If there is a miracle, of course we will all be happy, because it will be beneficial to Athens. We also hope that Dionia can create a miracle, or at least hold back Syracuse, so that the war in Greece can continue. Sarasiblos said with a serious expression, but we also have to be prepared for Dionia to be conquered by Syracuse. Once the war in Greece is over, Diogenes is likely to agree to Sparta's request and send Syracuse's navy and land forces to aid Sparta. I heard that Syracuse has more than 400 triple or warships. Even if they send out 1/3 of them, it will still change the situation of Sparta's navy, which is currently at a complete disadvantage. Although Conon had a large number of troops and had defeated the Sparta navy, the old general still did not let his guard down. Moreover, Syracuse has a huge army of up to 80,000 people, which is double the number of soldiers that Athens had when they attacked Sicily. "Oh my Athens, is Syracuse still a Greek city-state?" Androgeades exclaimed. The other generals also expressed their uneasiness. Sarasiblos once again looked at Iphicrates and said with hope, "So in such a serious situation, I hope you can defeat the arrogant Sparta and boost the morale of the anti-Sparta alliance." Iphicrates felt a great responsibility, but he still said confidently, "Athens will protect me. Just wait for the news of my victory." In the past 2 days, the Syracuse fleet frequently landed on the coast of Castellan's territory, attacking the people of Castellan and destroying the villages and farmlands outside the city. End of chapter 459. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.